June 1st, 2002. When Zhang Guan was abruptly pulled from his slumbering state, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the calendar beside him, leaving him feeling somewhat perplexed. Before him lay a square wooden table adorned with a checkered tablecloth, upon which rested a cake bedecked with 14 flickering candles. Raising his eyes, he was met with the unusual expressions of his parents, who appeared to be rejuvenated, as if 20 years younger, radiating vitality. Suppressing a torrent of questions, Zhang Guan surveyed his surroundings. The living room featured a familiar sight of plain whitewashed walls juxtaposed with a rough cement floor. Outside, 2 grapevines flourished in the yard, and a small flower bed, enclosed by a rustic fence in the corner, showcased blooming roses, peonies, and a few flowers he could never name since childhood. Nearby stood a vintage bicycle, casually parked. Wait, isn't this my old home? But that place was demolished over a decade ago. Zhang Guan, still lingering under the effects of a hangover, rubbed his temples, his mind a blank slate. I need to use the restroom. He hastily excused himself, retreating to the bathroom. In the familiar confines of the restroom, Zhang Guan splashed cold water on his face, relying on muscle memory while attempting to gather his thoughts. Vaguely, he recalled the previous moment spent toasting with friends, perhaps indulging a bit too much. Was he merely dreaming under the influence of alcohol? For some time now, he had been experiencing similar dreams of returning to the past. Old Lu must have served some counterfeit liquor, causing this nonsensical dream. Zhang Guan muttered incoherently, delivering a sharp slap to his own face. The sound was both resounding and painful. Gradually regaining his senses, Zhang Guan surveyed the familiar decor. As a frequent reader of online literature, a sudden hypothesis surged within him. Could it be that I've traveled back in time? Emerging from a restroom, he stifled the tumultuous emotions brewing within, as well as the discomfort in his stomach. He glanced at the calendar once more. Indeed, it was June 1st, 2002. Grabbing a newspaper from the coffee table, the headline caught his eye. French rooster shocks the world with upset in first match. Newcomers stun the globe. Turning on the television, the familiar anchor was dutifully reporting the day's news, the screen clearly displaying the date. 200261. Zhang Guan couldn't help but utter 5 words aloud. Zhang Guan is quite troubled. After a hazy dinner, Zhang Guan returned to his room, shaking his head in wry amusement at the remarkably familiar arrangement of his bedroom. While others might traverse time to become emperors or wealthy nobles, he found himself thrust back into the life of his 20 years younger, less affluent self. Zhang Guan pieced together his current reality. Today was June 1st, 2002, his 14th birthday. His parents, in their prime, appeared youthful, and although their circumstances were modest, they were certainly better than many. His academic standing was average, neither excelling nor failing. All aspects of his life seemed unremarkable, including his exceedingly common name, placing him firmly within the ranks of the ordinary populace. If this experience turns out to be as mundane as the last, it would certainly diminish the reputation of countless time travelers, Zhang Guan pondered. Yet, what could he possibly do? Zhang Guan racked his brain, recalling the rise of protagonists in various time-traveling web novels. Some predecessors had achieved literary greatness by imitating Tang poetry and song lyrics. But should he attempt such a path, he would likely be deemed insane. Others had become industrial magnates by inventing the steam engine, electric light, soap, and perfume in advance. Yet he was wholly ignorant of these manufacturing principles. Especially now that soap cost a mere 50 cents a bag, some had led societal development by publishing theoretical research. But Zhang Guan, remembering his dismal score of 40 in physics during the college entrance examination, swiftly abandoned this notion. He felt a pang of regret for not excelling in mathematics and the sciences during his school days, having spent his time solely on soccer and basketball. Soccer? Suddenly, Zhang Guan recalled an article he had seen earlier. The French rooster stuns in opening match. Newcomers shocked the world. While he may lack other talents, he was well-versed in the outcomes of significant tournaments such as the World Cup, European Championship, Asian Cup, and UEFA Champions League. An idea sparked in his mind. A potential avenue for fortune. He began rummaging through his room, unearthing all his savings, a neat sum of $10. Glancing at the time, he realized the match was imminent and hurriedly dashed out, jogging while mentally recalling the nearby betting shops. The rabbit does not graze near its burrow. I cannot visit the 2 closest shops, Zhang Guan calculated, sprinting to a shop 3 or 4 kilometers from home. After catching his breath, he inquired of the owner, "Uncle, how can I place a bet on the World Cup?" Seeing a mere child before him, the owner patiently explained, "Young one, the 5 o'clock match has already commenced. You can only bet on the 7 o'clock game between Germany and Saudi Arabia. You can choose a single bet or a parlay with a single bet. You can only wager on the score. The parlay options are more varied." The owner continued his detailed explanation, and as a seasoned football enthusiast, Zhang Guan was already familiar with this betting system. His inquiry was merely a facade, for it would be rather conspicuous for a child to engage in high-stakes betting and yet hit the mark with precision. "I've heard that the German team is quite formidable. While I've never even heard of Saudi Arabia, it seems obvious that Germany will win. Uncle, please place a $10 bet for me on the highest score," Zhang Guan declared, recalling vividly how Klose had emerged to score a hat trick, leading Germany to an 80 triumph over Saudi Arabia, while feigning an innocent rationale. The owner chuckled, "Young one, football isn't as simple as merely assessing strength sometimes. There are unexpected outcomes." Noticing Zhang Guan's unwavering demeanor, he continued, "Regarding betting options, any score above 50 can only be placed as a win-other bet with odds of 15 to 1. Shall I prepare your ticket if you wish to proceed?" The patrons discussing in the shop observed a seemingly novice young individual who was analyzing the match with a rather simplistic and blunt approach, placing bets on rather obscure options. This elicited a series of snickers and murmurs, with remarks such as "the child is too naive and casual, and today's laughter may turn to tears tomorrow." In response, Zhang Guan feigned a foolish grin appropriate for his age and experience, politely thanking the owner before departing. He mused, "Such high-odds bets are somewhat eye-catching. I must avoid peak betting hours when I come to collect my winnings tomorrow, lest I draw unwanted attention." Zhang Guan did not rush home, but instead ambled about, seeking additional betting stations. His motto being "Preparation is the key to success, lack of it leads to failure." Upon returning home, Zhang Guan meticulously recorded the betting stations he had observed, contemplating, "With limited funds at my disposal, I must make the most of my past lives' memories when betting on high-odds outcomes." The World Cup features numerous matches, with the European Championship and Champions League to follow. If I consistently place bets at a single station, it won't be long before I attract scrutiny, especially since I only bet on high odds and always win. Thus, a strategic betting plan across these stations is imperative. Having spent a lifetime as a planner, Zhang Guan drew upon his accumulated experience to draft the Zhang Guan Financial Strategy version 1.0:1. No station should be bet on consecutively more than 3 times after 3 bets. A cooling-off period of over a month is required. 2. While betting on the correct outcomes, intentionally place a false bet to divert attention. 3. Both betting and claiming winnings should be conducted outside peak hours to minimize public observation. 4. Substantial bets. Seek opportunities at unfamiliar stations, preferably in neighboring cities, ensuring a clean getaway should fortune favor the bold. 5. Betting sequence. Iramin Road Station, II Fuxing Road Station, II Jifeng Road Station, IV Hushi Road Station, V Hudong Road Station. VI Zhao Market Street Station, VII Experimental Primary School Station, VI Iramin Middle School Station. IX University Town Station, X Shangmao City Station. Well, let me jot down these points for now, and I shall supplement them as new ideas arise. Zhang Guan contentedly reclined in bed. As for watching the match live, was there any need? Awakening would simply reveal a bountiful haul. Chapter 2. Returning to campus. As Zhang Guan stepped back into the school, a myriad of complex emotions swirled within him. Years had elapsed since his graduation from junior high, and the institution had not escaped the tide of educational resource consolidation, merging with several other schools to form an educational conglomerate. The rotation of teachers, the alteration of the school's name, and the demolition of buildings had diminished the familiar elements he once cherished. The square where he had frolicked during recess, the stadium where he had sweated during physical education, and the teaching blocks had all succumbed to the thunderous roar of excavators, replaced by a few towering and monotonous office buildings. As time passed, his already distant memories of junior high grew fainter with the obliteration of their physical embodiments. However, as he stepped through the classroom door once more, the familiar environment ushered forth a cascade of fragmented memories. Shaking off these nostalgic musings, Zhang Guan traversed the area flanking the podium, the academic elite zone, and the rest area, finally settling into his accustomed seat. The classmates surrounding him, with whom he would soon share the experience of the impending high school entrance examination, were destined to embark on divergent life paths. While he found himself back at the starting point of his journey, a most peculiar facet of life indeed. "Hey," nudged his deskmate Zhang Nila with his elbow. "Let's hit the old spot this weekend." Zhang Nila, a neighbor from the adjacent street and a childhood acquaintance, had fortuitously been assigned as Zhang Guan's deskmate, solidifying their bond as steadfast friends. The old spot referred to a gaming arcade along their route home, formerly known as the Game Hall. In their youth, the pair had been infatuated with the various arcade games, battling through levels and titles like Dynasty Warriors and Journey to the West, often triumphing over formidable opponents in King of Fighters, thanks to Zhang Nila's adept countering skills and Zhang Guan's relentless combo attacks. In class, the teachers diligently imparted knowledge of Ohm's law, piston motion, quadratic equations, and Vieta's theorem, but Zhang Guan's thoughts drifted towards his future career aspirations. It is well known that the 2 decades following the opening up of China contrasted sharply with the preceding 20 years of the 20th century, characterized by a rapid evolution of social productivity and a dramatic shift in lifestyle. However, the intrinsic motivations and societal manifestations of these eras differed significantly. In the former, one could leverage the physical isolation between regions, utilizing boldness and meticulousness to manipulate resources for substantial profits. Yet, this developmental approach faced evident bottlenecks in the latter. In succinct terms, the former thrived on speculation, while the latter demanded investment and development. Although Zhang Guan had never studied economics and could not discern the nuances behind concepts like 1 and 2 or the scissors gap, he understood that in today's society, aligning oneself with prevailing trends and choosing the right direction was far more advantageous than toiling away in ignorance, ultimately leading to a more harmonious and mutually beneficial outcome. What are the current trends? The development of financial markets, urbanization, and the sports industry. Zhang Guan promptly ruled out finance as a viable option. In his previous life, Zhang Guan, having struggled in the stock market for several years without achieving any positive returns, still recalls the jest that when one's yield is 0, they have outperformed 99 of investors. His expectations for the stock market are limited to opportunistically buying at the bottom during specific moments. Apart from this, he harbors little confidence. Regarding urban development, his experience as a real estate planner has endowed him with considerable insight. In his city, the property prices in 2002 were at a peak, with various regulatory measures being implemented, indicating that it was not an opportune time for investment. A few years later, as these measures took effect and the focus shifted, property prices would plummet, marking the ideal moment to invest. Within a year after purchasing at the nadir, prices would surge again, often doubling within that time frame. Countless individuals seized this cyclical opportunity, rapidly expanding their assets. However, many remained preoccupied with their own small concerns, failing to observe the broader landscape, and ultimately were swept away by the tide of progress. As for the sports industry, amidst the fervor of the national football team's first entry into the World Cup, players like Tizi, Datu, and Jihai showcased commendable performances abroad, leading to an explosive growth in the football sector. Yet, the initial excitement soon gave way to an inevitable downturn, the struggles of which need no elaboration. Riding the wave of opportunity, even a pig could soar, and Zhang Guan too aspired to ascend. If he could elevate the national team alongside his own success, it would be even more delightful. The persistent issue, however, remains a lack of funds, he mused. Indeed, leveraging his foresight to invest in football could yield some extra income, ensuring a comfortable life. Yet it would be insufficient to gain a foothold in real estate development or venture into the football domain. Zhang Guan lamented his failure to remember the winning numbers of the lottery, but then reflected that even if he had remembered, the randomness of numerical lotteries far exceeds that of sports betting, and he lacked a suitable strategy. In truth, during these past few days of bewilderment following his rebirth, Zhang Guan has been in a daze, uncertain about why he has traversed time or if he might inexplicably return to his previous life. He had not meticulously contemplated how to navigate his future. However, after a period of reflection, he gradually recognized that he must utilize the information disparity bestowed upon him as a seer to take action. He envied the Argentinians and did not wish to remain merely an admirer 2 decades hence. Thus, he resolved to commence with the afternoon practice of the school team, having languished in despondency for far too long. Chapter 3. A small trial of skill in his previous life. During middle school, Zhang Guan's physical attributes were remarkably distinguished among his peers. He was swift and possessed exceptional explosiveness, allowing him to play with great fervor on the field. However, as he transitioned to high school, his classmates began to catch up in physical development, and Zhang Guan's advantages gradually waned, exposing the shortcomings of relying solely on physical prowess without honing his technical skills. His play became increasingly reckless and devoid of strategy, leading to a lack of stability. And by university, he had faded into mediocrity, consequently missing out on the school team, a disappointment that weighed heavily on his pride for several days. Zhang Guan certainly remembers these experiences and has quietly resolved that such uncomfortable situations should only occur once in a lifetime. As the captain of the school team, Zhang Guan approached this internal training match with an effortless grace. He skillfully controlled a haphazard clearance from the goalkeeper with his chest, noting the absence of any opponents nearby. He swiftly turned with the ball, confronting a defender who stood merely a meter away. With a deft maneuver using his left foot, he executed a hip twist and accelerated past the defender, just before the next defender could intervene. He flicked the ball in the opposite direction with a quick twist of his right ankle, propelling himself forward. After shaking off his pursuer, he slightly decelerated to adjust his stride, using the outside of his right foot to guide the ball towards his right front. In one fluid motion, he took 2 steps forward and unleashed a powerful long-range shot. The opposing goalkeeper was none other than Zhang Nila, who, unlike Zhang Guan, favored basketball as his sport of choice. He had been coerced into participating by the coach, as, akin to basketball, goalkeeping also involves the use of hands. The truth was, no one was eager to assume the role of goalkeeper, hence Zhang Nila's reluctant involvement. Having been Zhang Guan's confidant for years, Zhang Nila was no stranger to his friend's formidable shooting power. As the ball soared towards his left goalpost, he yelled at Zhang Guan, "Is this how you train? Are you trying to kill me?" Zhang Guan offered no verbal reply, merely raising his middle finger in response. Youth is indeed a blessing, Zhang Guan mused, reflecting on his physical prowess. Once, he believed his speed was his greatest asset, but after gaining a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of football, he realized that his true strengths lay in his rhythm of strides, quick changes in direction, and rapid acceleration and deceleration. His absolute speed and explosiveness were not as exceptional as he had once imagined, particularly when faced with numerous athletic peers in high school and college. Teammates approached him in succession, exchanging high fives and celebration. When the final person arrived, Zhang Guan felt a momentary sense of disorientation. It was Julie, another close friend of his. In contrast to the brash and rough Zhang Nila, Julie embodied a different demeanor, methodical in his actions and eloquent in speech. In life, one encounters certain friends with whom, despite the brevity of time spent together, a profound connection is established, characterized by an unspoken understanding and a depth of communication that transcends mere words. Their parting is serene, and there is no need for forced interactions. Upon reuniting, the bond remains unchanged. Zhang Guan fondly referred to such individuals as gentleman friends, exemplifying the adage that the friendship of gentlemen is as unpretentious as water. Julie belonged to this category. Regrettably, this exceptionally talented individual had left for overseas studies midway through high school. During subsequent interactions, Zhang Guan could sense Julie's frustration at being underappreciated in a foreign land, struggling to find opportunities to showcase his abilities. The shocking news of Julie's battle with depression and eventual suicide left Zhang Guan in disbelief. How could such a magnanimous person meet such a tragic fate? This recent encounter with his departed friend was the source of Zhang Guan's disorientation. Having experienced distressing events in the past, Zhang Guan resolved to find a way to alter his friend's fate in this lifetime. But how? He was at a loss. Though fortunate that Julie's fateful decision to study abroad was still several years away, time was on his side, and there was no need for haste. Today's matches featured Argentina against Nigeria, Paraguay facing South Africa, England competing with Sweden, and Spain going up against Slovenia. Zhang Guan was well aware of the match results, which were 1 o'clock, 2-2, 1-1, and 3-1. However, determining how to place his bets posed a challenge. To maximize profit, one would certainly consider combining the 4 scores into a single wager. Yet, the odds for such a parlay exceeded 5,000 to 1. With an initial investment of 150 yuan, the potential earnings could surpass 800,000 yuan, a substantial sum in 2002, particularly for an adolescent. Setting aside the monetary aspect, this betting strategy would likely raise suspicions of insider knowledge or match fixing, putting him at risk of dire consequences. Fully aware of the adage that a common man may suffer for possessing something valuable, Zhang Guan resisted the overwhelming temptation of this scheme, recognizing the need for sustainable gains. He sought to amass wealth discreetly, without attracting undue attention, ensuring others believed his success was merely a stroke of luck. Thus, how could he wager in a manner that promised significant returns while still allowing bystanders to perceive it as sheer happenstance? Zhang Guan diligently scribbled and calculated various strategies on paper. Eventually, a clever plan emerged. He selected the matches between Paraguay and England, deliberately opting for conventional scores such as 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock to mask the correct outcomes of 2, 2, and 3, 1. Consequently, both matches comprised 5 scores in 2 combinations, a relatively common approach that would not draw excessive scrutiny, even if noticed during the redemption process. He could easily dismiss it as fortuitous luck. Kid, what a fortunate streak you're having. A 15-1 payout is impressive. The shopkeeper chuckled as he handed Zhang Guan the winnings from the German match. Are you planning to place another bet today? Yes, uncle. Please help me place a parlay on these scores at 5 times the odds, Zhang Guan replied, presenting his carefully considered selections with an expression befitting his age. The shopkeeper, cigarette in mouth, expertly processed the ticket. After a polite thank you, Zhang Guan exited the shop. The following day, he returned to cash his winnings, avoiding peak hours. The shopkeeper, still with a cigarette between his lips, handed Zhang Guan nearly 1,000 yuan, somewhat astonished. The fearless young bull isn't afraid of the tiger. You've managed to hit 2 of the highest odds. Just luck, I suppose, Zhang Guan responded with a grin, feigning modesty. Uncle, could you please place a bet on Brazil and Croatia winning at 10 times the odds? After a moment of pretended contemplation at the computer, he handed over 20 yuan. He was aware that this outcome was incorrect. Brazil had triumphed 2-1 over Turkey, while Croatia had lost 0-1 to Mexico. His intention was to ensure the shopkeeper believed his previous success was merely a stroke of luck. Realizing he could not return to this establishment for a while, having coincidentally won high payouts twice in succession, Zhang Guan was cautious. Even with this intentional misstep, he feared being remembered if he struck lucky again. Feeling the weight of over 1,000 yuan in his pocket, he quickened his pace homeward. This method of betting was not sustainable for daily use. As he tucked the money away in a box under his bed, he pondered his next steps. He was well versed in the outcomes of each match. His primary concern was minimizing risk while quietly amassing wealth. Have you finished your homework? You've been out every day lately. With your upcoming exams, you should be studying more, his father's voice echoed from the living room. Zhang Guan's parents are relatively open-minded and easygoing, not viewing academic achievement as the sole measure of their child's growth. Nonetheless, the approaching high school entrance examination has instilled a sense of pressure in them. Fortunately, although Zhang Guan is not exceptionally gifted, he has performed commendably in his middle school studies. Especially after his recent return, concepts such as density, resistance, magnetic fields, and various chemical equations from his physics and chemistry classes are child's play for him, showcasing his mastery. Dad, my mock exam results for the upcoming entrance exam are out, for 131 points. Upon hearing this news, a youthful vigor revived in the elder Zhang, who appeared 20 years younger. Scoring 431 points is a solid mark that guarantees admission to the prestigious city high school, a cause for great celebration. Observing his parents' joy, Zhang Guan is filled with deep reflections. Although he too gained admission to city high school based on merit, he found himself increasingly overwhelmed by the complexities of high school academics, ultimately managing only to enter a 211 university, which left him disheartened for a considerable time. Chapter 4. The turmoil of the arcade. After dinner, Zhang Guan and Zhang Nila arrived at the arcade as promised. The dimly lit, musty atmosphere was teeming with people, reminiscent of days gone by, and the price of $2 for 20 game tokens remained refreshingly affordable. The two effortlessly located the 3 kingdoms, Eat the World machine, and began their game. Dodge and roll, always to the right, to avoid being flanked. They strategized, playing a modified version that required them to advance by throwing punches. When it comes to impact, they must acknowledge the prowess of the elder Zhang. As Zhang Nila skillfully maneuvered Zhang Fei to unleash a series of powerful punches, he mused aloud. Zhang Guan, executing a level 1 dragon strike in the game, quipped back. Behold the gallant Zhao Zilong, the handsome little white dragon. The two fell into a rhythm, their fingers dancing across the controls while their banter flowed seamlessly, providing a delightful release from stress. After vanquishing El Bu, they transitioned to the King of Fighters 97 machine, seizing an opportunity to challenge each other. For there is immense joy in friendly competition. It was evident that the opponent on the console was a skilled player, employing characters like Mary, Osaka, and Chen Guohan with great finesse. Zhang Nila utilized Terry, engaging in a fierce battle with the opponent, while Zhang Guan chose Dong Zhang, adopting a chaotic and unpredictable style suited for a Muay Thai expert. The opponent seemed overwhelmed by the erratic yet effective tactics, leading to a flurry of disorganized moves as they struggled to keep up with the duo's relentless assault. As the tension escalated, the opponent, visibly agitated, extinguished his cigarette with a scowl and shot a piercing glare at the unruly pair before hurling the words, "This is just a game. Why resort to a war of attrition?" and stormed away. Zhang Guan found this scene eerily familiar. Indeed, it echoed a previous incident during the World Cup when he and Zhang Mila had become embroiled in a heated argument in the arcade. It is quite common to encounter disputes in this place, for it is certainly not a gathering of virtuous souls. The notions of mutual understanding and tolerance do not prevail here. In the past, the two imposing figures often managed to tip the scales in their favor during confrontations. However, this time, the circumstances were somewhat different. As they stepped out of the arcade, content with their victories, a group of unruly youths approached them and led them into a nearby alley. It goes without saying that the main instigator was the infamous character from the King of Fighters series. 2 against 8. This was a rather precarious situation. Zhang Mila whispered to Zhang Guan, acknowledging the difficulty of their predicament. Zhang Guan recalled their previous encounter in this very alley, where they had endured a fierce struggle but ultimately faced defeat. "Do you two know why we sought you out?" inquired a young man with bleached hair, swinging the chain he held. Judging by his appearance, it was evident that he idolized Iori Yagami from the game. Before either could respond, another youth with short hair chimed in, eager to ingratiate himself. "How dare you oppose our brother two on the street? You must be tired of living." He then turned to the leader, asking, "Brother two, how shall we deal with them? Just say the word, and my brothers will follow your command." Brother two, sitting upright with his hands clasped behind his back, exuded an air of authority reminiscent of a local gang leader. Just as he was about to deliver a menacing proclamation, Zhang Guan burst into laughter. "Brother two?" he mused, recalling a popular snack from Chengdu, which amusingly matched the portly figure of the young man before him. Seeing that he had interrupted the villain's carefully crafted atmosphere, he decided to abandon his restraint. He pointed at Iori Yagami and said, "Look at your question. Who are you addressing? I am not your father, so how would I know your intentions?" He then turned to the short-haired youth. "Is that chubby guy your father? You call him brother two so affectionately. I wonder if you bow and scrape to your father at home as well?" With that, taking advantage of their momentary confusion, he delivered a swift punch that knocked the short-haired youth to the ground and followed up with a kick to Iori's chest, sending him staggering back. Zhang Mila, having worked in tandem with Zhang Guan for years, seized the moment, while Zhang Guan distracted the group with his banter. He snatched the stick from the hands of a red-haired youth and struck him on the leg, causing him to collapse with a cry. Zhang Guan continued to weave through the crowd, targeting chins with precision. Within 5 seconds, there were no unscathed jaws left among the throng. Years ago, after graduating from university, Zhang Guan had been swayed by the abundance of online advice suggesting that enduring hardship would lead to personal growth. With an eagerness to distinguish himself, he chose to embark on one of the most arduous overseas projects in a construction company, spending 2 years in a foreign aid project in Africa. The region was known for its instability, and the company had hired a professional security firm to safeguard the project. Its commander was well-versed in various combat techniques and was rumored to have won numerous awards in his youth. The days abroad are arduous. During his leisure time, the robust and exuberant Zhang Guan, overflowing with youthful vigor, persistently sought out a skilled mentor, yearning to acquire some wisdom from him. As both were young and shared the experience of being in a foreign land, the mentor was not reluctant to share his knowledge. Over time, Zhang Guan mastered various combat techniques. Although he might not have caught the eye of a true master, he was certainly adept when facing off against a group of petty thugs. Observing his comrades writhing on the ground in anguish and the relentless approach of Zhang Guan, Brother Two felt beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. This was not how things were supposed to unfold. In the past, a few harsh words from his young cohorts would have made adversaries cower before his imposing presence. Even when confronted with formidable opponents, the advantage of numbers allowed them to depart gracefully after a brief commotion. Yet this time, the script had evidently flipped, casting him into the role of the antagonist. Should a hero avoid immediate losses? Is it not the mark of a true man to be adaptable and composed in the face of danger? Brother Two's mind, not particularly astute, was inundated with a dilemma. As he observed the changing expressions of the rotund man before him, Zhang Guan stepped forward and jested. "Oh, are you trying to play the tough guy, vowing to remain unyielding?" This playful taunt proved to be the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. In the end, Rational thought triumphed over the desire to save face before his subordinates. Brother Two clasped his hands in a gesture of submission and smiled. Brother, I was in the wrong. Chapter 5. A nostalgic return to the World Cup's opening match on the afternoon of June 4th. A historic moment unfolded. After a midday meal, students donned replica jerseys purchased from the stadium and waved triangular flags obtained from street vendors, eagerly gathering in classrooms. Even the traditionally stubborn principal yielded this time. All classes were suspended, and every classroom broadcasted the live match of the national team's World Cup opener against Costa Rica. This was indeed a novel occurrence. It wasn't merely the national team breaking free from the confines of Asia that struck the students as significant. Rather, it was the notion that this breakthrough had shattered their psychological barriers, leading them to believe that the national team would easily qualify for future World Cup matches. Unfortunately, they did not foresee the harsh realities ahead. Moreover, it was remarkable that the old-fashioned principal, known for his rigid stance against mixed-gender interactions, had embraced modernity by allowing the entire school to watch the match. The entire school community eagerly assembled in their classrooms, with even the habitual latecomers and the idlers in the back rows glued to the pre-match coverage on television, save for one individual. At that moment, Zhang Guan was racing back to school. Despite his foreknowledge of the outcome and having witnessed his peers' initial enthusiasm turn to disappointment, he was unwilling to miss this iconic scene from their middle school years. Utilizing the midday break, he adhered to a prearranged betting plan and ventured several kilometers from the school to a betting outlet. To his surprise, the enthusiasm of the gamblers surpassed that of the students. The modestly sized betting shop, barely 20 square meters, was packed with individuals. Some were contemplating their bets. Others engaged in discussions about strategies after placing their wagers, while many more queued up, money in hand, awaiting their turn to bet. After an extended wait, it was finally his turn. The presence of a crowd proved advantageous, as it rendered the 252 yuan wager on the exotic bets less conspicuous. Zhang Guan pondered this as he submitted his selections. China versus Costa Rica, 2-0, 0-0, 0-2. Japan versus Belgium, 1-1, 1-2, 2-2. South Korea versus Poland, 2-0, 0-0, 0-2. The proprietor, upon receiving the 252 yuan from Zhang Guan, cast a cursory glance and internally mused about yet another young individual relying on luck, hastily issuing the betting slip while teasingly suggesting that he ought to bet on 3 instances of 2-0, heralding a resurgence of Asian teams. Feigning ignorance, Zhang Guan disregarded the proprietor's jibe, clutching the betting slip as he exited, mentally calculating. For the China match, 0-2 with odds of 10, for Japan, 2-2 with odds of 15, for Korea, 2-0 with odds of 15. With a threefold accumulator bet at double the stake, the potential value surpassed 1. Upon realizing this miscalculation, Zhang Guan felt a pang of concern. The projected profits exceeded his initial plans, making it too conspicuous when he returned the following day to collect winnings. He resolved to seek a different betting establishment next time, mentally marking this one as a place to visit just once. What took you so long? Hurry up. I've saved you a prime spot, Zhang Nei exclaimed, chiding Zhang Guan for his tardiness while snatching the 2 buckets of popcorn he had brought and devouring them eagerly. The classroom, already adorned with various decorations exuding a World Cup ambience, was charged with excitement, the pre-match program on television stirring the students' enthusiasm. Even Zhang Guan, who was well aware of the match's outcome, felt his blood surge with exhilaration. As the players gradually entered the field, the moment the national anthem resonated, everyone in the classroom instinctively rose, joining in a fervent rendition. The harmonious voices of the youth echoed throughout the campus, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Observing the crowd's collective fervor, Zhang Guan marveled at the power of inspiration. He recognized that the national team's advancement to the World Cup had ignited a fervor for soccer. With previously underutilized sports fields now brimming with activity, physical education classes had transformed uniformly into soccer lessons, and even during the brief 10-minute recess, students gathered to enthusiastically discuss the previous night's matches. On every street corner, young children fashioned makeshift goals from backpacks and flower pots, ready to kick a ball at any moment. Regrettably, the heart may be willing, but the foundation must be laid. To cultivate soccer, this is essential. Amidst the chorus of cheers from his classmates, Zhang Guan returned to the present. To be fair, the national team, in its inaugural World Cup appearance, exhibited the vigor of youth. However, their lack of experience in facing formidable opponents resulted in ineffectiveness, ultimately allowing the seasoned Costa Ricans to seize an opportunity and score. When they found themselves in dire straits, unable to adjust promptly, the opposing team capitalized and netted another goal, facing a 2-goal deficit. Both the players on the field and the fans in the stands were taken by surprise. The classroom mirrored this sentiment. The once boisterous scene at the gas station faded into an oppressive silence, replaced only by the irate shouts of Zhang and Ei, who vehemently cursed that number 8 from the opposing team, with that reckless tackle aimed at injuring someone, sent our Ji Hai off the field. Why didn't the referee show him a red card? Is he blind? Chapter 6. Earning a living on one's knees? As Zhang Guan approached to claim his winnings, there was a fleeting moment when the boss's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Indeed, the odds of winning over 200 to 1 were astonishing, especially considering that the fortunate winner was merely an inexperienced youth. After painstakingly analyzing the bets the previous day and suffering a loss, it seemed utterly unjust that this ignorant lad had stumbled upon such luck. Life, it appeared, was unfair. Suppressing his inner turmoil, the boss begrudgingly disbursed the prize money. With the weighty sum clutched in his hands, Zhang Guan hurried through the streets, eager to return home and hide it beneath his bed. After all, with the popular gangster drama airing, one could never be too cautious. It was not uncommon for a couple of swaggering figures, resembling the characters Haonan or Shaji, to appear on the streets, flaunting their misguided bravado in front of unsuspecting schoolchildren. Zhang Guan, a firm believer in the adage of accumulating wealth discreetly, dreaded the prospect of complications arising while carrying such a fortune. Ironically, the more he wished to avoid trouble, the more it seemed to find him. Just after turning 2 small alleys, he encountered a group of 3 or 4 young punks loitering by a lamppost, smoking. Noticing a student approaching, the youths swiftly intercepted him. "Hey, kid, cough up some cash for us." The decline of traditional culture weighed heavily on Zhang Guan's heart. In ancient times, even the most blatant acts of robbery adhered to a certain decorum, reciting verses like, "This mountain is mine, this road is mine." How had modernity allowed such disregard for tradition? How could they be so brazen? "Bro, I only have this 1 yuan, it's my lunch money," Zhang Guan said, attempting to defuse the situation. In his mind, he frantically searched for the right way to feign submission, finally mustering the courage to pull out a single coin with trembling hands, his demeanor filled with fear and trepidation. However, the punk had little patience for Zhang Guan's self-pity. With a deep drag from his cigarette, he tossed his flamboyant hair back and sneered, "Am I begging here? Search him. Surely you want to beat me up if I can't produce any money?" Zhang Guan timidly inquired, his tone even more submissive than before. "What? You think we want to beat you if you don't have cash?" The punk regarded Zhang Guan as if he were a simpleton, realizing he could not escape. A surge of anger propelled Zhang Guan to seize the punk's collar, throwing 2 resounding slaps while muttering, "Young man, your arrogance is your downfall." With that, he kicked the first punk to the ground, only to be met by another charging towards him. In swift retaliation, he executed a side kick, sending the second punk staggering backward, then deftly seized the limp leg of the third punk, sweeping his own leg out to trip him. After swiftly dealing with the obstruction posed by the brazen ruffians, Zhang Guan chose not to linger with these insignificant thugs and promptly departed. He rummaged through a box hidden beneath his bed and meticulously counted his recent winnings, which amounted to nearly 3. To secure this sum, Zhang Guan traversed various betting points in the district, employing a myriad of strategies such as diversifying his wagers, balancing correct and incorrect bets, and controlling the payout multipliers. His aim was to earn a profit while avoiding undue attention, a task that rendered him quite fatigued. Was this not akin to earning a living on one's knees? Zhang Guan yearned to bet freely, to purchase as he pleased and in whatever quantity he desired, aspiring to amass millions as foundational capital for his future endeavors. However, contemplating the inevitable uproar that such actions would incite during cash-out, he hesitated. Compared to the prospect of merely sipping tea after squandering his efforts, the mental gymnastics required to earn modestly while remaining inconspicuous seemed rather appealing, did it not? Chapter 7. Enrolling in the Sprout Cup during the summer vacation that followed the conclusion of the high-stakes entrance examinations. The city organized its inaugural junior high school summer football league, the Sprout Cup, alongside the first high school summer football league, the Youth Cup. Capitalizing on the lingering fervor of the World Cup, Zhang Nila, deeply inspired by the tournament, fervently insisted that Zhang Guan register for the junior category under the guise of a recent graduate. Although Zhang Guan believed it somewhat unbecoming to participate in the junior league after their graduation, he could not resist the insistence of his stubborn friend. especially in light of this friend's newfound enthusiasm for football. Ultimately, he relented. A total of 10 teams registered for the Junior League, competing in small-scale matches with 7 starters for each game. The tournament was structured in 2 phases. The first phase involved a round-robin format, where teams earned 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and none for a loss. Following 9 matches, the top 4 teams would advance to the second phase, culminating in a knockout round to determine the champion. To seize the championship, one would need to play 11 matches, one each day. Upon reviewing the schedule, Zhang Guan couldn't help but shake his head. The newly devised format lacked certain considerations, particularly regarding substitutions and match rulings. But given that this was the inaugural event, it was commendable that students were afforded an organized opportunity to engage in football. For the freshly graduated 8th graders, who were yet to receive their scores, the Sprout Cup arrived at an opportune moment. Following the rigors of the entrance exams, parents and teachers were generally supportive of their children's involvement in football as a means of relaxation and physical exercise. Moreover, the timing of the matches, which would conclude before the release of examination results, would not interfere with subsequent enrollment preparations or the filling of applications. The first match was scheduled for a week later. With parental encouragement, the teammates were able to devote their energy to the football field daily, making the most of this time for routine training. The team is primarily composed of classmates from Zhang Guan's class, and naturally, the crucial position of goalkeeper falls to Zhang Nila, as he was the one who spearheaded the formation of the team. The defenders are Li Feng and Fan Yi, while the midfield comprises Zhu Li and Li Ming, and the forwards are Zhang Guan and Li Yu. Zhang Guan is well aware of the capabilities of his squad, although Zhang Nila approaches the game with a sense of casualness. His years of playing basketball have endowed him with a tall and agile physique, making him reasonably reliable on the court. Both Fan Yi and Li Feng are defenders with impressive physical attributes. They may not be exceptionally tall, but are robust, quick, and possess excellent stamina. Conversely, the midfield duo, Zhu Li and Li Ming, are of average build and speed, yet they excel in technical skills. Zhang Guan's forward partner, Li Yu, embodies the opportunistic spirit reminiscent of Inzaghi. Upon a cursory evaluation, it is evident that everyone possesses a foundational understanding of football, and their playing styles complement one another. Moreover, having played together frequently in class, they share a significant level of camaraderie, provided they do not encounter a shameless opponent relying on a school team as their foundation. They stand a fair chance of being competitive. In contrast to the 11-a-side game, 7-a-side matches possess unique characteristics. Due to the smaller field and fewer players, the roles in 7-a-side are not as distinctly defined. A midfielder can easily drop back to assist in defense, while a central defender can push forward to contribute to the attack. The forwards can adapt their positions based on the dynamics of the game. Since they have registered for the tournament, it is imperative not to approach the match with a nonchalant attitude. While contemplating the team's tactics, a myriad of strategies, such as total attack and ironclad formations, flooded Zhang Guan's mind. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were channeling the spirits of Cruyff, Beckenbauer, Guardiola, and Mourinho. However, he quickly dismissed these unrealistic notions. Having played casual football for over a decade, Zhang Guan understands that middle school students, often constrained by academic pressures, play driven by passion, frequently losing focus on tactical arrangements, teamwork, and discipline on the pitch. Do not inquire why Zhang Guan is so aware of this. He is, after all, the most prone to losing his temper. Given the limited time available, it is indeed challenging to practice complex tactics. Therefore, Zhang Guan resolved to establish the simplest and most direct strategy for the team. Gentlemen, our tactical approach will be to have no set tactics, he succinctly stated at the team's inaugural meeting, casually tossing a peanut into his mouth. What nonsense is this? I thought you, as the school team leader, would have some brilliant strategy. If you can't devise a good tactic, then you're treating us, Zhang Nila retorted after struggling to swallow a skewer of meat. Zhang Guan chose to ignore his friend's jibe and, noticing the puzzled expressions of his teammates, elaborated, "What I mean is, rather than pondering what tactics we should employ, it would be more prudent to speculate on what strategies our opponents might be planning." Many of the teams participating in this tournament are likely composed of classmates who, like us, regularly play together. They may share some degree of understanding, but not extensively. Under pressure, they are likely to lose possession after merely 5 passes. Hence, when I say we have no tactics, I mean our strategy is to seize the ball from our opponents and counterattack once we have it. Zhang Guan took a hearty sip from his soda, adding, "Of course, this doesn't mean we can afford to be lax during this period. We must hone our physical fitness and adeptly manage our stamina during the match, striving to overwhelm our opponents. If our adversaries consistently lose possession under pressure, they will inevitably resort to aimless long balls or hasty clearances. This necessitates our proficiency in judging and handling aerial balls. We must not shy away from heading the ball. Accurately determining the first landing point and controlling it is crucial. Leave the disruption of their defenders to me, while you awaits an opportunity in front of the goal. Leave foam and fan E. Take turns advancing to seize shooting chances. Everyone should take a shot whenever the opportunity arises. In this level of competition, the goalkeeper is essentially a mere bystander. As long as our shooting quality is decent, we can leave the goalkeeper flustered. Zhang Nila, our goalkeeper, filtered out the last remark with a hint of confusion, asking, "Is that it?" Beside him, Julie nodded in agreement, stating, "I find Zhang Guan's perspective quite reasonable. Pressuring our opponents into mistakes, maintaining pressure through controlling their clearances, and leveraging our strengths to drive the offensive momentum is indeed a practical approach. Everyone aspires to be a Maradona, but not everyone can be one." Zhang Guan gazed at his dear friend, reflecting on their enduring camaraderie despite the passage of time. After a hushed exchange of thoughts among the group, they collectively acknowledged that this was indeed a straightforward and feasible strategy. In truth, none of them grasped any intricate tactics. In an era before the internet's prevalence, merely perusing a few sports news articles sufficed for engaging discussions among peers. Amidst their demanding studies, finding a moment to sneak a glimpse of highlights from the top 5 leagues required discerning the right time when their parents were in good spirits. Their understanding of football was limited to recognizing a few teams and recalling the names of some stars. Observing the consensus among his teammates, Zhang Nila raised his hand dramatically, proclaiming, in that case, as the team captain, "I declare our first collective discussion a resounding success. Now, let us feast and drink." Tonight's expenses will be covered by young Master Zhang. Watching his exuberant friend take on this role with such gravity, Zhang Guan couldn't help but smile. This companion, who had played alongside him since childhood, was an unflinching social butterfly who effortlessly lifted everyone's spirits. With him present, even first-time encounters were devoid of any awkwardness. Having unwittingly amassed a small fortune, Zhang Guan willingly assumed the role of young Master Zhang when it came time to settle the bill. Zhang Nila, though puzzled, refrained from further comment. Years of unspoken understanding between the two rendered excessive pleasantries unnecessary. Chapter 8. Team training. The following day, during training, the team adhered to their plan of conducting long passes and aerial ball drills in pairs. Zhang Guan instructed everyone to control the first landing point at all costs, whether using their heads, chests, legs, knees, or feet. Any body part would suffice. Regardless of the height or force of the ball, they must seize control before their opponents, and even if they cannot achieve perfect control, they should direct the ball towards a teammate. In any case, they must not allow the opposition to claim the first touch. The plan was outlined thus. Yet the execution proved to be a dismal affair. When playing football, everyone often perceives themselves as the chosen ones, capable of passing, stopping, and shooting with unparalleled skill. However, when it comes to practicing passes and stops over a distance of approximately 40 meters, the reality reveals a different story. Errant passes and wayward stops abound, with frequent mishaps such as miskicked balls and poorly controlled stops. Initially, those who falter may feel a twinge of embarrassment. But as they discover that their teammates are equally prone to blunders, a spirit of camaraderie emerges, leading to playful teasing amidst the training sessions. Zhang Guan finds this situation particularly relatable. Upon joining the high school team, he, along with a group of teammates who had not received foundational training in football, relied solely on their physical prowess. Faced with the coach's organized drills focusing on fundamental skills, they experienced similar struggles. Zhang Guan believed he could rely on his athleticism during matches, dismissing the importance of tedious basic skills training, and thus approached these exercises with a lackadaisical attitude. It was only when he began to feel increasingly outmatched on the field that he recognized the significance of these fundamentals, yet by then, it was too late to amend his ways. This exemplifies the lamentable state of football in a nation lacking prowess in the sport. At this juncture, a group of young children exhibits a keen interest in football. Perhaps among them lies China's own version of Maradona, waiting to be discovered by a discerning talent scout. However, the broader society fails to provide proper guidance for football as a sport. The prevailing mindset prioritizes academic achievement, with the Gaokao college entrance examination viewed as the solitary path to success, overshadowing the few sports teachers and football coaches who find themselves feeling diminished in the face of this educational system. The Gaokao has become the only recognized route for ordinary individuals to enter society with a competitive edge, even for the scarce few with special talents, who must navigate this pathway to gain entry into higher education. All other routes are dismissed by parents as dubious, leading to the unfortunate consequence that during the critical period when children should be forming their values regarding football, both society and schools lack comprehensive guidance. To say nothing of guidance, merely refraining from suppression would be an improvement. Confronted with overwhelming obstacles, these children must cultivate their skills independently, relying on personal insight, but their enthusiasm often dissipates amidst the burdens of academic demands and parental pressures. Observing his teammates, who, despite their frequent errors, train with fervor, Zhang Guan reflects, since fate has granted him a second chance, can he leverage his foresight to contribute something meaningful for China's budding Maradonas? Revitalizing the football industry, constructing a football empire? Such aspirations seem daunting. Setting aside the formidable challenge of transforming entrenched educational beliefs, the financial investment required far exceeds what a mere individual of modest means can bear. Establishing youth training academies to nurture young talent, organizing opportunities for children to study abroad and receive tactical instruction from advanced football nations, numerous ideas flicker through Zhang Guan's mind. Yet he remains convinced that these are merely superficial solutions. What of the long-term model? While a generation may emerge from such training with notable achievements, what becomes of them as they age? The lack of widespread societal recognition and support hinders the establishment of a sustainable football industry, which lies at the heart of the issue. How can we prevent the term football from being demonized and ensure that football education becomes an integral part of the broader educational framework, akin to industries such as factories, businesses, schools, and government agencies? By establishing it as a commonplace sector within society that consistently generates employment opportunities, we can transform the notion that dedicating oneself to football equates to neglecting serious pursuits, and that the likelihood of graduating only to face unemployment is a relic of the past. This will allow parents to invest the same level of energy and resources into nurturing young talents, akin to their commitment towards college entrance examinations. The road ahead is arduous. After a day of rigorous training, the team's long passes have finally ceased to resemble aimless flies. In static conditions, they can now consistently deliver passes to teammates within a 3-meter radius. However, advancing further proves to be exceedingly challenging. Rome was not built in a day, and a single training session has merely provided a rudimentary understanding of the footwork and power required for effective long passes. Zhang Guan feels a sense of accomplishment in this regard. As for executing long passes during actual gameplay or in competitive scenarios, it is left to chance, and he refrains from placing too many expectations on his teammates. Shall we disperse? Let us go home and watch the World Cup. As the day's training drew to a close, Zhang Mila stretched his slightly sore arms and bid farewell to each member of the team. Later that evening, around 7 o'clock, Zhang Guan boarded a bus home with the over 1,000 yuan prize he had just collected, having already exhausted the betting points near his home. He traveled to a betting location several kilometers away. Continuing down this path is not a sustainable solution. Over the past few days, he has visited nearly a dozen betting points, wasting considerable time and nearly wearing out his shoes, yet he has only managed to win a few thousand yuan. When will he amass enough capital to venture into the real estate sector? Despite his foresight regarding the World Cup's unfolding, he is unable to engage in reckless, large-scale betting to achieve a decisive victory. Instead, he must cautiously accumulate capital, akin to an ant transporting grains, which frustrates Zhang Guan. He suddenly finds himself missing the visionary who invented online payment. If we lived in a cashless society where transactions could occur without face-to-face interactions, he could confidently add a zero to his current betting amount. Unfortunately, such scenarios remain mere hypotheticals. He is left to navigate the modest realm of cautious betting, prompting him to reflect on the fact that technology is indeed the foremost productive force in transforming the world. Chapter 9. Mila's showmanship during the following day's training. Zhang Guan instructed the team to focus on handling high balls while emphasizing header practice for the two defenders. It must be acknowledged that even seasoned players, who dominate in formal matches, often exhibit woefully inadequate heading skills. This deficiency arises from a lack of specialized guidance, making it exceedingly difficult to master the technical nuances of heading. "Brother, can we skip practicing headers? My head is buzzing," Li Feng complained, rubbing his forehead. Nearby, Fanny chimed in. "We played without practicing headers before. Haven't we? Besides, I don't see the opponents working on their headers either." Zhang Guan patiently explained, "In matches like this, If we aggressively contest in the front line, the opponents will inevitably resort to frequent long clearances. In the small arena, a powerful kick from the opposing team sent the ball soaring overhead, landing just above them. Rather than fumbling in a frantic attempt to clear it with their dominant foot, it would be far more prudent to simply head the ball back cleanly. Moreover, heading the ball does not require excessive force. One merely needs to tighten their core, position their head appropriately, and watch the trajectory, allowing the ball to strike the forehead. Li Feng and Fan Yi exchanged a glance, sharing a wry smile. I understand the principle, but it still hurts. They chose not to elaborate further. After seeing the two off, Zhang Guan approached Zhang Mila, observing his eager friend ready to practice various diving saves. He offered a piece of advice. In this type of field, if you aim to dive like Toldo, you'll end up with bruises. Given your height, focus on collecting high balls and crosses. If the opponent has the skill to score a world-class goal, we accept that defeat. When facing a one-on-one situation, just cover the angle well. With your imposing stature, as long as you position yourself correctly, the opposing shooter will feel intimidated. With that, Zhang Guan strolled towards Zhu Li and Li Ming, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the air of a village leader inspecting the fields. After a week of monotonous drills focused on long passes, high balls, and headers, the team finally approached their first match. The stadium buzzed with excitement, the stands teeming with spectators, and even the seasoned Zhang Guan could not help but feel a surge of adrenaline. Amid the familiar cacophony, the stadium's loudspeakers announced the day's matchups. In the first match, the Carp Leaping Through the Dragon Gate team will face the Sky High Birds in Flight team. Hearing these team names, the crowd erupted in chatter. Their names sound like couplets. I despise literature classes. Just when we finish the exams, they pull this stunt. If we encounter those bookworms, it will surely be 8-0. The teammates turned to Zhang Mila, silently inquiring about their captain's thoughts. Noticing his friend's mysterious demeanor, Zhang Guan felt an ominous premonition. In the second match, the Liu family Madrid team will compete against the Royal Madrid team. The crowd erupted in laughter. The legendary Madrid derby? I call upon Ronaldo's brother, Ronaldinho, to take the field. What talent! Brothers, let us take it easy against these two amusing teams. The teammates glanced at Zhang Mila, who shook his head slightly, and they collectively sighed in relief. In the ninth match, the Liangshan team would face the Grassroots team. The previously calm audience erupted once more. Wow, another derby. Is this the Bandit Derby? Is there a Fong La team? Zhang Guan slapped his forehead. True to Zhang Mila's level of cultural understanding, the team names were as expected. Grassroots, indeed. Those reckless souls on the turf represent our battleground. And Grassroots embodies our spirit and attitude in striving for success. What do you think? Quite succinct and profound, I assent it? Zhang Mila proudly ignored the audience's teasing, boasting to his teammates, who naturally chose to disregard his antics. Fortunately, the names of the opposing teams are equally whimsical, preventing the Grassroots team from appearing excessively foolish. With only a few hours remaining before the match begins, Zhang Mila pretentiously struts between several fields, occasionally pausing to gaze intently at a particular area of the pitch, nodding slightly, and at other times, extracting a small notebook to jot down notes, embodying the demeanor of a tactical mastermind observing the game. Given Zhang Guan's understanding of this mischievous friend, it was evident that he was merely feigning profundity, his true intentions lying elsewhere. As anticipated, Zhang Mila's pace slowed as he traversed the fields, ultimately coming to a halt beside a group of young ladies. Glancing at the scoreboard, he noted that the Mountain City Eagles were leading the Chicago Bulls 1-0. Stealing a glance at the young ladies, who visibly cheered and encouraged the Chicago Bulls whenever they gained possession, he grasped their allegiance. The Chicago Bulls were indeed performing commendably, with their defenders exhibiting impressive athleticism, capable of both tackling and contesting for the ball, and their midfielders showcasing solid foundational skills. What a pity, Zhang Mila mused aloud, ensuring his voice was just audible enough for those nearby to catch his words. What a pity, the sisters queried, intrigued by his commentary on their team. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Mila inwardly rejoiced, though he maintained an air of solemnity, feigning disappointment. It's a shame that the forwards lack ability, squandering the midfield's passing prowess. If they could adjust their formation, perhaps there would be a chance, but with the forwards' current scoring capabilities, victory seems elusive. He felt a surge of satisfaction, grateful for the snippets of knowledge he had acquired from Zhang Guan. Though he was far from an expert, impressing the uninformed young ladies was hardly a challenge. However, no sooner had he spoken than the very forward he had derided for his lack of skill surged forward, receiving a long pass from the backline. With a rapid change of pace, he deftly evaded a defender and, having crafted an angle for a shot, unleashed a powerful strike that grazed the underside of the crossbar before finding the net. The young ladies erupted with joy, leaping into each other's arms in celebration. They turned to Zhang Mila, as if to say, "Is he lacking in ability, really?" Zhang Mila felt a bead of sweat form on his brow and quickly improvised. "I was referring to the other forward." The dynamics of the game shifted once more. The other forward for the Chicago Bulls snatched the ball from an opponent, skillfully maneuvered past the encroaching defender, and after taking a couple of steps, executed a feint before deftly passing the ball forward. He then unleashed a thunderous shot with his right foot. The score flipped to 2-1 in favor of the Chicago Bulls. As the young ladies erupted in cheers once more, they suddenly recalled the earlier jester's disparaging remarks and turned to find him vanished. "We must give it our all against the Chicago Bulls." Zhang Mila quietly appeared beside his teammates, indignantly proclaiming, "Let us make it 8-0 while Jordan is absent." Yet, his words fell on deaf ears. Chapter 10. A promising start. Zhang Guan observed the field, uncertain whether the player he was watching was from Real Madrid or Luz Madrid. The number 10 sported a common short buzz cut, and though he was neither tall nor robust, his footwork was remarkably solid. Upon receiving the ball, he began to dribble with determination, effortlessly evading the lone defender with his deft maneuvers. He swayed left and right, stumbling yet managing to navigate through the gaps, until either a foul was committed against him or he unleashed a powerful shot to conclude the attack. Regrettably, his final touches were often lacking, and Zhang Guan lamented this shortcoming. It was evident that this player possessed an exceptional sense of the ball. Despite his modest stature and short legs, he adeptly combined frequency and stride, consistently managing to push the ball forward by 3 or 4 steps before quickly catching up to it with his short legs. He would then execute a second action, whether it be a change of direction, an acceleration, or a sudden halt. His agile movements within a confined space proved to be a source of frustration for his opponents. However, he remained fixated on the ball, which, while allowing for frequent breakthroughs, often led him to miss optimal passing opportunities. As defenders multiplied around him, the threat he posed diminished, ultimately resulting in hasty shots when confronted with coordinated defense. As the match progressed, the opponents gradually adapted to his style. Whenever he gained possession, they would immediately close in on him, employing subtle physical tactics to unbalance him. Consequently, the young player's physical disadvantages became glaringly apparent, and several attempts to pivot and break through ended in failure. Reflecting on his own past, Zhang Guan recalled how he had relied on his physical prowess, enjoying the thrill of darting in various directions. Skills such as the bicycle kick, the nutmeg, feint shots followed by genuine breakthroughs, and the Marseille turn were second nature to him. Yet, he often found himself troubled. Despite his efforts and numerous breakthroughs that seemed to enliven the game, his contributions to the team were not as significant as he had hoped. It was only later, throughout his college years, that he began to understand a fundamental truth. Football is a team sport. While a talented player might enjoy the game solo, it is the player who can elevate their teammates that truly defines a strong team. The notion that football is a team sport may seem like a cliché uttered on the pitch, but through ample experience, one begins to appreciate the profound wisdom embedded within such statements. In his training days, the coach incessantly urged him to lift his head, to avoid fixating on the ball, to observe his teammates' positions, to refine his basic skills, and to remain active rather than stagnant. Yet, Zhang Guan, who fancied himself unique, remained unperturbed, often mocking such advice as mere platitudes akin to what parents say about listening to teachers in school. This young player was even more obsessed with individual play than Zhang Guan had been in his youth. Once he had the ball, it seemed as though the only entities on the field were himself and his opponent. If Zhang Guan were to guess, he suspected that the young player's teammates suffered just as much, for the phrase "one player holds the ball, while 9 panic" could not have been more apparent. While tactical awareness and team spirit can be cultivated, the innate sense of the game is a rare gift, difficult to hone through mere practice. Reflecting on the instinctive skills he had developed on the streets, now seemingly submerged beneath a barrage of individual errors and his teammates' confusion, Zhang Guan couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. In the various courts scattered throughout the city, while brilliance may still be found, it is the solid professionalism of grassroots coaches that is far more precious. They are the discerning mentors who uncover talent and the wise instructors who train spirited steeds. The upcoming match features the Liaoshan team facing off against the Salmong team. Both teams are requested to prepare at field number 2. Without a doubt. As the announcement echoed through the air, A scattering of whistles and cheers erupted from the stands, though, to be fair, the cheers were more akin to jeers. The scorekeeper and fourth official meticulously cross-referenced the players' lists, confirming the numbers of those scheduled to take the field. Once all was verified, he proclaimed loudly through the megaphone, "Liangshan team players, verification complete. Saomong team players, verification complete. Prepare to enter the field." Since this was the final match of the day, players from earlier matches gathered nearby, resting while reveling in the spectacle. Among the crowd were familiar faces of Zhang Guan, who were quick to jest, saying, "Look at you. After just a few days, have you become a bandit? We always said you had a bit of that outlaw spirit." One remarked, "They say one should take notice after 3 days apart. What play are you performing? Are you forcing your way onto Liangshan?" The captain of the Liangshan team shot a glare at the speaker but remained silent. Faced with the mocking glances of these familiar faces, Zhang Guan yearned to snatch the megaphone from the fourth official's hands. Yet, the fourth official, oblivious to the tension, announced once more, "Please have the captains of Liangshan and Saomong choose sides." Unable to endure any longer, Zhang Guan stepped forward, declaring, "No need for a coin toss. Let them choose first." He sought to expedite the pre-match preparations, hoping to swiftly erase the laughter evoked by their team's amusing name. In the first half, Liangshan kicked off, and before the diligent referee could finish his instructions for the second half, Zhang Guan and his teammates interrupted, we know, we'll kick off the second half. Thank you for your hard work, no objections from us." Drawing from years of experience, Zhang Guan's training regimen for his teammates proved effective. After a few minutes of acclimatization, the players began to fervently implement their predetermined tactics. The opposing team, evidently caught off guard, did not anticipate such an unorthodox approach from the Saomong, who launched a surprise assault on their fellow brigands, momentarily disrupting their formation. The Saomong frequently seized possession in the midfield, orchestrating attacks. When those failed, the Liangshan defenders could only hastily clear the ball, only to have it swiftly controlled by the well-trained Li Feng and Fanny, who headed it back into the danger zone to resume the assault. This cycle proved taxing, and by the end of the first half, the Saomong had established a commanding 3-goal lead, effectively removing any suspense from the match. In the second half, under Zhang Guan's guidance, the Saomong alternated between exerting pressure and holding back, resulting in a dynamic contest. Ultimately, the score settled at 5-1, bringing joy to all. The well-prepared Saomong celebrated their well-deserved victory, their strategies, rooted in extensive and tedious training, proven effective, which invigorated their spirits. Meanwhile, the nascent Liangshan team managed to stabilize their performance in the second half and even scored, their excitement rivaling that of the victorious Saomong. In the bustling eatery across the field, surrounded by exuberant teammates, Zhang Guan felt a mixture of pride and clarity. He reveled in the fact that, through a brief period of training, the team had swiftly developed a formidable fighting spirit, and the tactics flowed seamlessly, validating his years of experience. However, he remained acutely aware that their opponents today were relatively weaker, and the raw recruits had yet to face a true test of their mettle. Despite this, Zhang Guan eschewed the notion of being the solitary voice of reason amidst a revelry. He believed that such eccentricity was often feigned. To him, camaraderie was paramount, and who would deliberately distance themselves from the collective enjoyment. Chapter 11. The Phoenix team. Let us engage for the raw recruits. The initial 3 days of competition were uneventful. After a brief period of customary acclimatization, they unleashed a frenzied assault, catching their opponents off guard with their relentless pressure. The opponents, unprepared for such an aggressive style, often found themselves scrambling to defend, overwhelmed by the sustained onslaught. Even when faced with formidable defenders who could withstand their initial strikes, they quickly succumbed to Zhang Guan's targeted offensive maneuvers. As the fourth day of competition dawned, the Phoenix team awaited them. The teammates, having acquired intel on their opponents, paid little heed to the name of the team in their elation over 3 consecutive victories. They basked in self-satisfaction, their confidence soaring. Onlookers speculated whether the team had received sponsorship from a certain jewelry merchant as they observed the opposing captain, speaking in broken Chinese, assertively directing the referees. Suddenly, Zhang Guan recalled a pertinent detail. In the suburbs of the city, there existed a sizable enterprise, known for its vast workforce, all comprised of locals. The company had constructed its own factory, offices, residential quarters, and operated under a semi-closed management system. It was said that the employees harbored a sense of superiority derived from experiences in developed nations, often looking down upon others. The thought that the Phoenix team might be affiliated with this enterprise's school left Zhang Guan feeling oddly unsettled. At nearly 50 years of age, Zhang Guan was not narrow-minded and did not shy away from friendly exchanges with foreign acquaintances. Mutual respect and camaraderie were essential. However, the slightly provocative team name stirred historical memories within him. It referenced the first modern aircraft carrier built during wartime, which had participated in the invasion of China. He reflected that if a team named Blitzkrieg were to challenge his country's team to a friendly match, or if a team called Barbarossa were to do the same, the atmosphere would hardly be amicable. Shaking his head, Zhang Guan cast aside these tumultuous thoughts that had flooded his mind. Indeed, the fervor of youth had long since faded. It was merely a team name. Moreover, he was cognizant of the trajectories of both nations' developments, realizing that in 20 years, naval construction would become as commonplace as dumplings, leaving the once mighty nation far behind. It was only when Zhang Nila was about to shake hands with their opponents that he belatedly grasped the implications, muttering, "Phoenix? This is asking for trouble, isn't it?" He certainly does not possess the same amiable temperament as Zhang Guan, yet his cunning mind was already devising a nefarious scheme. The self-important captain with yellow hair stood haughtily, neglecting the customary gestures of politeness as he awaited the ragtag group to approach him first. In an unusual display of enthusiasm, Zhang Nila sprinted forward with a beaming smile, eagerly seizing the captain's hand and showering him with pleasantries. "How is everything at home? Is your wife well? Are you eating well?" Before the captain could respond, Zhang Nila gripped his hand with increasing intensity, pulling him into an embrace, affectionately wrapping his arm around the captain's neck and patting his back. With gritted teeth, he whispered, "I believe flying dragon suits you better. Perhaps a change is in order?" The captain unmistakably grasped the underlying message, his expression shifting dramatically as he forcefully pushed Zhang Nila away. Yet, Zhang Nila was not one to be easily subdued, and the two immediately became embroiled in a tumultuous scuffle, punctuated by incessant shouts of "Baka." Zhang Guan, who had been observing Zhang Nila's peculiar behavior, initially held on to the faint hope that the other party had merely secured a sponsorship from a jewelry merchant. However, the captain's reaction swiftly dispelled that notion. This was intolerable. Not only had he provoked his team, but he had also shoved one of Zhang Guan's brothers. Even Zhang Guan's composure was tested, and he approached the captain, delivering a sharp slap to his face as he seized the yellow-haired captain's arm, immobilizing him while shouting, "No fighting. Harmony is paramount. Friendship above all." He gestured to Zhang Nila, indicating that he could unleash his prowess. Zhang Nila and Zhang Guan shared an unspoken understanding, akin to knowing one another's intentions without uttering a word. He advanced with a flurry of punches directed at the now vulnerable captain. The relentless cries of "Baka" ignited the fighting spirit within the onlooking crowd. Those who had been bullied in the previous 3 days finally found their courage and leapt into the fray, while the remaining spectators eagerly surged onto the field like a tidal wave. As they witnessed the once arrogant captain and his team exiting the field, faces covered and backs hunched, the onlookers erupted in jubilant whistles and cheers, celebrating their spirited camaraderie. As for the match, it hardly mattered. Earlier, when the referee attempted to intervene, he had been more heavy-handed than anyone else, advising several to lie down. Chapter 12. Contentedly, Zhang Guan returned home to find dinner already prepared. Although he had traversed time, he had been reborn in his former self. And after a few days of adjustment, primarily to acclimate to his youthful self, the familial bonds had naturally become seamless, with the family enjoying a harmonious meal. Old Li's shop on the main street had closed down. As they dined, old Zhang chatted casually. "Old Li? The one who ran the lottery ticket outlet?" "Yes. I pass by his place every day. His business was thriving. I heard his family is moving to the provincial capital to live with their son." Zhang Guan felt a flicker of intrigue but continued to eat in silence, the sound of chewing echoing softly. He suggested that if we were to take over the shop, we might continue the lottery business. The store has already garnered quite a bit of popularity, with many familiar faces in the vicinity regularly purchasing their tickets there. I noticed that during this World Cup period, that little shop was bustling every day. As Lao Zheng continued to munch while speaking, he remarked, "Isn't that akin to providing a pillow when one is weary?" Zhang Guan felt a surge of excitement at the thought that if this endeavor were to succeed, he could place bets directly at his own establishment, no longer needing to flit from one location to another, fearful of attracting suspicion. Yet, he maintained an air of indifference, quietly gnawing on the bone in his hand. The head of the household mused that it was indeed a viable option. With our parents recently retired and frequently lamenting their boredom, this could provide them with an engaging activity, offering them flexibility in their time. The realization that the greatest stumbling block on the path to wealth could be inadvertently resolved by his parents filled Zhang Guan, who was already reclining in bed, with uncontainable excitement. However, Zhang Guan's strategy faltered during the eighth day's match against the Chicago Bulls. The Bulls were a well-trained team, clearly having meticulously studied the tactics of the ragtag squad and formulated a counter-strategy. Faced with the aggressive pressing of the ragtag players, the Bulls did not hastily resort to clearing the ball with long kicks. Instead, they executed a series of coordinated passes and runs, creating two passing options in front of each pressured ball handler, with an additional protective outlet behind. Once the ball handler passed the ball, he would quickly make a forward run, becoming a new passing option for the next receiver. The overall movement of their formation was impeccably synchronized, allowing for a sequence of 3 passes and 2 leads to break through the ragtag team's pressing, rendering their previously effective aggressive tactics ineffective. Although Zhang Guan was aware that his own tactics were rather rudimentary and did not expect to dominate with this approach, he was still somewhat astonished to witness the opponent's execution. It was now 2002, with still 5 to 6 years before this style would truly sweep across Europe. He had not anticipated that there were still some talented individuals on the field. For instance, Chen Jifeng, the coach of the Bulls, observed the children's evolving gameplay, which had begun to effectively suppress the opponent's frantic pressing. A subtle smile crept onto his lips as he recalled his own days as an attacking midfielder for a youth team in a certain top-tier league, where his team had once swept away their contemporaries with a similar style, soaring high on the wings of success, believing that the future lay at their feet. Regrettably, such glory was short-lived. The selection for adult teams prioritized physical attributes such as height, weight, explosiveness, and jumping ability. Clearly, the robust players who could run, tackle, collide, and leap had an advantage over someone like him, who was shorter in stature and lacked explosive power, thus finding it easier to secure opportunities. After much struggle, he finally made it into the adult team, only to be criticized by the coach for his lack of aggression in tackles, insufficient defensive hardness, and low explosiveness. Gradually losing the coach's trust, he was relegated to the reserve team multiple times. After years of languishing there and a significant argument with the coach, compounded by a recurrence of an old injury, he disheartenedly chose to retire early. To utilize Riquelme in the role of Vieira while lamenting Riquelme's defensive shortcomings has left Chen Jifeng with an enduring sense of discontent. Under the stewardship of such a stubbornly mediocre coach, technical players find themselves perpetually sidelined. Following his retirement, Chen Jifeng chose to return to his hometown, where he took on the role of a physical education teacher at a junior high school. In his spare time, he organizes training sessions and matches for students who share a passion for football, imparting the wisdom he has accumulated throughout his extensive career in the sport. He harbors a disdain for traditional and rigid selection criteria, thus paying special attention to those students who may not possess exceptional physical attributes, yet are still enamored with the game. Above all, he emphasizes the importance of mastering the fundamentals while encouraging them to think critically about their play and learn to read the game. Fully aware of the arduous nature of professional football, he does not impose the expectation that his students pursue a career in the sport. Rather, he wishes for them to derive joy from football and experience healthy and happy growth. Having weathered storms myself, I wish to shield you with an umbrella. As Zhang Nila retrieved the ball from the net and, in a fit of frustration, booted it away, the match proceeded to halftime. Having grasped the tactical implications of countering his opponent's aggressive approach, Zhang Guan relinquished any lingering fantasies regarding tactical countermeasures. In truth, the raw players had never practiced alternative strategies. Through the first half, he gained a clearer understanding of the opponent's tactical vulnerabilities. Julie, Liming, in the second half, refrain from applying high pressing. Instead, position yourself slightly ahead of Li Feng and Fan Yi, between the center back and central midfielder. Li Feng, Fan Yi, widen the gap between your defensive zones, keeping an eye on the flanks, but do not extend too far. Concentrate primarily on the central areas. Zhang Guan gestured on the grass. What is the central area? The novice Zhang Nila inquired. It refers to the area along the vertical lines of the penalty box. Then what if they cross from the flanks? Zhang Nila asked again. Let them cross. After practicing high balls for so long, are we afraid of their crosses? My main concern is their ground penetration. He advised his teammates to communicate effectively during defense, avoid redundant positioning, and remain cognizant of his location. Upon regaining possession, they should not hesitate to pass immediately in his direction. Liu, try to stay within a range of 10 to 20 meters from me. Once I receive the ball, I will distribute it to you. Do not stop the ball. Simply follow my movement and engage in a wall pass, then make your run into the open space. With patience, Zhang Guan illustrated his instructions on the ground with horizontal and diagonal lines. Chapter 13. One Zone Strength as the second half commenced. Chen Jifeng noticed a shift in the dynamics of the game. The opponents had ceased their high pressing and instead retreated their defensive line closer to the penalty area, significantly reinforcing their central defensive structure, thereby gradually forcing his team's passing toward the flanks. The threat of ground penetration diminished. Do not cross. We must stick to the ground game. As he watches players being progressively pushed to the sidelines, leading to forced crosses, Chen Jifeng shouted towards the field. This particular cross was met by Fan Yi, who directed it with his head to Zhu Li. Observing Zhang Guan's positioning as the opponent initiated the cross, Zhu Li, without looking up, skillfully utilized the arch of his right foot to discreetly pass the ball to Zhang Guan on the right flank. In a moment of deft maneuvering, Zhang Guan, with his back to the opponent, skillfully shielded the defender, using the exterior of his right foot to flick the ball to the right, where Li Yu awaited. As Zhang pivoted and surged forward, Li Yu, in perfect synchrony, executed a precise through ball with the arch of his foot, placing the ball a mere 3 meters ahead of Zhang. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang did not hasten to accelerate. Instead, he utilized the inner side of his right foot for a brief touch, his body naturally twisting towards the center, adopting an appearance suggestive of an imminent breakthrough. Just as he touched the ball for the 4th time with the inner side of his foot, he abruptly flicked his ankle, sending the ball in the opposite direction along the flank. He then quickened his pace, successfully leaving the defender trailing behind. After sprinting 20 meters along the sideline, he faced a central defender who had not yet adjusted to a side-on stance for support. With a deft nutmeg, Zhang delivered a low cross into the box, where Li Yu arrived just in time to finish with a precise shot, leveling the score. Observing the celebrating opponents, Chen Jifeng, not one to harbor resentment, silently admired the composure of the opposing number 9 during his rapid advance. He called his team to the sidelines, advising them not to lose heart, reminding them that the opponents were merely presenting sporadic counterattacks. Let us maintain our focus on possession, he urged. We must avoid lofting the ball carelessly to the flanks. Even when forced to the side, we can opt for a backward pass to regain control in the center, where they will struggle to disrupt our possession. Defensively, we must closely mark number 9, who possesses great speed. Do not rush into tackles. Instead, entangle him to force a reduction in pace. What tactical approach should we adopt? Rely on steadfast defense to stabilize the situation, execute swift transitions post-interception to evade their immediate counterpress, and create localized advantages through sudden bursts and rapid counterattacks. The strategies employed by Mourinho's Inter Milan and Real Madrid against the formidable teams have become the gold standard, and Zhang Guan is merely emulating this exemplary model. As the match progressed, the Bulls maintained the upper hand through a series of short passes, back-and-forth exchanges, and lateral movements. The ball gradually transitioned from the center to the left flank, before meandering back to the right. This cycle repeated ad nauseum, leaving the spectators in a state of drowsiness. Although several opportunities for long-range shots had emerged outside the penalty area through their passing, the Bulls remained patient, hoping to exploit gaps in the opponent's passive formation for better shooting opportunities. On the field, the captain and organizational linchpin, Li Qinyang, keenly observed the defensive duo of Li Ming and Fan Yi on his side. Both were right-footed players, and they struggled slightly when defending against attacks from the left, especially when the ball transitioned back and forth between the left, center, and right flanks. Several subtle gaps had already appeared in the junction of their defensive zones. He signaled his teammates on that side to make decisive forward runs at the opportune moment. Now was the time. When the ball found its way back to Li Qinyang, he eschewed the previously cautious rhythm of possession in favor of a riskier direct pass, sacrificing the safety of the pass for greater potential. The ball was sent diagonally into the penalty area, threading the needle between Li Ming and Fan Yi. By the time they awkwardly adjusted their bodies and accelerated, it was too late. An opposing player had already surged forward to receive the ball and delivered a precise shot from the edge of the small box, once again putting his team ahead. In this day and age, engaging with technology, maneuvering on the field, and facilitating the play pales in comparison to the exhilarating thrill of confrontation, physical prowess, and speed. The opponents, however, have reached a remarkable level of ball control, making them stand out even among amateur teams. Zhang Guan curiously gazed towards the opposing coach's bench. As Zhang Guan focused on Chen Jifeng, Li Qinyang was equally intent on observing Zhang Guan, intrigued by how he would respond to being behind once more. Encouraged by Zhang Guan's reassurance, the players did not succumb to discouragement despite trailing again. Instead, they rallied each other, fortified their resolve, and continued to defend steadfastly. When Zhang Mila once again caught the opponent's shot, he noticed that Zhang Guan was poised to initiate a counterattack from midfield, prompting him to swiftly throw the ball to Zhang Guan. Zhang Mila, a basketball specialist, showcased his limited yet impressive skill in football with a throw that was both swift and precise. With his back against the defending player, Zhang Guan expertly anticipated the ball's descent, using his heel to nudge it beneath him and the defender. The ball, propelled by its bounce, swiftly rolled forward. Zhang Guan utilized the body of the opposing player as leverage, swiftly pivoting to shake off the hand that clutched his jersey and surged towards the ball. 10 meters. 5 meters, 3 meters. Zhang Guan approached the next defender with increasing proximity. The defender, clearly having learned from past encounters, refrained from lunging in hastily, instead retreating while beckoning teammates for support. Yet, this defensive approach posed little challenge to Zhang Guan. He feigned a larger touch on the ball, diminishing the distance between the ball and the defender. The defender, misjudging the situation, halted his retreat, preparing to intercept the ball. Seizing the moment, Zhang Guan stepped forward decisively, placing himself between the defender and the ball, then deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, leaving the defender behind. I anticipated your anticipation. A fleeting thought crossed Zhang Guan's mind. Faced with the last defender's hasty attempt to assist, Zhang Guan, now gaining momentum, did not hesitate. He executed a series of deft maneuvers, weaving the ball around his body before striking a low shot that equalized the score. The effortless elegance of the entire scoring sequence caught Chen Jifeng's attention. While many players exhibit team spirit and numerous others possess the ability to break through as individuals, those who can embody both qualities, showing teamwork while also possessing the ability to single-handedly salvage the team's fortunes in times of crisis, are indeed rare. In the ensuing match, neither side could alter the scoreline. As both teams shook hands and departed the field, Chen Jifeng took the opportunity to approach Zhang Guan and inquire, "Have you practiced?" Zhang Guan shook his head. Chen Jifeng, astonished, responded, "You relied solely on talent? Our team has trained for over a year, only to be undone by your raw ability?" Zhang Guan smiled and replied, "Well, it's not entirely that. Your passing and controlling tactics are undeniably impressive, effectively dividing the field into zones where your groups ensure dominance. And when possession is lost, you apply immediate pressure on the ball handler, forcing either a turnover or a hasty clearance. However, the most daunting aspect of this strategy is the possibility of the opponent escaping your area of advantage. I assent it." Chen Jifeng was somewhat taken aback. He was not oblivious to the weaknesses of his own tactics, but to have a middle school student accurately pinpoint both the strengths and vulnerabilities of his approach was quite surprising. Faced with Zhang Guan's measured remarks, Chen felt an illusion, as if the opponent was not a fledgling middle schooler, but rather someone possessing a maturity and experience that belied their years. Escaping the area of advantage merely entails swiftly launching a wide-range counterattack after intercepting the ball, evading area recovery, or quickly breaking through to exploit the weak defensive zones. Chen Jifeng silently filled in the gaps of Zhang Guan's deliberately understated comments. The first goal conceded by his side mirrored the former scenario, while the second followed the latter. Chen Jifeng quietly took note of this precocious young individual. Chapter 14. Chen Jifeng's analysis discussing rent, signing contracts, and handling procedures. Within a few days, Old Zhang's lottery ticket station had opened its doors. Zhang Guan divided the nearly 100,000 yuan he had unknowingly accumulated under his bed into 3 portions, depositing them into accounts he had just opened at 3 different banks, humorously dubbing it the seed capital for the Zhang Sports Industry Group. Just days after the opening, he eagerly volunteered to assist his parents with the store, selling tickets, with the clear aim of catching the World Cup finals. This was a splendid opportunity for profit, especially since the outcomes of smaller matches had long faded from memory compared to the clarity of the World Cup final. No longer burdened by concerns over the ticket redemption process, Zhang Guan skillfully placed a bet of 2,000 yuan on a score of Brazil 2, Germany 0, while observing the patrons still contemplating their wagers in the small shop. Previously, he had frequented such betting stations, but always rushed in and out to avoid attention, thus never paying heed to those waiting to place their bets. Now, with ample time to observe, Zhang Guan discovered some intriguing characters and stories. For instance, 2 individuals discussing the highlights on the television screen. One asserted that there are no clear outcomes in major finals, predicting a draw. while the other confidently proclaimed that the German machine would crush the Samba army. Another opined that this match would be a pinnacle showdown between Brazil's rising star Ronaldinho and Germany's emerging talent Klose, with the victor destined for glory. Then there was a fellow better seated before him, evidently more of a theorist than the previous duo. He had been quietly scribbling notes for half an hour, meticulously organizing fundamental analyses and studying betting patterns, filling 2 sheets of paper. Zhang Guan discreetly glanced over, his head spinning at terms like broad strength discrepancies, situational tendencies, odds combinations, and initial market strategies. But the conclusion drawn was clear: Germany would triumph. At this point, Zhang Guan couldn't help but chuckle. As the saying goes, one might analyze fiercely like a tiger, yet the conclusion is what truly matters. Boss, place a bet for me on Brazil 2, Germany 0. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Zhang Guan looked up to find it was none other than Coach Chen Jifeng of the Bulls. So, Coach also enjoys placing a few bets? Zhang Guan mused as he took the money with a playful remark. Upon seeing Zhang Guan, Chen Jifeng appeared somewhat taken aback, but soon smiled and replied, "It's the finals. Just joining in the excitement. How confident are you in your predictions? Care to share your insights?" Zhang Guan, possessing a godlike perspective, was hardly interested in such so-called insights. His curiosity lay in whether this individual was merely guessing or possessed genuine skill. To be frank, I have never held high hopes for this German team, as they exhibit a rather pedestrian quality. Even though Germany typically employs a team-oriented style of play, the absence of a definitive superstar to serve as a tactical linchpin imposes significant limitations during critical matches and when facing adversity. The group stage saw an unexpected eruption from Klose, catching everyone off guard. However, in the knockout rounds, the inexperience of the young players proved unreliable, and it was Ballack who stepped up to take control and extend their chances. But with Ballack suspended for the final, what then? Relying solely on Kahn to secure a 0-0 draw is unrealistic. Brazil's offensive trio enjoys considerable freedom, complemented by the dual threat from the flanks, making it exceedingly difficult for Germany to defend. Chen Jifeng lit a cigarette and continued to expound. Germany's attack is straightforward and direct. This style may effectively counter other South American teams. However, against seasoned European stalwarts like Lucio and Edmilson, who possess both the physicality of European defenders and the agility of South American players, Germany's lack of offensive variation may prove insufficient to breach their defenses. Similarly, Germany's defense exhibits comparable flaws. While it is robust, it lacks resilience. Against continental teams, they might manage a stalemate through sheer strength, but against a team like Brazil, which possesses a myriad of attacking strategies, be it through the center, the wings, rapid counterattacks, or breaking down a fortified defense, they could easily find themselves overwhelmed. To speak candidly, I hold the firm belief that England stands the best chance of thwarting Brazil, thanks to the defensive solidity provided by Ferdinand and Campbell. Up front, Owen excels at seizing opportunities from all angles, which happens to be a notable weakness of Brazil's defenders. Yet, regrettably, even that was not enough to withstand the brilliance of Ronaldinho's moment of inspiration. While other teams struggle to find a spark, Brazil seems to have an abundance of explosive talents. Zhang Guan nodded, recognizing that this analysis of the contrasting styles and strengths of Brazil and Germany, although not exhaustive, was incisive enough to cut to the heart of the matter. It appeared that this coach, who had brought his talents to Miami, was indeed quite adept. Subsequently, Chen Jifeng extinguished his cigarette, leaving behind a parting remark as he departed: "The final will be between our 2 teams. Let us not hold back." Chapter 15. The final approaches. The tactics of the grassroots team, though occasionally faltering, generally proved effective, leading them smoothly into the finals. However, given the choice, Zhang Guan truly wished to avoid facing this team in the championship match. The Bulls' tactics, while sometimes misfiring, were also largely effective, propelling them into the finals as well. Yet, if given a choice, Chen Jifeng would also prefer not to contest the final against this team. The steadfast defense and rapid counterattacking strategies employed by the grassroots side made for a rather awkward match for his team, and Zhang Guan's individual prowess during counterattacks was a veritable nemesis to their tactical approach. If there are choices, it essentially means there are none at all. The brash ones may be reckless, yet they are not foolish. In reality, only Zhang Mila is truly reckless, while others exhibit more caution, having learned from past misfortunes. This time they commenced with a well-practiced defensive strategy. Thousands of soldiers are easy to find, yet a capable general is rare. Chen Jifeng has invested over a year in nurturing this team, from its inception to its cohesive training, culminating in the formidable prowess they exhibit today. Although the duration was not trivial, the results have been commendable. While one cannot claim invincibility against opponents, a slight advantage can certainly be acknowledged. Nonetheless, when facing the unruly team once more, Chen Jifeng found himself reiterating this sentiment. Indeed, prolonged tactical training fosters synergy among players, swiftly cultivating commendable combat strength, thereby establishing a solid foundation for victories. When confronting slightly weaker adversaries, this foundation ensures the team maintains an upper hand, leading to triumph. However, when pitted against equally matched opponents with counteracting styles, particularly in tense situations, it often necessitates that core players emerge to alter the course of the game. Akin to his appraisal of the Brazilian team, the core abilities of such players rely solely on innate talent. No amount of arduous practice can replicate it. Such individuals simplify the game significantly, allowing the coach to entrust other players to adhere to pre-match strategies, confident that this pivotal player will rise to the occasion in critical moments. Regrettably, our team lacks such a figure. Even more unfortunately, the opponents possess one. Did everyone grasp the opponent's playing style from the last match? The Bulls displayed a commendable level of teamwork, rendering our frantic pressing ineffective. Instead, they swiftly transmitted threats to us. Thus, in this final match, we shall adopt a stable, defensive posture, seeking opportunities to counterattack. The defensive formation will mirror the latter half of our previous encounter. With minimal adjustments, individual positioning can be fine-tuned based on the circumstances from our last match. Furthermore, it is imperative to remain vigilant regarding the passing routes during defense, ensuring that upon regaining possession, we promptly transition the ball into the opponent's pressing range. Otherwise, if we are swiftly surrounded and countered after regaining possession, it will not only squander our counterattack opportunities, but also disrupt our defensive alignment, providing the opponent with chances to capitalize. Zhang Guan concluded the final pre-match preparations, reflecting momentarily before adding, during defense, my position will primarily be fixed slightly to the right of the midfield, approximately 20 meters in front of Li Ming. If everyone finds themselves at a loss for a suitable passing route after regaining possession, they should simply clear the ball in that direction. On the field, the brash players adhered strictly to the pre-agreed tactics, allowing only Zhang Guan to roam near the center circle, while the remaining teammates focused their efforts on defense. As they organized their defensive strategy, they subtly tracked Zhang Guan's running routes, seizing opportunities to send the ball his way for him to challenge the opponent's defense. The first half elapsed in a continuous back-and-forth struggle, and the spectacle itself was rather unremarkable. During the halftime break, Julie exchanged a few words with Zhang Guan and felt that their playing style was rather simplistic. With only one outlet, the opposing defense faced minimal pressure. Therefore, he believed it was essential for Julie to advance his position slightly, enabling a more threatening connection with Zhang Guan. As for the defensive issues this adjustment might cause, it would be incumbent upon Li Yu and Li Ming to compensate with increased movement. The effects of this modification were soon evident, albeit initially to the Bulls. Li Qinyang was the first to notice a slight dissonance in the defensive rhythm between Julie and his teammates, prompting him to shift the focus of their attack toward that side. The grassroots defense began to falter under this pressure, with Zhang Nila scrambling to fend off shots on goal. But fortunately, no goals were conceded. After paying the price on defense, the grassroots offense began to improve, with Julie delivering more targeted passes near midfield. Zhang Guan's activity level gradually increased. Compared to the first half, the previously stagnant situation finally showed signs of change, though it was still insufficient. Zhang Guan pondered this without urgency, knowing that as the match progressed, both teams would enter a phase of fatigue, leading to a decline in passing accuracy and defensive effectiveness. There were still 45 minutes left in the second half, and a goal could materialize in mere seconds. It was within those precious seconds. Retrieving the ball, Zhang Guan headed the clearance to Julie before making a forward run. Julie received the ball and feigned a wall pass, quickly pivoting in the opposite direction to break through as he noticed the defender's weight shift. Faced with an onslaught of defenders, Julie used his left heel to pull the ball behind him, leveraging his body against the approaching opponent while sending a long pass with his right foot. The ball traveled both low and swiftly, allowing Zhang Guan to intercept it before the opponent could control its descent. He broke through, remaining unfazed by the defender's attempts to impede him, and after a couple of quick adjustments, he maintained his speed. On the sidelines, Chen Jifeng could not help but marvel at Zhang Guan's explosive power and balance amid such intense physicality. Zhang Guan sprinted down the center of the field, finding it increasingly difficult for the disorganized defense to impede him. After momentarily slowing down, he executed a series of touches before deftly maneuvering past the last defender with a skillful move reminiscent of Ronaldo's signature pendulum dribble, then bypassed the goalkeeper to place the ball into the open net. The entire sequence was seamless and effortlessly executed. This young man possessed not only exceptional physical attributes, but also an exquisite sense of rhythm with the ball. Chen Jifeng mused sincerely, buoyed by their spirits. The grassroots tightened their defense in the ensuing play. Despite the Bulls' advantage in ball possession, they were rendered impotent, allowing the grassroots to capitalize on a corner kick opportunity. Fan Yi headed the ball back from the far post, and Li Feng directed another header into the net, extending their lead. As Fan Yi and Li Feng approached, patting their heads in celebration, Zhang Guan embraced them with a teasing remark. "I told you, mastering headers in such matches is a killer move." As the final whistle of the match echoed through the arena, Chen Jifeng consoled his slightly disheartened players on the field. Before exiting, he approached Zhang Guan and expressed, "Congratulations to you all. Your tactics were sound, your minds unified, and your style resolute. Coupled with your pivotal role, the championship is rightfully yours." Zhang Guan graciously responded, feeling an increased admiration for this coach who, despite the defeat, exhibited such commendable sportsmanship. Chapter 16, Street Fighter Showdown, a triumphant moment. With the victory in the competition, a balance of 2 in their accounts, and a successful admission to the prestigious Shi Middle School, Zhang Guan and Zhu Li's performance, while not effortless, was commendable. Zhang Nila's acceptance into Shi Middle School was largely attributable to an extraordinary performance during the examination and the bonus points for athletic prowess. The trio was fortunate to find themselves in the same class once more. As the name suggests, Shi Middle School is the finest high school in the locality, attracting the cream of the crop from all the city's junior high students. The term cream of the crop extends beyond mere academic excellence, encompassing exceptional individuals from various spheres. A truth understood by those in the know. Zhang Guan faintly recalled that during his high school years, there were a few bullies within the grade. As one might surmise, these individuals, benefiting from their privileged backgrounds, formed small cliques that roamed between classes with impunity. Perusing the class roster, he was not surprised to see familiar names such as Sun Yaowu and Lu Qingbin. However, he recognized that these 2 young scions were merely the foolish offspring of affluent families, boasting an arrogant demeanor yet fundamentally benign. Particularly when compared to the more notorious ruffians from neighboring classes, they appeared relatively harmless. Indeed, within just a month of school, Sun Yaowu and Lu Qingbin had clashed with the notorious Shi Yuanmin from the adjacent class, and the outcome was, as anticipated, decidedly unfavorable for them. Given Shi Yuanmin's formidable family background, in reality, while Sun Yaowu and Lu Qingbin often acted brazenly and maintained connections with certain unsavory characters outside of class, they treated their classmates reasonably well, exhibiting no overtly bullying behavior. In fact, they had little interaction with the more earnest students. Compared to the menacing Shi Yuanmin, they seemed as innocuous as lambs. Zhang Guan, well-versed in the overarching narrative, was not particularly concerned with these dynamics. Instead, he was engrossed in an intense session at the arcade with Zhang Nila. Zhang Nila had developed a new strategy for Street Fighter and was eagerly demonstrating it to Zhang Guan. Just then, a challenger with an extravagant hairstyle and ear piercings approached the machine. It was evident that this individual was not of the virtuous sort. A crowd quickly gathered around, eager to witness the impending spectacle. It is widely recognized that, due to the early development of Street Fighter, the gameplay harbors certain glaring flaws, which have led to numerous unfortunate incidents in the past. The challenger selected the character known as Red, while Zhang Nila opted for the Soviet wrestler. The operator of the popular player exhibited remarkable skill, initiating the match with a swift dragon punch, followed by a series of crouching light kicks that seamlessly transitioned into successive attacks. Su, attempting to evade these assaults with a jump, found himself repeatedly thwarted by the rising dragon, leading to a rhythm of crouching and light kicks that surpassed even the mastery of Master Ma's 5-hit combo. The first round concluded in a swift defeat for Su, and the second round seemed destined to follow suit. Observing Zhang's struggle for a comeback, the explosive-haired player couldn't help but smirk in derision, perhaps reflecting a shift in mindset that manifested in gameplay. The operator, having executed the dragon punch and light kick sequence countless times, faltered in his execution, providing Su with a golden opportunity. He swiftly closed the distance, delivering a light punch that induced a state of vulnerability, subsequently following up with a throw. Instantly, the momentum shifted in Su's favor. As the red player rose, Su leapt into a crushing attack. While the red player attempted to guard, Su landed and transitioned into a grapple. The red player's health dwindled before his eyes, and despite a flurry of actions, he found himself powerless to counter. The third round mirrored the rhythm established by Su. The scene was set with Su jumping to strike the red player, who defended, only for Su to capitalize on the guard's recovery with yet another throw, sending the red player tumbling to the ground, while Su maintained a relentless cycle of aerial assaults. The onlookers, having never witnessed such a strategy, buzzed with conversation, while the explosive-haired player appeared increasingly flustered, ultimately opting for a counter-strategy. In offline Street Fighter battles, it is generally understood that players do not resort to such tactics, primarily due to the innate advantages of certain characters. Su, however, adapted his strategy, continuously blocking until he seized the opportunity to initiate a throw cycle. Soon enough, he too faced defeat. The explosive-haired player ignited a cigarette, taking a few deep puffs, muttering about the unsporting nature of Su's strategy, and selected Honda. Yet Honda, too, proved ineffective against Su's relentless onslaught, further souring the explosive-haired player's expression. After several failed attempts, he departed amidst a chorus of criticism, muttering a few half-hearted insults. Shortly thereafter, Brother Rabbit, indeed, that very Brother Rabbit, approached Zhang Guan, whispering, "Guan, that fellow is no good. He didn't win a single round in front of so many people and lost face. He's bound to come looking for trouble." Zhang Guan couldn't suppress a chuckle, reflecting, "Weren't you the one who sought out trouble in the past?" As he laughed, Brother Rabbit grew animated, proclaiming, "Guan is a person of great importance, truly embodying the spirit of Mount Tai," while scratching his round head and glancing at the blonde nearby. The blonde, sensing his brother's plea for assistance, saw an opportunity to shine and quipped, "Mount Tai is just the father-in-law, right?" Brother Rabbit shot him a glare, thinking, "With this bunch of miscreants, my luck has surely run dry," and continued, I remember now, it's Mount Tai trembles before you, yet your expression remains unchanged. Guan, you are magnificent." Zhang Guan smiled and gestured for the group to disperse. Chapter 17. The initial dispute indeed. Not long after resuming his seat, a group soon encircled him, led, unsurprisingly, by the explosive-haired player from earlier. He pointed at Zhang Nila and respectfully addressed the person beside him, saying, "Brother man, these two are quite unpleasant." Zhang Nila was not one to be easily intimidated. He promptly stood up to retort, "Your gaming skills are lacking, yet your tongue is quite foul. Is this all you have when you can't win at games?" Noticing Brother Man's unfriendly expression, one of his lackeys stepped forward and kicked over the Street Fighter machine, attempting to assert dominance through intimidation. Witnessing this, Zhang Guan and Zhang Nila exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. They returned to their seats and spoke in unison. "You are in for some trouble." This display left Brother Man and his entourage perplexed, with at least a dozen of them approaching menacingly. How could these two have the audacity to make such bold statements? Were they perhaps dazed or speaking in reverse? However, it soon became clear to them why the local ruffian, Brother Rabbit, had only dared to confront Zhang Guan and his companions outside the arcade last time. Anyone capable of running a gaming hall in such a place was not to be trifled with. "What are you little brats doing? If you want to play, stay. If not, scram." Two burly men with tattoos of fish on their necks shouted as they pushed through the crowd. Upon seeing the overturned machine, they were furious and grabbed the nearest yellow-haired kid, demanding, "Which little scoundrel did this? Do you dare cause a ruckus here? Since you all look like kids, we won't lay a hand on you to avoid being ridiculed for bullying minors. This machine costs 1,000. Pay up and leave." Despite their numbers, Brother Man's group hesitated, exchanging glances and seeking guidance from him. The insolent instigator, the yellow-haired kid, was about to protest further, but the more sensible Brother Man stopped him, sighed, and reached for his wallet to settle the damages. Indeed, their group consisted of weak, spoiled brats. They could talk big in numbers, but in a real fight, they would certainly come off worse against these seasoned ruffians. As they departed, Brother Man shot Zhang Guan and Zhang Nila a fierce glare, yet maintained a smile as he said, "I know you too. We'll meet at school tomorrow. Don't forget to show up." Brother Man, school? So, this fellow is Shiwan Man. This just got interesting. Zhang Nila glanced at Zhang Guan, seemingly seeking his opinion. Zhang Guan smiled and replied, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall dam it. Do these little rascals think they can stand against us seasoned folks? Tomorrow, I'll take on 10 of them." Zhang Nila laughed heartily. The next day during lunch break, One of Shi Yuanman's lackeys indeed found Zhang Guan and Zhang Nila in the classroom, shouting, "Brother man wants to talk to you too." Zhang Guan retorted irritably, "What brother man? I don't know him. Say his full name." The lackey was taken aback. Usually, when he mentioned brother man, others would tremble and rush to comply. Why were these two acting so differently today? Fearing that they genuinely did not recognize their boss's name, the lackey replied, "Shi Yuanman, have you heard of him? Hurry up and go." Zhang Nila was equally unyielding. "Who cares about this full circle or paradise? I don't recognize any of it. If he wants to talk, let him come himself. What do you mean sending you to deliver a message? Is he about to meet his end, or is he simply out of breath?" The onlookers burst into laughter. The errand boy, dispatched to run messages, was evidently not a significant figure within the circle of Shi Yuanman, and he lacked a contingency plan for such an encounter. After some contemplation, he hastily departed, leaving behind a hollow remark about not regretting their choices. At that moment, Sun Yaowu and Lu Chengbin approached, inquiring, well, my friends, we never realized you both could be so fierce. I must caution you. Shi Yuanman is not one to be trifled with. A wise man avoids unnecessary trouble, so do not overexert yourselves." Zhang Guan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, not a problem. Just as he spoke, Shi Yuanman, accompanied by a group, arrived with an imposing demeanor. This entourage appeared to have conveniently forgotten the awkwardness of their previous encounter at the arcade, boldly shouting, "Where are those two blind fools?" Zhang Guan teased, "Oh, isn't this brother man? My sincerest apologies for the expenses incurred yesterday. That machine wasn't worth such a sum. You could have at least negotiated with those two fellows." Zhang Nila, unable to contain his amusement, chimed in, "Exactly. You had quite the imposing presence yesterday with all your friends. Flex those muscles, and perhaps they would have given you a discount." Shi Yuanman's expression darkened, and he exchanged glances with his followers. Observing the eager demeanor of his entourage, Sun Yaowu and Lu Chengbin promptly moved forward to mediate, stating, "Brother man, these two were merely intoxicated yesterday and have yet to sober up. Do not stoop to their level. Once they are sober, they will come to apologize." Before he could finish, the explosive-haired one, remember him, abruptly interrupted, "Enough with the chatter. They must witness brother man's prowess today." Noticing Shi Yuanman's lack of intent to intervene, Sun Yaowu shed his earlier conciliatory tone. "I say, explosive-haired one, you've overstepped your bounds, causing a ruckus in our class as if we do not exist." The yellow-haired one, evidently dismissive of their presence, replied, "Oh, it seems you haven't learned your lesson from a few days ago. Keep talking, and I might just take you both down." As he spoke, he carelessly shoved Sun Yaowu aside. Chapter 18. Overthrowing Shi Yuanman. At this point, Shi Yuanman stepped forward, declaring, "Today's confrontation stems from your actions. If you two are dissatisfied, we can settle this one-on-one. However, if you insist on retaliating against them, I shall not hinder you. After all, whether it's one or two, it's still a fight." With that, the command was given for his subordinates to commence. The yellow-haired one was the first to charge at Zhang Nila, who had mocked him the previous day. Zhang Nila, seasoned from years of scrapping and trained in sports, effortlessly dodged the kick, grabbing the yellow-haired one's leg and countering with a powerful strike. The yellow-haired one let out a pained howl as he fell into a split. Observing his comrade's engagement, Zhang Guan also took action, quickly stepping forward to seize Shi Yuanman's arm, delivering several punches beneath his ribs. Shi Yuanman, accustomed to orchestrating from the sidelines, was unprepared for such direct confrontation and found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the pain, bending over like a shrimp. As the younger brother witnessed his elder sibling being assaulted, he rushed forward to intervene. Zhang Guan deftly dodged an incoming punch and retaliated with a series of knee strikes to Shi Yuanman before tossing him towards the approaching henchman. Seizing the opportunity while they clumsily attempted to assist Shi Yuanman, Zhang Guan advanced into the fray, delivering powerful blows to the opponent's jaws, right cheeks, and ribs. This fierce and skillful fighting style left the henchmen bewildered. They were accustomed to overwhelming their foes with numbers and had never encountered such a ferocious opponent who could turn the tables. Hesitant, they hesitated to advance. Meanwhile, Sun Yaowu and Lu Chengbin, who had long suffered from Shi Yuanman's tyranny, could no longer tolerate the disrespect shown to them and joined the fray. It was evident that the opponents quickly recognized these two easy targets and unleashed heavy punches upon them, resulting in a chaotic and lively scene in the classroom. Understanding the principle of capturing the leader first, Zhang Guan freed his hands to swiftly take down two adversaries before seizing Shi Yuanman. who attempted to flee in panic. He sternly commanded, "Everyone, halt." When the crowd remained unresponsive, he struck Shi Yuanman with 2 resounding slaps, sharp and stinging. Shi Yuanman's face flushed instantly. Zhang Guan glared at him menacingly, saying, "My friend, if your subordinates do not cease their actions, I shall continue to bestow upon you further delicacies." The previously spirited Shi Yuanman, now either enraged or terrified, stared at Zhang Guan for a moment before weakly uttering, "Brothers, stop." Upon hearing Shi Yuanman's request, the members of his entourage began to withdraw from the conflict. However, Huang Mao, positioned at a distance, either did not hear Shi Yuanman's faint command or, driven by the heat of battle, chose not to relent, delivering a slap to Lu Qingbin's face. The sound of the slap echoed sharply in the now subdued classroom. Zhang Guan remained silent, retaliating with 2 more slaps aimed at Shi Yuanman, and with a smile remarked, "Brother man, your team is lacking discipline. From this moment onward, if your brothers dare to strike again, I will return the favor twofold, ensuring you do not suffer unfairly." Shi Yuanman struggled, but Zhang Guan's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering him unable to escape. Huang Mao, clearly a man of action over thought, having just been subdued by Sun Yaowu and Lu Qingbin, was eager to unleash his pin-up frustration, noticing that everyone had relaxed their guard. He approached the unsuspecting Sun Yaowu and threw a punch at his face. As Zhang Guan raised his fist with a smile, Shi Yuanman, feeling the weight of Zhang Guan's gaze, was gripped by fear and struggled desperately yet futilely to break free. He shouted at Huang Mao, "Can't you understand my words? Are you deliberately provoking me?" Before he could finish, Zhang Guan's fist landed precisely twice. Accustomed to a life of privilege and issuing commands from a position of authority, Shi Yuanman had never endured such humiliation. Whether it was due to emotional collapse or the impact on his nose triggering a physiological response, tears streamed down his face. And he cried out, "If Huang Mao doesn't stop, why don't you take care of him instead of focusing your attacks on me?" With audacity, one dared to confront the brash Huang Mao, eliciting a chorus of astonishment. Shi Yuanman, who typically exuded an air of authority at school, was unexpectedly reduced to a state of disarray, much to the delight of the onlooking crowd of dozens of classmates. It was evident that within hours, his embarrassing display would become common knowledge, leaving one to ponder how many would still wish to associate with this cowardly turncoat. As the crowd gradually dispersed, the battered Sun Yaowu and Lu Qingbin approached, remarking, "My friend, you possess hidden depths. After today, the once mighty Man family army is likely to be stripped of its dignity and disbanded." Zhang Nai spat at the departing throng, declaring, "Serves them right. Did they ever consider this day while bullying others? But you two are commendable, daring to stand up to Shi Yuanman for our sake. I'll treat you to beer and clams another day." Meanwhile, Huang Mao, who had remained in the classroom rather than join his disgraced comrades, approached Zhang Guan and said, "I wish to associate with you. Get back to your studies." "I need to tend to the shop," Zhang Guan replied. Chapter 19. Managing the shop. Zhang Guan was not speaking in jest. He truly needed to oversee his shop. The major European football leagues had commenced, along with the Champions League, igniting an unprecedented enthusiasm in him for managing the store. Naturally, such enthusiasm was warranted, as he could both watch and wager. Since his family opened a lottery ticket shop, Zhang Guan had loosened his reins, diligently recalling the outcomes of various matches to place his bets. Regrettably, although numerous matches existed, he had forgotten most results, retaining memories of only a select few Major League games and Champions League encounters. Yet this was sufficient to rapidly inflate his private treasury at a rate of approximately 1 per week. However, the grand spectacles lay ahead. As the Champions League progressed into the knockout stages, with the reduction of matches and the increase of iconic battles, Zhang Guan's recollection sharpened. Real Madrid, propelled by extraterrestrial talent, eliminated Manchester United with scores of 3-1 and 3-4, yet fell in the semi-finals due to Figo's missed penalty. Inter Milan triumphed over Valencia thanks to an advantage in away goals, 1-0 and 1-2, only to succumb to their city rivals, Milan, in the semi-finals on away goals as well. In the final, Milan and Juventus played to a stalemate, ultimately clinching their 6th Champions League title through Shevchenko's decisive penalty in the shootout. To Zhang Guan, this was not merely a game, it represented a cascade of wealth. It was no wonder he felt this way. Having acquired an omniscient perspective, he understood that the real estate market in his city had entered a downward trajectory, poised to plateau at the bottom for several months before surging skyward, potentially doubling within half a year. He was determined to seize this opportunity. aiming to accumulate as much capital as possible in the short term. This endeavor would allow him to leverage his investments, potentially doubling or even tripling his assets within a year, a level of efficiency that far surpassed the arduous lottery betting, which required lengthy procedures to claim significant winnings. However, accumulating wealth required patience. The Champions League knockout rounds were yet to commence. At that moment, a familiar face entered the shop. "Coach Chen, welcome. How did yesterday's results turn out?" Zhang Guan greeted the newcomer with a cheerful smile. "Haha, it seems I've made some gains. I now have enough for a night of drinking." Chen Jifeng casually handed over a betting slip. "Come on, Boss Zhang, let's cash in." Upon examining the slip, Zhang Guan noted that the Athens team drew with the Rome team, and Liverpool drew with Basel, with these two unexpected outcomes yielding a staggering 156 odds. He couldn't help but be taken aback. It wasn't envy, for Zhang Guan's daily winnings far exceeded this amount. Rather, he was impressed by the apparent expertise of this coach he had met on the field. After all, in the short span of just 4 or 5 bets since he first placed a wager, it seemed Chen Jifeng always returned with a bountiful harvest. Undoubtedly a standout among many bettors. "Impressive, Coach Chen. With over 3,000 yuan, you could easily indulge in a couple of bottles of Maotai," Zhang Guan remarked while deftly operating his computer, his mouth never ceasing to inquire, any tips or insights to share. However, Zhang Guan, with his omniscient perspective, was not genuinely interested in learning, but rather wished to gauge the skill level of this football professional. Chen Jifeng leaned in slightly, lowering his voice just enough for Zhang Guan, who stood behind the counter, to hear. "Liverpool has been struggling lately. They have drawn 3 of their last 5 league matches and suffered a defeat in their most recent Champions League game. Yet, they still dare to offer a handicap of 1.5 goals, which clearly indicates a misplaced confidence. It is unlikely they will lose at home to a lower league team. However, Roma's situation is even worse, with 2 consecutive league losses and a defeat to Real Madrid in the Champions League. This time, conceding half a goal away in Athens barely affords them a semblance of confidence, and if it drops to a half, it becomes precarious. Given the moderate odds for a draw, the likelihood of a stalemate is quite substantial." Zhang Guan gave a thumbs up, holding Chen Jifeng in higher regard. This guy not only understood tactics, but also grasped betting trends, exhibiting clear thinking and accurate judgment, with insights into both European and Asian odds. Truly formidable. What was even more commendable was that, despite not being particularly familiar with Zhang Guan, Chen Jifeng generously shared his insights, indicating that he was not overly fixated on monetary gain. Coupled with his earlier magnanimous demeanor on the field, Zhang Guan concluded that Chen Jifeng was a broad-minded and magnanimous gentleman. Not long after bidding farewell to Chen Jifeng, Julie entered the shop. "Hey, you're quite the rare guest. Come, have a seat." Zhang Guan warmly offered him a can of cola. Julie, forgoing excessive pleasantries, sat beside Zhang Guan and began discussing the previous night's Champions League matches. Just then, the television replayed the thrilling highlights from the Champions League, and the two enthusiastically commented on the stellar performances of the players, indulging in a spirited discussion reminiscent of sipping cola while debating the merits of heroes, almost boasting, "Only the stars of the world stand with us." As the two reveled in their spirited conversation, a group of new customers entered the shop. Zhang Guan stood to greet them, and upon recognizing the leader of the group, a sudden realization struck him. So that's why Shi Yuan has been so quiet lately. It was strange. Typically, even a defeated camel would still show some signs of life, instead of disappearing entirely. It turns out he has been secretly gathering manpower and collecting information, planning to ambush me like this? Such a breach of sportsmanship. I was careless, thinking he was thoroughly defeated. I must remain vigilant against such petty individuals in the future. The audacious Shi Yuan man could not fathom the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Zhang Guan's mind. Mistaking Zhang's momentary stupor for fear, he shook off the despondency of the previous days and boldly declared, "Zhang, my friend, today I'm here to support you." Indeed, Shi Yuan man had some grounds for his arrogance today. Tales of his weeping defeat, using his subordinates as human shields, circulated throughout the school, diminishing his once mighty reputation. Returning home, he grew increasingly incensed, lamenting his loss of influence at school, consumed by a profound hatred for Zhang Guan. He exhausted the goodwill he had accumulated over the past 2 years and depleted his modest treasury, managing to summon a few local toughs to stand by him. As he surveyed the eager faces of his cohorts, it was evident to anyone with common sense what Shi's support entailed. Zhang Guan, however, dismissed Shi's bravado and pointed to Zhu Li, addressing the crowd. This gentleman has no part in this. Let him leave. You are here for me. After a brief contemplation, Julie slipped through the gap created by the crowd and exited. Shi Yuan man, growing anxious, implored, "Don't let him leave. He will surely report us." One burly man among the group, his scalp gleaming, cast a disdainful glance at Shi and retorted, "Don't worry, we've got this area covered." He then turned his attention to Zhang Guan, saying, "Fear not, young one. There is no enmity between us. We are merely fulfilling a request. As the saying goes, one must resolve the troubles of those who pay their debts. Come with us quietly, and we can avoid any destruction to your establishment. Rest assured, my friends will handle things with care, ensuring no lasting harm." Watching Julie retreat into the distance, Zhang Guan felt a surge of confidence. He poured himself a cup of hot water from the teapot, took a cautious sip, found it too hot, and set it down, addressing the group. "Well, let us be off." The bald-headed man found Zhang's bravado irksome, mentally categorizing him alongside the inept young master he scorned. He scoffed, "No need to rush. Take your time drinking. It may be a long while before you pour yourself another glass. Just a few minutes, really. I'll drink it lukewarm when I return." Zhang Guan replied nonchalantly. Shi Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, "What audacity! I fear your role today will not be as heroic as slaying the mighty, but rather a retreat akin to a defeated general. We shall see how you feign bravado while lying on the ground." However, the subsequent scene unfolding in the adjacent alley left Shi Yuan utterly astonished. The brazen group, underestimating the seemingly inconspicuous Zhang Guan, was caught off guard as he swiftly incapacitated one of their own. When faced with a barrage of attacks, Zhang pressed his back against the wall to evade multiple strikes while skillfully countering, creating a surprisingly balanced exchange. The bald man, taken aback by this unexpected display of resilience, did not anticipate this young fellow to possess such skill. "Step aside, allow me to handle him," he commanded his inept underlings. Charging straight at Zhang Guan with an initial flying kick from his right leg, Zhang Guan swiftly sidestepped, seizing the legs of the bald man soaring towards him, and then sweeping his leg towards the bald man's supporting foot. However, the bald man was evidently no novice, with his right leg firmly anchored. He utilized Zhang Guan's force to propel himself upward while forcefully pushing off the ground with his supporting foot, delivering a fierce aerial whip kick with his left leg. Had that kick landed squarely on Zhang Guan's head, it could have rendered him unconscious on the spot. Reacting decisively, Zhang Guan retreated 2 steps, bending his upper body backward, and exerted a sudden force with the hand grasping the bald man's right leg, attempting to disrupt his balance in midair. Zhang Guan's response was impressively swift. Yet the bald man was no easy opponent. Though his body appeared slightly unsteady in the air, he quickly twisted his waist, leaning his upper body downwards while extending his right hand for support on the ground, using the momentum from his legs to stabilize his landing. Before the bald man could regain his footing, Zhang Guan closed in, delivering a feinting jab with his left hand, designed to compel the bald man to evade to one side. As the bald man dodged, Zhang Guan's right hook was already en route. Caught off guard, the bald man raised his left arm to block, only for Zhang Guan's retracted left hand to launch another left hook. The bald man, reacting swiftly, raised his right hand for another block, but as he perceived Zhang Guan's right hand retracting once more, he surmised that another attack was imminent. "This kid has a strategy. I am at a disadvantage being forced into defense," thought the bald man. Resolutely, he opted to slightly deflect with his left hand, ready to absorb Zhang Guan's 4th punch while simultaneously unleashing a powerful right swing. The two struck each other with force, causing both to stagger. The bald man's chin took a heavy blow, retreating a few steps before barely stabilizing himself, while Zhang Guan received a strike to the left side of his face, leaning against the nearby wall to avoid falling. Both men experienced a wave of dizziness. "Come on, everyone. While he's unsteady, let's finish him off," shouted Shi Yuan man, frustrated by the prolonged lack of results from the ongoing fight. "Who do you think you are to command me?" "Shut up," the bald man retorted, catching his breath and glaring at the incompetent young master. Zhang Guan and the bald man exchanged blows for another 2 or 3 rounds, each landing several significant hits. Their faces bruised and battered as they gasped for air while staring each other down. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Yuan man stealthily approached from behind Zhang Guan, picking up a brick from the ground, leaping up to deliver a surprise strike. A surprise brick. "Be careful. Stop." Chapter 21. The unfortunate Shi Yuan and earlier. When Julie had slipped away from the shop, it was not an act of cowardice, but rather a calculated decision. Understanding that bravado would serve no purpose, He swiftly made his way towards a telephone booth 100 meters away. "Hello, Uncle, this is Julie. My classmate is being assaulted by a group of delinquents at 23 Youth Road. I'm not sure of their whereabouts. Julie, are you all right? First, ensure your own safety. The nearest help is just over a kilometer away. I will contact them immediately and request that they dispatch assistance right away. Stay where you are." The voice on the other end expressed concern. When Julie arrived at the alley with his uncle, they happened upon Xiumin, who was poised to strike Zhang Guan from behind with a brick. In a moment of desperation, Julie shouted out a contradictory warning. Xiumin, who had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for Zhang Guan, had eagerly awaited this moment. At that instant, his focus was solely on Zhang Guan, oblivious to any shouts to halt his actions. The brick, accompanied by a sharp whoosh, descended upon Zhang Guan. Zhang Guan had been primarily fixated on the bald man, and by the time he noticed Xiumin approaching from behind, the brick was already perilously close. With no other option, he raised his arm to deflect the blow. Fortunately, Xiumin, being a frivolous character who indulged in leisure, lacked the strength and precision in his swing. As Zhang Guan narrowly dodged, the brick grazed his head, striking his arm before landing on his back. Although it did not hit a critical area, the searing pain made Zhang Guan draw in a sharp breath. However, leveraging the force of the blow, he rolled forward, creating distance between himself and Xiumin. Unaware of the shifting circumstances around him, Xiumin, emboldened by his initial success, stepped forward, eager to continue his retaliation. Suddenly, Julie rushed in and kicked him to the ground, subsequently pinning him down, thereby acquiring a shiny bracelet. Julie then assisted Zhang Guan to his feet. Upon confirming that Zhang Guan was largely unharmed, he whispered reassuringly, shielded by Zhang Guan's presence, "Your head hurts." Zhang Guan understood the cue. Moments ago, he had been full of vigor, yet he immediately feigned pain, rolling on the ground while calling out in agony, his acting somewhat lacking in finesse. Meanwhile, the bald man and his associates, well acquainted with the situation, crouched down, awaiting the outcome. Observing Zhang Guan, with Julie's support, staggered to his feet while discussing with the team about his head injury and the need for a hospital checkup before assisting in the investigation, the bald man pondered deeply. He had been duped by Xiumin, who had claimed to target a defenseless student. It was evident that Zhang Guan was a formidable opponent, both capable and well-connected. Xiumin would soon regret his actions once he witnessed the consequences of Zhang Guan's emergence. As Julie helped Zhang Guan out of sight, Zhang Guan steadied himself and inquired, "I've heard that the bald man has considerable influence in this area. I didn't expect your uncle to arrive so promptly." Julie smiled, revealing no secrets. "My uncle is the director of the neighboring precinct, and he is well acquainted with the director here. I asked him to make a call." Noticing Zhang Guan's dawning realization, Julie solemnly added, "This bald man is named Hai Cushion, nicknamed Brother Hai. He possesses some wealth and influence, having established a Sanda school where he frequently leads teams to participate in amateur Sanda competitions at the municipal and provincial levels. It is said that he possesses genuine skills. Most importantly, he is the brother-in-law of Lu Haishan, the precinct director here." At this juncture, Julie paused, seemingly deep in thought. The world of martial arts is not solely about fighting. It is also about the intricacies of human relationships. Zhang Guan, having been reborn, understood this well and proactively inquired, "Did your uncle convey any instructions?" Julie nodded thoughtfully. "To be honest, I am uncertain how to broach this subject. My uncle's intention is clear. After all, he has a long-standing acquaintance with Lu Haishan, and this is his jurisdiction, so we must tread carefully. However, I am at a loss as to how to gauge this measure. It seems we cannot overly burden Hai Quatian. This is manageable. Shall we let the unfortunate Shi Yuan man bear the brunt of the consequences?" Zhang Guan suddenly had a flash of insight. "What did you observe when you entered the alley?" Julie, perplexed by Zhang Guan's question, replied, "I witnessed Shi Yuan man ambushing you while you confronted the bald man. Indeed, it was Shi Yuan man who assaulted me. Surely, the multitude of onlookers and my uncle must have seen that." Zhang Guan shot Julie a series of knowing glances. Julie, still trying to grasp Zhang Guan's implication, replied, "Just now, there were no onlookers. It was merely the bald men and their ilk." "You mean?" "Yes, they were indeed spectators, witnessing the unruly youths assaulting a respectable citizen." Observing Zhang Guan's battered visage, Julie hesitated. "Yet, given your condition, aren't you inclined to retaliate against the bald man? After all, they instigated the trouble first." Zhang Guan laughed heartily. Just look at the sorry state of the bald man and his band of miscreants. I am far superior to them. Moreover, we are on their turf. One must consider the broader implications. They granted your uncle the courtesy of a swift response. And we cannot exploit that to make things difficult for him, can we? Furthermore, in this affair, the bald men are merely pawns. The true instigator is Shi Yuan Man. We must unite all available forces. The principal perpetrator must be dealt with severely, while the accomplices remain unexamined. Upon hearing this, Julie was rather taken aback. Oh, have you undergone a transformation? Aren't you usually one to hold grudges? A while ago, I was genuinely concerned that you might refuse. Yet now it appears my worries were unfounded. Concentrating our efforts on the principal conflict is key. Zhang Guan, who has been reborn, is no longer the impetuous youth driven by fervor. He is capable of making such judicious decisions after weighing the pros and cons. Poor Shi Yuan Man. It seems his fate is sealed now, Zhang Guan mused with a hint of schadenfreude. Chapter 22. The conclusion of Shi Yuan Man's fate. Uncle, as you can see, it was Shi Yuan Man who assaulted me, Zhang Guan casually proclaimed in the recording room. Fully aware that no one would seek Shi Yuan Man's side of the story, there were many witnesses nearby who can attest to this. Perhaps even that bruised bald man was among those he assaulted, though I did not witness the specifics. The two officers taking his statement exchanged glances, suppressing their laughter. Thinking to themselves, I can hardly believe you. Do you expect us to think that the slight Shi Yuan Man managed to overpower your entire group, including the bald man? Nevertheless, this young man's fanciful tales have simplified a complex situation, after all. It is a well-known fact that Shi Yuan Man struck Zhang Guan with a brick as soon as they entered the alley. On the other side, the bald man, having previously coordinated with Zhang Guan, spun his web of deceit with greater ease than Zhang himself. We are all law-abiding citizens here, he proclaimed, claiming to be ready to assist anyone in distress, leaving the officer taking notes utterly exasperated. One could only imagine that if he were indeed a law-abiding citizen, Osama bin Laden would weep, Saddam Hussein would be heartbroken, and Heinrich Himmler would kneel in submission. With the backing of Julie and Zhang Guan's adept handling of the primary conflict, the proceedings swiftly reached their conclusion. As Julie emerged from the recording room, having waited for some time, a crowd gathered around the bald man, who had completed his process early. What is going on? Isn't this matter settled? Are you looking for another fight here? Julie interjected, positioning herself between the bald man and Zhang Guan, her dissatisfaction evident. Young one, you possess quite the skill. Have you trained? The bald man disregarded Julie and turned his attention to Zhang Guan. Before Zhang could respond, the bald man continued, I've been here for 3 days. So even if you speak the truth inside, I'm not concerned. It may be a bit troublesome, but let us keep things in perspective. I'm not one to be overly sentimental. Consider this a favor owed. Let us call our earlier encounter a draw. Perhaps we can spar again in the future, purely for sport, without malice, merely to test our mettle. I must admit, I did not expect to encounter someone of your caliber on this street. Should you need anything, feel free to speak. I assure you, the people here still hold me in regard. Brother, you flatter me. Your skills are indeed impressive, and I suppose we've established a rapport through our earlier encounter. You are most welcome to visit my humble establishment. I genuinely mean it, not in the manner we just experienced, Zhang Guan jested, prompting laughter and respectful farewells from the crowd. Shi Yuan Man has withdrawn from school. This young man, once a force to be reckoned with in his grade, now departed in disgrace, inevitably recalling the recent humiliation he suffered at the hands of Zhang Guan in their class battle. The news of Shi Yuan Man's expulsion spread swiftly through the school, and his classmates regarded Zhang Guan with newfound significance. The oblivious Zhang Nila expressed his discontent with the rumors, complaining bitterly about the instigator of the gossip while addressing Zhang Guan. Why is it that only your name is mentioned when we both participated? Do I not deserve recognition as well? Zhang Guan regarded his friend with a look of incredulity and replied, If you wish to bask in the spotlight, I have an idea for you. Go ahead and publicly give me a beating. The next day, the headlines will proclaim Zhang Nila's heroic defense of the illustrious Shi Yuan Man, and you will become a school legend. Are you suggesting I become a sycophant? And for that pompous Shi Yuan Man? No way. At that moment, Lu Qingbin and Wang Yaowu approached, their camaraderie forged through shared battles. They teased Zhang Guan. The true champion is concealed among us. Who would have thought you were the real deal in our class? Meanwhile, Zhang Nila seethed internally, thinking, what about me? It seems we underestimated our own capabilities last time. Zhang Guan smiled and waved his hand, saying, not at all. A valiant hero is supported by 3 companions. Without your assistance, I would find it exceedingly difficult to contend against 4 hands with my 2 fists. Lu Changbin seized the opportunity to continue. That Shi Yuan man is truly unfortunate. After you struck him, he lost all his momentum at school. I heard he provoked someone he shouldn't have yesterday, ended up fighting, injured someone, and even found himself in jail. His father exerted considerable effort to get him out. Yet, upon his release, a group of individuals in society were still ready to confront him. This fellow is essentially done for. Do you know who he has angered? Lu Qingbin's remarks were somewhat grounded in reality, though he remained oblivious to the fact that the individual he referred to as someone not to provoke was seated directly opposite him, relishing the gossip he orchestrated. Noticing that all eyes were now on him, Lu Qingbin couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. Can you guess? I possess insider information. Have you heard of the name Brother Hai? He is a genuine figure of the underworld, with dozens of subordinates under his command. And it is said that he himself is quite formidable. I once encountered him at a dining event. He stood at 8 feet tall with a waist of equal measure. Oh, pardon my mistake, he is exceptionally generous. After indulging in food and drink, he clapped me on the shoulder and assured me that I could speak freely if any matters arose. Just think of my connections. Beside him, Wang Yaowu raised his fist. We were just recently battered by Shi Yuan man, and you chose not to mention this earlier? After Shi Yuan man was driven off, your big brother arrived, akin to celebrating a goal only to have you call offside. Quite disheartening. Zhang Guan waved his hand dismissively. Let him speak. Do not interrupt him. I am thoroughly entertained by his storytelling. Lu Qingbin then seized a nearby chalkboard eraser and slammed it onto the desk before him, striking a theatrical pose. Ladies and gentlemen, hold your horses. Allow me to regale you with the tale at a leisurely pace. In the past, the 4 stalwarts of Class 1, undeterred by their numerical disadvantage, bravely retaliated against tyranny, causing Shi Yuan man to lose face. One day, as Shi Yuan man walked down the street, the pent-up frustration within him sought an outlet. He noticed an elderly man, reeking of alcohol, approaching him. As the old man stumbled closer, he reached out to steady himself against Shi Yuan man, who, caught off guard, was seized and nearly toppled. The elder raised his hand in apology, but Shi Yuan man had no regard for age. His suppressed anger erupted as he shouted for the old man to get lost. And he kicked toward the elder. However, the kick did not connect, as a bald giant had seized his leg. In a fit of fury, Shi Yuan man threw a punch, which the giant effortlessly evaded. If you were to inquire about the identity of this giant, it was none other than Brother Hai himself, while the old man happened to be his master. At this moment, Shi Yuan man remained unaware of who stood before him, defiantly posturing with insolence. As for his fate, well, I need not elaborate further. Dear audience, I leave it to your imagination. As the saying goes, karma is inexorable. And this serves as a fitting retribution for the misdeeds of Shi Yuan man. Well said, Zhang Guan thought to himself. I hear Lu Qingbin's father is a leader in the Cultural Bureau. It seems this lad has been significantly influenced by traditional culture. However, it is said that the bald man indeed has a fondness for wine, and Lu Qingbin's account is rather a mixture of truth and fiction, somewhat lacking in narrative finesse. Chapter 23. 3 children go to view properties. At the close of 2002, the real estate market stood on the brink of a new ascent. The last moments of darkness before dawn often resemble an impenetrable ink, and similarly, the real estate market at this juncture appeared devoid of hope. Property prices had plummeted for nearly a year, and in an era when most people had yet to grasp the concept of urbanization. Nearly everyone believed that profit from such ventures was unattainable, save for Zhang Guan. Adjacent to a newly constructed artificial lake, a property development named Binhe Gualan had recently opened. While marketed as an artificial lake, it currently resembled little more than a vast pit. In such a dismal environment, compounded by its awkward location on the city's periphery, the sales performance of this development was hardly promising. The sales office, devoid of activity, could hardly be described as bustling, but rather as a place of sparse human presence. Bored real estate consultants meandered about the office, partly to stave off the cold and partly out of sheer ennui. In this desolate place, not a single group of customers graced the premises all day. Most consultants secretly wished they could pack up early and prepare for the New Year festivities. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared at the entrance, prompting the consultants to spring into action like hunters spotting their quarry. However, their enthusiasm waned upon realizing the newcomers were 3 youngsters, likely still in their teens. Indeed, judging by their student-like attire, It seemed improbable they could afford a property here. Perhaps they had merely sought refuge from the biting cold. Unmistakably, these were Zhang Guan, Zhang Nila, and Zhu Li. In this frigid weather, had it not been for the promise of a hot pot dinner later. I would have been reluctant to accompany you here, Zhang Nila thought, pulling her hands deep into her pockets. What are we doing here? Zhu Li asked, clearly puzzled. Viewing properties, Zhang Guan replied succinctly. Clearly, this most straightforward answer was dismissed by Zhang Nila as nonsense. Yet, she refrained from voicing her doubts, her mind already calculating how to order extra plates of lamb tripe for dinner, lest she feel guilty about the exhaustion or cold seeping into her legs from riding her bicycle. What brings you here? The security guard inquired, blocking their path, clearly having excluded them from the intended clientele. Eating noodles, Zhang Guan responded decisively, sidestepping his obstruction and pushing the door open. What nonsense! Coming to a sales office without the intent to view properties, was it not to indulge in a meal? The question, though seemingly polite, was essentially a polite dismissal, equivalent to urging them to leave. Upon entering the sales office, the vast hall, though occupied by a few consultants, lacked anyone willing to attend to them. It was evident that when one knows their efforts will yield no reward, very few would willingly invest their time. The security guard outside was taken aback by Zhang Guan's remark about noodles, pondering when the sales office had established a noodle shop and why no one had informed him. During dinner, he certainly intended to sneak in for a warm bowl of noodles to warm himself. Old Wang, slow to react, only comprehended the absurdity of the situation when the three young men entered the sales office. How could they possibly open a noodle shop when there was no natural gas connected? Were these three boys toying with him? Fuming, he pursued them, poised to drag them out, when a hurried individual emerged to their rescue. Brother Wang, I will attend to the clients. He deliberately stressed the word clients. And it dawned on old Wang that he was no longer a security guard for a state-owned enterprise, prompting him to gradually retreat. Zhang Guan glanced at the newcomer, who was smiling and nodding, realizing that not everyone here lacked professionalism. He offered a subtle nod in return. Greetings, I am Li Su, the property consultant here. Li Su presented his business card to the trio, creating a rather comical scene. Are you here to view the properties? Allow me to introduce them to you. Our development is situated on the eastern border of the old town, and we believe in the adage that the sun rises in the east. Thus, our location is auspicious. It's approximately 6 to 7 kilometers from the old town. While it may seem distant, once the road in front is completed, it will only take a few minutes by car, making transportation quite convenient. To the south is the under-construction Chuanfen Lake Park, which boasts a water surface area of nearly 100,000 square meters, promising a splendid view in the future. Imagine reclining on your balcony, basking in the spring sunlight, gazing at the shimmering lake. How delightful that would be. This is also the inspiration behind our development's name, Binhu Guanlan. About a kilometer to the east of the community is the planned commercial area and office buildings, which will provide ample commercial support for the residents. Li Su's introduction was undeniably logical. He spoke fluently about the advantageous conditions planned for each direction, creating a vivid sense of immersion. The community's internal planning and layout design flowed effortlessly from his lips. Zhang Nila and Zhu Li listened intently, occasionally interjecting with questions, to which Li Su responded with ease. Zhang Guan's gaze was fixed on the location map on the wall. The road under construction to the north of the community would be completed within a year, featuring 8 lanes in both directions, significantly shortening the distance to the city center. In a year, the subway planning line would be announced, with this area becoming a station on Line 2, further enhancing transit accessibility. The currently unassuming Chuanfen Lake Park, once completed, would surprise everyone as a large lakeside park covering over 400,000 square meters, becoming the city's most popular park. As land in the old town grew increasingly scarce, many government offices relocated from the old town to the scenic and conveniently accessible banks of Chuanfen Lake. Schools and commercial facilities sprang up adjacent to the park, government institutions, and subway stations. Zhang Guan vividly recalled that with the realization and disclosure of numerous favorable developments, Binhu Guanlan quickly ascended to become one of the city's hottest and fastest appreciating communities within just over a year. Chapter 24. The professional, yet struggling Li Su. How much per square meter? The 4 of them sat in a booth, and after taking a sip of water that Li Su offered, Zhang Guan inquired in a low voice. The pricing varies according to the floor level. We are currently marketing a 6-story building, with the first floor featuring a 110 square meter unit that is slightly more affordable than the others. from the second to the fifth floor. The price starts at 2,000 yuan per square meter, increasing by 100 yuan with each ascending floor, while the top floor is priced slightly lower at 1,500 yuan per square meter. The second floor, being the prime location, boasts a 140 square meter unit, with prices rising by an additional 150 yuan compared to the first building. Li Su casually recited a series of figures. As you may have observed, we are presently in the off-peak sales season, and there are some promotions at the sales venue, allowing for a discount of 5. Currently, there remains a considerable inventory across all floors, providing a broad selection. Although the likelihood of concluding a deal with the three young individuals before him was minimal, Li Su adhered to his professional ethics and patiently continued his presentation. What are the down payment ratios and loan policies? Zhang Guan inquired, maintaining a composed demeanor. Observing Zhang Guan's maturity, which belied his age, Li Su opened his notebook, writing as he explained, taking the second floor of the first building as an example. With a unit price of 2,000 yuan per square meter, the total price for a 110 square meter unit would be 220,000 yuan. The current venue offers a 5 discount, bringing the total down to 209,000 yuan. According to the latest policies, the down payment ratio is 30, with a 30-year loan term at an interest rate of 3.7. Therefore, if you were to purchase this property, the down payment would amount to 62,700 yuan, with a total loan of 146,300 yuan. Calculating the monthly repayments based on a 30-year equal principal and interest method, you would need to repay approximately 674 yuan each month, totaling around 42 million yuan over 30 years. Zhang Nila, bewildered by the barrage of numbers, finally grasped the implications, borrowing over 140,000 yuan, accumulating repayments of over 240,000 yuan. With nearly 100,000 yuan in interest? It is no wonder Zhang Nila was taken aback. For individuals in 2002, purchasing a home through mortgage was still a novel concept, particularly for high school students, where the idea of losing close to 100,000 yuan in interest seemed utterly fantastical. In contrast to unfamiliar apartment buildings, people were more accustomed to residing in the streets and alleys. Opening a door led to a small courtyard, and stepping out of the courtyard meant encountering neighbors, a sensation far more appealing than spending 20 or 30,000 yuan on an impersonal commodity housing unit, especially considering that most ordinary jobs at that time offered monthly incomes of less than 2,000 yuan. However, as more individuals moved into apartment buildings and experienced the conveniences and hygiene they provided, many came to realize their benefits and flocked to them. Familiar with the calculation process, Zhang Guan did not elaborate further but posed a crucial question whose answer he could not fully recall. What are the current housing policies? What specific aspect of the housing policy are you referring to? Li Su inquired, somewhat perplexed. Limitations on purchases, social insurance requirements for buyers, or age restrictions, among others. Zhang Guan elaborated. Limitations? Social insurance? A large question mark appeared in Li Su's mind. In this day and age, where sellers were eager for buyers, the notion of imposing purchase restrictions seemed absurd. As of now, he had not heard of any such information, and it appeared there were no restrictions in place. Li Su meticulously recalled the conversation in his mind before responding. Zhang Guan, who had long been concerned that unemployed minors might lack the qualifications to purchase a home, felt a sense of admiration and respect for the young property consultant who was willing to invest considerable time patiently explaining to seemingly unqualified children. He stood up, nodded slightly to Li Su, expressed his gratitude, and took his leave. After watching the 3 children depart, Li Su turned around to face a familiar figure approaching him. Hey, Li Su, still have the time to chat with those who are just here to warm up? How did it go? Do you think these 3 children might turn into actual clients? Remember, tomorrow is your final day of the probation period. If you can't close a deal by then, you might have to leave. Li Su looked at the mischievous individual before him and retorted without hesitation, Sister Su, when did you get promoted to the position of site manager? What? No promotion? What a pity. It would be such a waste of your idle time. With that, he left Sister Su, who was stamping her feet in frustration, and returned to his workstation. During the reception of the 3 children today, Li Su merely fulfilled his professional duty by providing an appropriate introduction. He held little hope for a transaction. To exaggerate, deliberately conceal flaws, or amplify and even fabricate certain advantages for the sake of closing a deal Li Su asked himself if he could truly engage in such practices. He firmly believed that the essence of business lies not in deception or profiting from information asymmetry, but in assisting those in need to acquire what they seek at a reasonable cost. Alas, with only one day remaining, it seemed likely he would face failure once again. This somewhat disheartened young man let out a quiet sigh. Chapter 25. Could he really be buying? Zhang Guan lay in bed, his hands resting behind his head as he contemplated silently. A house priced at 300,000 is hardly inexpensive given the current consumption levels, yet for him, with an elevated perspective, it represented a significant opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, his bank account had accumulated over 300,000 in cash. A full payment would allow him to purchase a property with some surplus. If he leveraged fully, he could cover the down payment for 5 properties, with a total monthly repayment nearing 3,500 yuan, which, based on his current income, seemed manageable. Within a year, he could anticipate doubling his investment. In another 6 months, he might reach a peak market value, potentially selling at 5,000 yuan per square meter. If he sold at that peak, a rough calculation suggested he could profit around 150,000 yuan, after deducting approximately 70 to 80,000 yuan in interest over the next 2 years. Along with various taxes and fees, his net gain would be about 130 to 140,000 yuan. In less than 2 years, a nearly 4-fold return on investment would be considered quite impressive. After all, achieving such figures through lottery winnings is not an easy feat, so what could he do with this substantial sum of over 100 million yuan in savings 2 years hence? At that time, the modest earnings from sports betting would merely be a bonus. How could he effectively grow his assets within the realm of 7-figure investments, creating a snowball effect that would expand rapidly? Should he venture into the real estate development industry? Endowed with a unique perspective on development, I possess a profound understanding of the city's key developmental directions, though I must admit there exists a significant shortfall in financial resources. However, this deficit can be alleviated through conventional financing operations in the future. Furthermore, the adage that a strong man requires 3 helpers resonates deeply. It is indeed a formidable challenge to forge a path independently. Additionally, I find myself lacking in networking resources with no connections in government departments, construction systems, or among technical personnel. Essentially, I am short on funds, personnel, and resources. If fortune favors me, and I successfully resolve the aforementioned issues to earn substantial profits, what then shall I do? Shall I recline in comfort and revel in wealth? I could easily do so now. Considering I am already a hidden millionaire and a minor player in sports betting, such complacency does not align with my character. My thoughts drift to the future, to a certain diminutive figure who, despite facing numerous near misses, ultimately seized glory at the cusp of his 30s, winning 6 Ballon d'Or awards, Lionel Messi. As I watched him, cloaked in grandeur, ascend the podium with the World Cup trophy, the fervor of the commentary and music stirred my heart, transporting me back to my youthful days filled with aspirations. Yes, I yearn to establish our very own football empire, while my ambitions resonate like a cacophony in my mind. Life must progress step by step. I seek out Li Su. This time, I arrive alone at the sales office of Binhe Guanlan and address the receptionist. When Li Su, somewhat surprised yet courteous, escorts me to the negotiation area, I overhear the front desk staff whispering, "He just came yesterday and is back today? Is he addicted to the air conditioning?" Regardless, it is Li Su who bears the brunt of this encounter, so it does not waste my time. Indeed, once Li Su finishes attending to me, it is likely he will be preparing to resign. I am curious to see how he and that Ms. Su will spar in the future. How many units for a group purchase? Is there any minimum discount available? I inquire directly. This leaves Li Su somewhat perplexed. Group purchase? This is the first time he has encountered such a term. The concept is not difficult to grasp. Yet can one truly group purchase properties? Observing Li Su momentarily lost in thought, I add, I have a few friends interested in buying together, 5 units in total. I wonder if we could secure a more substantial discount? Voiceover, are these friends truly just yourself? I have become a pioneer of conjuring friends from thin air. Li Su, seeking confirmation through a glance, recognizes I am not jesting and replies, I apologize, but you are indeed the first client to express such a request. Allow me to consult with our manager. Please hold on a moment. 10 minutes later, Li Su returns, his face alight with enthusiasm, bearing a satisfactory response. I have discussed it with the company, and if you purchase all 5 units at once, we can offer an additional discount of 3 on top of the original 5 discount. bringing the total to 92 of the original price. Choosing a residence, swiping cards, and signing contracts amidst the astonished gazes of many snobbish onlookers at the sales office. Li Su swiftly transformed from a person on the verge of dismissal into the sales champion of the month. Not only the others, but even Li Su himself felt a touch of bewilderment at such a stark contrast. It was not until the client signed the contract and departed that Li Su, clutching a thick stack of agreements, realized with a delayed reaction, this young individual truly intended to make a purchase. Chapter 26. Self-taught with the arrival of the Spring Festival. The holiday devoid of mobile phones and computers proved rather tedious. Zhang Nila pushed open the door to Zhang Guan's home, and, noticing that Zhang Guan's parents were absent, approached with an air of mystery, saying, "I've been utterly bored at home these past few days. After much contemplation, I've come up with an idea for us to engage in a little venture." "A venture?" Zhang Guan asked, puzzled. "Let us head to the large market in the neighboring city to acquire some Spring Festival couplets and firecrackers, then sell them on our street. Since we have nothing else to do, we might as well find some amusement and perhaps even earn a bit of money." Having long succumbed to ennui, Zhang Guan immediately chose to join in, rallying Zhu Li and the others as they pedaled 2 tricycles towards the bustling market across the city. Though referred to as the neighboring city, it was merely a few kilometers away. This large market served as a distribution hub for goods within a radius of dozens of kilometers and was already teeming with people as the Spring Festival approached. "How much for these, boss?" After half a day of meandering through the stalls, Zhang Nila pointed to a stand selling firecrackers. 10 yuan a pack, with 1,000 bangs. The owner replied, attending to another group of customers. "Wow, that's rather steep. If we buy these to sell, we'd incur heavy losses. Could you give us a better price?" "We're purchasing in bulk." Zhang Nila, unsure of the market rates, took a wild guess, thinking that the seller's exorbitant pricing might allow for some negotiation. "Look over there. That guy brought a truck to pick up goods. He is getting them for 7 yuan a pack. How many packs do you think he is taking with that half-loaded truck? Here's the deal. If you can manage 30 packs, I'll give you 9 yuan each." Feeling somewhat lost, Zhang Nila leaned towards Zhang Guan and Zhu Li, whispering, "What do you think? Should we proceed?" Zhu Li, reluctantly dragged into this endeavor, grimaced and said, "Don't ask me. I'm utterly clueless about this. I've only got a few hundred yuan of pocket money from my New Year's gifts. You decide." Zhang Guan, viewing this as merely a source of amusement, dismissed the concern. "Let us not crowd our tricycle into the market. That would be embarrassing. I reckon the prices here aren't too far off from elsewhere. The neighboring stores merely can't compete with this one's comprehensive selection of fireworks and couplets. Let us just procure our supplies from here." The trio, stepping into the realm of commerce for the first time, dismounted and began selecting their merchandise. "This one's great. 2,000 bangs for an exhilarating experience. Those large fireworks look impressive. Imagine the spectacle they create. Let us grab some of these fireworks. They're suitable for all ages. And the couplets? They're lightweight, allowing our tricycle to carry more. Avoid selecting too many varieties, as each procurement price differs, making it cumbersome to remember, and it becomes unclear how much to sell in order to turn a profit." When the 3 individuals meticulously arranged their chosen goods before the seasoned proprietor, his eyelids flickered. Remarkably, the purchased quantity was modest, yet it encompassed a myriad of types, which would likely require an extensive calculation. The proprietor donned his reading glasses and began to announce the prices and figures while furiously tapping away at the calculator. 500 firecrackers at 40 packs, 5 yuan each. Totaling 200. 1,000 at 20 packs, 9 yuan each, summing to 180. 2,000 at 10 packs, 15 yuan each. Amounting to 150. Handheld fireworks at 30 units, 3 yuan each, totaling 90. And 200 firecrackers at 1 yuan each, culminating in a total of 2,237 yuan. Dazed, Zhang Guan was about to reach for his money when Zhang Nila furrowed his brow and remarked, "That doesn't seem quite right, does it? 200 plus 180 plus 150 should total 2,227. Shouldn't it?" In response to Zhang Nila's query, the proprietor appeared somewhat displeased, muttering that the calculator could not be mistaken. He then recalculated item by item, and upon verifying the figures indeed aligned with Zhang Nila's assertion, he couldn't help but commend, "Well done, young man. You can compute these numbers faster than a machine." At the checkout, Zhang Nila playfully borrowed an additional calculator from the proprietor, claiming it was to share in his fortune, and the trio hurried back. Reaching the stall location Zhang Nila had pre-selected just in time for lunch, The two future business moguls, embarking on their first commercial venture, displayed a hint of shyness, focusing intently on unloading goods from the vehicle, while Zhang Nila stood at the street corner, vociferously attracting customers. 500 for 20, 1,000 for 30, 2,000 for 40. Which one catches your eye, sir? 2 yuan each for the firecrackers, and 15 for a pack of handheld fireworks. Julie tugged at Zhang Guan, saying, Zhang Nila is quite the social butterfly, isn't? I never realized it before. But is his pricing a tad high? Selling something that costs 5 yuan for 20 seems foolish to me. Moreover, the pricing structure for 500, 1,000, and 2,000 seems rather inconsistent. A 2,000 cracker should be worth more than 4 500 crackers, yet it's only priced at double the 500's cost. Wouldn't everyone simply opt for the more cost-effective 2,000? However, Julie soon found himself at a loss for words. Uncle, we also have our own costs for these goods. We can't lower the price any further. How about this? Buy 5 packs, and I'll throw in an extra pack for free, which counts as a discount. And you'll be supporting my business. After a round of haggling, Zhang Nila successfully sold 6 packs of 500 firecrackers for 100 yuan, netting a profit of 70, which exceeded a 200% return. Once the first customer departed, Zhang Nila seized the moment to explain to Julie. Most people only need 500 firecrackers, so we stock up on those, allowing us to set a higher price and enhance our return rate. The demand for 2,000 firecrackers is quite limited, so while we carry less, we can afford to slightly lower the return rate. However, the higher unit price still yields a substantial profit. Is this young man self-taught? Zhang Guan exchanged glances with Julie, both minds racing with the same thought. Chapter 27. The invitation from Chun Jifeng. As the sun gradually descended, the western wind began to grow more biting. Zhang Guan thrust his hands into his jacket pockets, stamping his feet in place and inquiring, "Are we done for the day?" Julie rubbed his reddened ears and nodded vigorously. The three of them began gathering the goods sprawled on the ground, returning them to their cart, and soon sought refuge in a nearby noodle shop. After consuming several bowls of steaming noodle soup, they began to tally their earnings for the day. Actually, there's no need to calculate. I can recall the accounts quite well. We sold nearly 700 yuan in total, with costs just over 200, excluding the 3 bowls of noodles. The gross profit is approximately 500 yuan, Zhang Nila remarked while slurping his noodles. Close to 3 times the profit? How astonishing. This figure far exceeded Zhang Guan's expectations. Indeed, if this keeps up, we'll soon be millionaires. Zhang Nila joked in light of the optimistic outlook. However, Julie remained steadfastly serious, stating, the turnover period for this merchandise is only a few days. Moreover, as we approach the Spring Festival, competition intensifies and profit margins become increasingly constrained. After all, customers typically make only one purchase. If our prices are too high, they will simply go elsewhere, and we will have to wait until next year to earn their business again. Furthermore, towards the end, we are bound to be left with some leftover stock that we cannot sell. Restocking poses the risk of overcommitting and missing the sales window. Thus, profitability may not be as substantial as it seems. However, we could consider selling couplets alongside fireworks, encouraging customers to enjoy a one-stop shopping experience. Or perhaps we might buy a certain quantity of fireworks to give away couplets. After all, the cost of couplets is negligible compared to that of fireworks. Observing the two engage in a fervent discussion about their business strategy for the coming days, Zhang Guan's thoughts drifted further afield. Often, one is so consumed with worries about future development, lacking personnel and resources, that they overlook the potential of those right beside them. In truth, talent does not always necessitate looking afar. The saying goes that an outsider may not necessarily excel. Harnessing the potential of those in close proximity can sufficiently support the establishment of a thriving enterprise. Historically, among the founding heroes of the Han Dynasty, Liu Bang's core group comprised individuals like Xiao He, his former compatriot and superior, Chao Qin and Xia Hoang, his fellow townsmen and colleagues, Fan Kuai, his brother-in-law, and Zhou Bo and Lu Wan, who were his companions before his rise. Most of the founding figures of the Ming Dynasty hailed from Zhu Yuanzhang's hometown of Fengyang in Anhui, many of whom were childhood friends of his. This illustrates that it is indeed the times that create heroes, rather than heroes shaping the times. These two distinctly styled companions are precisely the most valuable resources at hand. The articulate and clear-minded Zhu Li is well suited for analysis and operations, while the unrestrained and decisive Zhang Nila undoubtedly excels in execution. The balance of strategy and action between these childhood friends, who know each other intimately, forms a solid foundation of trust. This is their core competitive advantage. As for abilities, experiences, and knowledge, these will naturally accumulate and refine over time. Having come to this realization, Zhang Guan felt a surge of optimism, as if he had taken a significant step closer to success. Zhang Nila, you are the project director of our team, and Julie, you are the operations director. Come on, esteemed colleagues, let me raise a toast. Almost mistakenly referred to as the Grand Prince and the Second Prince. Those who understand, understand. Oh, is that not Boss Zhang? I see you have expanded your business ventures. On the following morning, the three founders of Zhang's group, having set up their stall early, encountered an acquaintance. Coach Chen, please refrain from teasing us. We are merely joining in the festivities, they chuckled. The newcomer was none other than Chen Jifeng, a coach with considerable expertise in football and a notable understanding of sports betting, with whom Zhang Guan held a certain fondness. In this day and age, it is rare to find individuals willing to dedicate themselves to the study of football, and even rarer to encounter those who generously share their insights without reservation. Quite a variety you have here. I haven't yet set up anything at home. Chen Jifeng casually squatted down. That's splendid. Coach Chen, feel free to choose whatever you like. Today, you are our first customer, and we couldn't ask for a better way to inaugurate our business. I'll personally drive your purchases home, Zhang Nila chimed in, half-jokingly. Despite not being particularly close to Chen Jifeng, there's no rush. That's secondary. I actually came to your shop to discuss something with Zhang Guan, and fortuitously ran into you. Chen Jifeng remarked while selecting items, turning to Zhang Guan. Next spring, the city will organize a high school league. Our district sports committee has chosen me to select and organize the teams. Are you interested in participating? Zhang Guan nodded, but had yet to respond when Zhang Nila interjected. We are honored by Coach Chen's regard. It is our duty to bring glory to the district. However, it is not just him who is obliged. Are you in need of a goalkeeper? Chen Jifeng chuckled awkwardly, remaining silent. Chapter 28. Is it not tempting? After bidding farewell to another wave of customers, the three reclined leisurely in their chairs, basking in the rare warmth of winter. Why is it that no one has the foresight to invite me, old Zhang, to participate in competitions? Zhang Nila languidly pondered. You? How long have you been involved in football? If there were a basketball competition, I would cast my vote for you. Besides, do you think Coach Chen is merely holding a casual open audition? He must have a stable core team and is only looking to supplement a few promising players. Julie quipped while analyzing the situation. Old Zhu is right, Zhang Guan added. It was evident during the last competition that his team members are well trained and their play style is mature. They would not easily replace personnel. It's just that my prowess is quite formidable. Oh hi Gu, you have arrived. Please, feel free to observe. Upon seeing the familiar Hai Gu approach their stall, Zhang Guan quickly interrupted his own self-praise, rising to greet him. Everything seems quite complete, Hai Gu remarked, picking up a few fireworks and then casually grabbing some firecrackers. We should find a time to spar, just for the sake of sparring, without any sense of competition or life and death. Don't jest, Hai Gu. I am a serious student and do not engage in such frivolities, Zhang Guan replied, declining politely. Indeed, we, Chang Wei, oh no, I mean we, Zhang Guan, do not possess martial skills, Julie chimed in, nodding in acknowledgement while playfully teasing from the sidelines. If he were to lack martial prowess, then most people would be deemed disabled. Observing that Zhang Guan had no intention of sparring, Brother Hai did not insist, casually tossing aside 300 yuan for the chosen fireworks before departing. The disparity between the affluent in knowledge and the affluent in martial skill is striking. Look at them. They purchase items without a care for pricing. One wonders when we might attain such prosperity. Zhang Nila mused as he pocketed the money. The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was keen. Zhang Guan pondered for a moment before feigning nonchalance in his inquiry. Do you recall the last house we viewed together? Faced with Zhang Guan's vague remark, Zhang Nila's memory was quite vivid. The Binhigualan? I haven't even asked you yet. Why did you insist we view that house? Is it absurd to think we might go for noodles? Zhang Guan retorted, slightly exasperated. To earn money, one must find the right path and align with the nation's overarching direction. What is the current developmental trajectory of our country? Urbanization. And what does urbanization entail? Essentially, it means a concentration of people and industries within urban areas. With so many individuals converging into limited urban zones, what will transpire? More people. And the urban areas will become increasingly congested? Julie attempted to respond. Exactly. As the population swells, the housing in older districts will become insufficient, necessitating urban expansion. What will this expansion include? Population, housing, hospitals, schools, institutions. I examined the Binhagwalan community. Its location is excellent, close to the old city. There's a nearby park with picturesque scenery, and I hear there's a subway. Isn't such a perfect community worth a look? Zhang Nila, who was typically slow to process ideas, scratched his head. What relevance does that have to you? Zhu Li, however, grasped Zhang Guan's intent. Where did you acquire this information? You aren't considering having your parents purchase a house there, are you? Zhang Guan snapped his fingers. That is precisely my plan. Now that housing is affordable, it is prudent to buy a unit before prices escalate, and it becomes unfeasible. Can a house without a yard truly appreciate in value? Are you not being misled by the sales agent? There is some validity to that perspective. Under the prevailing trend of urbanization, the older districts are becoming increasingly congested, with no land available, making the aggregation of resources in new districts highly probable. However, as Zhang Nila pointed out, what relevance does this have to us? We already have a place to live, Julie inquired. The crux of the matter arises. If we already have a home, why should we consider purchasing another? Such a simple truth. If this mindset persists, the real estate market over the coming decades would not be plagued by such excesses. Zhang Guan, however, could not divulge to his two close friends that he had been reborn from years in the future, possessing divine foresight of the imminent real estate boom. Instead, he meticulously articulated these 4- or 5-story villas, with their uniformly planned green spaces, elevators, and centralized heating, undoubtedly offer a much higher standard of living than residing in an older home. Consider the discomfort of enduring winter chills. Isn't centralized heating appealing? Reflect on the muddy paths in our alley during rain or snow. Isn't a community with well-paved roads enticing? There's even a basketball court within the community, allowing us to play right downstairs. Isn't that delightful? Observing the speechless Zhang Nila and Julie for a moment, Zhang Guan let out a quiet sigh. Indeed, had someone approached him with such words in the past, he would likely have reacted in much the same way. At present, very few in society recognize the investment potential of real estate. Instilling this notion in his two companions would require a gradual approach. As waves of customers departed, the sky gradually darkened. The wind picked up, howling ominously. As the trio tidied their belongings, a group of vibrantly dressed individuals with outlandish hairstyles approached the stall. Zhang Guan immediately discerned their intentions and inwardly lamented the state of public order. Even during the festive season, troublemakers still roamed freely. However, the carefree Zhang Nila stepped forward with a beaming smile, greeting them. Gentlemen, please feel free to choose. One individual, whose hair stood tall like a dagger protruding from his head, raised his chin and disdainfully remarked, I'll pick something. I've been watching your business for a few days now. It's thriving, and I presume you've made quite a bit of money. Why haven't you greeted us? Zhang Nila glanced back at Zhang Guan, who nodded in affirmation. Maintaining his cheerful demeanor, he replied, It's all thanks to the support of our neighbors. Isn't it? A burly figure with a head full of curly hair stepped closer, crushing firecrackers underfoot as he growled, Spare me the small talk. We see you're struggling with business, and we're feeling generous enough to lend a hand. Now, let us divide today's earnings. Since the last altercation with Brother Tu and Xiwan, Zhang Nila had learned to feign ignorance like Zhang Guan. Investing? That sounds splendid. Our stall's assorted costs amount to about 10,000. How much are you willing to invest? 30-70, 40-60? Or why not 50-50? You put in 5,000, and half of our total assets will belong to you. The dagger-haired individual exchanged glances with the curly-haired one, bursting into laughter as if hearing a joke. After their mirth subsided, they regarded Zhang Nila with scorn, saying, Listen carefully. Bring us your earnings. You just focus on running your business. Zhang Guan mused to himself, realizing he had underestimated them. Initially, he thought they were merely envious of his profits. But these youngsters were evidently plotting something far more sinister. He scrutinized the group of over 10 individuals, all flaunting ostentatious attire that betrayed a lack of physical fitness. Clearly the type that thrived on intimidation and coercion. He had encountered many such individuals before. One could not afford to show the slightest hint of retreat. The more one concedes, the bolder they become in their demands. With this understanding, Zhang Guan resolved to remain steadfast, observing how Zhang Nila would navigate the situation. Zhang Nila was not one to be trifled with at school. Having often faced numerous adversaries alone, he had never shown any sign of yielding. Thus, despite being outnumbered, he remained unfazed, listening to their bluster while pretending to rummage through his pockets. Ah, just a moment, please, he thought to himself, delighting in the situation. He glanced at the leader of the group, a smirk gracing his lips as he whispered, "See? I told you so. A little intimidation. And these kids will cower and pay up. Our evening's expenses are secured." As he gestured for them to be patient, he continued to fumble in his pockets. When the others began to show signs of impatience, he finally produced his hand, revealing only a scant handful of coins that gleamed mockingly in the fading sunlight, as if to ridicule the foolishness of their numbers. Furious, the leader exclaimed, "Are you mocking us?" At that moment, Zhongguan, who had been sitting on a small folding chair, sprang to his feet with a jovial chuckle, saying, "Gentlemen, please, do not be hasty. Have a seat. Let us three discuss this properly." As Zhongguan eagerly placed the chair before him, the leader, intending to intimidate the seemingly easy target, was taken aback when Zhongguan suddenly swung the chair around, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Poor leader, before he could utter a word, darkness enveloped him, and he crumpled to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Zhongguan raised the chair once more, aiming it at the bewildered member of the group with the peculiar hair color, all the while cursing, "Discuss indeed. Our conclusion is that this chair will serve you well." Simultaneously, Zhang Nila slammed the coins he held onto the face of the nearest green-haired individual, taking advantage of their instinctive reaction to recoil. He swiftly delivered a kick that sent the unfortunate soul sprawling. With momentum on his side, he approached another bewildered adversary, landing a swift elbow strike. Meanwhile, Julie was not idle. He shouted, "I'm calling the police. No fighting. It's the new year. Let us promote harmony." As he feigned assistance to those who had just been knocked down and were struggling to rise. The fallen individuals, clearly lacking in both wit and caution, let their guard down in response to Julie's pretense. The outcome was predictable. Julie, having been influenced by the surroundings, easily dispatched those who attempted to stand back up. Moments later, there were no longer any standing opponents before the trio. A few who had contemplated getting up, upon seeing Julie poised to strike again, wisely chose to remain on the ground. Zhang Nila straightened his somewhat rumpled attire and addressed the fallen, saying, after a day of business with forced smiles, "I never anticipated we would find such amusement close to closing time. Well, this concludes our dealings for today. You are all welcome to return tomorrow. Consider these coins your appearance fee, and do not forget to collect them. It's a cold day, and I wouldn't want any of you catching a chill on the ground." As Zhang Nila unleashed a barrage of sarcastic remarks akin to a machine gun, Zhongguan recalled the matter. Perhaps it would be prudent to have Zhang Nila and Julie formally learn a few techniques from Brother Hai's team. After all, an innocent man may suffer for possessing something precious, and in the pursuit of wealth, one inevitably encounters those seeking trouble, should they ever confront a true expert. It would be wise to be prepared. Chapter 30. Enlightenment. The group led by the dagger flower rolls naturally did not dare to show their faces again. As the stock in the tricycle dwindled, the business of the three brothers gradually diminished, for patrons were more inclined to flock to larger stalls with more abundant merchandise. With the approach of New Year's Eve, the trio deemed it unwise to risk replenishing their stock. They decided to consume the last remnants under the cover of night. Zhongguan discarded the final spent firework stick. While the arithmetic was beside him had already calculated the profits from the past few days, the total cost of goods was 2,227. "Can you guess how much we've made in total?" Zhang Nila asked Zhongguan and Julie, but before they could respond, he eagerly interjected, "The total earnings exceed 13,000. After deducting the cost of goods and our meal expenses, the net profit is just over 10,000. Even the already prosperous Zhongguan was taken aback by this revelation. What began as a mere pastime during the winter vacation unexpectedly blossomed into a lucrative venture, with the profit margin of this seemingly trivial business soaring to nearly 500. Had he known money could be made so swiftly, he would have skipped formal education. Clearly, the treasures of the world are not solely found in books, Zhang Nila mused excitedly. The ever-composed Julie was visibly astonished as well. The rapidity of profit and its substantial margin exceeded his expectations, leaving a profound impression on this academically accomplished individual, which would later serve as a prelude to Zhongguan successfully persuading him to join his business endeavors. But that is a tale for another time. Amidst the joyous moments of the spring festival, filled with familial visits and unrestrained merriment, time swiftly slipped away. As the sun dipped below the horizon once more, they returned home, laden with the joy of their harvest, only to discover a bustling crowd gathered at the alley's entrance. Everyone was huddled around the bulletin board, engaged in fervent discussions. Their expressions varied, yet a palpable tension hung in the air, uniting them in a shared anxiety. The three approached to read an announcement regarding the land acquisition in their neighborhood. After so many years of residing here, how can they just decide to take it away with a mere notice? One exclaimed, "Indeed, the government cannot be so unreasonable. We purchased this land. They cannot simply seize it without so much as a word." Another protested, "No way." Zhang Guan weakly interjected, "Isn't this a way of notifying us?" "Hold on. Don't rush to anger. Look further down," someone suggested, pointing out the compensation standards. Each household would receive 2,000 yuan per square meter of housing and 800 yuan per square meter for the yard. The previously agitated crowd fell silent, exchanging glances in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for how to react. This was, after all, a typical response. In this era, land requisition remains a relatively novel concept, with the standards for compensation being articulated for the very first time, leaving the populace with no basis for comparison and, consequently, unable to assess their fairness. After all, we have yet to reach an age where simply encircling a house with the word demolish can evoke overwhelming joy. Mr. Li, a diligent worker at the neighborhood committee, was the first to grasp the implications. My home spans over 200 square meters, with a yard of several tens of square meters, which means the government intends to pay over 500,000 to acquire my property. The compensation standard of 2,000 per square meter, in Zhang Guan's view, could be deemed reasonable, especially considering that no neighbor in the alley possesses less than 200 or 300 square meters. Calculating this, it appeared that everyone could secure at least 400,000 in compensation, a substantial sum for an ordinary family, particularly when a dual-income household barely earns around 3,000 a month. It was evident that, in light of this significant compensation, the initial fervor among the crowd had dissipated considerably. "My home is similar in size to Mr. Lee's," one speaker mused silently. "So the government intends to spend this amount on my property as well? This sum could buy the home my ancestors have lived in for generations?" Despite feelings of reluctance and indignation, some remained. "My home is even larger than yours, though regrettably it is mostly yard space. Why is the compensation for the yard so paltry?" This individual exhibited a hint of regret. 800 for the yard and 2,000 for the house. What yard is there to speak of? Aren't all our homes essentially houses? A particularly astute individual interjected, jolting those lamenting their yard's size into realization. "Indeed. Why waste time discussing this? Let us hurry back to build our homes. Bricks cost so little. Turning 800 into 2,000 is a lucrative deal." The crowd dispersed instantaneously, regardless of previous sentiments of reluctance, indignation, or anticipation. In any case, they were infused with a fervent desire to strive, rushing homewards, fearful of falling behind others. It was foreseeable that tomorrow would witness a surge of activity, with every household closing their doors to labor diligently, or rather, to erect walls. The emergence of the compensation terms had completely transformed the crowd's earlier fervor, overshadowing their previous indignation and the psychological toll of losing their ancestral homes. They swiftly channeled their emotions into determination, striving to achieve the transformation from 800 to 2,000. Money, after all, has the power to effectuate significant change. "What was that lakeside view property you mentioned? How much was it?" Zhu Li nudged Zhang Guan with his elbow. "Ah, the light of realization dawns." Chapter 31. They yield. "We extend our you, Zhang Guan. I hear you're quite favored by Chen Jifeng, even taking the position of my brother Li Tianjian. Take my advice. Step back and report your safety, understood?" Zhang Guan, engrossed in the comic book before him, did not bother to lift his head upon hearing the unkind words directed at him. "Do you treat my brother Nan's words as mere wind?" The bystander, evidently lacking in cultural refinement, attempted to flatter but ended up making a fool of himself, eliciting laughter from the scant audience in the classroom. "Silence, I am busy," Zhang Guan replied, still not raising his gaze, as his fingers turned the page. The scene bore an air of peculiar tension. A group of individuals menacingly surrounded Zhang Guan, while he, at the center of this storm, appeared utterly unfazed, engrossed in the pages of his comic book. Suddenly, a hand pressed down on the page he was about to turn. Zhang Guan, growing impatient, tugged the book away from the intruding grip, only to find that the other party clung tenaciously to it. A sharp rip echoed as the page was torn in two. Annoyed, Zhang Guan looked up to see the assailant boastingly shaking his head at the onlookers, smirking as he flicked his hair to the side with an air of self-satisfaction. It was indeed a case of the winds not ceasing when the trees wished for tranquility. Zhang Guan had intended to finish reading his Doraemon during the break and return it to the bookstore after school, He never anticipated encountering such provocation. Since the winds persisted, he decided to quell them. With a seemingly harmless smile, Zhang Guan regarded the provocateur. Zhang Nila, a familiar face watching from the sidelines, cryptically declared, "You're in for a rough time." Just as the group pondered the meaning of this remark, Zhang Guan swiftly seized the hand still resting on the table, pinning it down with his left hand while his right deftly twisted the assailant's index finger in the opposite direction. Caught off guard by the sudden pain, the individual struggled desperately to break free, yet Zhang Guan held him firmly against the table, his finger bent at an alarming angle. At this moment, the onlookers finally reacted, surging forward to assist their comrade, but Zhang Nila intervened, delivering a kick that sent the foremost individual tumbling, inadvertently halting the advance of the others. Seizing the opportunity, Julie pushed a row of desks forward, while Zhang Nila brandished a broom, leaping atop a table to wave it menacingly, effectively obstructing the advancing crowd. Having initially intended only to issue a mild reprimand, Zhang Guan chose not to increase the pressure on the captured finger for fear of fracture. Observing the beads of sweat forming on the assailant's brow, he softly remarked, "My friend, your little brothers are numerous. If they rush in further, I might become frightened. And when I am frightened, I cannot guarantee my strength." Upon hearing this, the individual quickly gestured for his companions to hold back. Satisfied, Zhang Guan relaxed his grip slightly and continued, "I was studying," to which Zhang Nila scoffed. "Watching Doryman counts as studying, and you interrupted me. Which is your first fault? Tearing the book signifies a lack of respect for knowledge. Which is your second fault? I borrowed this book, and it costs 3 dimes a day. If damaged, you must compensate me the full price of 9 yuan, which is your third fault. Thus, an apology is in order, along with some monetary compensation." Zhang Nila chimed in, "For the book's cost." As Zhang Guan eased his grip, the pain lessened for the assailant, who hurriedly fished out 10 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table, exclaiming, I apologize. I'll pay for the damage, just release me." "Not so fast," interjected Zhang Nila, stepping forward to leisurely lift the money, theatrically gesturing towards the sunlight. "In this day and age, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. We cannot be fooled by counterfeit bills." After much deliberation, Zhang Nila still couldn't discern the truth, so he simply tucked it away in his pocket. He then pulled out a handful of coins from his back pocket and stacked them on the table. 1, 2, 30. There, not a penny more, not a penny less. Fair and square, a whole $1. Take it or leave it. Zhang Guan released his grip, prompting the other person to quickly withdraw their hand, clutching it in preparation to retreat, only to be yanked back by Zhang Nila. "Hey, take the money. Otherwise, it looks like I'm profiting off you by $1. Observing the individual trembling, enduring the pain as they stuffed the coins into their pocket, Zhang Guan turned his head away, feeling soft-hearted and unable to bear the sight of such misery. It was as though the whole affair was utterly unrelated to him. When the person returned to their companions, it dawned on them that they were indeed the majority. However, the earlier scene had already been embarrassing enough, so they could only leave with a cliché, spiteful remark. Aided by their peers, "Don't leave right after school." First, it was Ishihara Man, then Nanyun Zhong, who seemed to have overlooked that Zhang Guan was the troublemaker of our class. Having rushed back from outside and missing the thrilling scene, Lu Chungbin approached. "What this Nanyun Zhong and Bai Yunli? Are they running their household like a battleship? Is that impressive?" Zhang Nila inquired, puzzled. "You don't know him? Then how did the conflict arise?" Lu Chungbin replied, astonished. "He definitely can't handle a battleship, but his family is somewhat involved with boats. I heard they deal in sand on the river. If Ishihara Man is a useless wastrel, merely flaunting a bit of wealth and causing minor disturbances, then Nanyun Zhong is practically a member of society. A few years ago, he got entangled with some dubious characters, not only among our grade, but even the seniors give him some respect. You're the first to dare to cross him." Zhang Guan, who had not taken it to heart, couldn't help but chuckle at the remark. Let us set aside the societal status for now. Just the fact that he has a name that could sink a battleship means his family's boat is bound to face troubles. Zhu Li instantly understood, laughing in agreement, while Lu Chungbin stood by, bewildered. As the school bell rang, its chime clear and crisp, Lu Chungbin approached Zhang Guan again, speaking earnestly. "Although I would love to see you teach that pretentious Nanyun Zhong a lesson, I sincerely advise you not to exit through the main gate. Instead, take the back route. Nanyun Zhong and his crew aren't like Ishihara Man. They fight viciously." Observing his typically carefree classmate now so solemnly concerned, Zhang Guan pondered for a moment and replied, attempting to maintain a tone that wouldn't discourage his good intentions. I appreciate your kindness, my friend. But where can one hide? Can one evade the first year and then the 15th? If he came to the classroom looking for trouble and left empty-handed today, tomorrow he'll dare to bring more people directly to confront me. I can't just drop out, can I? Don't worry, I can be flexible. And I assure you, I won't come to harm. After sending Lu Qingbin off, Zhang Milan nudged Zhang Guan with his arm. So, how do you plan to be flexible with Nanyun Zhou? Zhang Guan, with 2 bricks in hand, felt they were inadequate and casually grabbed a broken bench leg nearby, tucking it into his backpack. They bend, we stand tall. Chapter 32, A Journey with Nanyun Zhou. It was within this narrow alley that Zhang Guan and Zhang Nei first witnessed the wisdom of the rabbit brother, who advocated that a wise man does not suffer from immediate losses. One could only wonder which influential figure today would undertake such a disreputable role. During an aid project in a certain nation, Zhang Guan had previously encountered a large-scale brawl. A local gang, a formidable group of dozens, descended upon the project office, clearly seeking more than mere sustenance. Even a child could discern that these muscular locals, armed and bare-chested, were after far more than a couple of hearty meals. The project leadership understood that yielding to such gangs was perilous. Once they realized that they could gain from intimidation, they would only escalate their demands, inviting further groups to swarm like relentless flies, thereby threatening the project's daily operations. Hence, they organized for a specially hired security firm to confront the situation. The locals, evidently aware that their survival depended on maintaining a semblance of order, were reluctant to resort to gunfire, knowing that escalating the situation could jeopardize their livelihoods. The project team was acutely aware of the need for restraint while operating in a hostile environment, aiming to inflict just enough pain to convince the opposition that continuing the confrontation would not be worth the risk of further conflict. Thus, both parties set aside their weapons, resorting instead to the makeshift arms found on the construction site, steel pipes, wooden sticks, and mops, engaging in a chaotic melee. In the midst of their daily duties, Zhang Guan, alongside several robust and exuberant colleagues, practiced combat under the guidance of security instructor Li Xiaogong, forming strong bonds with the team through their shared experiences. When faced with this challenge, Zhang Guan and his companions volunteered to defend their hard-won achievements alongside the security personnel. During the fray, Li Xiaogong wielded an approximately 80-centimeter-long baton with remarkable agility, leaving chaos in his wake. Zhang Guan and his comrades utilized their training, nimbly dodging and striking with precision. The altercation lasted several minutes until the police intervened, at which point the beleaguered locals retreated, supporting one another. Though Zhang Guan and his friends bore a few wounds, their spirits remained unyielding. Such opportunities for real combat were rare, and Zhang Guan eagerly participated in subsequent minor skirmishes, earning the playful title of an external member of the security team. His experiences in these encounters, combined with years of agility honed through football, equipped him with considerable prowess in unarmed combat, brawling, and both one-on-one and group confrontations. As his thoughts drifted back to the present, Zhang Guan found the alley bustling with nearly 20 individuals, some barehanded and others brandishing clubs, all glaring fiercely at the 3 of them. At the forefront stood the instigator, Nanyun Zhou. As the trio approached, the crowd blocked their path, shaking their heads and brandishing their weapons, evidently impatient after a long wait. Without waiting for an attack, Zhang Guan, breaking from his usual demeanor, approached with a bow, attempting to appease them. Brothers, my apologies for the delay. I have come to atone. Come, gentlemen. Indulge in a smoke. Having said that, he fumbled through his pockets in a frantic manner, rummaging from his jacket to his trousers. A few individuals in the front row exchanged glances, muttering to themselves, "This fellow seems to adhere to the decorum. He is not nearly as arrogant as Nan Yuchong described." It appears that this lad has exaggerated once more, fabricating tales of public humiliation and disgrace to deceive us into intervening. Zhang Guan, having searched every inch of his person without producing even a single cigarette, suddenly smacked his forehead in realization. How forgetful I am. I specifically purchased a whole pack of cigarettes at the school gate to treat you all. How could I possibly keep an entire pack in my pocket? It must be in my backpack. As he spoke, he began to unzip his bag, uncertain of Zhang Guan's intentions, and genuinely fearing he might produce a cigarette to ease the tension. Nan Yunchong stepped forward and scolded, "Do not waste your time. My friends are here today solely to deal with you. Even if you were to pull out a bar of gold, you would not escape unscathed." Zhang Guan maintained his smile. No hurry, no hurry, there truly is a pack. Before he could finish his sentence, the brick firmly grasped in his hand was already soaring toward Nan Yuncheng, who, having only uttered a harsh word, was struck heavily and staggered back, seeing stars. The crowd quickly reacted, hurling fierce insults, too graphic to detail, you understand, as they surged toward Zhang Guan. Behind him, Zhang Mila and Zhu Li also revealed the concealed clubs from their bags to join the fray. Zhang Guan, at the forefront, dodged the incoming club and deftly retaliated with a brick to a rival, switching the brick to his left hand, freeing his right to snatch the weapon dropped by his opponent, which he used to block a second attack. He then advanced, delivering 2 swift strikes to the opponent's ribs, causing them to bend over with a cry. Sensing an ambush from behind, Zhang Guan crouched down just in time as a club whizzed past his head, leveraging his squat. He executed a sweeping kick that knocked the assailant to the ground. Following this, he performed a lotus position maneuver, crashing down onto the opponent's chest. As someone rushed forward to assist their teammate, Zhang Guan thrust his club forward in a precise motion, executing the move known as the monkey steals the peach, prompting the opponent to clutch their vital area and emit a silent scream. In a matter of moments, Zhang Guan unleashed a series of advanced techniques, such as the old man pushes the cart and the immortal points the way, until Nan Yuncheng, his vision cleared of stars, observed that the formidable social figures he had summoned were now sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Nan Yuncheng quickly discerned that Zhang Guan was a tough nut to crack. Zhang Mila, with his frenzied club swinging, though he had taken a few hits, projected an intimidating aura. The only exception was Zhu Li, the bookish type, who remained sheltered behind Zhang Guan and Zhang Mila, appearing utterly helpless and thus the soft target they needed. Seizing the opportunity while the trio's attention was diverted, Nan Yuncheng darted behind Zhu Li, drawing a concealed machete from his waist and aiming a strike at Zhu Li's back. By the time Zhang Guan became aware of the situation, it was already too late. In a hurry, he hurled a brick from his hand, striking Nan Yuncheng's arm and slightly diminishing the force of the blade he wielded. Regaining his senses, Zhu Li attempted to block with his stick while sidestepping, but ultimately was a moment too late. The blade grazed his left arm, causing a spray of blood. Enraged, Zhang Guan stepped forward to kick the knife from Nan Yuncheng's grip, following up with a side kick that sent him sprawling several meters away. Zhu Li, clutching his arm, gestured to Zhang Guan that he was not gravely injured, which allowed Zhang Guan to ease his worries. At that moment, several figures rushed in, commanding everyone to drop their weapons and take cover. Zhang Guan recognized them as the 2 uncles who had previously taken his statement. He exchanged glances with Zhu Li, receiving a nod of affirmation that the police had been alerted in advance and backup arrangements were in place, granting him a sense of relief. As expected, the 3 brothers received basic first aid before comfortably drinking water, insisting they had acted in self-defense, and after giving their statements, they intended to return home. On the other hand, the situation for Nan Yuncheng was dire. He was apprehended for wielding a knife, engaging in a brawl, and causing public disturbances, with his associates being notorious figures in the underworld. In their desperation to extricate themselves from the situation, they unanimously claimed that Nan Yuncheng was the mastermind, while they were mere accomplices, suggesting that Nan Yuncheng would likely find himself in a secluded place for reform. Chapter 33. The first encounter with Fu Jun. Nan Yuncheng was expelled. In a short span, the school buzzed with gossip regarding the recent expulsions of both Shi Yuanman and Nan Yuncheng, leading to a flurry of rumors. It did not take long for the curious to discover their common link, Zhang Guan. Were they both driven away by Zhang Guan's prowess? This succinct speculation, though straightforward, bore a semblance of truth. Zhang Guan, a modest yet affluent heir, had dozens of bodyguards at his disposal, and Shi Yuanman and Nan Yuncheng had clearly met their match. However, this theory, while not entirely unfounded, lacked substantial evidence. Whispers of his remarkable skills circulated, depicting him as a solitary figure who could effortlessly take on dozens of adversaries without faltering, leaving the scene as quietly as he had arrived, shrouded in anonymity. One could easily discern that such tales originated from an ardent martial arts enthusiast. Moreover, it was said that he frequently appeared alongside a certain individual, an imposing figure known as Zhang Mila, who could single-handedly confront throngs of opponents without breaking a sweat, let alone Zhang Guan himself. Zhang Mila, caught between delight and frustration, reveled in his newfound notoriety, yet lamented the label of the Big Oaf. for he fancied himself resembling the handsome Panin. In no time, myriad rumors regarding Zhang Guan reverberated throughout the campus. If subduing the arrogant Shi Yuan man was merely a display of Zhang Guan's capabilities, his decisive handling of the even more formidable Nan Yunchong undoubtedly cloaked him in an air of enigma. People were reluctant to accept that an ordinary individual could suddenly surpass them in strength. Instead, they preferred to believe that Zhang Guan was supported by some hidden advantage. As Zhang Guan strolled through the school, he felt somewhat out of place amidst the curious, timid, and somewhat obsequious gazes of his classmates. In stark contrast, Zhang Nila embraced the attention without a hint of discomfort. During the break, Zhu Li casually engaged in conversation with Zhang Guan and Zhang Nila. "Oh, what's going on?" Zhang Guan inquired, perplexed. Zhu Li teased, "They say you are the spokesperson of our grade." Zhang Guan chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying the claim. While Zhang Nila eagerly interjected, "If he is the spokesperson, surely I can be considered the executive vice spokesperson." Lu Chengbin slyly approached and remarked, "Believe it or not, La Gu, there has indeed been chatter outside that you are the top general under Sangu, the double red flower rod. Even when Wang Yawu and I go out, students from other classes inquire about your exploits." At this point, Lu Chengbin hesitated before tentatively proposing, "Some of these individuals have a decent rapport with me, and they've mentioned wanting to pay their respects. Should I bring them to meet you sometime?" Zhang Guan furrowed his brow. Such ostentatious behavior was not in line with his style. However, upon glancing at Zhang Nila's eager expression, he reconsidered. In his previous life, he had maintained a low profile, but excessive modesty could indeed hinder future endeavors, especially since he intended to make significant strides in the business realm this time around. Furthermore, Zhang Nila's boisterous nature was well suited for engaging with a broader circle. Stifling his social attributes would be counterproductive to his development. Harnessing his organizational and coordination skills would undoubtedly benefit both himself and the company in the future. Having come to this conclusion, Zhang Guan replied, "I need to oversee the shop, so why don't you and Zhu Li have a chat while there's time?" Zhu Li quickly waved his hand in refusal, while Zhang Nila readily agreed, always open to opportunities that might enhance his reputation. "Dear classmates, this upcoming high school football tournament organized by the city aims to alleviate the pressures of our rigorous studies while promoting physical fitness. We hope everyone embodies the spirit of competitive sports and showcases the exceptional demeanor of all football enthusiasts in the Haishi district to our counterparts in other districts. Furthermore, the victorious team will represent Haishi City in the High School League of Dongchuan Province, where professional league coaches and scouts will be present. Some of you may receive invitations to embark on a professional path, stepping onto a completely different playing field. Perhaps the next Ronaldo from Haishi is among us." Observing the passionate and articulate speech delivered by Fu Jun, the director of the Haishi District Sports Bureau, Zhang Guan couldn't help but admire his eloquence. The motivational address had already ignited a fervor among his teammates, who envisioned themselves gracing the verdant fields of fame. Does he truly love football? Zhang Guan seized the opportunity to discreetly ask Chen Jifeng beside him. Chen Jifeng pondered momentarily before affirmatively nodding. "Old Fu was my teammate during my youth league days. Despite his current portly appearance and loquacious demeanor, he was, in fact, the fastest and most physically gifted player on our team back in the day. We are the twin stars of the youth team, having ascended together to the senior squad, though regrettably, he succumbed to injury and retired earlier than I did. However, one might argue that he has turned misfortune into fortune, leveraging the recent surge in football development. He has thrived within the system. Undoubtedly, his passion for the sport is genuine. He has made commendable strides in youth training in our district, establishing facilities and organizing competitions with notable success. The student league during the summer was implemented under his resolute advocacy. More critically, the achievements brought forth by the World Cup have not gone unnoticed, leading to heightened attention from above regarding this tournament. Our Haishi district consistently ranks among the top in the city in terms of sports performance, and coincidentally, the position of deputy director at the Municipal Sports Bureau has remained vacant. Rumor has it that whichever district can represent Haishi City and clinch victory in the Dongchuan Province competition will be favored for the role. How could old Fu not have aspirations? This presents an ideal opportunity to harmonize ambition with reality. He is a pragmatic bureaucrat, adept at both executing tangible initiatives and envisioning grand prospects. Zhang Guan silently pondered. "You seem unfazed," remarked Chen Jifeng, observing Zhang Guan with curiosity. In contrast to the fervor of their peers, Zhang Guan's maturity belied his youth. Zhang Guan shrugged. Aren't you the same, Coach Chen? I have long surpassed the age of youthful exuberance. I have seen through the essence of professionalism. Moreover, compared to campus football, professional football is far from an ideal utopia. Rather, it is a realm rife with complexities and ambitions, unfit for discussion here. Suddenly, Chen Jifeng halted, looking at Zhang Guan with an apologetic expression. I misspoke. These are merely the grievances of a retired individual. The true nature of professional football must be experienced firsthand by you. Zhang Guan nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Chapter 34. Encountering Li Xiaogong again. Our first match is against the Zidong district, a formidable opponent. Chen Jifeng presented a stack of materials to the players before him, explaining, their entire team boasts a uniform height of 180 centimeters, and they are robust. I suspect they have been directly recruited from a sports school. Li Qinyang interjected with a jest. Coach, we are playing football, not carrying bricks. What use is a bunch of brawny guys? This statement held merit, and Chen Jifeng responded with a smile. While a strong physique is beneficial, football is not merely a physical endeavor. A good physique does not guarantee success. That said, a solid physical foundation is essential for winning confrontations. Their key playmaker, number 9, Zhu Xiaowen, possesses both strength and skill. He can withstand pressure and control the ball, capable of both power and finesse. Under his orchestration, the physical prowess of their team is maximized. In summary, review the materials provided and pay heed to this opponent. Zhang Guan perused the documents in his hand. The Zidong team, predominantly employing a 4-4-2 formation with a diamond-shaped midfield, their style is characterized by resilience, agility, and a fast-paced, straightforward approach, eschewing excessive skirmishes in localized areas. In attack, they favor high balls, skillfully executing cross-field deliveries from the flanks, with a well-rehearsed routine for central positioning. However, they exhibit a lack of finesse and technique, and their defense lacks stability, appearing somewhat hasty. They are heavily reliant on their core player, number 9. Key players include the goalkeeper, approximately 185 centimeters tall, predominantly right-footed, possesses a commanding stature and excels in aerial situations, yet displays limited mobility and hesitance in decisive moments. Their capacity to handle crosses from the flanks is adequate, while their response to long-range shots is average. The center backs, both right-footed and of substantial height, demonstrate reasonable defensive capabilities but are slow to turn and chase back. Considering the goalkeeper's indecisiveness, targeting through balls behind their line could be effective. The right back is an offensive-minded defender with good physicality and speed, although technically rough, lacking the ability to perform localized breakthroughs but demonstrating significant running capacity. Under the direction of number 9's passing, they possess the ability to support offensively, often opting for low, flat crosses rather than high balls, preferring to create chaos with diagonal or direct passes. While eager to assist in attacks, their transition to defense is often inadequate, suggesting a strategy that exploits weaknesses between the right back and right center back. The left back, a defensively oriented player, primarily focuses on defense with minimal involvement in attacks. Any assists are mostly from crosses delivered from the edge of the penalty area, exhibiting a high defensive success rate. The defensive midfielder is a hard-working, non-possession type, adept at tussling and winning duels, with a pragmatic style and clear thought process, passing the ball directly to number 9 without hesitation. Though their positional sense as a single pivot is generally poor, leading to frequent positional errors. The attacking midfielder is a core player, enjoying relative freedom in the forward line. Often drifting into the flanks, predominantly left-footed, they possess a keen tactical awareness and solid technical skills, excelling in orchestrating team play through long passes, short passes, and incisive through balls, making them a significant offensive threat. The forward, number 10, embodies a lone wolf style, standing approximately 183 centimeters tall, with impressive speed and physicality, favoring rapid directional changes to break through defenses. They thrive in chaotic situations and are adept at finding solutions when the game stagnates, yet exhibit low willingness to collaborate, resulting in average offensive efficiency. Their shooting technique does not prioritize angles, favoring power, which often leads to a low conversion rate. Primarily left-footed, they possess the ability to strike with their right foot as well, yet tend to instinctively adjust to their left foot when opportunities arise, often missing critical chances. As Zhang Guan skimmed through the information, he glanced up at Chen Jifeng, who was smoking nearby. He had long recognized Chun as a data-driven technician, but he was surprised to find such detailed data gathered even at this level of competition, indicating considerable effort had been invested pre-match. As if sensing Zhang Guan's thoughts, Chen Jifeng extinguished his cigarette and stated, "Let me introduce a new friend, also my former teammate, Li Xiaogong. He is a formidable talent whom Director Fu exerted substantial effort to bring back, especially skilled in gathering various information and data. That document you just reviewed was crafted by him." Upon hearing this name, Zhang Guan felt a sense of disorientation. The security instructor, who had once spent countless days and nights in a foreign nation with me, unexpectedly made an early appearance. From Chen Jifeng's words, it seems that Li Xiaogong has a background in football. Was he not trained in combat sports? At this moment, Li Xiaogong appeared considerably younger than when he first met Zhang Guan. He was not particularly tall, yet his physique was robust, with a close-cropped hairstyle complementing his sun-kissed skin, exuding an air of astuteness and competence. With a cheerful smile, he greeted everyone with a bow, saying, "What great deity! Jifeng is merely jesting. We are here to safeguard the development of football in our district." Indeed, his gestures and demeanor were reminiscent of the Li Xiaogong from before, albeit with a few years less. Li Xiaogong's acumen in information gathering was impressive. As the match commenced, the opposing team's number 10, just as described in the dossier, recklessly dribbled the ball left and right, heedless of the frantic calls for the ball from number 9, Zhu Xiaowen. Observing a teammate bulldoze forward with the ball, Zhu Xiaowen shook his head, accustomed to this behavior. Whenever the match began, he would always indulge in a few exhilarating dribbles. However, this strategy proved beneficial, as it allowed them to exploit his breakthroughs to assess the weaknesses in the opponent's defense. Indeed, after a mere 10 minutes, he had already discerned that the right midfielder was strong in confrontation but lacked mobility, while the left midfielder excelled in positioning but was weak in one-on-one defending. Seizing a moment during a dead ball, he approached number 10 and whispered, "Next time, do not break through from the right flank to the left. Try the opposite direction. First, attempt to exploit the left midfielder's inadequate one-on-one capability, rendering his positional support ineffective. Then drift into the right midfielder's zone to capitalize on his poor mobility and positioning, targeting the gaps between the right and left midfielders." On the sidelines, Chen Jifeng quickly sensed a shift in the dynamics of the game. Initially, the number 10 from the opposing team had a high presence on the field, showcasing an exuberant style of play but lacking efficiency, often thwarted by their double defensive midfielders or the central defenders who came to assist. Yet, it was not long before the same number 10, with his mindless dribbling, began to pose a greater threat to the defense, causing heightened alarm as he repeatedly maneuvered past the double midfielders, bringing the ball perilously close to the central defenders. Chapter 35. The first signs of brilliance. This relentless assault on the defense could not be allowed to continue. Chen Jifeng discarded his cigarette, and called over the nearby Li Qinyang, instructing him, "Stay close to the opposing number 9 and restrict his passing. Inform Zhang Guan and Li Jiajia to adjust their positions and form a triangular encirclement with you. Once we regain possession, execute a quick counterattack in tandem with Zhang Guan." On the field, Zhang Guan observed for an extended period and found that the playing style of the opposing number 10 bore a striking resemblance to his own in the past, characterized by mindless dribbling and repeated breakthroughs. However, he recalled that in his prime, his physical prowess had been superior, with greater capacity for repeated assaults and a slightly better overall view of the game. Of course, he was now Zhang Guan, and the present was not to be compared with the past. The match has progressed for nearly half an hour, and our midfield is somewhat stifled by the opponent's aggressive pressing, making it difficult to advance the ball. This has left our forward, Zhang Guan, feeling somewhat stranded. After receiving the coach's instructions relayed by Li Qinyang, Zhang Guan retreated nearly 20 meters, positioning himself near the passing lanes between the opposing center-back and forward Zhu Xiaowen, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As the opposing center-back gained possession, Zhang Guan jogged over lazily, feigning pressure while anticipating the direction of the opponent's pass, already prepared to pivot and sprint. As predicted, the ball was played to Zhu Xiaowen, prompting Zhang Guan to close in swiftly. Meanwhile, Li Qinyang adhered closely to Zhu Xiaowen, preventing him from turning, while Li Jiajia arrived in support to intercept any potential pass to the right. In a moment of desperation, Zhu Xiaowen, while shielding the ball, sought a passing route to the left, but collided head-on with the rapidly approaching Zhang Guan. Without time to think, Zhu Xiaowen executed a feigned pass, maneuvering around Zhang Guan, only for Li Qinyang to step in and control the ball with a decisive stride. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Guan pivoted and sprinted forward, and Li Qinyang intuitively laid the ball off to him. Now, Zhang Guan faced only the opposing defensive midfielder and two center backs. Undeterred by the advancing midfielder, Zhang Guan maintained his speed, using the inside of his right foot to touch the ball in quick succession while executing a series of shoulder feints. With a deft flick of his ankle, he pushed the ball forward. The opposing midfielder, thoroughly disoriented by Zhang Guan's earlier feints, found his balance compromised and could only reach out in a futile attempt to grab Zhang Guan, who nimbly evaded him and surged ahead. The two center backs, known for their slow-turning style, became the focus of Zhang Guan's strategy as he recalled the pre-match analysis. He chose not to follow the conventional route toward the flank, but instead adjusted his path mid-dribble, charging between the two center backs. The opposing coach, witnessing this unfold, felt elated. A breakthrough in the wider spaces of the flanks would undoubtedly challenge the somewhat clumsy center-back defense. However, the central area presented a different scenario where the center-back's lateral movement was restricted, thus limiting the attacking space available to Zhang Guan. On the sidelines, Chen Jifeng grew anxious, sharing a glance with Li Xiaogong, both sensing that Zhang Guan's chosen path was somewhat audacious. Yet, Zhang Guan had a different plan in mind. While advancing along the flank might offer a higher success rate, such an approach would bring him close to the goal line, significantly diminishing the direct threat to the goal. At that moment, his teammates were not yet in position for a cross, and any attempt to continue along the baseline would greatly reduce the threat of the attack. In contrast, a frontal assault on the two center backs, though more challenging, would allow him to penetrate directly into the penalty area, greatly amplifying the threat. Even if he could not break through directly, he could maneuver the ball toward the flank, drawing the two center backs with him and creating a larger defensive vacuum in the center for his teammates' late runs. Noting that both center backs favored their right foot, Zhang Guan resolved to attack the left side of the left center back. Zhang Guan pondered deeply, executing two consecutive feints to the side, pretending to break through to the left. As he deceived the right center back, causing him to lean slightly to the right, he deftly nudged the ball to the side of the left center back. The right center back hurriedly adjusted his balance, but the proximity of his teammates hindered his movements, causing a slight delay. Zhang Guan, having circumvented him, surged forward, having already crossed into the opposing defense zone. Meanwhile, the left center back moved laterally with relative swiftness, yet Zhang Guan effectively shielded him with his body, obstructing his view of the ball. The left center back could only infer the trajectory of the ball from Zhang Guan's movements. This positioning was precisely what Zhang Guan required. He feigned a shot, leaning back, while simultaneously pretending to pull the ball back, tricking the left center back into believing he would decelerate to maintain control. In an instant, he pivoted and accelerated forward. In the brief moment of hesitation from the left center back, Zhang Guan had already darted a meter ahead. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable simplicity. The goalkeeper, as noted in the pre-match analysis, hesitated momentarily before deciding to engage. However, such a one-on-one opportunity was child's play for Zhang Guan. With the opposing defenders tugging and shoving at his back, he lowered his center of gravity, tightened his core, and with precision, struck the ball with the arch of his right foot, slipping it through the goalkeeper's narrow gap. This young lad certainly possessed a spirit of adventure. Observing the jubilant players on the field, Li Xiaogong lit a cigarette, seemingly reminiscing about his glorious days on the pitch. Chen Jifeng also rekindled a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, enveloped in an indescribable sense of contentment. Physical prowess, technical skill, and speed were all his advantages. Yet the most critical attribute was his exceptional tactical awareness and ability to read the game. Watching him play evoked the impression of a seasoned veteran on the field, fully aware of when to conserve energy and when to exert force, demonstrating a remarkable fluidity that belied his teenage years. Such high praise left Li Xiaogong somewhat astonished. It was well known that his old teammate was quite proud and often regarded his former companions who had transitioned to professional teams as merely relying on physicality, connections, and financial backing. Yet here he was, expressing admiration for a high school student unpolished by professional youth training. The earlier blunder left Zhu Xiaowen feeling somewhat vexed. He had not anticipated that the calmness of the early game was a deliberate ploy by the opposition, who seized the moment of his complacency to mount an attack that jeopardized their defensive line. He was even more surprised that the opposing number 10 could navigate through three teammates in the center before finding the net. Taking a few deep breaths to calm his emotions, he re-engaged in the match. The rhythm of the game was evidently under the control of the Zedong team, with the left and right backs alternating in their offensive support and the defensive midfielder frequently pushing forward. This aggressive style of play left the Haishi team somewhat passive, with an air of danger looming before their goal. Nevertheless, Zhang Guan felt unfazed. He recognized that the opponent's high pressing was incredibly taxing, and once his team could maneuver the ball out of the pressured zone at the back, he would be confronted with a vast expanse of open field. And indeed, that moment arrived. A defensive player from his side, under duress, made a reckless clearance that was intercepted by the opponent, fortuitously landing beside Li Qinyang. As Li Qinyang had yet to seize the ball, the opposing player's pressure was already palpable. Fortunately, before receiving the ball, Li had thoroughly observed Zhang Guan's positioning. Noticing that Zhang had drifted into the midfield area directly in front of him, Li deftly executed an awkward flick pass, releasing the ball in an instant. The ball bounced erratically toward Zhang's direction, and while everyone anticipated that Zhang would opt to control the less-than-ideal pass before returning it, he instead leaned against the defender behind him, using his left leg to block the opponent's turning direction. With a gentle flick of his right foot, he hooked the ball behind him and swiftly pivoted on his left leg, effortlessly leaving the defender trailing behind. This time, the two central defenders had wised up. Aware that they could not match Zhang's speed, one advanced while the other lagged back, adopting a staggered formation with a strategy to delay the attack. However, this posed no challenge for Zhang. He executed a series of shoulder feints to the left and right, and as the defenders shifted their weight, he deftly maneuvered the ball to the flank for a breakthrough. As the opposing center back shifted back toward the flank, Zhang subtly flicked the ball in the opposite direction. The defender hurriedly turned to chase the ball, now rolling toward the center, yet Zhang, with another deft touch of his right foot, redirected the ball back toward the flank. At last, the robust but cumbersome center back lost his footing during the rapid shifts of weight and fell to the ground. Zhang then slightly reduced his speed, drawing back as if to shoot. Observing this, the last remaining center back rushed in, extending his leg for a block. However, Zhang, having feigned a shot, gently nudged the ball forward to his right, creating a narrow angle for a potential strike. If you favor your right foot, I shall aim for your left. If you excel at aerial balls, I will target the ground, Zhang mused internally, and with that he unleashed a low, driven shot that skimmed the grass, virtually devoid of spin, and found its way into the bottom corner of the net. Chapter 36. Is that it? Showboating? Watching Zhang's mesmerizing display, Li Xiaogong felt intrigued. This method of breakthrough, characterized by repeated shifts in weight, is deceptively simple yet remarkably challenging. It is simple because, with sufficient explosive power and coordination, this maneuver can yield remarkable results with minimal practice. Yet, it is difficult due to the often elusive balance of explosive power and coordination. And the precision required in controlling the force and angle during repeated movements presents a considerable challenge, necessitating both refined technique and a clear mind. Such talent is rare on the street soccer fields, is it not? I exerted considerable effort to persuade him to join, Qin Jifeng thought with pride, relishing his role as the discerning talent scout. During the first half, the two counterattacks had effectively dismantled the entire defensive line, leaving Zhu Xiaowen not particularly adept in defense, with little to complain about, as physical play and speed were not his strengths. However, the situation had shifted at the start of the second half. A promising opportunity arose for his teammates to showcase their strengths with a free kick from approximately 30 meters away. The distance was a bit far, but not insurmountable. The angle was just right to deliver a powerful arc. Zhu Xiaowen positioned the ball, aligning the air hole with himself, while measuring his backward run and assessing the opposing wall, already formulating his decision in his mind. With his left foot, Zhu Xiaowen initiated the first stride of his run-up. After 5 steps, he found himself precisely behind the ball, with his standing foot positioned approximately 40 centimeters from the side of the ball. His right ankle was locked, and he struck the lower middle part of the ball with the inner side of his foot, applying a blend of finesse and power. Following the strike, his body leaned slightly forward in the direction of the ball's trajectory, while his right foot extended forward to prolong the contact time. Zhu had practiced this sequence privately no less than 500 times. Every distance, point of contact, angle of the toes, and degree of force had become ingrained in his muscle memory. The moment he struck the ball, feeling triumphant, Zhu had already raised his arms in celebration of a goal. Infuriatingly, he had been outsmarted. Observing the premature celebrations of his opponents and the subsequent goal, Li Qinyang silently lamented. When is it most opportune to score? After the previous goal has been scored. Zhu Xiaowen was a fervent believer in this philosophy. He beckoned his celebrating teammates to gather and orchestrated their next move. Once the game resumed, they would capitalize on the disarray of their opponents who had just conceded a goal. As he had anticipated, the Haishi team did exhibit a brief moment of confusion post-goal. Players had differing views on their one-goal lead. Some believed the free kick was a fluke and that their defensive stance should remain unchanged, while others felt the need to intensify their offensive efforts to extend their advantage, resulting in a fragmented formation between attack and defense. Zhu awaited this very opportunity, retreating slightly to a more central position, where he delivered several long passes to the left and right, effectively probing the fissures in the opposing defense. He then positioned himself at the edge of the penalty area. When the left flank attack was thwarted, he noticed the right back had silently crossed the midfield line, sprinting rapidly towards the gap. Upon regaining possession, Zhu swiftly threaded the ball into the space, perfectly gauging the strength required, allowing his advancing right back to pursue the ball effortlessly near the goal line and deliver a low, triangular cross. However, the penalty area was crowded, and neither side could fully control the ball. In the ensuing tussle, the ball ricocheted toward the edge of the penalty area. Zhu Xiaowen, opting not to surge into the penalty box for the immediate opportunity, chose instead to linger outside, acknowledging a degree of gamble in his decision. Yet, undeniably, this gamble paid off. He accurately predicted the ball's bounce, preemptively securing a prime shooting position, leaning his upper body forward. His right thigh propelled his calf into a full extension as he unleashed a powerful strike just as the ball was about to land. The ball soared over the crowd within the penalty area, finding the upper corner of the net. In a matter of minutes, the situation had dramatically reversed. Somewhat unexpectedly for Qin Jifeng, though such volatility is not uncommon in youth matches characterized by instability. Quite intriguing, Zhang Guan mused, reflecting on Zhu Xiaowen. Reminiscent of his own days when, having gained weight and no longer able to dash across the field, he had developed his own skill set of health-focused techniques, the elevation free kick and the curved long-range shot. Had it not been for Zhu Xiaowen's impressive display, Zhang might have forgotten these skills exclusive to middle age. Perhaps a trial was in order? Why not give it a try? It seemed a simple endeavor. As Zhang Guan once again maneuvered the ball, he did not dash away but instead slowed his pace, using his body to firmly obstruct the pursuing defensive midfielder. The midfielder, concerned about Zhang Guan's potential breach of his territory and the ensuing chaos it might create in the defensive line, found himself perplexed by the boy's sudden cessation of movement. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily reached out from behind and pulled Zhang Guan down, positioning himself perfectly. Zhang Guan assessed the distance and angle to the goal from the spot of the incident, nodding in satisfaction. Ignoring the ongoing negotiations at the wall between the two sides, he steadied his breath at the penalty spot, recalling the techniques he had honed through countless practice sessions. Once his breathing was calm, Zhang Guan took a series of measured steps back, ultimately halting at the fourth step. Although the four-step run-up was somewhat shorter than usual, it sufficed for an elevator ball, which did not heavily rely on the use of his limbs. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. Observing Zhang Guan's stance, Zhu Xiaowen felt a flicker of confusion. Conventionally, one would position slightly off to facilitate an angle between the body and the ball, allowing for a greater striking surface with the inside of the foot. Yet here was Zhang Guan, standing directly in front of the ball. What was his strategy? Was he preparing for a powerful strike or perhaps a flick with the outside of his foot? Zhang Guan faced the ball, initiating his run with his right foot. The speed of his approach was not brisk. Upon completing his 4 steps, he planted his left foot as the support, extending his body. His thigh remained relaxed, relying solely on his calf to exert force. The front part of his foot arched, resembling the blade of a long knife, striking the lower center of the ball with a swift motion. After the impact, he quickly withdrew his foot, minimizing contact time to avoid imparting spin on the ball. The ball soared into the sky. I refer to the ball, not the player. Was that it? Zhang Guan seemed to hear the unspoken doubts of the onlookers and, with a hint of apology, waved to his teammates, offering them today as first commendation. Internally, he reflected, the contact point was misaligned with the ball south center and too close to its base. Failure. Elevator balls operate on such principles. An excessive rush to strike while avoiding spin leads to a diminutive contact area, and if the striking point is not accurately gauged, miscalculations can ensue. Well, it was merely a free kick. If this attempt falters, there is always the next. Chapter 37. Post-match reflection. The next opportunity arrived swiftly. In the same area, after another breakthrough, he positioned himself to await the opposing defender, the same midfielder, who again found himself perplexed by Zhang Guan's apparent fatigue, only to subsequently pull him down once more. As Zhang Guan exhibited his peculiar stance again, Zhu Xiaowen experienced a sudden epiphany. This boy was practicing free kicks. He hurriedly informed the midfielder, "Do not foul again. This lad is clearly seeking opportunities for a free kick." The midfielder nodded vigorously, but added, "I understand the reasoning. Yet what can I do? I feel quite helpless as well." The goalkeeper stepped forward, encouraging his teammates, "Don't worry, I've seen it all before." Zhang Guan, reflecting on the sensations from his earlier free kick, focused intently on the lower center of the ball, his foot poised to strike in a straight line once more. The ball soared through the air, devoid of any spin, akin to a cannonball hurtling towards the goal. The goalkeeper, observing the ball approaching his right side, confidently moved 2 steps in that direction, convinced he could deftly deflect it away from the net, employing his signature technique with flair and practicality. Yet, as the ball neared the goal, its trajectory inexplicably altered, first drifting to the left and then plummeting downward. Realizing that his signature move would not suffice, the goalkeeper hastily shifted to an alternative maneuver, only to find himself gazing at the ball as it spiraled into the net. This spectacle was truly unprecedented. With arms outstretched in a gesture of helplessness, the goalkeeper lamented the ball's sudden change in direction. Who could withstand such a surprise? I had thought that a curved shot was unbeatable, yet here was a ball that posed even greater peril. What sorcery was this? Zhu Xiaowen, who had witnessed the entire goal-scoring process, was taken aback, yet remained perplexed as to why the ball had abruptly shifted and descended. Ah, such was the nature of it. Zhang Guan, regaining his composure, nodded discreetly. Propelled by the explosive energy of youth, his free kick was executed with even greater finesse than in his earlier days. Goalkeepers across the teams were fortunate, for they would experience the elegance of the elevator ball earlier than their European counterparts. The ensuing match devolved once more into a struggle, with neither side able to alter the score. Observing the game from the VIP stand, Fu Jun's spirits were as buoyant as a gentle spring breeze, while Zhang Guan, modestly reserved, made significant contributions with 2 long runs and a decisive free kick, which proved pivotal to victory. His balanced performance, a blend of action and restraint, stirred excitement in the director, a former youth training player, reminiscent of his own illustrious days on the pitch. Director Fu has arrived. Let's welcome Director Fu to provide a post-match summary, called out Chen Jifeng, teasing his old friend as he entered the humble locker room. Damn it. My misfortune lies in this unfortunate surname. I've gone from being a proper director to a deputy director, Fu Jun remarked. Fully aware of his friend's playful banter but accustomed to it, no longer troubled by the deliberate peculiarity of his friend's pronunciation. A summary is indeed essential. Without it, how can one achieve self-improvement? Yet, this place lacks the atmosphere for such reflections. Surely, you've all been to Bald Head Barbecue. Let us head out. Inhaling the smoky aroma of charcoal, Fu Jun surveyed the table laden with an abundance of chicken skewers, lamb skewers, and various other grilled delights, nodding in satisfaction. He took a couple of deep puffs from his cigarette before casually handing a beer to Chen Jifeng and Li Xiaogong, exclaiming, "Now this is the perfect atmosphere for a summary." He then beckoned the slightly shy young players. "Come, sit and eat. How can we summarize without sustenance? Back in my day, after matches with coaches Chun and Li, we would feast heartily." This director was rather intriguing. Rather than simply offering a few remarks and adding a couple of points, he transformed the summary meeting into a barbecue gathering. A refreshingly direct approach, truly a reflection of the unique atmosphere of professional football in China. Gazing at the delectable skewers before him, Zhang Guan could hardly contain his excitement. He promptly seated himself and began to indulge. Seeing someone take the lead, his teammates also settled down, their hunger from vigorous activity evident as the sounds of feasting filled the air. After a while, as the skewers reached the perfect degree of doneness, Fu Jun raised his glass and declared, "Meat must be savored, and reflections must be made." Today, despite facing formidable opponents, everyone showcased their true potential. Let us strive for excellence and aim for a flawless victory. With that, everyone cheered, feeling a newfound fondness for their non-bureaucratic director, shedding their tension as they raised their drinks in celebration. "We will certainly work hard to bring glory to our district," said one individual, still somewhat restrained. "For this feast, We must give our all, right, brothers? This fellow clearly had been influenced by the notion that with effort comes reward. After surpassing the Zedong team, the path ahead was indeed clear, a mere formality. Gradually, spirits lifted, and the players engaged in jovial banter, boasting and making promises amidst the lively atmosphere. At this moment, Fu Jun moved beside Zhang Guan, who was relishing his meal, and remarked, "A hat trick, impressive. Have you trained for it?" Zhang Guan set down his skewer and replied playfully, "I can't afford to train, it's purely a passion." Chen Jifeng chimed in, "This guy is physically fit and quick. Yet he possesses finesse. He thinks strategically while playing. He is a valuable asset." Fu Jun nodded in agreement, observing, "From this afternoon's match, it was evident that your technical application during high-speed breakthroughs was astute. You adeptly maneuvered while assessing the situation, consistently positioning the ball in threatening areas. It's rare, unlike Li Xiaogong, who would often blindly charge into crowds." Don't take offense. I speak the truth. Zhang Guan, are you interested in pursuing a professional path? I could recommend you to a first-tier team. I believe you have a significant chance of securing a professional contract. The teammates, engrossed in their feast, paused, casting envious glances at Zhang Guan. A professional contract? Who could resist such an opportunity? The thought of transforming a passion into a profession, earning substantial sums while enjoying nightlife and company, was undeniably enticing. To consider a professional career? Had this been before his rebirth, Zhang Guan would have been elated and accepted without hesitation. Even now, with his enriched experiences and a broader perspective, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet, reflecting on his deeper aspirations, he steadied himself and graciously replied, "I appreciate Director Fu's recognition, but I believe I owe it to my decade of hard work to see it through. Football, as my cherished hobby, brings me joy. Should it transform into a profession, I may not derive the same delight." Fu Jun pondered Zhang Guan's latter statement. Indeed, he too had once joyfully entered the realm of professional football, only to find that the complexities of the profession dulled his passion, leading to an early retirement. It was only after he stepped away and began organizing campus football that he rekindled his youthful dreams and enthusiasm. In life, having a passion is wonderful, but one must not be overly greedy. Chapter 38. Preparing for battle against the Jaba team, Zhang Guan, with a satisfied stomach, hummed a tune as he pedaled his bicycle homeward. Despite the height of summer, the oppressive heat had significantly dissipated with the arrival of night. As he felt the gentle breeze against his face, he reminisced about the approval he had just received from Fu Jun, filling him with an indescribable sense of contentment. Although Zhang Guan had declined Fu Jun's recommendation, it did not signify his indifference. On the contrary, he cherished this recognition, especially given his past tumultuous journey in the football realm. Regrettably, professional football did not seem to be his calling, particularly within the domestic league. The road ahead was fraught with challenges, uneven and arduous. Fortunately, beyond this dilapidated path lay a smooth thoroughfare. "What do you want?" a female voice commanded, laced with panic. "Little girl, it's dark out here, but don't fear the shadows. We'll accompany you for a while, right, brothers?" "Indeed, with us around, little sister, you need not worry. Come, let the big brother support you. Once I'm done, the second brother will take his turn." Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Zhang Guan strained to comprehend the situation. 5 ruffians were harassing a girl who was vocally attempting to fend them off. Yet, as they advanced, she was forced back until she found herself cornered. Zhang Guan halted, not out of a desire to interfere, but because the narrow path offered no room to pass without confronting the group. With nowhere to retreat, Chu Bai angrily pushed away the outstretched hand of the red-haired ruffian, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Caught off guard by the seemingly frail girl's reaction, the ruffian felt a sting not so much from the pain, but from the embarrassment of losing face. Noticing Zhang Guan watching from the sidelines, his ire swiftly shifted. "What are you staring at, kid? Scram." With an impassive expression, Zhang Guan replied, "Good dogs don't block the way. Yet you have done just that. I cannot pass. Moreover, do remember that back in the day, crimes like yours would lead to execution. I advise you to tread carefully." The red-haired thug exchanged glances with his companions and chuckled. "What is this? A hero come to rescue the damsel? If you're so eager to watch, let me demonstrate. Little lady, when this boy resists, you shall witness his fate." Chu Bai felt a surge of anxiety, having stayed too late at the library. She had chosen this shortcut to save time, only to stumble upon this predicament. The young man on the bicycle appeared to be outnumbered. She clenched her left hand in worry for him, and her right gripped a brick she had picked up unnoticed from the ground. Should the young man engage with the ruffians, perhaps the brick would prove useful. As the approaching thugs neared, Zhang Guan sighed, reflecting on the recent spate of violence and the need to temper his temper. In a swift motion, he executed 3 whip kicks followed by 2 side kicks, effectively persuading the ruffians to the ground to rest. This indeed greatly surprised Chu Bai, who did not expect that this seemingly bookish young man would act with such finesse. Discreetly discarding the brick in her hand, she approached and said, "Thank you so much, classmate. Without your intervention, I truly would not know how to extricate myself from them. My name is Chu Bai. May I ask how you are addressed?" Clad in a sky-blue shirt and a green pleated skirt, with petal-like lips and autumn-like, watery eyes. It must be said that while this group of love-stricken individuals lacked skill, their discernment was quite commendable. After appraising her, Zhang Guan helped an overturned bicycle back up, stating, "I assist you solely because you had the courage to slap him." As she observed the bicycle speeding away, adorned with a specialized bag from City No. 1 High School, and recalled the fleeting yet piercing gaze hidden beneath the indifference, as well as the remarkable ease with which he maneuvered, Chu Bai mused, City No. 1 High School? With such exceptional skills and a demeanor both aloof and subtly sharp, how had she never heard of such a person among her peers? However, since they both belonged to City No. 1 High School, there would surely be another opportunity to meet. Zhang Guan's hat trick in the first match against the formidable Zidong team had brought great pride to Wei Chengfeng, the acting principal of City No. 1 High School, during the weekly district education system meeting. After all, it was no news that City No. 1 High School produced several top students for the prestigious universities each year. Yet, due to its long-standing lack of achievements in sports, it had often been derided in private by competing institutions as a mere examination-focused machine, lacking in holistic education. Now, with the most significant city football league underway, the Haishi team would rely on the talents of the young men from City No. 1 High School to achieve victory, silencing those who dared to mock Wei for solely focusing on exam-oriented education and rote memorization. The previous year's college entrance examination results were decent, and if this competition could demonstrate to district leaders that Wei could educate talents for top universities while also nurturing athletic prowess, the title of acting principal would likely be dropped. However, it was unfortunate that he had not prioritized the first match, thereby missing a valuable opportunity for publicity. Thankfully, many more matches remained, and he hoped that this originally unremarkable Zhang Guan would not be a fleeting star. Upon returning to the school, he promptly instructed the education director, "We have a student selected for the district team. Why not promote this wonderful news? I understand your concerns about affecting the students' focus on their studies, but bringing glory to the district is an obligation of the school. Moreover, education can be enjoyable. I believe for a student like Zhang Guan, who possesses a strong sense of collective honor, if we can guide him to channel that same enthusiasm into his studies, it would undoubtedly yield significant results. Old son, do not hesitate. Promote what needs promoting and organize cheerleading support as necessary. Surely, we cannot let our students strive on the field without any support from their alma mater. I will personally attend the next match. I hope our school will become the most striking presence on and off the field." Old son, the education director, thought to himself that this was truly out of character. Normally, he abhorred any matters outside of academics. How had his attitude undergone such a 180-degree shift today? Yet, he dared not voice his dissent, merely nodding in agreement and turning to make the necessary arrangements. As the second round of matches approached, Li Xiaogong, as per usual, distributed opponent information to everyone before the game. The Xiaobei team predominantly employs a 3-5-2 formation, with a midfield comprising 2 defensive midfielders and a single attacking midfielder arranged in a triangular position. The forwards consist of 1 tall player and 1 quick player, while the wingbacks exhibit formidable attacking prowess. In comparison to the Zidong team, Xiaobei is slightly inferior. The midfield lacks a technical nucleus, yet demonstrates exceptional stamina. Key players include the goalkeeper, standing approximately 180 centimeters tall, primarily right-footed, displaying considerable mobility, agility, and decent jumping ability, though his positioning leaves much to be desired. His long passing is adequate, but his throw-ins lack both power and precision. He should seize opportunities for more shooting attempts, which may yield surprising results. The 3 central defenders. The central defender, at 188 centimeters, serves as a commanding presence with strong aerial abilities, excellent support and coordination in defense, and the capacity to organize the back line, albeit with a slower foot speed and subpar one-on-one defending skills. The right central defender, at 183 centimeters, adopts an aggressive style. Is physically robust, quick on his feet, and proficient in frontal defense, yet is prone to positional errors. The left central defender, standing at 185 centimeters, possesses a lean physique. While tall, he struggles in direct defensive situations and headers, yet excels in ball control and distribution, frequently joining the attack. The defensive line is evaluated as a cohesive unit, with the strengths and weaknesses of the three central defenders complementing one another, representing the team's greatest asset. The wingbacks on both sides share similar attributes, being physically capable with remarkable endurance, yet lacking finesse and ball control, exhibiting slow initial acceleration and limited agility, rendering their offensive capabilities somewhat deficient. The triangular midfield displays average physical attributes, competitiveness, and speed, with running ability and positional awareness being sparse advantages. The dual forwards, one tall and one swift, have varying responsibilities in attack, demonstrating commendable passing and ball control, yet their shooting proficiency is rather dire, indicating a significant area for improvement. In summary, the towering stature and strong frontal defensive capabilities of the three central defenders, coupled with the contributions of the wingbacks and defensive midfielders in terms of positional awareness and stamina, lend the team exceptional defensive resilience and tenacity. However, their offensive performance is severely lacking. Chapter 39. Who can endure this? After several days of discreet observation at school, Chu Bai has yet to locate the dashing young man who had left an impression that night, departing without revealing his name. I doubt he is a student from our school. His remarkable skills are far too distinctive to remain unnoticed by someone like me, who has inquired extensively, remarked her close friend, Tao Yaoyao. Indeed, merely identifying him through a school-specific backpack makes it difficult to ascertain his affiliation with our institution. He may have siblings studying here, concurred another friend, Yi Jinjin. Let us devise a plan to continue our search later. For now, we must attend rehearsal. Director Sun emphasized that we should capitalize on the emergence of a notable sports figure from our school to elevate the principal's standing and showcase the vibrant student life at our esteemed institution. Suggested Yi. Absolutely. I've heard that Zhang Guan is a new freshman in the first year, achieving commendable grades, possessing striking looks, and demonstrating remarkable skill on the field. Rumor has it he has a chance to leap directly into a professional team, and notably, he is surprisingly humble. Consequently, many girls have eagerly volunteered for the cheerleading squad, hoping for a chance to catch a glimpse of him up close. As the president of the school's dance club, Tao Yaoyao naturally assumed the cheerleading responsibilities assigned by the principal to the education director. Chu Bai, however, bore no interest in such matters. Yet, her close friend had eagerly volunteered at school, and as a core member of the dance club and Yaoyao's longtime dance partner, she could not allow her friend to embarrass herself in front of so many newcomers. Fortunately, cheerleading aligned well with the dance club's expertise and would not consume excessive time. Your alma mater has specifically organized a cheerleading squad for you. It seems you possess quite a bit of influence, Li Qingyang teased, poking Zhang Guan beside him and gesturing toward the sidelines. Following his indication, a row of vibrant young ladies was energetically dancing at the edge of the field, and the leading figure struck Zhang Guan as vaguely familiar. With a touch of makeup and spirited twin ponytails, she radiated the unique vitality of youth. Clad in a white crop top and a blue pleated skirt, her fair skin and slender figure were unmistakably prominent, even among the carefully selected cheerleaders. It was him. Almost simultaneously, Chu Bai recognized the cool boy as Zhang Guan. Suppressing her excitement, she offered a slight nod to Zhang Guan and calmly continued leading the team through their well-rehearsed celebratory dance. The Haishi team, bolstered by the presence of numerous beautiful cheerleaders, began their performance with an unusual fervor, launching an aggressive attack, while the Xiaobei team remained steadfast in defense. Chen Jifeng exchanged glances with Li Xiaogong, unable to suppress a smile. The youth, having an opposite sex around, tends to make them lose their composure, he mused. After 20 minutes of relentless assault, the cheerleaders, who possessed little knowledge of football, began to murmur among themselves. Zhang Guan doesn't he seem as formidable as the rumors suggest? Exactly. Look, he hardly touched the ball. He just keeps passing it. So dull. After watching for so long without a single goal, I wish I had gone to the basketball game instead. There, scoring seems simpler, and I heard there's someone named Zhang Nila who can dunk, supposedly very handsome. I mean in terms of skill. Chu Bai interjected, don't be hasty. His modesty surely conceals a grand strategy. Plus, look at how composed he is on the field. And his profile is quite charming. Tao Yaoyao teased. You speak as if you know him well. Is he truly the one you are seeking? Ah, how effortless it seems. First, he heroically rescues the damsel, then departs quietly, and now the beauty seeks her benefactor, only to discover that our flag-waving cheerleader is the very benefactor herself. What a script. Her friend's relentless banter painted a rosy hue across Chu Bai's delicate features. Suddenly emboldened, she stood up and called out to the field, Zhang Guan. You must give it your all. Observing her teammate's silent encouragement through playful glances, Zhang Guan chuckled awkwardly, thinking that this girl was rather straightforward. Nevertheless, he resolved to step up his game. He couldn't let her down, could he? Zhang Guan retreated to the vicinity of the midfield, and his teammates, displaying their understanding, promptly delivered the ball to his feet. This time, rather than opting for a lateral pass, Zhang Guan seized the opportunity created by his teammates' movements, forcefully pivoting. Faced with the interception from the defensive midfielder, he executed a series of feints with his bicycle kick before deftly pulling the ball towards the center. The force with which he maneuvered the ball was slightly excessive, prompting the opposing midfielder to rush forward in an attempt to disrupt the play. However, Zhang Guan anticipated this, swiftly extending his right foot to pull the ball back, and with his body pivoting around his right leg. He effortlessly threaded the ball through the gap between the two midfielders, his body following suit through their midst. The defensive midfielder, caught off guard by this fluid and instinctive breakthrough, instinctively positioned himself to block Zhang Guan's path, yet was unable to prevent his acceleration pass. Observing the failure of his team's dual defensive midfielders, the central defender cautiously retreated while monitoring Zhang Guan's movements, calling for his teammates to reposition for support. Zhang Guan, however, had no intention of granting the opponents time to reorganize their defense. Without losing momentum, he charged towards the central defender, continuously performing deceptive shoulder drops while executing several hip turns with both legs. As the central defender was compelled to retreat a couple of steps, Zhang Guan suddenly performed a reverse hip turn with his right leg, subtly twisting his body to feign a leftward shift. The central defender, predictably falling for the ruse, attempted to shift his weight to counter this maneuver. At that moment, Zhang Guan accelerated along his initial trajectory, catching the now off-balance defender unprepared. In a desperate attempt to recover, the defender lunged for a tackle, but Zhang Guan effortlessly leapt over him. Facing the goalkeeper, Zhang Guan skillfully employed Ronaldo's signature pendulum dribble, smoothly bypassing the keeper before placing the ball into the unguarded net. Hooray! A goal! Our alluring ploy has indeed proven effective. Zhang Guan is remarkable. Shall we request another from him or from the enchanting scheme? The previously listless cheerleaders sprang to their feet, with Tao Yaoyao casting a mischievous grin towards Chu Bai. As Zhang Guan celebrated by running past his teammates, he slowed his pace near the cheerleaders, catching sight of Chu Bai's slightly flustered, youthful visage in response to her friend's teasing. A playful impulse surged within him, and he sent a flying kiss in her direction. As Zhang Guan approached, Chu Bai felt her heart race like a startled rabbit, a mixture of anticipation and anxiety flooding her senses. Upon witnessing his gesture, her mind momentarily blanked. He was a stark contrast to the aloof individual from that previous evening. Meanwhile, the cheerleaders erupted in excitement. Wow, this cool guy is quite the charmer. He plays well, looks handsome, and is so smooth. Who could resist? Tao Yaoyao nudged the blushing Chu Bai beside her, teasing, Hey, can you handle this? Chapter 40, Twin Tails and Attack Speed. The air was thick with an ambiguous sweetness, wasn't it? Chen Jifeng handed a cigarette to Li Xiaogong, casually remarking, Unlike you and me, who bid farewell to our campus days and joined the professional league early, distancing ourselves from the naivety and exploration of youth, our days are now filled with nothing but lavish parties and the company of young models. It truly lacks excitement. Li Xiaogong's lips twitched slightly. From your words, it seems you might envy them a bit. You were the loudest in the clubs back in the day. Nevertheless, the young man's bicycle maneuvers, swooping and swerving, executing Marseille turns and pendulum dribbles, were so effortlessly stylish that it was no wonder the sidelines were filled with cheering young ladies. The Xiaobei team felt a bit disheartened by Zhang Guan's dazzling display. Zhao Fulai, the central defender and team captain, hastily gathered the players and instructed loudly. That kid is incredibly fast and skilled with the ball. Let us do our utmost to deny him possession, and if he does get it, we must find a way to foul him. If we can force the play out to the flanks, making them cross the ball, that would be ideal. As for headers, I've never feared anyone. This exchange was overheard by Li Qingyang, who stifled a laugh, silently thinking, buddy, you're in for a surprise. Zhang Guan is a beast when it comes to headers. He quickly relayed this information to his teammates, and their long-established camaraderie allowed them to reach a consensus without further discussion. Let us proceed, as suggested. Zhao Fulai suddenly felt the game had become somewhat easier. Their opponents had ceased attempting to penetrate through the center or aggressively seek opportunities, instead opting to exploit the flanks. It was unclear why the opposition had abandoned a strategy that had proved taxing for them, yet it was undeniably advantageous for his team. After all, even if they attempted to create something on the wings, the ball would inevitably need to be crossed in, and once that happened, what storm could they conjure against three towering center backs? The storm indeed approached. A player from the opposing team, entangled with the wingback, delivered a cross that lacked immediate threat. High and slow, it sailed toward Zhao Fulai's territory. For the 188-meter-tall Zhao Fulai, such balls were child's play. He calculated the landing point while preparing to nonchalantly head it to a teammate, when suddenly, from the periphery, he spotted a figure racing in from an angle, seizing the opportunity to reach the ball first. Startled, Zhao Fulai barely had time to contemplate where this player had emerged from. In a moment of urgency, he grasped the opponent, then sprinted a couple of steps to leap almost simultaneously with him. Just as he relaxed, confident that he would win the aerial duel, he was taken aback as the opposing player soared even higher, surpassing him by a significant margin. The opponent's body, suspended in the air, suddenly unleashed a powerful lion's head, but that sent the ball crashing into the net. It was him again. Zhang Guan. How he soared. Thank goodness he hadn't taken up basketball. His leap likely eclipsed any dunk. In truth, Zhang Guan was quite tall himself, standing at 181 meters. A prime athletic build. An unexpected terror, indeed, for a freshman. Apologies, wrong scene for the potato fan. After celebrating with his teammates, Zhang Guan made his way to the sidelines, exchanging high-fives with the jubilant cheerleaders. Observing the exuberance of his teammates, Chu Bai, who had not received any special treatment, felt a twinge of unacknowledged disappointment. However, her childhood friend, Tao Yaoyao, who was intimately familiar with her, discerned that the young girl ultimately could not withstand the pressure. It must have been a mere coincidence. Zhao Fulai vented his frustration onto the ball, just retrieved from the net. Brothers, our strategy is undoubtedly sound. Let us push them to the flanks. I refuse to believe that despite his explosive power, speed, and resilience, he could possibly excel in jumping and heading as well. As Zhao Fulai's anger simmered, his teammates felt powerless yet understood his sentiment. Being outperformed in his area of expertise by a smaller player, though Zhang Guan, at 181 meters, was hardly short, was indeed a blow to the pride. The earlier goal felt unjust, as it seemed the opponent had resorted to underhanded tactics against a seasoned player of 188 meters. Zhao Fulai engaged in self-affirmation, refocusing on the game. His thoughts were of little concern to Zhang Guan, who had discovered that playing with intellect proved far more gratifying than relying solely on physical prowess. Before the recent goal, Zhang Guan had been meticulously analyzing the dynamics on the field. He adeptly exploited the opponent's lack of discipline and tendency to focus on the ball rather than the players, positioning himself strategically between the center backs, concealing himself behind the taller defender. Once his teammate delivered a cross, he emerged from his concealed position to seize the opportunity, finding the act of emulating Inzaghi surprisingly effortless. However, the opposition's center backs were now more vigilant towards him, shadowing his every move like guardians. Yet, this posed no significant challenge. It was merely a matter of retreating when they advanced and advancing when they retreated. Zhang Guan once again withdrew towards the midfield to collect the ball. Prior to receiving it, he had observed that Li Jiejia was signaling, ready to accelerate down the right flank. Consequently, upon receiving the ball, he made no pause and deftly flicked it with the inside of his right foot towards the right side, just high enough to clear the opponent's wingback, allowing Li Jiejia to surge towards the byline without losing speed. Zhang Guan, too, pivoted and sprinted towards the penalty area. As he faced the defensive midfielder's encroachment, Zhang Guan first accelerated to the left, and when the midfielder drew near, he abruptly changed direction towards the right. The opponent, in a flurry, turned to chase him, only for Zhang Guan to shift back to the left once more, after 3 swift changes of direction that left the midfielder dizzy. As Zhang Guan prepared to pivot to the right again, the midfielder hurriedly adjusted his stance, anticipating the turn. However, Zhang Guan did not actually shift his direction. Instead, He exploited the momentary lapse in the midfielder's focus to continue on his original path, swiftly evading his mark. Here he comes. Zhao Fulai, spotting Zhang Guan charging towards him at high speed, felt a sense of alertness, thinking to himself that he could not afford to be outwitted again. Yet this time, Zhang Guan opted for a direct confrontation. As Li Jiajia delivered a cross from the flanks, Zhao Fulai and Zhang Guan simultaneously sprinted towards the anticipated landing point, colliding with one another in a spirited struggle to secure advantageous positioning. With a burst of explosive power, Zhang Guan gained a slight edge, yet Zhao Fulai, seasoned in the art of aerial duels, resorted to subtle tactics to impede him, though to no avail. As the ball neared Zhang Guan's grasp, Zhao Fulai, resolute in his determination, pushed Zhang Guan from behind, contemplating that even if a penalty were to be awarded, he could not allow his opponent to seize the header in front of him once more. Zhang Guan staggered momentarily, but, demonstrating exceptional balance, quickly regained his footing. However, this brief delay allowed the ball to approach at an alarming speed, descending slightly in its trajectory compared to Zhang Guan's initial anticipation. Realizing he could no longer leap in accordance with his original prediction, Zhang Guan's mind raced to recalibrate the ball's path. With a sudden surge of power, he propelled himself upward, his legs driving forcefully against the ground while tightening his core, launching into the air like a torpedo. After gliding parallel to the ground for over 2 meters, he met the ball with the crown of his head, even adjusting the angle of contact mid-air, watching in awe as the ball nestled into the net before he descended back to earth. What sorcery is this? A celestial being descending from the heavens? How magnificent! Zhang Guan's feat was so extraordinary that even those unfamiliar with the sport were captivated by the breathtaking beauty of his soaring header. As he glided back towards the cheerleaders to celebrate, this time he playfully tugged at Chu Bai's twin ponytails, inspired by her exuberant cheers from the sidelines. Feeling invigorated by her support, he instinctively channeled that energy into his performance, humorously thinking that her ponytails were a source of speed. Chapter 41. Ambiguity. With the outcome of the match seemingly settled, Chen Jifeng decided to substitute Zhang Guan early, unwilling to squander the brilliance of his star player during mere garbage time. As Zhang Guan wiped his damp hair with a towel, he suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing fragrance. Fancy seeing you again. He looked up to find Chu Bai, clad in her cheerleading attire, embodying a playful and youthful exuberance. Without hesitation, he accepted the sports drink she offered and gulped down several mouthfuls, as she continued. I'd like to invite you to dinner as a token of my gratitude for that day. Are you free tonight? In the heat of celebration, amidst the rush of hormones, he had blown kisses and playfully tugged her braids, and to withdraw now would feel inappropriate. Yet, Zhang Guan was taken aback that her casual suggestion of dinner would lead them here. Private dining, a place few had heard of. Zhang Guan was aware it was a modest establishment, rich with hidden treasures. Not open to the general public, its reputation remained understated. In other words, it was not a venue easily accessible to the average person. The seats here are notoriously difficult to secure. Even Zhang Guan, who was once considered an elite in the workplace, had only been invited twice during his tenure as a planning director at a real estate company. Time has passed, yet the decor here remains unchanged for 2 or 3 decades. Opposite Zhang Guan sits Chu Bai, now clad in a casual denim ensemble, her long hair cascading naturally over her shoulders, exuding a spirited and carefree aura. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Chu Bai, she says with a radiant smile. What happened that day may have seemed trivial to you, but I must extend my sincere gratitude. After all, had you chosen not to intervene, the consequences could have been dire. Are we to take the next step and pledge ourselves to one another? Come on. We're both in our 80s. Let us not resort to such clichés. Besides, did you truly believe I didn't notice the brick you held at that moment? Perhaps I was the one who saved those people's lives. In an effort to lighten the mood, Zhang Guan playfully shifts the topic. I never anticipated that this year would bring me such a capable, helpful junior who excels at football. No wonder the principal has encouraged us to promote you with great fanfare. Since I've already used so many adjectives, can't you add that you're also quite handsome? I believe that is my greatest asset. The atmosphere here puts Zhang Guan at ease, prompting him to tease Chu Bai, picking apart her words. Chu Bai feigns a slight frown as if deep in thought, then displays an expression of exasperation, shaking her head. Since you're so full of yourself, I suppose I'll begrudgingly concede to that. As they engage in their playful banter, a server enters, knocking gently before presenting the menu. While perusing the options to adjust her mood, Chu Bai informs Zhang Guan, don't be fooled by the modest entrance. The owner possesses considerable influence. I've heard they've invited renowned chefs from various culinary traditions, including Sichuan, Shandong, Hunan, Zhejiang, and Fujian cuisines. There are no culinary pitfalls. Oh, then we must savor the offerings, Zhang Guan replies. By the way, is there a limit on today's meal? He feigns eagerness, ready to indulge. Upon hearing him refer to her as a flicker of delight passes through Chu Bai. She quickly hides her slightly flushed face behind her falling hair, responding bashfully. What do you mean by limit? Oh, there is none. Feel free to order. Ah, it seems you're quite the little heiress, Zhang Guan quips. I take back what I said earlier. Which remark? Feigning seriousness, Zhang Guan replies, the one where I called you Klitsch. Chu Bai, momentarily taken aback, only comprehends his teasing once she sees the playful expression on his face, retorting, who said anything about pledging myself to you? How ridiculous. Amidst their playful exchanges, Zhang Guan confidently places their order. Observing the array of colorful and aromatic dishes before them, he takes the lead in introducing them to Chu Bai. Try this. It's a signature dish of Shandong cuisine, scallion braised sea cucumber. The sauce is glossy and fragrant, and one can tell at a glance that it is authentically prepared. Here, let me serve you a piece of the sea cucumber along with some scallions. I suspect the sea cucumber has been properly hydrated and cleaned thoroughly. The scallions are cut into 1.5-inch lengths and beautifully scored, both visually appealing and flavorful. Do taste it. This dish, known as Westlake vinegar fish, is a representative of Zhejiang cuisine. The sweet and sour sauce combined with the aroma of minced ginger has already captivated my senses before I even take a bite. The meticulous cuts on the fish, with their precise spacing and uniform size, reveal the chef's impressive knife skills. Chu Bai's eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Guan, who was speaking at length, and she interjected, "Oh, I never realized Master Zhang possessed such extensive knowledge. It appears you are a culinary expert in your own right. Perhaps you should take charge of the kitchen today, so I can truly admire your culinary prowess." Recalling the terrifying scenes from last year, when his exceptional cooking skills led to him being coerced into cooking every time he returned home, Zhang Guan shivered at the thought. Maybe another time, he replied. When you're sprinting on the field, maintaining such agility at full speed, and showcasing remarkable balance under intense pressure, your technique remains impeccable, with explosive power, vertical leap, and agility also impressive. How do you achieve this? Chu Bai inquired, taking a sip of the sea cucumber Zhang Guan had just served her. Zhang Guan was taken aback that this girl would bring up such a mundane topic, pausing for a moment before responding, I suppose it's talent. Yet, he wondered if words like explosiveness, confrontation, and balance were matters of concern for a delicate girl like her. Haha, don't forget, I've been dancing since childhood, so I'm somewhat athletic as well. My uncle manages a football club in Italy, and my father is a die-hard fan. So I've inevitably become a bit of a fan myself, Chu Bai retorted, her pink lips adorably pursed around the straw, looking particularly charming and alluring. I heard you turned down offers from professional teams. Why would you do that? With your skills, not pursuing a professional career seems like a waste. Zhang Guan pondered, remaining silent. At that moment, the professional league represented a lucrative opportunity that countless individuals yearned for, yet he had cast it aside as if it were worthless. He truly struggled to find a way to explain this to the girl before him. After all, he couldn't simply say that he had foreseen the dark realities lurking within that enticing world. Seeking refuge in the restroom, he evaded the topic he was not ready to address. He also took the opportunity to pay the bill, which amounted to nearly 2,000 yuan, roughly equivalent to a month's salary for an average person. Fortunately, Zhang Guan was a concealed affluent individual. Otherwise, his finances would have been strained. Oh, how could you spring this on me? We agreed I would treat you to dinner, Chu Bai complained as they strolled along the street. However, she quickly reconsidered. I know another great place. After your match next week, I'll take you there. But let us agree that next time, it's my treat. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying away the last remnants of summer's heat and stirring a subtle ripple of emotion between the two. Zhang Guan glanced sideways at her, only to find that she was also stealing glances in his direction. When Chu Bai realized she had been caught, she didn't shy away but boldly met Zhang Guan's gaze. For a brief moment, the atmosphere fell silent, and ultimately, it was the battle-hardened Zhang Guan who faltered under the girl's directness and fervor, succumbing to the moment. As Zhang Guan's face flushed with embarrassment, he quickly diverted the conversation, lamenting, "Oh dear, if I had known the meal would cost so much, I wouldn't have tried to save face. A full 2,000 yuan. My pockets are now emptier than your face. Next week's post-training soda and late-night snack will have to be scrounged from my teammates. But considering my striking looks, they should feel quite honored, I suppose. In the earlier gaze-off, Chu Bai had gained a slight upper hand, and her spirits soared as she confidently patted her chest, promising, "Now that you've acknowledged your roots, I, your aunt, cannot let this go unreciprocated. Henceforth, I shall cover all meals, lunch, dinner, soda, and late-night snacks for the coming week." Seizing the moment, she thought it would give her the perfect excuse to be near Zhang Guan every day, her little scheme cleverly devised. Zhang Guan understood her playful intentions. Yet this rather simplistic ploy did not irk him. Instead, he found her somewhat endearingly foolish. After all, in the tapestry of campus life, the skirmishes are merely side plots. The true essence lies in the passionate, ambiguous entanglements. A philosopher once remarked that the beauty of relationships lies in the tentative testing, the veiled allure of push and pull, and the delightful ambiguity of flirtation. Who said that? The very one penning a book. Chapter 42. One must endure for the sake of rivals. As Zhang Guan and Zhang Nila approached the cafeteria with their trays, they were greeted by the radiant smile of Chu Bai, who cheerfully pointed to a nearby table, saying, "Dear nephew, I have already prepared your meal." Zhang Nila, slightly puzzled by the sudden appearance of this beautiful aunt, turned to Zhang Guan, questioning the appropriateness of the situation. However, the disingenuous Zhang Guan plopped himself down at the table Chu Bai indicated, savoring a piece of meat. "But this free meal is indeed delicious." Seeing Zhang Guan settled, Zhang Nila ceased to be polite, nudging him aside with her hip and taking a seat opposite Tao Yaoyao. Observing her bashful friend, Tao Yaoyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Whatever happened to the boldness you displayed when you invited her right in front of everyone? Now you're playing the demure lady?" Zhang Nila glanced at the ravenous Zhang Guan, then at the blushing Chu Bai, ultimately resting her gaze on Tao Yaoyao. "Ah, I recognize you, senior. You're Tao Yaoyao from the dance club, and this must be the illustrious Chu Bai, the other half of the senior duo. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. This weekend, our school's basketball team is competing, and I would like to invite both of you to join us in this grand event. What do you say?" Tao Yaoyao felt a flicker of familiarity and, upon reflection, recalled that this was a rising star from the basketball team, rumored to be capable of stunning dunks. His bold demeanor matched his assertive invitation. She politely replied, "I'm sorry, but this weekend our dance club will be cheering for Zhang Guan, so we want to be able to join you in your endeavors." Undeterred, Zhang Nila's eyes sparkled as she suggested, "Since you cannot come to us, I shall come to you. The basketball match we are participating in is, in truth, not of great significance. My brother's football match holds far greater importance." What a jest! Before us are the two acknowledged beauties of the upper class, soon to graduate in a few months. Each encounter with them is a rare occasion. What event could possibly surpass the allure of being in the company of such captivating ladies? In the third match, we are pitted against the high-tech zone. Observing the increasingly grand cheerleading squad, Li Qinyang jestingly remarked to Zhang Guan, "Your support team is truly enviable." Not only on the day of the match, but even during the training sessions leading up to it, Chu Bai was almost constantly by their side. Even Zhang Guan's teammates managed to indulge in an abundance of drinks and snacks during their practice, which was indeed a source of envy. Lo and behold, Chu Bai approached with a box of beverages, her radiant smile illuminating her face as she greeted Zhang Guan and his teammates with familiarity. Zhang Nila darted from the side, seizing the drinks and flattering, "Let me handle this. How could we allow Zhang Guan's esteemed relative to do such menial work? These lads truly lack discernment." He then extracted a bottle of cola from the box, downing half of it in one go before burping and continuing, "I say, Sister Guan, can we not have some healthful drinks? This cola is rather unhealthy." "Bah, who are you calling Sister Guan? What nonsense." Chu Bai blushed furiously, retorting, "Isn't cola quite delightful? What is unhealthy about it?" Zhang Guan quickly intervened, "Do not heed this fool's ramblings. Sports and sugary drinks are a perfect match. Besides, health is not a concern for him at the moment." With Zhang Guan's arrival, Chu Bai shed her earlier shyness, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she offered him a banana. "Here, eat this banana. Consuming it post-warm-up can replenish your lost energy." Nearby, Zhang Nila mockingly pinched his nose and imitated, "Here, eat the banana. Just exercise too. Yet where's my banana? Never mind, I shan't eat it. Bananas are sour and stinky." Chu Bai feigned a slap at him but reconsidered, wishing to maintain her ladylike demeanor in front of Zhang Guan. Instead, She directed her gaze towards the distance. Yao Yao came with me. Yao Yao, our senior, has come too? Thank you for your hard work, Senior Yao Yao. I shall bring her a banana. Zhang Nila snatched the banana from Chu Bai's hand and dashed towards the distant crowd. With Zhang Nila distracted, Chu Bai thoughtfully offered a second banana to Zhang Guan, whispering, "Today, you must strive to perform exceptionally." Zhang Guan choked slightly. Thankfully, she mentioned today. Had she referenced tonight, this exchange would likely not have passed scrutiny. As if sensing his confusion, Chu Bai pointed into the distance. Do you see that person? I specifically invited them to film a short video for you. A short video? This girl has such a hobby. Do you remember I mentioned that my uncle works at the Pisa Club in Italy? A few days ago. I told him about a classmate who plays football remarkably well and inquired how one could seize the opportunity to play abroad. He was skeptical, insisting that domestic middle school leagues are merely for play and that no true talents exist. Thus, I wagered with him, arranging for someone to record your match and send it to him, to see whose perspective holds true, his or mine. After all, I have been a devoted fan of Serie A and the Premier League for nearly a decade. Why do I feel like a complete novice in football? Chu Bai expressed with indignation. Yet, there was another remark from my uncle that Chu Bai conveniently omitted. Why do I sense that you have fallen into the throes of love? The person you mentioned surely isn't your boyfriend, is he? Therefore, you must perform well later to vindicate me. Do you understand? Chu Bai puffed her cheeks as she spoke. The opponent is a formidable, well-established team. A strong contender from our city. Score a goal, and this lady will treat you to a feast of skewers. Their team is filled with skilled players. The stakes must be raised. No, it must be doubled. It's a deal. As Zhang Guan took to the field, he perceived not adversaries, but mere skewers, immobile and awaiting his prowess. My apologies, but for the sake of next week's late-night feast, I must endure against these opponents. Zhang Guan perused the information compiled by Li Xiaogong about the adversaries. The Gao Xian team boasts an impressive average height of 183 centimeters, exceedingly tall, yet their average player experience is less than a year, undeniably new. Gao Xian team, tall and fresh, as their reputation suggests. Their competitive ability pales in comparison to the previous two opponents. The goalkeeper stands as the strongest asset of Gao Xian, as is often the case with weaker teams. He stands at 180 centimeters, adept at judging aerial balls, agile with his feet, possessing explosive power and remarkable jumping ability, and boasts an extensive range of mobility, capable of acting as a half-defensive midfielder. More attempts at shooting are advised. Zhang Guan smirked, noting that thus far, Li Xiaogong's assessments of the goalkeepers from the three opponents, irrespective of their merits, ultimately distilled to a singular strategy: shoot more. This fellow seemed to be taking the easy way out. Zhang Guan continued to scrutinize the materials in hand. The central defenders were merely present, lacking any distinguishing features. The defensive midfielders, too, were unremarkable. The wingers were just filling the ranks, devoid of noteworthy qualities. The forwards, similarly, contributed nothing of significance. It was evident that this fellow was indeed shirking responsibility. Chapter 43. A dual assault. Before long, Zhang Guan realized that Li Xiaogong was not being lazy. The central defenders, defensive midfielders, wingers, and forwards indeed lacked any remarkable traits. They seemed acutely aware of their limitations, opting to abandon offense altogether, with all 11 players entrenched defensively. This, in turn, left the Haishi team somewhat at a loss. Gazing at the goalkeeper, who was adeptly thwarting every shot on goal, Zhang Guan recalled a saying from the lottery realm: a guardian matches a fortress. Particularly effective against large teams. How to breach a fortified defense is a dilemma that plagues all teams. 30 minutes elapsed, and with the scoreboard stubbornly unchanged, Chu Bai began to feel anxious. Wasn't the Gao Xian team supposed to be weak? Why had Zhang Guan not showcased any dazzling performance in half an hour? Could it be that this match would yield no video material? The cheerleaders, who had been singing and dancing for quite some time, now sat on the sidelines, resting while chattering away. Frankly, this match was rather dull. Why was everyone merely passing the ball back and forth? Why not dribble past him, shoot at him? When would a goal finally be scored? What about Zhang Guan? It is time to unleash our potential. If we delay any longer, the tension will surely rise. The opposing team is displaying a blatant lack of sportsmanship, choosing to remain defensive rather than launch an attack. Out of nowhere, Zhang Mila approached Toyeo, clutching a half bundle of bananas. "Come on, sisters, the players on the field need your encouragement," she exclaimed. "Right, Senior Yao Yao? With so many long legs." How can we not jump in support? What joy is there for me, Zhang Nila, in watching this lackluster match? Let the music play and the dance continue. In stark contrast to the spectators, Zhang Guan on the field remained remarkably composed. The ironclad defense was indeed challenging to breach. However, he possessed the three essential skills required to dismantle such a formation: explosive breakthroughs, long-range shots, and set-piece execution. By keenly observing the game, he could sense the opponent's weaknesses, and within mere seconds, he would find the opportunity to score. Zhang Guan had already identified a particular trait of the opposing goalkeeper. While he exhibited remarkable bravery with his diving saves, he harbored an unfortunate tendency to forego small preparatory steps before lunging, preferring instead to leap directly into a side dive. With his explosive takeoff and remarkable agility, he would glide through the air to execute his saves. Quite impressive indeed. A smile graced Zhang Guan's lips as a strategy formed in his mind. Just as there can only be one Haonan in Causeway Bay, there can be but one protagonist on the field: me, Zhang Guan. Besides, with the cheering squad seated below, how could I not deliver a performance worthy of the cameras? This time, Zhang Guan drifted to the left flank as his teammate promptly passed the ball. He took a step forward, leaning against the defender, intentionally allowing the ball to slip through his legs. With a deft turn, he utilized the defender's momentum to pivot and chase after the ball. The central defensive midfielder rushed forward to assist, but as Zhang Guan ran, he lifted his right leg, executing a deceptive move around his hips. Pretending to feint and change direction, he seized the brief moment of hesitation from his opponent to accelerate past the defensive line with two powerful strides. Zhang Guan glanced up at the goalkeeper's positioning. As expected, there had been minimal adjustment. He seemed prepared to rely on his jumping ability for the save. 35 meters out, I was nearly within striking distance. The angle was favorable, positioned a few meters off center, perfect for a right-footed strike with an outside curve. Since you enjoy leaping to save, let me show you how the ball will drift further away from you once you take flight. With his left foot providing stability, Zhang Guan swung his right leg, using his thigh to propel his lower leg swiftly. His toes curled inward as he struck the lower midsection of the ball with the outside of his foot, imparting a slight lateral movement to add some curve, while his calf quickly extended forward. As the ball soared toward the goal, the goalkeeper turned slightly and leaped off the ground. A shot from over 30 meters away is not something a high schooler can easily control, even with accuracy. How fast could the ball remain after traveling such a distance? Yet, this time, something felt distinctly different. The ball soared swiftly, and after traversing approximately 10 meters, it suddenly began to spin violently. The goalkeeper, initially anticipating that a slight extension of his limbs would suffice to deflect the ball, soon realized that he would need to fully extend his arms to reach it. As the ball approached ever closer, an unsettling premonition gripped him, suggesting that his arms would need to stretch an additional 20 centimeters to make the save. Just as the ball was about to slip past his outstretched fingers, he could no longer harbor any illusions. He could only pray that it would veer off course and miss the goal entirely. Why was it flying farther away? Surely, he was being deceived. Witnessing the ball spiral into the net, still spinning, the goalkeeper could not contain his frustration and let out a curse. After scoring, Zhang Guan turned toward the sidelines, blowing a kiss in the direction of Chu Bai. How annoying. This fellow is at it again. Uncle will surely mock me for this. Despite the teasing from her nearby friends, Chu Bai felt a sweetness in her heart but turned to the photographer and cautiously instructed, "Let us cut this segment. Don't broadcast it." Zhang Nila sprang up from the ground, cheering exuberantly, before turning to rush toward Tao Yaoyao, feigning excitement for a celebratory embrace. However, the astute Tao Yaoyao swiftly brought him crashing to the ground. As the game resumed, Zhang Guan commenced his leisurely running, appearing as though the recent goal had never transpired. This convinced the goalkeeper that he had merely been fortunate to score an extraordinary shot. Contrary to expectations, Zhang Guan maneuvered to the right flank. Receiving a pass from his teammate, he leaned against the approaching defender with his left side, pivoting on his left leg, and drew the ball closer within a 2 to 3 meter range. Positioned over 30 meters from the goal, this time he found himself in the center right of the penalty area. Should he attempt a curling shot with his left foot? He recalled the signature skill of a renowned winger known for his fruity smile. To everyone's surprise, after taking 2 steps to build momentum, he did not opt for the anticipated left-footed curl, but awkwardly struck the ball with his right foot, forcefully connecting with the outer part of his foot aimed at the ball's mid-exterior. Observing Zhang Guan's peculiar shooting posture, reminiscent of an awkward gait, The goalkeeper smirked, realizing he was dealing with a one-footed player. It was no wonder he insisted on using his right foot from that position. The angle for a right-footed shot was already limited, and the player seemed to forego a safer strike with the instep, instead opting for the outer foot, likely aiming for the ball to sail out of bounds. Confidently, the goalkeeper leaped to cover the majority of the goal's open space behind him. As the ball zipped past his hands, it was still a good 30 to 40 centimeters away from his arm, and he was convinced it would fly out of bounds. However, as he turned to watch the ball sail past, he was met with an astonishing sight. Just as the ball passed him without spinning, it began to spin violently after crossing him, gradually veering toward the goal. When the ball grazed the right post and entered the net, Chen Jifeng excitedly glanced at Li Xiaogong, both recalling the breathtaking arc of a free kick taken by Brazil's left-back Roberto Carlos in a friendly match, albeit that had been with his left foot. However, at the moment Zhang Guan took the shot, his mind conjured the image of Quaresma, the flamboyant winger known for his exquisite outside foot tricks. Wow, my friend, this is brilliant. You've created another opportunity for me to embrace. Zhang Mila once again took advantage of the excitement surrounding Tao Yao to attempt a fleeting moment of affection. As expected, he was swiftly knocked down once more. Chapter 44. Another hat trick. Is this for real? Such a bizarre curve can actually deceive. The goalkeeper seemed bewildered. During halftime, Chu Bai handed Zhang Guan a towel, saying, "Wipe your sweat, don't catch a cold. Sister Guan, I fear the chill too. Could you let Senior Yao give me a comforting hug to warm my soul? Oh, and my body too." It was needless to look. Zhang Mila was undoubtedly the culprit again. He turned and saw Tao Yao with her fist raised, only to be knocked down yet again. Just strolling and scoring? Today feels so effortlessly enjoyable, Li Xiaogong remarked casually. If I can walk, I 1T run. If I can stand, I 1T walk. Minimal effort for a victory is all that matters. Zhang Guan responded with a cheeky grin. Chu Bai furrowed her brow, saying, "But it's challenging to edit a particularly spectacular video this way. Could you perhaps deliver 2 performances like last time, the divine intervention kind?" "Oh, silly girl. The opponents aren't puppets. I can't dictate how things unfold," Zhang Guan said as he affectionately ruffled her hair. Li Xiaogong, keen to add more to the conversation, was pulled away by Chen Jifeng, who quietly complained, "Can't you see the young ones are getting cozy? Why stand there showing off?" Chu Bai, caught off guard by the banter, found herself blushing. For reasons unknown, she easily felt shy in the face of others teasing, yet when it came from Zhang Guan, she accepted it with a smile and even a hint of anticipation. Nevertheless, returning to the field, Zhang Guan intended to perform a display of divine prowess. Elevating Chu Bai's reputation in front of her uncle, he positioned himself on the familiar left flank, and as the ball reached his feet, he feigned left, pivoting in the opposite direction to elegantly break through. As he sprinted, his right foot lightly touched the ball in a delicate rhythm, carefully controlling the distance, causing the defender to hesitate in making a move. Gradually, he drew the defender's weight to one side before executing a subtle flick with the outside of his foot, creating space and preparing to shoot. Once again from this position, he had become addicted to long-range shots. The defender quickly twisted his body, desperately extending his leg to block. However, Zhang Guan's momentum was formidable. He merely caressed the ball, allowing it to continue along its original path. The center back behind him cursed in frustration, yet resigned. He had no choice but to cover. Attempting to defend single-handedly without assistance from teammates was a perilous endeavor, especially when facing a rapidly advancing attacker. The center back, realizing the futility of resistance, resorted to a desperate tackle, attempting to bring down both the player and the ball in an effort to vent his frustration. As he bent down, ready to descend onto the field, Zhang Guan had already anticipated his gamble-like defensive maneuver. Zhang Guan's response was elegantly simple. He gently tapped the ball with the tip of his foot, lifting it and leaping over the sliding central defender. Faced with an isolated goalkeeper, Zhang Guan executed his beloved pendulum dribble, feinting, cycling past, and effortlessly slotting the ball into the empty net. He glanced towards the sidelines, seemingly inquiring with Chu Bai, "Is this sufficient?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu Bai nodded in affirmation. It was wise to send this much to her uncle at once, for overwhelming them would only lead to exhaustion. 3 goals and 6 barbecues. This week, it appeared, she would indulge alongside Zhang Guan in the culinary delights of skewered delicacies. A silly smile spread across Chu Bai's face, while the weathered visage of Old Wei, marked by the passage of time, radiated unceasing joy. The previous year's college entrance examination results had been gratifying, and Zhang Guan had made a remarkable impression in the city-level football competition representing the district team, truly embodying the flourishing of both intellect and athleticism. Friends within the Education Bureau had hinted that the cancellation of the provisional designation preceding his name was set to be discussed. This was indeed monumental news. For Old Wei had awaited this day for an entire year. Just moments ago, in the office of the director of the Haishi District Sports Bureau, Director Fu Jun had remarked on Zhang Guan's exceptional football talent, suggesting he had the potential to directly enter the professional realm, possibly even securing a place in the national youth team. Such prospects warranted robust support. After all, with Zhang Guan's average academic performance, his highest potential in the college entrance examination would merely place him at the level of a 211 institution, not particularly remarkable within the prestigious city's first high school. However, if he could join a national team, it would fill a significant void in the school's history, potentially benefiting his own career trajectory. After all, the elder Liu from a neighboring city had been promoted twice simply because his school produced an Olympic athlete. Old Wei, too, was determined to pave the way for Zhang Guan's training, aiming to cultivate a national-level player from their institution. With his plans solidified, he dialed the education director's number to relay his instructions. Brother Guan, could you kindly ask Sister Guan to include Yao Yao when you invite her for barbecue? It would be nice for her to have company when she returns home after the meal. Please do not look at me like that. I am genuinely considering your best interests. Just think about how scandalous it would sound if it were known that two young individuals of opposite genders dined alone together. Having a friend nearby would not only provide supervision but also serve as a witness, helping to dispel any rumors. Ever since Zhang Nila discovered that Chu Bai was inviting Zhang Guan for barbecue on multiple occasions, he had been incessantly nagging at Zhang Guan's side. Zhang Guan cast a glance at his unabashed friend and sighed. It seems that Tao Yao Yao is somewhat resistant to your advances, and it is not your style to hang from the same tree as her. What is it that you truly like about her? Of course, I am enamored by her fair complexion, beauty, and shapely figure. Do you not share the same sentiment? I am not particularly inclined. Come now. We have grown up together, bare-bottomed since childhood. How could I not be aware of your true character? In my opinion, the exquisite Chu Bai, with her fair complexion, striking beauty, and long legs, undoubtedly aligns with your aesthetic preferences, yet you stubbornly refuse to admit it. When you interact with her, you may appear calm and composed on the surface, but internally, you are in a frenzy, are you not? Zhang Guan opened his mouth to retort, but upon reflection, he realized the accuracy of the observation. Zhang Nila, noticing Zhang Guan's inability to counter, was about to deliver a lecture when she suddenly felt a tight grip around her ear, as if someone had seized her. You clever Zhang Nila. No wonder you've been stealthily observing me. It seems your scrutiny has been quite thorough. Have you even crafted a rhyme about it? Without needing to inquire, the fiery-tempered Tao Yao Yao and Chu Bai were the culprits. Hey, Tao Yao Yao, let me explain. I was merely praising you, and speaking the truth is not against the law. As she struggled to free herself from the grasp, Zhang Nila made a hasty retreat. Beside her, Chu Bai wore a rare teasing expression and remarked, even a noble gentleman who stands for righteousness enjoys fair skin, beauty, and long legs? For the first time, Zhang Guan found himself at a loss for words before scratching his head and replying, am I not to be included in that category too? Chapter 45. The Consequences of Misdeeds. Zhang Nila, with a smiling face, apologized to the still fuming Tao Yao Yao. Tao Yao Yao, I meant no offense this afternoon. I simply possess a discerning eye for beauty and an eloquent tongue for describing it. Besides, didn't Bai seem quite pleased after hearing it? Of course, she was pleased. It was you who were enamored with Zhang Guan. Before she could finish her thought, the demure Chu Bai interrupted her spell. What is there to fear in being admired for good looks? Many people comment on how dashing my Lao La is, and I embrace it with grace. Zhang Nila continued to chatter. Is that truly embracing it? More likely, you wish for it to be true. Zhang Guan, taking a defensive stance, retorted after venting his frustration on Zhang Nila, attempting to diffuse the situation. As an apology, this meal is on me. He then turned to Chu Bai and added, your meal will be postponed. Chu Bai nodded obediently and whispered a few words to Tao Yao Yao, calming her friend's anger before speaking. I recently shared the video of your match with my uncle. Can you guess what he said? Seeing everyone's interest piqued, Chu Bai decided to reveal the details without further delay. He mentioned that the first 2 goals showcased your footwork, while the third displayed your explosiveness and agility. indicating you are a talent worth nurturing. He requested that I continue filming and sending videos to him. With the new year approaching, he plans to meet with you to play and chat. The Pisa team in Serie B? I will consider it. Consider what nonsense. Zhang Nila appeared even more excited than the main subject, Zhang Guan. They are from Serie B. Why hold back? They won't afford you the same patience as Bai. Hey Bai, don't kick me. Rest assured, I have 9 ways to persuade him. 9. You tell our uncle we will give it our all. Striving to catch his eye. Bah, what an intriguing matter regarding our uncle. That said, Senior Yao Yao, it would be remiss of you to show favoritism. The day after tomorrow, our school's basketball team has a match, and our captain has entrusted me with a message for you. As long as you are not opposed, I extend a heartfelt invitation for the dance society to lend their support. Zhang Nila, munching on a pig's trotter, added this sentiment. Taoyayohaft. Neither accepting nor declining the invitation. There is potential here. Zhang Nila exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Guan, both silently agreeing. While Zhang Nila was devising ways to create an opportunity to meet with Tao Yao Yao, the 4th match for Zhang Guan's team was upon them. Facing the Jiangnan district team. Previously, they had competed against the Gaoxian and Jiabei teams, whose strengths were rather average, leading to less intensity in those matches. However, today's opponent, Jiangnan, was a formidable contender, comparable to the Zidong team. Everyone must adopt a serious demeanor. A string of 3 consecutive victories should not lead to complacency. Chen Jifeng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, imposed a stern reminder upon the players while distributing match information. The Jiangnan team had faced the Zidong team multiple times, with victories evenly split, reflecting their overall strength. Their primary formation is 4-3-3, showcasing commendable passing control, individual dribbling, and physical confrontations, demonstrating a balanced prowess without significant weaknesses. However, they lack any standout players or explosive talents. As for the goalkeeper position, Zhang Guan bypassed Li Xiaogong's description and went straight to the conclusions. Unsurprisingly, Li Xiaogong advised more attempts at shooting. This was to be expected, given the level of competition where the goalkeeper's skill is universally acknowledged. The 4 defenders are strong in direct defensive capabilities, displaying good teamwork and mutual support. However, their mobility is somewhat lacking, making them struggle against faster opponents. Zhang Guan, indeed. That describes me perfectly. The 3 midfielders are of the same type, exhibiting exceptional stamina for back-and-forth running, solid in defense, physical confrontations, and organizational abilities. Yet, they lack a central playmaker, resulting in a style where whoever has the ball must organize the play. The 3 forwards are disruptive in nature, possessing reasonable skills and physicality, speed, and dribbling, but their positioning and shooting techniques are notably inconsistent, relying on instinct and luck, making judgment difficult. Overall, this team possesses a certain caliber. However, the players, particularly those in the midfield and forward positions, exhibit a troubling homogeneity, lacking complementary traits. In practice, this often leads to disjointed play, with players acting independently and attacking haphazardly. Against weaker teams, this may yield results, but against stronger opponents, their performance becomes erratic. As the moment to take the field approached, Zhang Guan searched the sidelines for the cheerleaders, hoping to catch a glimpse of Chu Bai. In just a few weeks, he had grown accustomed to having someone waiting for him at the sidelines, to the extent that he now found himself glancing for the girl's familiar presence before each match. He shook his head. She would certainly arrive. Perhaps something had delayed her, but it was no matter. Yet once on the court, he remained somewhat distracted, frequently looking towards the spot where Chu Bai typically stood. His performance during the game was, therefore, predictable. Until the end of the first half, he finally noticed Chu Bai hastily entering the stadium, followed by a gentleman who, though appearing fatigued, could not conceal his striking demeanor. What on earth? Zhang Guan pondered, perplexed. Is it merely tardiness, or is she accompanied by a man? Didn't he seem old enough to be her father? Could he be one of her suitors? Is this some sort of display? Having perused countless web novels, Zhang Guan's mind conjured up classic scenarios. Would the handsome man nonchalantly produce a check and disdainfully declare, "Here is 5 million. Please cease your pursuit of Chu Bai"? How would he respond? Perhaps disdainfully tearing the check into shreds and telling him to take his filthy money and leave? Or maybe igniting the check and using it to light a cigarette, then exhaling the smoke directly into the man's face? Yet, none of these thoughts seemed sufficiently satisfying. Unbeknownst to Zhang Guan, this unexpected intrusion into his life by this young woman had already stirred ripples that could not be quelled. subtly altering him in ways he had yet to recognize. His spiraling thoughts rendered his performance on the field increasingly invisible, but moments later, the referee blew the whistle for halftime. As per her usual custom, Chu Bai trotted over to Zhang Guan and handed him a bottle of cola. "Sorry for being late, but it seems I haven't missed much of the game," she remarked, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Guan's unusual demeanor. She continued, infused with excitement, "I have good news. Do you know why I was late? My uncle suddenly returned to the country. Upon hearing the news, I rushed to his house and brought him here, which saves me the trouble of finding a videographer to record a short video." Zhang Guan felt a surge of understanding, momentarily embarrassed by his earlier wild speculations. At the same time, he reflected on the significance of Chu Bai in his life, realizing it warranted a re-evaluation. Poor Jiang and team. They were in for a rough second half. Chapter 46. A complete set, yet still insufficient. The first half, which had unfolded without incident, was not devoid of insights for Zhang Guan. The opposing team's two central defenders exhibited rapid, aggressive tackling styles. The right-sided defender displayed a certain recklessness when defending against aerial balls, while the left-sided defender did not share this flaw. The three midfielders frequently rotated positions, which often left the center-backs without a fixed target when transitioning the ball to the midfield, compelling them to pass to the full-backs, who would then carry the ball past the halfway line before either passing it to the adjacent wide midfielder or directly to the forwards. Zhang Guan found himself increasingly enamored with the sensation of actively participating in the game physically while simultaneously analyzing the situation intellectually. Previously, he would have played recklessly, but in this rebirth, his thoughts had evidently clarified significantly, enabling him to swiftly discern the opponent's intentions and weaknesses. Perhaps this was the ability to read the game that commentators so highly revered? "Gentlemen, as we prepare to launch our attack, let us focus our left flank crosses towards the near post and direct our right flank crosses towards the far post. In essence, we should aim to target the opposing right center back. During our transition from defense to attack, we must remain vigilant regarding their advances along the flanks, for that is their primary route for crossing the halfway line." As Zhang Guan fervently offered suggestions to his teammates, Chen Jifeng ignited a cigarette. The earnest demeanor of the boys was undeniably attractive, a sentiment that rang true. With rapt attention, Chu Bai's eyes nearly transformed into hearts as she gazed at Zhang Guan, who was wholly engrossed in his tactical analysis and explanations, her admiration palpable. Observing her intense focus on the unfolding dynamics of the game and the performance of a particular player, Su Dingfang reflected on how, during his own playing days, he had never witnessed his niece so captivated. It seemed that her discerning eye had indeed been captured by this classmate named Zhang Guan. Yet, he pondered whether this fortunate lad deserved such expectations. Unbeknownst to Zhang Guan, who was determined to impress the two spectators, he received the ball and executed a deft maneuver with his right leg, performing a reverse hip twist, followed by another hip movement, creating a sliver of space before preparing to advance the ball with his left foot. The opposing defender, having anticipated his series of moves, positioned himself to obstruct Zhang Guan. However, Zhang Guan, foreseeing this, deftly bypassed the defender and accelerated from the sidelines, attempting to overtake him forcefully. The defender, taken aback by Zhang Guan's audacity and making a wide arc to break free, hastily reached out to grab him in an attempt to close the gap. But Zhang Guan had already surged ahead, effortlessly evading the defender's grasp with another explosive advance. As Zhang Guan galloped forward, the defender, now trailing behind, could only hope that the center back would cover the gap. While maintaining his high-speed dribble, Zhang Guan contemplated his next move. This agility appeared to be a newfound advantage since his rebirth, unlike in his previous life, where his footwork lagged behind his thoughts. He now found that the faster he moved, the quicker his mind operated. The center back, sensing urgency, retreated while simultaneously observing Zhang Guan's rhythm and ball control, searching for any slight flaw in his high-speed dribble that could allow for a successful interception. It was impossible for such rapid movement to be flawless. If there was even a slight miscalculation in the force of his touch, the distance between the ball and the defender would narrow, providing an opportunity for a tackle, something he excelled at. With this thought in mind, the center back lowered his center of gravity and keenly watched. Indeed, under his pressure, Zhang Guan's dribble displayed a barely perceptible flaw. Aha! This was the moment he had been waiting for. The center back halted his retreat and decisively extended his foot to intercept the ball. However, he was unprepared for Zhang Guan's acumen. As the defender lunged, Zhang Guan swiftly flicked his ankle, causing the ball's trajectory to shift just enough to evade the tackle and facilitate a clean breakthrough. The ensuing one-on-one with the goalkeeper requires no further elaboration. It was a familiar pendulum-like maneuver that allowed him to bypass the keeper and send the ball into the open net. Before her uncle, Chu Bai celebrated with a playful kiss, only to remember that her uncle was beside her, deep in thought. The young man displayed remarkable explosive power, excellent defensive abilities, quick reactions, and considerable agility. Indeed, his physical prowess surpassed the standards expected of a professional athlete. His ball control during high-speed dribbling was impressively precise, as he skillfully surveyed the field to ensure the ball consistently moved towards the opponent's most vulnerable spots. Such a comprehensive understanding of the game and ball control at his age was truly commendable. Regrettably, he had yet to receive professional football training, which limited his potential. Su Dingfang quietly pondered. However, this performance could only be deemed slightly above the usual standard of the Pisa team's 16th squad and did not meet the threshold for a necessary signing. Young man, if you wish to make your mark in the Apennines, you must reveal your true capabilities. Uncle, wasn't he Zhang Guan's goal spectacular? A true solo effort? Chu Bai inquired tentatively, noticing her uncle's silence. Indeed, but it still falls short, Su Dingfang replied succinctly, without reservation. Chu Bai did not expect that a single goal would sway her discerning uncle's opinion. She believed in Zhang Guan's abilities and was confident he would ultimately win her uncle's approval. In an impulsive moment, she cupped her hands around her mouth and called out energetically to the field, Zhang Guan, Uncle says it's not enough. Keep pushing. Su Dingfang turned his gaze to his niece, surprised by her spirited transformation. Not enough? Certainly not. Zhang Guan returned to the midfield, positioning himself to receive the ball. Prior to receiving it, he had already observed the runs of his teammates on the flanks and, upon receiving the pass, executed a precise one-touch play to the right wing before darting forward at full speed. He initially ran towards a position that would complement his teammate's breakthrough. But after several meters, realizing his teammate no longer needed support, he pivoted and sprinted past the defensive midfielder, charging into the penalty area at the near post. As he noticed his flank teammate preparing for a cross, Zhang Guan feigned a move at the near post, then swiftly changed direction towards the far post. The cross intended for the far post was not ideal. It was deflected by a central defender at the near post, sending the ball high and floating, yet still directed towards the far post. Zhang Guan tracked the incoming ball, accurately judging its landing spot, and adjusted his position with quick, light steps to claim the advantageous spot. However, the angle for a shot was compromised, and the high, floating ball was unsuitable for a direct strike. Thus, he turned sideways, positioning himself against the right center back, extending his right foot to control the descending ball before swiftly half-turning and executing a precise volley with his right foot. The goalkeeper stood no chance against this close-range strike, altering the score to 2-0. Chu Bai, undeterred by the second kiss sent her way, glanced at her uncle with a questioning expression. Chapter 47. True friends in every corner of the world. This game is rather intriguing, Su Dingfang remarked thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. The diagonal pass to the flanks during the retraction was executed with impeccable timing and precision, indicating he had anticipated his teammates' movements well, showcasing both excellent vision and passing skills. His runs, alternating between the sidelines and the front, demonstrate a keen sense of positioning and clarity of thought as he adeptly adjusted to the ball's trajectory. When faced with adversity, he utilized a skillful juggling technique to adjust his angle before seamlessly transitioning into a shot. The entire process was remarkably fluid and coherent, and even in haste. The quality of his strike was commendable. He possesses the makings of a formidable striker. Upon hearing her uncle's assessment, Chu Bai's eyes narrowed into crescent moons. However, it's still not enough. Scoring 2 goals isn't sufficient? Chu Bai exclaimed in astonishment, realizing her uncle's strict nature was even more pronounced than she had anticipated. Su Dingfang clarified, as the transfer manager of this prestigious club, I have ventured countless miles to secure a young talent with no prior professional football experience. He must be a prodigy among prodigies. Otherwise, where would I place my reputation? He silently added to himself, though, in truth, he is nearly sufficient. I simply wish to see if this lad possesses any additional skills. Nodding in understanding, Chu Bai clasped her hands together, mimicking a megaphone, and called out, Zhang Guan. It's still not enough. Zhang Guan remained silent, while the opposing goalkeeper and center back inwardly cursed. I don't know about you, but we've had more than enough. Not only are we conceding goals, but we're also being subjected to this display of affection, not just once, but repeatedly. When Zhang Guan executed a predatory interception in midfield, followed by a wall pass with a teammate, ultimately breaking through to score. The opposing goalkeeper and center back cast hopeful glances toward the two spectators on the sidelines. Su Dingfang extinguished his cigarette and turned to leave, casually remarking, "Let us take him out for dinner tonight. A private feast, no less. Uncle, this is Zhang Guan, whom I've mentioned to you several times before. You witnessed his performance on the field today," Chu Bai enthusiastically introduced, pulling Zhang Guan closer. "This is my uncle, who has returned to the country specifically for you." Su Dingfang waved dismissively. "What do you mean, specifically?" "With Christmas approaching, I simply took advantage of the holiday to visit my homeland." Observing the close rapport between the two, he added with a knowing smile, "It's rare to see you so familiar with a male classmate," seemingly catching the teasing undertone in Su Dingfang's words. Chu Bai's cheeks flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Hello, Uncle. Bai, why are you stepping on my foot? Should I call you Aunt instead, given how young and handsome you are? I thought you were Bai's brother earlier," Zhang Guan complimented without hesitation. The well-informed Su Dingfang deftly ignored the flattery and got straight to the point. "Based on your performance on the pitch, it appears you are quite exceptional. I hear you're still in your first year of high school." Zhang Guan nodded affirmatively. "I've heard from Director Fu that he mentioned the possibility of recommending you for a trial with a first-tier team, but you declined?" Su Dingfang inquired. Without the need for further elaboration, as the sports community in their city was quite close-knit, and he was well acquainted with Director Fu. Zhang Guan pondered for a moment and candidly expressed, "What good would it do to partake in a trial training? With neither wealth nor connections, I would likely return in defeat, continuing my studies. Rather than that, it would be far more prudent to focus on my studies and prepare for the college entrance examination." "You hardly appear to be in want," Chu Bai remarked softly, pouting. "What impoverished individual could secretly afford to buy a single item here?" Su Dingfang was somewhat taken aback by Zhang Guan's lucidity. This high school student, seemingly inexperienced, had dismissed the allure of overnight fame with striking clarity. "What if you were to try abroad? Given your age and level, you possess a certain competitiveness within the second-tier league teams. If you are willing to take the plunge, I believe there is a high probability you could secure a place in a team. Should your development progress favorably, playing professionally in Europe could also be within reach." Zhang Guan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. "He has mentioned this suggestion to me several times. To be honest, who among those playing street football does not harbor dreams of turning professional? If the opportunity arises to join a genuine professional league, I would certainly be inclined to give it a try. Then it's settled. I will reach out to the club, and by the earliest after the new year, you can accompany me to Italy." Su Dingfang's rapid decision was motivated by a personal interest, observing the dynamics between his niece and this young man. He feared she might have developed feelings for him. By bringing him to Italy, he could potentially nurture a budding talent for the nation while also allowing some distance between them to assess the young man's character and determine if he was worthy of trust. "Yay, Uncle is amazing. Come, have some shrimp." Chu Bai, oblivious to her uncle's thoughts, cheered with delight nearby. However, Zhang Guan interjected with his own thoughts. "Uncle, could you possibly wait another 6 months? I wish to use this time to intensively study Italian and enhance my physical conditioning, lest I struggle to keep up with the intensity of the matches and find myself unable to communicate. If the coach says goalpost and I respond with hip axis, it would be quite embarrassing." Su Dingfang considered this for a moment. That makes sense. Now let us eat. This private kitchen is run by an old friend of mine, and the flavors are exceptionally authentic. Oh, Uncle, I've brought him here once, and he seemed quite knowledgeable about many dishes, like braised sea cucumber and Westlake vinegar fish. Explaining them with great detail, Chu Bai chimed in, tilting her head. "Oh, this young man is rather intriguing. Brother Guan, my family has decided that the college entrance examination is a challenging path, so they have resolved to have me complete my first year of high school before attending the preparatory course at the University of Pisa in Italy," Julie said to Zhang Guan and Zhang Nila at the barbecue stand. Zhang Nila jumped up first. "What the heck? Does that mean our trio will be reduced to just the two of us? It would be rather dull for you to be in Italy without me to look after you." Cough, cough, why not just one? Zhang Guan added, "I meant to say, I will be going to Italy for trial training during the summer vacation. If all goes well, I see you taking the lead and dominating the first high school. Goodness, is it true? You two must have conspired, right? This is quite the prank. Wait a moment. Are you really going to trial with the Italian Pisa team? Good heavens, after all this time, it turns out I am the fool. Why waste words? Did I not tell you this at the very first opportunity? Boss, bring in a case of beer. Today, we shall break the rules and not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. The usually composed Julie, rarely seen in such spirits, raised a bottle of beer, exclaiming, "In this fast world, true friends are but a heartbeat away. A true man's ambition lies beyond the horizon, so why be coy? Cheers. I shall return to my studies diligently, striving to welcome you at the finest hotel upon your return to the homeland. Zhang Guan. You must uphold your dignity and secure a starting position in Italy." Zhang Nila discreetly wiped away the slight moisture from the corner of his eye, swiftly regaining composure, and boldly declared. That night, 3 carefree youths gathered at the barbecue stall. Chapter 48. Pisa, here I come on the flight to Italy. Zhang Guan gazed out at the boundless blue sky and white clouds, lost in thought. Over the past year since his rebirth, he had experienced a whirlwind of events, lottery tickets, real estate, brawls, soccer, and even encountered an intriguing young lady. Life has indeed been vibrant and colorful. Zhang Guan had visited Pisa before as a tourist, but this time, he was to face a greater challenge. After bidding farewell to Julie at the entrance of Pisa University, he hurried to report to the club. Daniomo Massa, the coach of the Pisa youth team, looked at the Asian face before him with a hint of disdain. What talent could possibly emerge from this footballing desert? Surely, he was merely a connection brought in by some club official. Humph, within a week, I shall have you know the futility of your endeavor. The initial test for the team was basic. After a summer break, the players appeared somewhat lethargic, their physiques having deteriorated to varying degrees, much to Massa's dissatisfaction. Luca Giorza, what on earth are you doing? You, a speedster on the flank. Clocked over 13 seconds in the 100 meters? That's more than a second slower than last season. Go, run laps. You shall not return until I say so. Massa bellowed. Vasily, 14 seconds? I can hardly believe it. Is this the standard of a professional player? Oh right, you are a 190-meter center back, but that is still unacceptable. Run laps. Hecate, 13. For seconds, unsatisfactory, run laps. Bartolomé Goyos, 12. 6 seconds. While it's somewhat acceptable, it's still a decline from last year. Run laps. Observing the disappointing results from the veteran players, Massa's frustration mounted. Newcomer, it's your turn. Zhang Guan, having acquired a reasonable proficiency in Italian through intensive study, conversed briefly with the timing assistant coach, Carlson. Squat, start, accelerate, sprint, return. Massa watched as the timer displayed an astonishing 11.3 seconds for the newcomer, somewhat taken aback. This newcomer was remarkably fast, effortlessly achieving the best time within the team. Yet, football is not athletics. This means little. The stubborn Massa muttered to himself, pulling out his notebook to jot down notes, while pointing at Zhang Guan, who had just returned. You, run laps. Zhang Guan, having recently joined the ranks of the running enthusiasts, quickly became acquainted with his fellow teammates who shared his plight. Just yesterday, his new roommate, Goyos, was the first to inquire, Guan, what is your time? Let me guess, around 13 seconds? No, I perceive he runs quite swiftly, perhaps 12 seconds, speculated Haidatai. Zhang Guan shrugged and replied, I am uncertain. The coach has not informed me. If you lack even a time, I would surmise it to be about 15 seconds. Teased goalkeeper Melikov. What nonsense. I am quite swift. I could cover 100 meters in less than 15 seconds. Zhang Guan declared earnestly. It took Melikov a moment to grasp the absurdity, at which point he burst into laughter, evidently taken aback by this exotic humor. However, during the afternoon's training session, the laughter was short-lived. Within a mere 5 minutes, Zhang Guan had sent the ball soaring into the net behind Melikov. This forward from the mysterious Eastern nation exhibited astonishing speed, effortlessly outpacing center-backs Vasily and Eriksson with a mere acceleration. Observing Zhang Guan celebrating with his teammates, communicating seamlessly, Massa thought to himself that this individual was in stark contrast to the reserved, frail stereotype of Easterners he had integrated into the team remarkably well, prompting Massa to nod approvingly and make a note beside Zhang Guan's name in his little notebook. By the end of the training, he had made 4 such entries. After dinner, as Zhang Guan lay in bed engrossed in a book, Goyos burst into the room carrying a box, accompanied by a chorus of teammates engaged in some secretive antics. Guan, stop reading. Do you aspire to earn a doctorate? Come join us for some fun. With that, he presented Zhang Guan with a disc. The packaging featured a figure clad in minimal attire, engaged in vigorous activity, joyfully exclaiming, Pro Evolution Soccer 3. Goyo skillfully connected the console to the television and handed a controller to Zhang Guan. Let us each bring forth our national teams for a match, he said. Excitement radiating from him. Hailing from Brazil, Goyos confidently maneuvered the illustrious five-star Brazilian team, only to be soundly defeated by Zhang Guan's newly emerged World Cup squad with a score of 0-4. Goyos, glancing at the screen, displaying a score starkly contrasting with reality, protested, that was merely a warm-up. Let's have another round. The result was 0-5. Haha, Goyos, you've been bested by the rookie again. He remained silent, insisting to Zhang Guan, one more match. I excel at counterattacks. Thus, he selected the Italian team. Teammates spectating from behind mockingly exclaimed, You're trying to deceive the newcomer again. Goyos, eyes wide in defense, replied, No, I did not. Everyone witnessed you being trounced with the five-star Brazil. With a hint of shame, Goyos quietly argued, Friendlies cannot be counted. Our dormitory matches do not count as losses. Did you know there are 4 different techniques for free kicks? What followed was yet another defeat, 0-3, prompting uproarious laughter that filled the dormitory with a joyful ambience. Beside him, Melikov was eager to take his turn. Let me try now. He also chose the Italian team. All right, let your demise commence, Zhang Guan quipped in response. Another massacre ensued, and now it was Goyos' turn to mock Melikov. Your goalkeeping skills leave much to be desired. You let in so many during practice. And now you concede even more in a game. Melikov stretched his neck. Can you blame me for the goals Buffon conceded? Zhang Guan yawned. Scoring now seems easier than during training. To alleviate any potential misunderstanding from Melikov, he quickly clarified, Do not take it personally. I am not targeting you, but rather the rest of you here, who are all mere novices. This provoked an uproar, and each one insisted on taking a turn, yet they all met with defeat. The young men continued their raucous antics until late into the night, none managing to secure a victory against Zhang Guan. What a jest! When I played this game, none of you were even born yet. Satisfied with the somewhat deflated state of his teammates, Zhang Guan concluded this off-field rivalry. The following day's training consisted of indoor strength training and tactical instruction. As the 2-week training period drew to a close, the assessment reports for the newly recruited players were laid on head coach Massa's desk. It appeared that Zhang Guan was not merely a talentless beneficiary of connections. Massa perused the data provided by his assistants, muttering to himself, His best time for the 100 meters is 11 seconds, the fastest in the team, an astonishing 3.99 seconds for the 30 meters. He has reached the level of the world's elite sprinters. And a bench press of 110, a vertical leap of 82. Goodness. This seemingly unremarkable newcomer, as Zhang Guan would argue, he is quite a presence, possesses such extraordinary athleticism. Where did the club find such a gem? Carlson interjected. Indeed. It's surprising that this unassuming individual boasts physical capabilities far exceeding those of his peers. He also possesses excellent ball sense, solid fundamental skills, and a clear mind. His performance in the inter-squad matches over the past few days has been exceptional. Massa reflected on the records in his notebook, recalling Zhang Guan's on-field displays. Perhaps we have struck gold, he thought, sharing a smile with his assistant as he closed his notebook. In any case, let us see the true test on the field in a few days during the official match. Chapter 49, The Battle of Wits with Course. Amidst a drizzle, the Pisa youth team faced their first opponent of the new season in the youth league, the Palermo youth team. The senior team of Palermo is known as a yo-yo club between the top 2 divisions. Being a weaker side in the top tier yet a formidable contender in the lower league, naturally, their youth team ranks high in the youth league. Attention must be paid to their midfielder Course, who has previously been promoted to the senior team and has already played in the lower division. He is robust and plays with great aggression, exhibiting a fierce style in the senior league. Massa stood before the tactical board, making final preparations for the match. Palermo's overall strength surpasses ours. Their style of play is quite oppressive and the intensity of their confrontations is significant. Everyone must be prepared, added assistant coach Carlson. Goyos whispered to Zhang Guan, This Coles is no good. Last year's away game, that fellow played with brute force, deliberately injuring Vasily's ankle, and provocatively called Eriksson a northern barbarian, nearly sparking a brawl between both sides. Oh, is there no one on our side to properly deal with him? Zhang Guan raised an eyebrow and inquired. I tried, but it was ineffective. The guy is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 90 kilograms, as sturdy as a young calf. I attempted to collide with him, but he brushed it off as if nothing had happened. Instead, I ended up with a sore chest for quite some time, Goyos recounted, massaging his chest as if reminiscing about the confrontation. Zhang Guan looked at Goyos and laughed. In boxing, one must avoid challenging those of a higher weight class. At over 70 kilograms, it's no wonder you suffered. Yet it's not solely about weight, Goyos retorted. This lad hardly resembles a football player, having tasted hardship. Vasily cursed. He acts as if he is there just to kick people, playing extremely rough, and after committing a foul, he feigns innocence while the referee is easily deceived. Graduated from the Academy of Shadows? Zhang Guan muttered to himself. In this match, Zhang Guan found himself on the substitute bench. Observing the opposing players take the field, he quickly identified Coles as the strongest and most barbaric among them. Coles was indeed robust, yet he was far from reckless. On the contrary, he played with a seasoned finesse, skillfully utilizing his formidable physique to engage in subtle confrontations, occasionally using his shoulder to shove Pisa's defensive midfielder, Petty, or employing his backside to displace the towering Vasily during aerial duels. He often provoked verbally outside the referee's view, leaving the Pisa team flustered and irate, all while maintaining an innocent demeanor in front of the referee's whistle. As Pisa entered halftime trailing 0-2, Goyos, Vasily, and others wore expressions of indignation. After the coach made some tactical adjustments, they vented their frustrations, exclaiming, "This Coles is truly despicable. He resorts to too many underhanded tactics, and when we confront him, he pretends not to understand. He even complains to the referee, claiming we are harassing him. Who's harassing him? The referee is blind to such blatant fouls, and doesn't he issue cards?" As the second half commenced, Pisa remained on the back foot, with the score stagnating. With half an hour remaining, Massa noticed that Goyos, increasingly losing his composure due to repeated fouls, was expending more energy in confrontations with the opponent. Thus, he pointed to the warming-up Zhang Guan. Goyos has fallen into their trap. He needs to cool off. Kid, it's your turn. Go experience your first official match. Hey, watch out for Coles. Help me teach him a lesson. Goyos whispered to Zhang Guan as he prepared to enter the field. Could he truly experience a formal match so soon? Even the seasoned Zhang Guan felt a surge of excitement, although it was just a youth team game. Without having time to ponder further, he quickly grasped the intensity of professional competition. At that moment, he seized the ball in the midfield, and Corres approached like a shark sensing blood in the ocean. With a fierce tackle, he sent both Zhang Guan and the ball flying out of bounds. Fortunately, Zhang Guan had already sensed the ferocity of the impending attack and nimbly leapt to evade injury. However, he still fell to the ground, rolling several times on the grass. Corres, unconcerned, rose and brushed off the blades of grass that clung to his arm, then made a gesture to the referee. He pulled the corners of his eyes upward with his index fingers. Although Zhang Guan did not take the foul to heart, this gesture indeed provoked his anger, as it carried a hint of racial discrimination against Asians. Corres was adept at playing psychological games, fully aware that his deliberate provocation aimed to destabilize Zhang Guan's composure. Zhang Guan quickly regulated his breathing, suppressing his fury, and fixed a resolute gaze upon his opponent, refusing to back down. Corres arched an eyebrow and turned away. He was not foolish. Such a gesture was highly taboo, and he preferred to exploit the referee's blind spots, knowing that if caught, he could face a card. His rough and barbaric foul could be construed as a clever manipulation of the rules, but the discriminatory gesture clearly crossed the line. Zhang Guan narrowed his eyes, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, as if to say, someone is about to face consequences, especially as Corres brushed past him, ostensibly sidestepping to avoid collision. He whispered in a tone audible only to Zhang Guan, "Go back to your barren homeland. You do not belong here." Zhang Guan merely responded with a clueless grin, revealing Corres' disdain for him as a perceived illiterate. As Zhang Guan approached the midfield once more, he caught sight of Corres closing in again. This time, he deliberately slowed his pace, inviting Corres to make another attempt at a tackle. As anticipated, Corres lunged in with another fierce challenge. Although his shin appeared to aim cleanly for the ball, the studs of his boots were subtly raised, posing a hidden threat. Zhang Guan leapt once more, but this time, his body was naturally brushed by Corres', causing him to lose balance in midair. To cushion his fall, he instinctively extended his arms and bent his knees. In the air, he aimed his elbow and knee at Corres' neck and abdomen, leveraging his descent to strike forcefully. Taken aback by the Asian player's unexpected retaliation, Corres attempted to evade but found himself ensnared by Zhang Guan's elbow around his neck, leaving him immobile. Zhang Guan's knees then collided brutally with Corres' abdomen. The field was suddenly filled with the anguished cries of both players. Colas felt a profound pain, having not been subjected to such a treacherous assault in quite some time. His abdomen, a delicate area, had suffered a heavy blow. Even with his robust physique, he found it exceedingly difficult to endure. He dared not attempt the usual rolling motions, as they would only exacerbate his agony, and instead remained stationary, clutching his stomach and howling in distress. In contrast, Zhangguan's reaction was even more theatrical. He rolled on the ground, clutching his leg and emitting cries of anguish that drew the attention of onlookers, as if he had sustained an injury far worse than that of Colas. Chapter 50. The Battle of Wits with Colas, Part 2. Observing Zhangguan's exaggerated display, Colas, after a slight alleviation of his pain, sat on the ground and angrily complained to the referee, "This lad has committed a foul. I was merely defending normally, and he ambushed me with an unconventional maneuver. Issue him a card." "What nonsense! Was that a normal defensive action? Do you take me for a fool?" The referee ignored him, secretly amused, and signaled for the medical staff from both teams to attend to the players. Seeing the referee dismiss him, Colas quickly altered his plea. "I didn't even touch him. He has feigning injury. Surely, feigning deserves a card, does it not?" The referee, bemused by the entanglement, replied, "Well, neither of you actually made contact, correct? How about this? Both of you are feigning injury, and each receives a card." After a moment's contemplation, Colas deemed it unworthy to exchange words with such a novice and retorted, "Forget it. I shan't trouble you further." I won't stoop to his level. With that, he slowly rose, casting a lingering gaze at Zhangguan, who was still rolling on the ground. This fellow was not only fierce, but also cunning, with a thick skin to boot. Zhangguan had overheard their conversation clearly and reevaluated Colas anew. Heidi and Vasily approached to assist Zhangguan, inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? Not injured, I hope?" Zhangguan winked at them, signaling that he was unharmed, and whispered, "This guy is indeed resilient, despite my tricks. He still managed to get back up. I'll try the old tree roots maneuver next." Vasily silently applauded Zhangguan, thinking to himself that indeed Easterners were martial arts masters, adept in the art of cunning. Reciprocation is only polite. As Zhangguan observed Colas seize the ball, he seized the opportunity to advance, tightening his core and grounding himself in a stable stance. With a powerful push from his right leg, he collided his shoulder against the still unsteady form of Colas, while his foot inadvertently extended beside Colas' planted foot. Even though Colas was strong, Zhangguan possessed an upper body strength of 110 kilograms in the bench press. And with the element of surprise, Colas stumbled. However, as he attempted to regain his footing, his planted foot was inadvertently caught by Zhangguan's foot, causing him to lose his balance entirely. At that moment, Zhangguan's shoulder exerted force once more, sending the already destabilized Colas flying sideways. The tactic of tripping followed by a push was a straightforward yet effective move he had learned from Li Xiaogong years ago. The referee blew the whistle to signal a foul. "Let them blow. I intended to commit a foul." Unbothered, Zhangguan approached the referee. Smiling amiably and engaging in light-hearted conversation, his demeanor impeccably respectful. When had Perez ever fallen into such a predicament? Regaining his composure, he swiftly rose to confront Zhangguan. However, upon standing, he discovered Zhangguan beside the referee, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Surely, he could not approach the referee to chastise the young man. Could he? Perez could only suppress his simmering anger. How despicable to use the referee as a shield. After reclaiming the ball once more, Perez deliberately charged towards Zhangguan's position. How could Zhangguan not discern Perez's intentions? As he approached to contest, he tightened his core and skillfully collided his shoulder with Perez. Perez, clearly prepared for this encounter, shielded the ball to his left side and forcefully drove his right shoulder against Zhangguan. Yet, to his astonishment, this seemingly frail individual from the east matched him blow for blow. It appeared that his strength was insufficient. Perez quietly calculated while casting a sidelong glance at Zhangguan, who was also gathering his strength for another clash. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. With a sense of arrogance, Perez focused all his energy into his supporting leg and then launched himself towards Zhangguan. Zhangguan observed his movements with clarity, thinking, "You are poised to unleash a powerful attack. Only a fool would continue to engage you head-on." Zhangguan merely feigned emotion to prepare for the impending collision, then swiftly halted and gracefully stepped aside, causing Perez's all-out effort to falter, leaving him off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Guan maneuvered around to the other side and snatched the ball away, propelling it towards the opponent's penalty area. This interception caught the opposing defense off guard, prompting only two defenders to hastily close in, one in front and one behind. This defensive posture was precisely what Zhang Guan relished and excelled at countering. He quickly accelerated, executing two rapid bicycle kicks, and before the defenders could react, he burst past the first one along the outer line. Faced with the second defender, who retreated while attempting to defend, Zhang Guan shifted to a series of quick, small steps, increasing the frequency of his touches. He feigned an acceleration towards the outer line, observing the defender shift his weight accordingly. In a flash, Zhang Guan twisted his ankle, turning the foot making contact with the ball inward, lowering his center of gravity, and adjusting his dribbling direction. The defender, attempting to readjust his weight back inward, was too late. Zhang Guan had seized the fleeting opportunity to execute a deft flick, sending the ball spinning in an arc that soared over the diving goalkeeper and nestled into the net. As he celebrated his first official goal, Zhang Guan deliberately passed by Carrez, snorting out a few words. "Thanks for the assist. Undoubtedly, half of this victory belongs to you." Though Carrez did not fully comprehend Zhang Guan's words, he knew well enough he was being mocked. In a fit of rage, he shoved Zhang Guan. "Hey, what are you doing?" Nearby, his teammates, including Haiti and Jorza, quickly surrounded Carrez. What nonsense! Carrez had long endured hardships, and now that he had scored, he was not even allowed to celebrate. Honk! Honk! Accompanied by a sharp whistle, the referee swiftly approached the scene of the incident, striving to quell the escalating anger from both sides. "Return to your positions. Captain, take your team back into the game. I will handle this." With that, he issued a yellow card to Carrez. What a spectacular moment! Goyos exclaimed from the sidelines, leaping into the air, even more exhilarated than Zhang Guan himself. Finally, someone is putting him in his place. Well done, referee. Why not a red card? Carrez was seething with rage inside. Ambushed, schemed against, fouled, and then conceding a goal from a stolen ball, he found himself mocked by his opponent while receiving a yellow card. It was a bitter loss, indeed. Carrez glared at Zhang Guan, wishing he could crush him to pieces, determined to pursue the relentless adversary. Zhang Guan noted Carrez's unstable temperament and resolved to thoroughly dismantle this individual lacking basic decency. Each time Carrez touched the ball, Zhang Guan swiftly closed in, either jostling or colliding to make it exceedingly difficult for Carrez to maintain possession. When his aggressive tactics drew the referee's attention, Zhang Guan would feign innocence, smiling apologetically at the approaching official, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his earlier aggression. And then, he would resume his tactics. Chapter 51, A Battle of Wits with Carrez, Part 2. Keep fouling, and I swear I'll tear you apart. After being covertly knocked to the ground once more by Zhang Guan, Carrez stifled the nearly overflowing fury and shouted at Zhang Guan. At that moment, Zhang Guan, wearing a broad grin, passed by the referee. He turned back to Carrez, innocently raising his hands. "It's just football. Contact is inevitable. Why so serious? If you dislike the roughness, perhaps you should take up snooker instead, huh?" "Focus on the game," the referee interjected, raising his whistle to separate the two. Carrez wanted to retort, but, recalling his yellow card, he suppressed his anger once again. "Just wait. There will come a time for your tears, you detestable Oriental." With little time remaining in the match, Zhang Guan glanced at the score, 1-2, and then at Carrez, who was fixated on him. An idea began to form in his mind. If you wish to foul, then let it be so. As Zhang Guan received the ball about 10 meters from the penalty area, he leisurely shielded it, while keeping a watchful eye on Carrez. Sure enough, Carrez charged at him like a wolf spotting its prey. Zhang Guan pivoted, positioning himself to block Carrez behind him. With Carrez frantically attempting to disrupt his control, Zhang Guan's ball-handling precision began to wane, and Carrez could now see the ball ahead of him. As Carrez caught sight of the ball, he made a swift judgment that he could accurately tackle it. Without hesitation, he launched into a sliding challenge from the side of Zhang Guan's body. However, in a moment that seemed almost prophetic, Zhang Guan deftly nudged the ball to the opposite side, rendering Carrez's attempt futile. Realizing he had been outmaneuvered once again, Carrez, consumed by rage, executed a reckless tackle that not only failed to retract but instead landed squarely on Zhang Guan's shin. This blatant act of aggression provoked the ire of many, leading players like Haidatai, Vasily, and Jorza to swiftly encircle Carrez, demanding an explanation. Unfazed, Carrez engaged in a heated exchange of insults with them. As more players from both sides joined the fray, The situation grew increasingly chaotic. The referee and assistant quickly intervened, attempting to quell the rising tension and dispersing the confrontational players. They summoned the captains and Carez to the forefront, admonishing them, "I don't care about your feelings. But the match is not over. Return to play. We will handle this foul." Addressing Carez directly, the referee added, "This foul was clearly not aimed at the ball. I do not wish to witness such misconduct on the field. Yellow card. Leave the field." Carez shot the referee a defiant glare, but said nothing, turning away to spit on the ground, cursing as he walked off. Midway, seizing an opportunity while others were distracted, he turned back to Zhang Guan, taunting, "Sissy. This is a man's game. Get lost." The team captain, noticing the atmosphere had quickly escalated again, hurriedly pulled Carez off the field, simultaneously scolding him, "Enough. Do you want to be suspended further?" In the midst of his teammates' outrage, Zhang Guan tested his shin, relieved to find that his rejuvenated body was remarkably resilient. Although the impact had stung, the pain dissipated swiftly. Vasily helped him to his feet, asking with concern, "Are you sure you're all right?" Zhang Guan replied with a smirk, "If I get to take this free kick, I can assure you I'm fine." The team's primary free kick taker, Haidatai, glanced at the sidelines and, seeing no objections from the coach, stepped aside. The ball was positioned approximately 35 meters from the goal, a prime distance for executing a set piece. Zhang Guan steadied his breath. The intense confrontations since his entry had drained more energy than a full match would typically require. Nevertheless, he was determined to seize this opportunity. His positioning, unlike the conventional side-angled stance of typical free kick takers, faced the goal directly. After a measured approach, he struck the ball with the inside of his right foot, maintaining a linear trajectory. Upon making contact, he did not linger to extend the contact time, but quickly withdrew, his body leaning forward. The ball surged forward at great speed, though the angle was not particularly acute and likely within the goalkeeper's reach. Just as Massa on the sidelines felt a pang of disappointment, the ball suddenly began to dip, swerving slightly as it descended. The goalkeeper, brimming with confidence and poised to cradle the ball, was taken aback. His last-minute attempt to alter his hand position to block the ball came too late, leaving him only to watch in dismay as the ball nestled into the net. "What sorcery is this?" Massa pondered in astonishment. "The trajectory is utterly bizarre. Regardless of the technique, it has found its way in." Beside Massa, Goyos leaped with exhilaration, embracing his teammates on the bench while racing to the sidelines to celebrate vocally. "Victory. Well done. Let that foul-mouthed oaf regret his actions." "Ha." Correz, expelled from the field, watched the goal from the sidelines, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. This free kick was undoubtedly premeditated. Was that foul an intentional ploy against me? Zhang Guan, arms wide open, beckoned his supporters, including Hizadijiaoer, who had stood up for him, as they all dashed to the sidelines to celebrate together. They deliberately passed in front of the Palermo bench first. "Thank you, Mr. Carez. You are cordially invited to join our post-match celebration for a drink. If you don't come, we won't dare to eat," Zhang Guan shouted, indifferent to whether Carez could hear him. "Thank you, Mr. Carez. Please do grace us with your presence for a drink." Ha. His teammates echoed his sentiments with wild enthusiasm. Faced with the provocation of the crowd, Carez's emotions spiraled out of control. He attempted to charge from the bench, but was firmly restrained by vigilant teammates, while the coach rushed over, reprimanding him. "What is going on? Do you want to embarrass yourself further? If you feel humiliated, redeem yourself on the field next time." This brash newcomer, is he even of Eastern descent? Where is the typical Eastern humility, restraint, and modesty in him? He is bold, assertive, and uncompromising. Moreover, his wit is cutting. If I were Carez, I would be seething with rage. Massa stifled a laugh as he spoke to his assistant, Carlson. However, this did not detract from the fact that he was an endearing young man, was it? And he possessed an extraordinary talent coupled with a unique sense of humor that drove people wild, Carlson added with a smile. Observing the usually reserved or flamboyant players joining Zhang Guan in taunting the opposing bench and celebrating with fervor, Massa nodded in agreement. Indeed. Discrimination against Easterners? Humph. A clown inviting humiliation upon himself. Chapter 52. Su Dingfang's assessment. The fresh-faced rookie, making his debut as a substitute, scored twice and drew a red card for the opposing team's key player. Noticing the youth training report placed on the table by his assistant, Su Dingfang felt a sense of surprise. He initially believed this powerful high school student might merely contend for a chance in the youth team. He had not anticipated such remarkable strength. seamlessly transitioning into the professional team without any adaptation period? In truth, had he attended the match in person, the impact would have been even more pronounced. Zhang Guan had invested considerable effort into outmaneuvering the opponents, leaving their players in disarray. Regardless of Su Dingfang's astonishment, the atmosphere within the Pisa youth team remained harmonious. "Guan, your goal was exquisite," remarked the rational Erickson. Exquisite is an understatement. It was simply magnificent. You did not observe the opposing team's bench. The free kick awarded to them rendered the atmosphere silent. The radical faction's Haiti extolled the moment, and that Coles. The expression on his face from the bench was utterly hilarious. Indeed, when we shouted at their substitutes in the end, I noticed he was practically ready to rush out and start a brawl. Yet, when we meet again next time, he is likely to come at us with renewed ferocity, isn't he? This was the sentiment expressed by the conservative Melikov, who clearly harbored concerns regarding the forthcoming clash. "Hey, do you think if we treat him with courtesy, he will reciprocate with respect? Do not harbor such illusions. He will only escalate his aggression," declared the representative of the radicals, Goyos, as he waved his fist. "That is true," Melikov nodded, evidently in full agreement with this assertion. Massa observed the crowd from the coach's compartment, looking through the window as he responded to the voice on the other end of the line. "Su, I must say you have accomplished something remarkable. This lad, while seemingly unremarkable in appearance, Zhang Guan, to reiterate, he is quite striking, possesses astonishing energy. He managed to legitimately topple the opponent's fittest and most aggressive midfielder, which truly astonished us. To be candid, he has already become the most popular player on the team. After all, Coles has caused many within the team to suffer, and Zhang Guan's handling of him has avenged everyone's grievances. Oh, it seems he has integrated quite well. Indeed, this young man's abilities, physique, and character are commendable. He possesses considerable skill. We should consider signing him swiftly, as per my recommendation with Carlson." In the second match, at home against the Monza youth team, Zhang Guan was surprised to see Su Dingfang in attendance. After all, such youth matches had yet to reach a level of importance that warranted the presence of club management. After exchanging glances with Su Dingfang, he took his seat on the bench, fully aware of the need for discretion, particularly in such a setting. His striking partner, Pallister, starting alongside Goyos, evidently had not yet fully adjusted from the relaxed state of the holiday, squandering several opportunities presented by Goyos. Consequently, Massa waved his hand, signaling for Zhang Guan to enter the fray. With the match just beginning its second half, the youth match unfolded in a somewhat chaotic manner. However, such a style of play perfectly suited the preferences of aggressive players like Zhang Guan. The opposing team employed a 3 center-back formation, leaving a significant defensive gap between the left wing-back and left center-back, necessitating frequent coverage by the holding midfielder. Thus, either the left flank or the central area post reinforcement by the holding midfielder would likely continue to present vulnerabilities. This conclusion was drawn by Zhang Guan after observing half the match from the sidelines. After completing an interception in the backfield, Vasily noticed Zhang Guan advancing towards the opponent's flank and subsequently delivered a diagonal pass forward. Zhang Guan engaged the defending player, feigning a step back to receive the ball. Observing that the defender was drawn in and closely following him, he executed a deceptive leg movement, pivoting swiftly around the opponent's body to extricate himself. The ball surged forward past the halfway line. The opposing left wing-back was sprinting back furiously, while a vast expanse of open ground necessitated that the left center-back awkwardly advance to provide support. The tall and robust left center-back was adept at defending in set-piece situations and aerial duels, yet he seemed somewhat hesitant in open play, unwilling to commit easily. He could only position himself sideways to block Zhang Guan's advance towards the center, conceding the flanks, which posed a lesser threat than the middle. Just as Zhang Guan had anticipated, he wasted no words. With a deft feint using his left foot, he noted that the defender had not shifted his weight outward. Consequently, he decisively surged towards the wing. The left center-back, aware that speed was his disadvantage, reluctantly allowed a step of distance, reasoning that as long as he could keep Zhang Guan confined to the flank, he had accomplished his task. Should Zhang Guan attempt a forced cross, he would rely on his physical advantage to obstruct it. As the ball neared the baseline, the center-back felt a surge of confidence. Convinced that Zhang Guan would be compelled to execute a forced cross, he prepared to extend his body fully at the moment of the cross, believing he would likely succeed in blocking the pass. Indeed, Zhang Guan slowed his pace before the baseline, adjusting his steps before preparing to cross with his right foot. The center-back, elated, quickly closed the distance, stretching his long legs to maximize his blocking range. However, as he committed to the block, Zhang Guan merely tapped the ball back from the baseline, turning to set up for a cross. The center back hastily adjusted his weight, scrambling back, and seeing the ball nearly escape his defensive zone, he leapt into the air, hoping to use a sliding tackle to broaden his defensive reach and disrupt the incoming cross. Unexpectedly, Zhang Guan executed another feint, deftly pulling the ball back once more near the baseline. Having completely shed the center back's grasp, Zhang Guan leisurely changed direction, advancing along the baseline into the penalty area. Goyos, stationed in the center, observed Zhang Guan's breakthrough along the baseline and assessed that his original positioning at the far post would make it difficult to receive the ball. Thus, he halted his advance, retreating closer to the penalty spot. This movement was fully noticed by Zhang Guan, who, before Goyos could signal for the ball, delivered a low cross that seemed to possess a mind of its own, evading a throng of defenders to reach Goyos. With the attack reaching this juncture, the subsequent task was straightforward. Goyos, facing a largely unguarded goal, dispatched a precise shot, the ball finding its way securely into the net. Indeed, the breakthrough was executed with elegance and flair, demonstrating a keen awareness of the field dynamics and making optimal choices while dribbling. It was remarkable how effortlessly this young talent adapted to the professional youth league, akin to his experience in student competitions. Truly a candidate worthy of cultivation. Su Dingfang softly applauded the players from the sidelines. Chapter 53. An annual salary of 100,000 euros the day following the match against Monza. A contract lay before Zhang Guan. Although his Italian had become quite proficient, allowing him to communicate effortlessly with the coach, teammates, and referees, and even share a few Italian jokes, his mastery was limited to spoken language. Faced with the densely packed text of the contract, laden with technical jargon and convoluted official language seldom encountered in daily conversation, Zhang Guan found himself at a loss. Should he confess to the coach that he struggled to comprehend it? What a disgrace that would be abroad, he murmured to himself. What? You can't understand? A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts, and before he even looked up, he was greeted by an enchanting fragrance. I certainly can comprehend it. It's just that my eyes are a bit weary from studying so diligently lately. You've arrived at the perfect moment. Could you assist me by translating this, or rather, reading it to ascertain its meaning? The newcomer, Chu Bai, had come to the club to visit him. Upon seeing the man she had longed for, her heart fluttered with excitement. She dutifully translated the key elements of the contract for Zhang Guan, explaining that it would be effective from September 6, 2004 to September 5, 2009, spanning 5 years, with an annual salary of 100,000 euros for the first 2 years and 12,000 euros for the third to fifth years. Oh, converting that to RMB means you're already a young talent with a salary in the millions. Zhang Guan waved his hand dismissively. For someone as affluent and handsome as I, this is merely a trifling matter. Now, please help me once more. Are there any clauses regarding breach of contract, liabilities, or the like? This contract is exceedingly lengthy, and I simply cannot muster the energy to read it all. Oh, you can't be bothered to read it? Well, I certainly have the inclination to do so. Despite her teasing words, Chu Bai diligently scrutinized each clause, and after confirming the details, she closed the document and reassured him. Don't worry, my uncle oversees youth training here. He wouldn't lead you astray, would he? Though this contract is modest, it's still more intricate than the head of our county magistrate. Exercise caution. It's better to be safe than sorry. It was only then that Zhang Guan remembered to inquire. What brings you here so suddenly? Chu Bai thought to herself, how could he feign ignorance? Of course, I came to Pisa to see you. Yet, when the words were on her lips, she replied, I came to visit my uncle and thought I would check on you. My foreign friend. Come now, I must treat you well. Let us dine out and enjoy some spicy crayfish. Despite being somewhat oblivious to the intentions behind her visit, Zhang Guan understood enough not to actually take her for spicy crayfish, a delicacy that had yet to gain popularity in Europe back in 2004. As they strolled down the street, they relished the familiar feeling of shopping together as they head back home. Zhang Guan instinctively took her hand, and although she feigned a slight resistance, it was clear she didn't truly wish to break free. Two individuals settled down at the renowned Pampa's barbecue restaurant, where Zhang Guan, with remarkable familiarity, pointed and gestured at the menu. Chu Bai, unable to resist teasing him, remarked, it seems the life of a wealthy and handsome man is quite splendid. Indeed, wherever I go, I never face losses. However, I am still in need of a lady to preside over my domain. I wonder if the young lady has any interest? Upon hearing this, Chu Bai's heart raced uncontrollably. What was this? A confession? Lost in her thoughts, Zhang Guan continued. Ahem, my apologies for being interrupted earlier. Would you be willing to assist me in finding someone? With a stern expression, Chu Bai raised her fist. Zhang Guan took hold of her fist, effortlessly moving beside her, and then slipped something into her palm. It was hard and round. As she opened her hand, a ring sparkled in the light. Help me seek out a talented young woman who would be suitable for me, and then just slip this ring onto her finger. Of course. I mean a young lady of talent. After pondering for a moment, Chu Bai blushed and adorned her own finger with the ring, playfully asking Zhang Guan, "Do you think it looks good?" In that moment, what more could Zhang Guan say? He wrapped his arms around her delicate waist, unable to resist planting a kiss on her soft lips. This part is omitted for brevity. In a couple of days, I will be reporting to the University of Milan. After their meal, the two strolled hand in hand through the quaint streets, with Chu Bai gazing at the starry sky. Nestled against Zhang Guan as she spoke. Oh, I was thinking, I will strive to meet you before your graduation. My goal is the San Siro Stadium. In 2004, while the European League saw numerous Chinese players, the news of a youth team in Serie B signing a Chinese player barely made a splash, occupying a minuscule space in the sports section, and naturally failed to attract the attention of the Chinese populace. Yet, he, through one remarkable performance after another, steadily advanced towards the professional arena. Guan, where are you planning to vacation during the winter break? After the last match before the winter recess, Goyos inquired as he organized his locker beside the newly double-scoring Zhang Guan. I haven't decided yet. Perhaps I'll go to Milan to visit my girlfriend. Goyos replied with envy. You are truly fortunate, Guan. Your girlfriend is not only beautiful and considerate but also an outstanding student at the University of Milan. Oh, come on. The number of girlfriends you have from nightclubs could probably fill a large bus, Vasily chimed in. Hey, that is a bit much. A bus is excessive, Goyos chuckled. At most, it's a minibus. As the banter continued among the group, the head coach, Massa, entered the room, accompanied by the club's team leader, Sebastian Santini. Ahem, everyone. Please settle down. Santini cleared his throat, signaling that he had an announcement to make. I know everyone is eager to return home, so I will keep it brief. A team in Serie B has not been performing well, leading to head coach Russo resigning due to health issues. Given that Coach Massa has achieved remarkable success with the youth team and has contributed several players to the first team, the club's management has decided to appoint him as the interim head coach for the first team. Is being at the bottom of the rankings merely considered underwhelming? Murmured Goyos, only to receive a stern glare from the serious-faced Massa. Santini continued, after the winter break, Coach Massa will officially take over the first team. Let us all extend a warm round of applause to bid farewell to Coach Massa. And we wish him the same success with the first team that he has achieved with the youth squad. Though Massa is strict, he is also sufficiently professional, tailoring training, matches, and strategies based on player performance and abilities, which has earned him considerable respect among the players. Thus, his promotion to the first team was met with unanimous support and heartfelt farewells. Your words make it sound as if I am leaving Pisa, Massa said without any pleasantries, smiling as he called out a few names: Guan, Goyos, Vasily, Hecate, Jorza, Melikov, and Eriksson. Please join me in my office. The rest of you can take a holiday. I wish everyone a joyous Christmas break. Chapter 54. Promotion to the first team. After saying goodbye to the remaining players, the 7 named followed Massa to his office. He lit a cigarette and remarked, You are all likely aware of the first team's situation. They currently sit at the bottom of the table, with most players having lost their fighting spirit and interest in avoiding relegation. This is a team that has lost its unity, and without significant changes, it is unlikely we will achieve anything. Unfortunately, the club lacks sufficient funds to reinforce the squad during the winter transfer window. Hence, it is time to introduce you daring and capable fresh blood into the first team. What are your thoughts? The prudent Eriksson hesitated to speak. But promoting 7 youth players to the first team all at once, won't the current players have objections? Massa replied resolutely, and if they do have objections, will that help us avoid relegation? I only consider ability and form. If you can perform, you stay. If not, you go. Discontent is irrelevant. It is as simple as that. What more is there to discuss? Joining the first team is what these youth players have long aspired to. Especially with a coach, they are familiar with leading them. Can anyone truly refuse? Does this mean we can finally say goodbye to our apprentice contracts? Goyos eagerly inquired. You know me. My earnings are hardly sufficient. Vasily quickly chimed in. You know me. I play for the money. Hecate added. You know me. I am about to get married. Observing the hopeful expressions from everyone, Masa shook his head. I can tell you all have your own financial motivations. But it is not yet time. If the team successfully avoids relegation in 6 months, then those who remain in the first team will naturally receive first-team contracts. That works as well, especially considering that the oldest among you, Eriksson, is only 19. Are you not heading to Milan to find a girlfriend? Why are you secretly training here? Aren't you the same? You promised to return to South America. I can head back to South America whenever I wish. But opportunities to join the first team are rare. Goyos pointed towards the field. Look, it seems others are more enthusiastic. Compared to them, we are already late. Indeed. On the field, Vasily, Hecate, and others were already engaged in jovial conversation while warming up. These were the 7 players who had been promoted to the first team by Masadi just yesterday. They had collectively decided to forego their 2-week Christmas holiday to train diligently, seizing the unexpected chance to establish themselves in the first team. If they missed this opportunity, who knows if they would be relegated to lesser leagues. As young players are as plentiful as chives, ever renewing, yet opportunities are exceedingly scarce. Masadi, observing this scene from the office, felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, it was not only these young fellows who were anxious. Masadi himself had toiled for nearly a decade in the youth team, sending wave after wave of young players to the first team, only to receive his own promotion just yesterday. The tension and apprehension he felt likely surpassed that of players like Zhang Guan. Thus, he decided to spend this Christmas holiday alongside these striving youths. Hey Alberti, how was your holiday? What do you think about the club promoting a youth team coach to lead us? Center back Pisano encountered several teammates in the parking lot who had also come for training. Don't worry, Pisano, what can a mere youth team coach accomplish? He is just here to bridge the gap, replied main striker Alberti nonchalantly. I heard they are significantly promoting players from the second team to the first team. Shouldn't Alberti's striking partner Elia be a bit concerned? Are you referring to those kids who haven't made a name for themselves, even in the second team? Please, Elia, what good are those kids? In my opinion, this interim coach is clearly unnecessary, merely a figurehead backed by club officials. If we want to avoid relegation, we can't rely on officials, Alberti declared, lighting a cigarette and offering one to Elia and Pisano. If the officials can't be trusted, who can we rely on? Masadi? Even less so. Who believes in a coach who trusts kids? Right. Do you believe? I don't. How about you, Elia? Who would believe in those kids? Who can be trusted if not them? The 3 exchanged knowing smiles. Masadi, observing the sparse gathering of players, felt a stir of anger. If they took the pre-training address so lightly, it was evident that these seasoned players did not regard him as a serious authority. He strode over to Alberti and Pisano, catching a familiar scent. Marlboro, you two are smoking. Masadi struggled to contain his rising ire. Coach, the holiday has just concluded, and I couldn't resist indulging. However, I assure you, I did not partake within the confines of the field. Alberti chuckled with a mischievous grin. I do not believe that cigarettes would benefit your career in any way, nor do I require any such assistance. Alberti shrugged and gestured towards Massa's puffy chest pocket, saying, If I'm not mistaken, you have a pack of Marlboro here as well? At that moment, Massa had already mentally decreed the fate of this individual in his ledger. Of course, their laxity was not limited to this. During strength training, Elia pretended to lift a dumbbell the size of a hamburger in the corner during endurance trainings. Pisano ran a kilometer before clutching his stomach and dashing to the restroom, only to reappear an hour later. During ball practice, Alberti even stood still, kicking the ball, completely disregarding Massa's tactical arrangements. Their audacity eventually led to their relegation to the second team by the stern Massa. Those who do not abide by the rules, like them, are to be expelled. Who among you wishes to swap with him? With the most lackadaisical trio banished, a palpable tension finally enveloped the team, especially as Massa, with his shining bald head, appeared particularly fierce when angered. Run, yes, just like that. Show me your desire for survival, will you? We face Brescia in 6 days. A crucial match for relegation, and I expect you to toughen up. Being soft will not suffice. It seemed as though they had not entirely shaken off the lethargy of the holiday, or perhaps Massa's training intensity was indeed exceedingly high, as the seasoned players, accustomed to a leisurely pace, voiced their exhaustion. With the impending relegation battle approaching, several players began to exhibit varying degrees of injuries. Chapter 55, Welcome to the Battleground Massa. Should we perhaps ease the intensity a bit? Too many injuries will impair our combat effectiveness, Carlson remarked, holding a lengthy list of injuries with concern. Is this intensity too much? What teams have I managed before? The youth team, and they were capable of handling this level. Who are these players now? They are all first-team regulars. Look at Pisano, playing as a center back. Can he even manage that? No, he lacks the capability. Do you understand? If this continues, we will lose to Ascoli. After losing to Ascoli, we will fall to Palermo, then Monza. Soon, no one will be left to lose. Massa's emotions flared at his friend's worries. I believe it is time for the first team to be completely overhauled. These aimless players must feel the pressure from the youth team. For the away match against Brescia, only 18 players accompanied Massa, including 7 recently promoted youth players. The others were either demoted due to their training attitudes or sidelined by injuries. This is quite the opportunity, Vasily. You know, we envy you to the point of madness. Goyo said as they sat on the bus. You, with your foolish demeanor, have made it directly into the starting lineup. Truly, a fool's luck. You must truly give your all, bringing glory to us all. Hikadi completely disregarded Giussi's remarks. Do you know what those relegated players are saying behind our backs? They are secretly relying on us, while the team faces impending doom, and the club will eventually have to reinstate them to the first team. Just listen to that. How infuriating. Indeed, let us perform splendidly and deliver a resounding slap to their faces. These individuals are utterly arrogant. Jaya Urza expressed his indignation as well. Vasily remained silent. Zhongguan sensed an unusual tension and gestured for everyone to be quiet. He gently nudged the silent Vasily with his elbow and inquired, "What's the matter, my friend? Feeling anxious?" Vasily lifted his head and forced a smile. "To be honest, I do feel a bit anxious. Transitioning from the second team to starting in the first team without fully grasping my role is somewhat unsettling." Giussi was about to interject, but upon receiving a glare from Zhongguan, he swallowed his words. "What do you train for day in and day out? Isn't it to seize opportunities like today and start in a genuine professional match? Now that the chance has arrived, just maintain your composure and perform at your usual level. The opponent is not Maradona. What is there to fear? Just treat them as Giussi, an inexperienced player. And it should be a piece of cake to defend against such a novice." Zhongguan reassured Vasily. "That's true," Vasily nodded, pausing for a moment before adding, "He really is inexperienced." Seeing Vasily gradually calm down, JC felt relieved and chimed in. "I have no objections to your comforting him. But what do you mean by calling me inexperienced?" Observing the increasingly lively young players, Massa exchanged a knowing smile with Carlson. Initially, there were concerns that these youngsters might be intimidated, but such worries now seemed unfounded. At least Zhongguan and Giussi demonstrated that their anticipation for the match outweighed their fears, excitement eclipsing their anxiety. However, just a few minutes into the match, Zhang began to notice something amiss. As the youngest among the starting players, although Vasily was no longer nervous, he still appeared quite restrained on the field, his movements lacking fluidity. The center-back position demands rapid acclimatization. Otherwise, a single misstep could lead to eternal regret. "Coach, are you smoking?" Massa shot a glance at Zhongguan, discarding the recently lit cigarette. "What's up? Want a puff?" Zhongguan quickly waved his hand. What a joke. Didn't T. Albert and the others get relegated for smoking? It felt like a trap. "Coach, look, Vasily seems a bit anxious. Should we arrange for his teammates to give him more touches in a pressure-free manner to alleviate old Vasily's nerves? You've got quite a keen eye. In some areas, one must be rough, while in others, one must be meticulous. Energy must be conserved, right?" What? Nothing. Coach, I'm off to warm up." The match was somewhat passive. Zhongguan observed the situation on the field, beginning to discern a certain flavor. In stark contrast to the youth team matches, the intensity of competition in this Serie B league is markedly higher, with incessant minor fouls leading to players tumbling over one another. The referee tends to turn a blind eye to most of these infractions, only halting the game when confronted with more egregious violations. Indeed, when committing fouls, one must be cautious not to overexert themselves. It is crucial that the arms remain firmly attached to the torso. The referee is likely to regard such actions as standard competitive conduct. While collisions involving the torso are met with leniency, actions directed at the feet are scrutinized more rigorously. Thus, it is advisable to rely more on physicality than footwork during the match. Minor pulling and shoving are permissible, but should be executed with a single hand. Employing both hands is likely to draw the referee's attention. Our team, it seems, plays with an excess of integrity. If Masa were to stand beside Zhang Guan and fortuitously understand Mandarin, he would undoubtedly be astonished. This individual is not studying the game, but rather the referee's interpretative nuances. A cook delving into military strategy instead of culinary recipes? How misguided. Masa sighed, turning his gaze towards the substitutes bench, beckoning the closest player, Goyos. Goyos, overjoyed, rushed over. Coach, I'm ready. Masa nodded impassively. Good. Call Zhang Guan over and prepare him to enter the field. Goyos' hair visibly drooped. Huh? Not me. I can still contribute. Masa chided with a smile. Hurry. You'll have your chance to shine soon. Despite his disappointment, Goyos exchanged encouraging high-fives with Zhang Guan. Go for it, kid. Get that ball in, and I'll come on to reap the rewards. Brescia employed a 4-3-1-2 formation, with Zhang Guan operating in the central midfield alongside the seasoned veterans De Sena and Chistana. Though they may not have made a name for themselves in Serie A, they remain adept within the confines of Serie B. It seems Pisa is reaching their limits, resorting to a raw rookie as a substitute. Perhaps hoping he might salvage the situation, Chistana whispered to De Sena, who was providing defensive support. Do you think they've given up? In the past, I would have been wary of Alberti on the field, but I hear he has been demoted to the reserves, which is a stroke of good fortune for us. De Sena glanced at the newly entered Zhang Guan, a playful smile gracing his lips. Come on, let us give the newcomer a lesson. As Zhang Guan touched the ball for the first time in the attacking zone and prepared to turn, he inadvertently carried the ball slightly too far ahead, allowing De Sena to step in and block his path. Attempting to reclaim his position behind De Sena, Zhang Guan found himself firmly held at bay by De Sena's low center of gravity. When Zhang Guan opted to abandon his original route in favor of an outside maneuver, De Sena covertly tugged at him from the weak side, causing Zhang Guan to swing his arms wider to accelerate. Just then, De Sena strategically placed his leg in the path of Zhang Guan's breakthrough, resulting in a collision as Zhang Guan sped forward. De Sena clutched his leg and fell dramatically to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, unequivocally deeming this an offensive foul. After the successful strategy, De Sena rose and, out of the referee's sight, covered his mouth and said to Zhang Guan, "Welcome to the confrontation lane." Despite the gesture, Zhang Guan could still discern the mocking grin hidden behind De Sena's palm. Unfazed, Zhang Guan chuckled and uttered a casual thank you. Thank you? De Sena thought, perplexed. Shouldn't he have said something more conventional? In reality, Zhang Guan was indeed thinking of a more colorful expression, feeling the urge to unleash his frustration. Chapter 56, Equalizing? Surpassing. The opportunity to express that frustration soon presented itself. A distracted teammate made a hasty clearance from the back, and Zhang Guan darted towards the ball, with De Sena also pursuing it laterally. As they drew nearer, De Sena, anticipating Zhang Guan's trajectory, mustered all his strength and thrust his shoulder outward just as their bodies aligned. Zhang Guan, who had been observing while on the move, feigned ignorance but was secretly prepared. Zhang Guan slightly decelerated, lowering his center of gravity and channeling all his strength into his supporting leg. With a sudden burst, he collided shoulder first with De Sena. Do you remember Zhang Guan's bench press statistics? Whether you do or not, I certainly do. De Sena felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, losing balance and stumbling before ultimately falling to the ground. Ignoring De Sena, Zhang Guan accelerated towards the ball, which was heading towards the goal line. Sistana rushed from a diagonal position to provide cover. Strangely, despite having been closer to the ball moments ago, he found himself at an equal distance from both Zhang Guan and the ball as they continued. After a couple more strides, Zhang Guan had gained a half-step advantage. While astonished by Zhang Guan's explosive power, Sistana concluded that if he didn't act quickly, he would be left in the dust. Reluctantly, he went to ground in an attempt to tackle, hoping his long legs would allow him to intercept the ball before it crossed the line. Seeing Sistana lower his center of gravity, Zhang Guan anticipated the tackle. He extended his leg forward, just managing to poke the ball with his toes before Sistana could make contact, then surged past him in pursuit of the ball. Damn, so close, Sistana lamented, but soon reassured himself. The ball was heading straight for the goal line, and it seemed Zhang Guan would not catch up. Indeed, in the heat of the moment, Zhang Guan's touch had sent the ball rolling swiftly towards the line, and it appeared destined to cross it. However, just as the defenders relaxed, Zhang Guan refused to give in. 10 meters away, he calculated that he could still reach it. After all, his physique excelled in short bursts of speed. Taking a deep breath, he lengthened his stride, and, just as the ball was about to cross the line, dove to extend his right foot. barely managing to hook the ball back into play. He then sprang up and executed a swift 90-degree turn, driving straight towards the penalty area. Some unexpected central defenders rushed into cover, but their momentum was somewhat overwhelming, causing Zhang Guan to evade them with a deft maneuver, leaving them off balance. He intended to bring Zhang Guan down, yet upon entering the penalty area, he reluctantly lowered his arm that had been resting on Zhang Guan's shoulder, helplessly watching as Zhang Guan engaged in a one-on-one with the goalkeeper. In the face of the goalkeeper's advance, Zhang Guan feigned a left-footed shot aimed at the far corner. As the goalkeeper widened his stance to block, Zhang Guan subtly flicked the ball with the tip of his right foot, sending it through the gaping gap between the goalkeeper's legs and into the net. The score was equalized. Zhang Guan spread his arms wide in a gesture of soaring triumph as he sprinted towards the substitute bench. Passing by De Sena, he cheerfully exclaimed in impeccable Italian, "Welcome to the battleground." Observing the players celebrating with fervor, Massa felt a weight lift from his chest. While promoting 7 young players to the first team alongside his own elevation, he had even demoted established starters, a decision that seemed unwise to the club and came with immense pressure. However, judging by their training and today's match, these youngsters had proven their worth. As the match drew to a close, Goyos, who had been warming up on the bench for nearly the entire game, finally received Massa's call. Upon entering the field, he quickly dashed towards Zhang Guan. Zhang Guan initially thought the coach had sent him with a message, but to his surprise, Goyos simply jubilantly declared, "1502 has merged." 1502 was the dormitory number they shared during their youth team days. Zhang Guan shot him a look of youthful disdain, thinking it was rather naive. Who would have thought such words would come from the mouth of the prince of nightclubs? Once on the field, Goyos was brimming with excitement and energy, relentlessly pressing forward like a wolf in a henhouse, disrupting the opponent's previously organized defense. Exhausted from the entire match, Kizatana struggled to find suitable passing options against Goyos' relentless pursuit, ultimately resorting to a hasty clearance out of the danger zone. This clearance, though not far, landed perfectly near Zhang Guan. Without pausing to control the ball, Zhang Guan executed a swift volley directed towards Goyos. Upon seeing the incoming ball, Goyos' eyes lit up as he made rapid strides towards the drop point. His forward run forced the opposing defensive line to retreat, while the defensive midfielder lagged slightly behind, creating a small gap between the center back and the midfielder. Observing this, Zhang Guan instinctively positioned himself near the vacant space. Goyos, after a sprint, seized the ball and, undeterred by the sideline defender, attempted a simple change of direction to break past Sabelli. Sabelli, a seasoned player in Serie B, was evidently more adept than the opponents Goyos had faced in the youth league. Thus, he easily anticipated Goyos' straightforward maneuver, positioning himself to block the breakthrough route. It seemed this attack would be in vain. Yet, unexpectedly, Goyos, despite being momentarily obstructed, continued to exert pressure from behind Sabelli. Sabelli had indeed exerted himself for nearly 90 minutes, his reaction slightly dulled, as Goyos barely grazed the ball with the tips of his toes. The ball leisurely made its way into the defensive gap between the center back and the defensive midfielder, where Zhang Guan had been waiting patiently. Observing Zhang Guan poised to strike, Kitsutana hurriedly rushed to block him. As the opponent's shooting motion was nearing completion, Kitsutana could only spread his body in an attempt to enlarge his blocking range. The timing was fortuitous. Although the ball was not moving swiftly, Zhang Guan realized that to execute a shot, he would have to take a hurried strike. However, the quality of a rush shot is often difficult to ensure. Thus, Zhang Guan exaggeratedly feigned a shooting motion before the ball fell within his control, intending to divert the opponent's focus and enlarge the defensive area. The ensuing events unfolded simply, with Kitsutana collapsing to block. Zhang Guan's vigorous shooting motion merely brushed the side of the ball, guiding it past Kitsutana's defensive reach. Subsequently, with a slight adjustment, he unleashed a curling shot from his left foot. Though the pace was modest, the arc perfectly soared over the goalkeeper's desperate dive. This did not align with the script I had devised with Goyos. While the equalizer was indeed correct in my narrative, it was Goyos who was meant to achieve that. Goyos, momentarily stunned, then dashed towards Zhang Guan, leaping onto him. "You must express your gratitude to me. What a splendid assist," Goyos exclaimed, excitedly shaking Zhang Guan's head in a flurry of words. Chapter 57. The next day, still feeling the effects of a hangover, Zhang Guan rubbed his eyes and yawned as he arrived at the training ground, only to find someone waiting for him. "Hello, you must be Zhang Guan. I am Chung Li Xue, a reporter from the Domestic Footballer magazine. Would you mind if we had a brief chat? Upon hearing the familiar sounds of Mandarin, Zhang Guan felt slightly more alert, scrutinizing the person before him. With her short hair, exquisite makeup, tall stature, and elegant demeanor, complemented by an infectious smile, even Zhang Guan, seasoned as he was, could not help but admire the beauty of this young woman. Is there a room here? Oh, if we could find a meeting room at the youth training base, that would be perfect, Cheng Lixue responded with a smile. Just then, Masa approached from the side. Inquiring curiously, let us see what our hero from yesterday's comeback is up to. Upon learning of Cheng Lixue's purpose, Masa immediately granted permission. Guan. Today's primary task is restorative training. You have the entire morning free. Go on. Enjoy a good chat with your fellow countrymen in the meeting room. Seated in the meeting room, Cheng Lixue candidly remarked, I apologize for my abruptness. However, finding you was indeed a challenge. You appeared as if from nowhere, and there were no channels through which to reach you. I had no choice but to take a chance at the entrance of your training ground. With a sheepish smile, Cheng Lixue added, It seems my luck has served me well. Zhang Guan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unperturbed. Is it merely due to yesterday's match? It was just a game. I am pleased that you can approach it with such equanimity. However, the fans back home will undoubtedly be eager to learn more about you. Therefore, I am here today to conduct an exclusive interview, allowing more supporters to understand and rally behind you. At this juncture, Cheng Lixue mischievously winked, adding, Of course. I have my own motives. Securing an exclusive interview would significantly benefit my career. The coach mentioned I have the entire morning available, which should suffice, if time permits. We could enjoy lunch at the training facility while conversing. By the way, the coffee here is quite delightful. Cheng Lixue appeared exceptionally enthusiastic. That sounds splendid. I had anticipated you might modestly decline this interview. Better to be open than closed off, he retorted, but do send me your draft for review. Do not misconstrue my request. I merely wish to avoid the disclosure of excessive personal information. The morning flew by swiftly, and Cheng Lixue realized that Zhang Guan was markedly different from the athletes she had previously encountered. He did not shy away from engaging with the media, willingly sharing pertinent information. He was serene, an adept listener, and exuded a refinement that was uncharacteristic of a typical athlete. Yet, he was also articulate, with a clear train of thought and succinct expressions that struck at the heart of the matter. His demeanor was cheerful and humorous, and he communicated effortlessly with his coach and teammates, appearing to have seamlessly integrated into the team dynamic. He radiated confidence, and his team placed great trust in him. Curiously, he seemed quite erudite, referencing various topics with eloquence and zeal, despite being merely a high school student on the brink of graduation. I believe today's interview has been nothing short of perfect, Cheng Lixue remarked, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow and closing her densely filled notebook. I am certain the fans will relish the opportunity to witness the authentic and humorous side of Zhang Guan. At this moment, Cheng Lixue hesitated briefly before voicing her lingering curiosity. You are only 17, having come to the Apennines before graduating high school. Yet, the maturity, independence, and confidence you exhibit are truly remarkable. Zhang Guan understood her confusion well. Yet he could not disclose that he had already graduated with a master's degree and achieved a modicum of success in society. Thus, he carefully articulated, It seems I do not resemble a high school dropout, does it? In truth, my choice to pursue football was not a reflection of academic failure, but rather a passion for the sport itself. Education serves the purpose of learning, yet learning does not solely necessitate formal schooling. After all, the experience of traversing the world far outweighs mere book learning. That day, as Cheng Lixue reflected on their conversation, she perused her notes, typing away into the late hours of the night. Education serves the purpose of learning, yet learning does not solely necessitate formal schooling, she mused, finding the phrase somewhat convoluted, yet intriguingly profound. As she struck the keys on her keyboard, the depth of her subject's character grew increasingly vivid against the backdrop of the encroaching night. Zhang Guan, a 17-year-old ordinary high school student from Haishi City in Haishi Province, seemingly transitioned directly to the Pisa team without any prior training records in professional squats. Xiao Cheng pondered aloud. Either this information is erroneous, or this young lad possesses extraordinary abilities. Zhang Guan, reflecting on his situation, thought to himself, being reborn could indeed be considered an advantage. You win this round, old man. Zhou Chuanxiu, while perusing the exclusive interview manuscript in his hands, murmured to himself, acknowledging the peculiarity of the case. Indeed, it is rather exceptional, Chief Editor, responded Cheng Lixue, standing nearby. The manuscript was her work. And despite having endured an almost sleepless night, her eyes were slightly red, yet her excitement was palpable. He is unlike any athlete I have encountered. He is remarkably mature for someone his age, displaying a steady mindset that is both conservative and open-minded. Oh, that is indeed a rarity, Zhuqiuanqiu remarked, adjusting his glasses in astonishment. You, a top graduate from a prestigious media academy, are bestowing such high praise upon a mere youth? His thoughts possess depth, and his speech is succinct and effective. That level of maturity and experience does not seem feigned. I have thoroughly checked his records. They are as accurate as I presented to you, without any omissions. Zhuqiuanqiu, well aware of his prized disciple's discerning nature, felt intrigued. A player capable of earning such high regard must possess remarkable qualities, igniting the interest of this seasoned editor who had spent 3 decades navigating the media landscape. If he is indeed this intriguing, it might be worthwhile to seize an opportunity to converse with this young man. Why wait for an opportunity, master? There is no time like the present. The Pisa team has a match this afternoon. We can make it just in time. The decisive Cheng Lixue urged Zhuqiuanqiu to head to the stadium. Oh dear, decorum, decorum. Must we be in such a rush? Zhuqiuanqiu, who always valued poise and appearance, halted Cheng Lixue. Besides, you cannot expect me to attend the stands in a suit and bow tie, can you? Attire must be appropriate. Cheng Lixue stuck out her tongue, thinking her master, ever the scholar, was indeed as fastidious as ever, unyielding in matters of etiquette. However, when Zhuqiuanqiu emerged from the changing room, Cheng Lixue nearly spat out her half-drunk water in disbelief. The old man had somehow donned a full Pisa team uniform, complete with a headband emblazoned with the company logo and a scarf draped over his shoulders, proudly displaying the team's name. In a remarkably short span, he had even painted a miniature national flag on his face, which glimmered with vibrancy. This ensemble was both representative of the team and the company. Infused with a sense of patriotism, it was a delightful chaos that hinted at youthful exuberance. What are you staring at? In my day, I was quite the figure in the fan association. It is entirely reasonable to sport this gear. With that, Zhuqiuanqiu tossed the Pisa uniform at his still-stunned disciple. Go change. One must dress appropriately for the match. The office was merely 50 kilometers from the Pisa team's home ground, and they had just enough time to make their way there. Chapter 58. Zhang Guan confronts Khaleesi in today's match. The Pisa team was set to face off against the Palermo team at their home ground. During the pre-match warm-up, Goyos nudged his jogging teammate Zhang Guan, saying, "Look over there. I never expected that fellow could make it to the first team." Following Goyos' gesture, Zhang Guan spotted an adversary glaring at him with clenched teeth, none other than Coles. Just a minor character, Zhang Guan thought, unfazed by the presence of Coles. Coles, noticing Zhang Guan's disdain, felt a surge of anger from their previous encounter. He deliberately jogged a couple of steps closer to the warming-up area of the Pisa team, locking his fierce gaze onto Zhang Guan. With a provocative gesture, he ran his hand horizontally across his throat, suggesting a threat. Zhang Guan, indifferent to such theatrics from a self-styled antagonist, retorted without hesitation, "Thank you, Mr. Coles." Coles, taken aback, pondered why Zhang Guan would express gratitude without cause. Was it a ruse? Goyos, having shared a dorm with Zhang Guan for an extended period, quickly caught on and chimed in, "You weren't at the last celebration dinner, so we didn't dare to touch the food." Nearby, Haidatai, who had also participated in that match, chuckled, thinking how amusing these two were, and added, "Do make sure to join us for a drink." Vasily, Erickson, and others also noticed Coles' provocation and joined in unison, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Coles. Do come for a drink." It was only then that Coles comprehended the humiliation of the previous encounter, which was entirely self-inflicted, and his blood pressure surged. Just as he was about to advance further, a perceptive teammate restrained him. Meanwhile, the referee intervened, addressing both parties, "Gentlemen, although the match has yet to commence, I must remind you that once you step onto the pitch, you are bound by the rules. Any infractions will be penalized. Understood?" Coles, attempting to shift blame, exclaimed, "They are provoking me." The referee turned to Zhang Guan and his group. Goyos, with a smirk, replied, "This gentleman has previously assisted us. We are merely expressing our gratitude. What wrong could there possibly be? Who would penalize a group of polite and grateful gentlemen? Indeed, we were just about to invite him for a drink." Haidatai added innocently from the side. Zhang Guan cleared his throat and delivered a final blow. "He really did help us. You can ask him." This statement held considerable weight, leaving even the fierce Coles momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Coles, This is a long story. Please allow me to argue my case. It was a masterstroke. Such eloquence certainly stemmed from the rich cultural heritage of the Eastern nation. His teammates silently offered Zhang Guan their admiration. Regardless, I would appreciate it if you all return to your half of the field. I am not keen on pulling out my yellow card just yet. And I hope you share my sentiment. The match will commence in 10 minutes. The home team supporters in the stands erupted into applause for Zhang Guan and Goyos, while mercilessly booing Kors. Although they were unaware of the context, they could clearly distinguish friend from foe. Is this Zhang Guan? He has integrated remarkably well. Having made an enemy so soon after his arrival, yet he has garnered considerable support from his teammates. Zhuo Chuanxiu remarked, seemingly addressing others while also speaking to himself. Having friends is not an uncommon occurrence, especially among a group of teammates who train and compete together daily, fostering some private connections. However, having adversaries was rather surprising for Zhuo Chuanxiu. Given the typically low-key and moderate disposition of most Chinese individuals, it is generally preferred to downplay conflicts, particularly when navigating unfamiliar territories. Yet, Zhang Guan, having just arrived, already has rivals, and it appears that his teammates from Pisa are quite protective of him, which has highlighted Zhang Guan's presence within the team. It is indeed rare for a Chinese player to secure a stable position in a foreign team, but individuals with such a strong presence are truly uncommon. Cheng Lixue, accustomed to her teacher's manner of speaking, interjected. Indeed, he communicates exceptionally well. And although he has only been here for half a year, he seems to have fully integrated into the team. If he were truly a high school student, he would be quite extraordinary. Zhuo Chuanxiu, familiar with the stark cultural differences between East and West, understood the challenges faced by Chinese individuals seeking to establish themselves in Italy. Well, the match is about to commence. Let us observe his on-field prowess. However, neither Zhang Guan nor Kors made it onto the starting lineup. How to describe the first half of the match? It felt as if the game was played, yet also as if it had not commenced. The statistics for both teams were as blank as white paper, including the scoreline. Faced with such a lackluster first half, Zhuo Chuanxiu managed to endure, but Cheng Lixue, seated beside him, was already yawning incessantly, partly due to her late-night writing, and partly because the match itself was utterly soporific. A group of players running about aimlessly was far less exhilarating than watching a marathon. Just as Cheng Lixue was on the verge of dozing off, the nearby fans erupted into a cacophony of boos. It turned out that shortly after the second half commenced, the away team Kors had removed his training vest, signaling his readiness to enter the game. The vengeful Pisa supporters had not forgotten the provocation during the pre-match training and unleashed their most fervent jeers without restraint. Goyos, come here. Masa called out to Goyos, who was warming up. Goyos excitedly ran over, yet there was an odd sensation about it. Go. Call Zhang Guan to prepare for the game. As expected. No wonder it felt familiar. Coach, why do you always do this? It greatly affects me. You could just call him directly. Oh, he is too far away. I'm afraid of straining my voice. And you're not concerned about straining my legs? Masa playfully kicked Goyos on the backside. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. As Zhang Guan prepared to take the field, the fans erupted in applause. However, they soon faced a dilemma as both Zhang Guan and Kores stood at the sidelines, awaiting their turn, while the opportunity for a stoppage in play lingered. This created quite a predicament. Should they continue to boo or keep cheering? It must be said that Zhang Guan is quite perceptive. He seemed to sense the fans' inner conflict and then engaged in a peculiar display. He first pointed to Kores, then, after 10 seconds, pointed to himself. This was repeated in a rhythmic fashion. Quickly, the sharper fans caught on, guiding those around them who had yet to grasp the situation to follow Zhang Guan's lead. When Zhang Guan pointed to Kores, boos erupted. When he pointed to himself, thunderous applause followed. Observing that the crowd had fully understood his intentions, Zhang Guan decided to amplify the theatrics. At times, he pointed repeatedly at himself, and at other times, at his opponent. The fans eagerly mirrored his actions, alternating between prolonged cheers and extended jeers. In that moment, all attention shifted to the young man at the sidelines, as the fans transformed into a symphony orchestra, with Zhang Guan as the much-admired conductor. Meanwhile, Kores' face turned a shade of green with frustration. Chapter 59. Zhang Guan provokes Kores again. This fellow always manages to come up with something new. Masa lit a cigarette, savoring a couple of puffs. Goyos, beside him, was thoroughly entertained. Poor Kores. Why did he have to provoke this one? If I were Kores, I would feel utterly defeated, my composure shattered. Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Left Chuanxiu exchanged glances with Cheng Lixue, both thinking that this match had turned out to be worthwhile. Though the game itself was lackluster, the spectacle was undeniably engaging. Correz could no longer contain himself. As Zhang Guan pointed to himself once more, he seized Zhang Guan, but fortunately, the fourth official was alert enough to intervene, placing himself between the two to separate them. The fourth official had already endured over 5 minutes on the sidelines for this substitution, all while withstanding the tumultuous applause and boos. "Ah, you two again?" Noticing the unusual scene at the sidelines, the referee hastily halted the match, jogging over to comprehend the situation from the fourth official. After a brief discussion, he produced a yellow card. "Since you seem to be enjoying yourselves, I don't mind awarding you both with a little token of appreciation, 1 yellow card each, perfectly balanced. Now, you may enter the field. However, I must remind you both, if such antics continue, the rewards may escalate." Correz huffed in annoyance and hurried onto the field, leaving the smiling Zhang Guan to bow deeply to the audience, as if bidding farewell to the musicians at the end of a performance. How graceful! It was evident that this remark came from Left Chuanxiu, who often extolled the virtue of decorum. With the entrance of these two players, the dynamics of the match began to intensify, finally establishing a pace more befitting the game, rather than the sluggish marathon it had been. Correz, brimming with pent-up frustration, had no outlet but to unleash it upon the field. He charged forward with formidable strength, reminiscent of a newborn calf, causing considerable distress to the somewhat distracted Pisa defense. Noticing the imbalance on the field, Massa hastily substituted Eriksson for the fatigued starting center back. However, as Eriksson entered the fray, a slight lapse in the defensive line led to Pisa losing possession at the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Correz appeared, and without a second thought, he unleashed a shot. Eriksson rushed to block, but the ball struck him and veered off course, ultimately rolling into the Pisa goal. Beyond the goalkeeper's reach, Correz finally found an outlet for his pent-up emotions. He sprinted wildly, deliberately turning his back to obstruct the referee's view while subtly tugging at the corner of his eye with his finger. "Here he goes again. It seems he is a repeat offender." Zhang Guan squinted, sensing that this individual was in dire need of a lesson. Correz was acutely aware that such an action was taboo, thus he quickly retracted the gesture and continued his exuberant celebration. In response to the chorus of boos from the crowd, Correz audaciously placed one hand to his ear, feigning ignorance to their disdain. The crowd's jeers escalated to insults. Yet few spectators noticed his malicious little act, except for 2 keen observers on the sidelines, Zhou Chuanxiu and Cheng Lixue, who caught the gesture and recognized the underlying malice. No wonder Zhang Guan confronted him before the match. Such a discriminatory player deserves to be cast aside. Cheng Lixue's cheeks flushed with anger as she indignantly remarked. The experienced Zhou Chuanxiu also felt a surge of ire. This young man, despite his tender age, seems to have learned these despicable tricks from somewhere. A contemptible scoundrel. It remains to be seen how Zhang Guan will respond. He must not allow this petty individual to gloat for too long, Cheng Lixue thought, eagerly anticipating Zhang Guan's swift retaliation on behalf of the Eastern players, hoping he would decisively teach Correz a lesson. They would not have to wait long for the moment when Zhang Guan would turn the tide. "Remember how he dealt with you last time? Since you are provoking him again, he shall respond in kind." In the ensuing match, Zhang Guan and Correz found themselves locked in a fierce rivalry. Whenever Correz possessed the ball, Zhang Guan charged forward with relentless intensity. Even the robust Correz struggled against the forceful resistance of a man capable of bench pressing 120 kilograms. Indeed, through rigorous training, Zhang Guan's strength had been enhanced. He often found himself toppled. Conversely, when Zhang Guan had the ball, he sought out Correz, attempting to outmaneuver him, to provoke him. As Correz repeatedly found himself at a disadvantage during their confrontations, his frustration mounted. Seizing an opportunity, he unleashed a brutal sliding tackle, aiming to bring both Zhang Guan and the ball crashing down, ideally sending Zhang Guan off the field entirely. As Zhang Guanyu observed Correz lowering his center of gravity, he instinctively sensed the malevolent intent behind his actions, yet this was precisely the scenario he had anticipated. In the face of a fierce tackle, Zhang Guanyu hastily and somewhat chaotically struck the ball with force, only for it to fortuitously collide with the already lunging Correz's face. Subsequently, as he leapt into the air, he was unfortunate enough to be caught by Correz's body, causing him to lose balance mid-flight and flip over. During this aerial acrobatics, his legs and arms naturally bent, with his knees and elbows descending, fortuitously landing on Correz's chest and abdomen. Throughout this entire sequence, Zhang Guanyu's leap and subsequent fall exuded an air of both frantic chaos and effortless grace, devoid of any semblance of theatricality. One cannot overlook Korez's remarkable tenor talent, as his spine-chilling wail reverberated throughout the stadium. Upon the referee's arrival at the scene, he found Korez, whose nose had evidently swelled considerably, writhing on the ground while clutching his abdomen. Meanwhile, Zhang Guanyu lay on his side, cradling his knee. The referee promptly signaled for both teams' medical staff to attend to the players, and after a discussion with the assistant referee, deemed the incident a normal contest for the ball, leading to an immediate halt of the match and a restart with a drop ball. Unwilling to let the matter rest, Korez sprang up from the stretcher. Enduring the pain as he shouted at the referee, he committed a malicious foul. "How could you possibly call for a drop ball?" The referee regarded him with a calm demeanor and replied, "Weren't you just injured quite severely? It seems you are recovering rather quickly. Young man, focus on the game." "My eyes are sharp." Korez retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I feigned injury? He intentionally harmed me." Noticing the referee's displeasure, the captain of Palermo hastily pulled Korez back, exchanging a few pleasantries with the referee before the match resumed. Chapter 60. Zhang Guanyu's triumph over Korez. Observing the still vibrant Zhang Guanyu alongside the somewhat limping Korez, Zhuchuanxiu couldn't help but chuckle. "What is the matter, master?" Cheng Lixue inquired curiously. "He is a clever individual," Zhuchuanxiu replied. Although Zhang Guanyu's movements during the previous confrontation were executed with precision and vigor, I dare say that his actions were likely intentional. He maintained a facade of calm despite the storm brewing within. Exquisite, appropriate, and thoroughly exhilarating. But master, it didn't seem contrived to me," Cheng Lixue remarked. To be precise, it was not an act. He genuinely engaged in a hard collision with his opponent, or rather, a hard encounter with a softer target, emerging victorious. Thus, the referee could find no fault, deeming it a normal contest. Indeed, sincerity proves to be the ultimate weapon. Cheng Lixue, somewhat perplexed and still furrowing her brow, redirected her focus back to the match. As time slipped away, Goyos and Haikidi were all summoned onto the field by Masa, invigorating the front line of the Pisa team. They had little time left. Seizing a moment during a dead ball, Zhang Guanyu gathered Goyos and Haikidi for a brief exchange of whispers. Subsequently, the scene underwent some peculiar changes as forward Zhang Guan and Goyos retreated towards the midfield, while the attacking midfielder Hishidi advanced to the forefront. This alteration left the two central defenders of Palermo somewhat bewildered, uncertain whether to expand their defensive range to confront the advancing players or to maintain their positions and closely mark Hishidi within the penalty area. Korez gestured to his teammates, signaling that he would take responsibility for marking the retreating Zhang Guan, which was precisely what Zhang Guan desired. Upon receiving the ball in the backfield, Vasily executed a wall pass with the nearby defensive midfielder, surging towards the center circle, drawing the opposing midfielder to assist in defense. As Vasily advanced with the ball, he noticed Zhang Guan calling for it, and thus delivered a precise pass to Zhang Guan's feet. Observing that he was still a considerable distance from the edge of the penalty area, Zhang Guan realized that only Korez was closely marking him, effectively limiting his ability to pivot. "If you want to allow me to turn, then I shan't turn at all." Unlike his usual haste to retreat for the ball, Zhang Guan lowered his center of gravity and pressed closely against Korez, using his full strength to nudge Korez backward toward the perimeter of the penalty area. Korez, his view obstructed by Zhang Guan, struggled to see the ball as position. Having experienced a few setbacks previously, he was wary of overexerting himself in the tussle and thus discreetly clutched the hem of Zhang Guan's jersey, passively following Zhang Guan's retreat while contemplating that a few more steps would take them into the central defender's territory, where he would surely receive support. In a flash, Zhang Guan, akin to a bulldozer, pushed Korez back several meters. At that moment, Hishidi, who had just been positioned as a forward, made a sudden forward run, prompting the nearby central defender to react swiftly and track him. Meanwhile, Goyos darted in a broad diagonal run past another central defender to infiltrate the flank, thus leaving only Zhang Guan and Korez entangled near the penalty area's edge. Korez, engrossed in his struggle with Zhang Guan, failed to notice the movements of those around him, while Zhang Guan, keenly observant, recognized the opportunity that had arisen. As Zhang Guan prepared to receive the ball, he tilted his shoulders slightly to the left, feigning a forceful pivot. Korez, elated, thought he had finally anticipated the turn, ready to make an easy interception. However, just as he shifted his weight to the left, He witnessed Zhang Guan swiftly pivoting to the right, the ball appearing in front of him. Perez was taken aback, hastily attempting to reposition himself, but Zhang Guan had already seized the advantageous position, leaving Perez helpless as Zhang Guan drew back, aiming to unleash a long-range shot with his left foot. In that moment, Perez could only hope that Zhang Guan's left foot was his weaker side. Alas, contrary to his hopes, the ball surged with fierce momentum into the bottom corner of the net. Following the goal, Zhang Guan refrained from exuberant celebrations. Instead, he stood calmly, gazing at Perez, and then gracefully bowed to the fans in all directions, as if the symphonic echoes from the sidelines continued to resonate. Goyos was unconcerned with matters of elegance. He rushed in front of Zhang Guan, frantically shouting, "Can you even kick? You can't even handle single defense. Do you even know how to play?" 2 seconds later, Coles was finally able to react, his bruised nose nearly twisting in frustration. How dignified, truly dignified. It was clear to everyone which individual was speaking. Such on-field retaliation is the most fitting. Zhang Guan, this young lad, is indeed impressive. Huh. I still believe that collision he made earlier with Coles was far more spectacular. Cheng Li Shiwei celebrated while shaking her fist in a fierce manner. It would be best to take that fellow down to truly relieve my anger. Do not be rash. I worry for your future husband, someone cautioned. As they spoke, the dynamics on the field shifted once again. In the dying moments of stoppage time, it was Vasily who possessed the ball in midfield, executing a wall pass with a teammate before delivering a through ball to Zhang Guan in the center. This time, it was Ishidi making a diagonal run. Goyos charging forward as the opposing center backs, still dazed from conceding, were pulled apart once more. The center was once again a contest between Zhang Guan and Coles. This time, I will not be deceived by your feints, Coles thought. Zhang Guan paid no mind to his musings, pushing against Coles' body as he gradually approached the edge of the penalty area. Once more, Zhang Guan leaned his shoulder, preparing to turn, while Coles, somewhat disdainful, thought, "Does he truly believe I am foolish enough to fall for this again?" Thus, he lowered his center of gravity slightly, remaining vigilant, focusing on Zhang Guan's potential turn to the other side. Sure enough, Zhang Guan's earlier turn was merely a feint. He swiftly pivoted to the opposite side. Coles, elated, thought he had finally anticipated Zhang Guan's move and prepared to seize the moment, believing the interception would be effortless. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, Zhang Guan's body twisted back toward the original side. Both turns had been mere decoys. Coles was once again struck with astonishment, hurriedly adjusting his position to block, only to find Zhang Guan had skillfully established a favorable stance. All he could do was watch as Zhang Guan drew back an arrow, launching a long-range shot with his right foot. At that moment, Coles could only pray that Zhang Guan's right foot was his weaker one. Unfortunately, Zhang Guan's right foot proved to be even more accurate, and the ball curved elegantly into the net. Almost simultaneously, the final whistle echoed through the stadium. As if fearing a disheveled Coles might flee, Goyos celebrated exuberantly. "So, do you even know how to kick? If one isn't sufficient, then send another one our way until we turn the tide. I ask you, are you our mole?" Of course, these words were directed at Zhang Guan. Yet everyone turned to gaze at Coles with amusement. Mocked and unable to retort, the irate Coles felt as though his head might explode. Chapter 61. An interview with Zhuochuanxiu coach Masa. "I believe I must congratulate you on a truly invigorating match." "Oh, is that not our esteemed editor Zhua? You still owe me one." Cheng Li Shue was astonished to discover that her mentor, Zhuochuanxiu, was acquainted with the coach of the Pisa team, Masa, and their rapport seemed quite profound. At that moment, the two were exchanging greetings with an ease that suggested their interaction was far from mere business formality. "What S1? I'll get you 2 packs." Zhuochuanxiu's face beamed with a smile, etching the marks of time upon it. "However, I have one request. After your post-match summary meeting, you must lend me Zhang Guan for 2 hours. "Who? The esteemed editor doesn't know he is our team's shining star?" Masa feigned surprise. "Oh." Zhuochuanxiu reflected on how, after all these years, Masa's acting skills had not improved in the slightest, and he played along with Masa's performance. "He is my trusted aide, a valuable assistant." Masa produced a cigarette and handed it to Zhuochuanxiu, lighting both their smokes. "That will cost extra." Zhuochuanxiu pretended to be flustered, covering his pocket. "Not much left. I'm running low." After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. "Not much, not much." "Is it too much?" "It's hardly anything." Cheng Li Shue watched the 2 elderly men haggling like children, somewhat speechless. Thus, after a bit of negotiation, Zhuo successfully secured Zhang Guan to his dining table. Zhang Guan, allow me to introduce you. This is our newspaper's chief editor, Zhuo, and he is Ashua's mentor. Zhuo interrupted Cheng Lishua's somewhat formal introduction, stating, I am also an old friend of Masa. It took several packs to persuade him to release Zhang. Good to meet you, Chief Zhuo, Zhang Guan nodded, smiling at Cheng Lishue as a greeting. He had heard of Zhuo's reputation. In that era, the old gentleman was renowned in the football media realm for his professionalism, fairness, dedication, and objectivity, a refreshing stream in a murky industry. He cared deeply for his juniors, and his insights in the professional domain served as a flickering candlelight, offering brief direction to those groping in the darkness. There's no need to be so formal. I am merely a few years your senior. You may call me uncle, Zhuo said, opening a pack of cigarettes and offering one to Zhang Guan. Care for a smoke? My supply is truly dwindling. Zhang Guan waved his hand. The coach forbids it. While he forbids you, he himself indulges. But it's for the best that you don't smoke. You are professional athletes, Zhuo mused. Lighting up and continuing, I have been engaged in football reporting in the Apennines for quite some time. It has been challenging to empathize with the joys and sorrows of foreigners. I have longed to see my compatriots shine in the Apennines. To relay this joyous news back home, as I yearned, I transitioned from youth to middle age, my once dark hair turning to a Mediterranean hue. Just when I hoped to witness that promise, I found nothing. Yet, as I approach retirement, it seems a breakthrough has finally emerged. Cheng Lishue suddenly realized that her understanding of her methodical and meticulous mentor was not as comprehensive as she had thought. Child, it must be quite a lonely experience for one so young to be stranded overseas, is it not? The diverse customs and cultural perspectives, along with varying skin tones and hair colors, often render you feeling disconnected from society. With no alternative, you devote your energy to work. For it is the sole endeavor that offers a semblance of fairness. You must exert yourself doubly to counter the peculiar gazes of those around you. Yet, as time passes, you realize that your diligence only breeds a respectful distance from your colleagues, leaving work as your only companion. The more time you spend with your tasks, the more accomplished you become, yet solitude envelopes you. Increasingly isolated, you find solace in work, which only sharpens your excellence. Am I correct in my observation? After sharing this lengthy reflection, Zhuo took a deep drag from his cigarette, seeking to calm his emotions. Zhang Guan hesitated briefly before replying. That doesn't seem entirely accurate. Oh, pray tell, Zhuo inquired, intrigued. Truth be told, there isn't much to elaborate on. Since my arrival in Apennine, I have engaged in 3 pursuits: training, competing, and scoring goals. Naturally, I have made 1 or 2, even numerous friends along the way. Leading to the present scenario you see today, Zhang Guan candidly explained. Is it truly that uncomplicated? It might even be simpler, Zhuo exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. It appears that the joys and sorrows of individuals are not universally shared. It turns out the fool is none other than myself. I pondered why I endured such hardship in my earlier years. A notion struck Zhang Guan. Inheritance, he articulated thoughtfully. To inherit is to carry forth the past and pave the way for the future. It is through the arduous efforts of predecessors like you that we, the successors, can thrive more effortlessly on the foundation you have laid. I firmly believe that future generations will continue to flourish on the groundwork we have collectively established. And in the near future, the influence of Eastern culture will ascend to prominence, becoming the cornerstone of global culture. At that time, I am certain, you will keenly appreciate the immense value of your contributions. Do not let your youth deceive you. Your words carry considerable wisdom, though they feel somewhat peculiar. It seems I have been educated in reverse, Zhuo mused, contemplating Zhang Guan's sentiments. This reflection stirred a resonance within him, bringing to mind the verses of Zhang Zai. To establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish destiny for the people, to inherit the profound learning of the sages, and to open peace for all generations. My goodness, that is quite eloquent, Zhuo murmured to himself, then burst into laughter. I had intended to encourage you to face challenges with optimism, yet it appears you have not encountered any true difficulties. Or perhaps the challenges you have faced are of a wholly different nature than your state of mind, rendering my concerns somewhat unfounded. This is splendid. May your spirit soar. Cheng Lishue furrowed her brow and interjected, Master, weren't you supposed to conduct a special interview with Zhang Guan? Indeed, that is precisely what we are doing, came the reply. But you are still drinking. Who says one cannot drink while interviewing? Zhang, would you like to join? Then I shall accompany you. Excellent. A schwa. Will you partake? I shall not. Who will drive if everyone drinks? Moreover, master, didn't you promise your wife you would abstain? Am I truly drinking? The drink in question embodies the culmination of my decades-long anticipation. Come, Xiao Zhang, let us indulge together. Chapter 62. The Blessings of Korez at the Dining Table. This pair of initially unfamiliar companions appeared as if they were long-lost confidants. Their conversation traversed from Qin Shi Huang to the Daoguang Emperor, from Tao Yuanming to Maupassant, from Yu Qigong to Rommel, and even meandered from lion fights to dung beetles. Observing Zhang Guan as he engaged in a spirited discussion with his mentor, shifting seamlessly between topics, left Cheng Lixue quite astonished. Such a scene was a rarity. The few football professionals capable of exchanging ideas with her mentor, given his vast experience and accumulated knowledge, were indeed few and far between. It was evident that Cheng Lixue was not alone in her astonishment. Zhuo Chuanxiu had already discerned that this young lad possessed an exceptionally broad knowledge base, astute logical reasoning, and superb linguistic organization skills, all of which seemed incongruous with his age. Some of his insights, delivered with a lofty perspective, appeared almost transcendent of contemporary viewpoints, leaving listeners intrigued. Little did they know, Zhang Guan hailed from a company 20 years in the future, where his expertise in knowledge, logic, and eloquence were essential for his profession. By the way, does that player you mentioned have some past grievances with you? You must be referring to Korez, right? It's not exactly a matter of grievances. We encountered each other once during the youth league, and he displayed a rather discriminatory attitude. Could I possibly let that slide? I gave him a thorough thrashing, unexpectedly. We crossed paths again today. Regardless of whether he has corrected that foul disposition, I must teach him another lesson. So he quakes at the sight of an Oriental in the future. Let us see if he dares to act that way again. Splendid. Zhuo Chuanxiu raised his glass and clinked it against Zhang Guan's, downing it in one gulp. He recalled his early days when he had suffered similar indignities, powerless to resist due to his lack of support. Hence, witnessing Zhang Guan's retaliation invigorated him and offered a sense of catharsis. Perhaps this was a matter of empathy, as if Zhang Guan were avenging the injustices he had once faced in his youth. However, Cheng Lixue expressed her concerns. As a newcomer, being so high-profile could attract trouble. I have not wronged anyone while striving to play well, yet trouble still seeks me out, Zhang Guan replied nonchalantly. In my view, those ruffians only prey on the weak. If it comes to a confrontation, my weight of over 100 pounds is not to be trifled with. Besides, I possess cunning as well. You may not see it, but I am both wise and brave. Watching Zhang Guan, his face flushed with drink as he pounded his chest, Cheng Lixue couldn't help but smile. In the span of a single meal, the trio had grown remarkably close, particularly Zhuo Chuanxiu and Zhang Guan, who, upon their first meeting, seemed like kindred spirits, supporting one another as they made their way to the parking garage with Cheng Lixue. Korez is due for a proper reckoning. Though far away, he shall meet his fate. Today's roasted suckling pig was exceptionally delightful, Zhuo Chuanxiu said, draping his arm over Zhang Guan's shoulder, slightly intoxicated. Indeed, if he dares to act arrogantly again, I shall see to it that he is thoroughly humbled. Observing her master and Zhang Guan engaging in a casual embrace, a stark contrast to his usual decorum, Cheng Lixue couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, the old man was as childlike as the saying goes. However, her expression soon darkened as she noticed Cola's approaching, evidently having spotted Zhang Guan as well, flanked by several imposing figures. Their aggressive demeanor made it clear, even to a 3-year-old, that they were not here for pleasantries. Zhang Guan, noticing Colas, steadied Zhuo Chuanxiu and handed him over to Cheng Lixue before stepping forward to confront the newcomers. Ah, young man, encountering you here truly feels like a stroke of fortune. Colas snarled through gritted teeth, his tone betraying no hint of fortune whatsoever. Are you perhaps surnamed Chao? It should be Chao Lazy, to be precise, Zhang Guan sighed, feigning regret. Observing Colas' bewildered expression, Zhang Guan realized he had forgotten to switch language modes and repeated his words in Italian. What nonsense are you spouting? My surname is Colas, and I am called Mond. I have no idea what you're talking about with this Chao Lazy. Colas regarded Zhang Guan as if he were a simpleton. Then shall we call you Chao Lazy Mond? Or perhaps simply Chao Mond? Wait a moment, Chao Mond? Chao Mingda. Finally, the mystery is solved. I wondered why you were so quick on your feet. As Zhang Guan faced the furious Colas while still engaging in nonsensical banter, Cheng Lixue found the contrast amusing, a faint smile creeping onto her lips. This young man certainly possessed remarkable composure. Just moments ago, Zhuochuanxiu had been unsteady on his feet. Now he remarked softly. These men are clearly here to stir trouble, yet he remains calm and even playful. Quite interesting. Master, rest assured, a few drinks won't bring me down. I know my limits. I'm quite curious to see how Zhang Guan navigates this predicament. Zhuochuanxiu adjusted his collar. The night had grown late, and the cold wind was biting. Coles felt insulted. His group of burly men exuded intimidation, while the opposing side consisted of merely 3 individuals, including a woman and an old man, who seemed to be jesting rather than taking him seriously. The men accompanying Coles, reeking of alcohol, impatiently remarked, "Why waste words with him? We could easily subdue him. That girl over there can be considered a bonus, and that old man should be sent packing. Let go of that girl. Allow me." A bald man with a lewd grin pushed his way forward, swaggering toward Cheng Lixue while boasting, "Don't worry, young lady, my skills are exceptional." Before he could finish his sentence, Cheng Lixue delivered a swift high kick to his cheek, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud, unable to rise. The bald man stood nearly 1.9 meters tall, indicating that Cheng Lixue's kick had reached a height of at least 1.7 meters and carried considerable force. Zhang Guan watched as Cheng Lixue stood resolute against the cold wind, her demeanor strikingly fierce. He had initially perceived her as a demure girl, only to be astonished by her fiery temperament. Was she a journalist or a fighter? The crowd erupted in anger, surging toward Cheng Lixue. Witnessing this, Zhang Guan could no longer rely solely on verbal assaults. He swiftly advanced, evading a kick from Khaleesi and retaliating with a sidekick that sent him crashing to the ground. With a swift motion, he landed a kick to Khaleesi's ribs, causing him to roll helplessly for 2.5 revolutions. Once amidst the throng, Zhang Guan expertly targeted the chins of his opponents. After all, these towering figures made for easy targets. Before long, there were no intact chins left in the crowd. Zhang Guan felt a pang of nostalgia for Zhang Nila, recalling how he used to engage in such brawls alongside him. Chuani's kung fu? Khaleesi gasped in astonishment as he struggled on the ground. Here, there was no referee to assist you. Scram, take your fortune with you. Zhang Guan waved dismissively, urging them to disperse. Good gracious, did I actually benefit from the referee's presence? Without a thought for his own dignity, he hastily beckoned the others to flee in a panic. Chapter 63, beginning to gain recognition? Cheng Lixue scrutinized Zhang Guan from head to toe, remaining silent as she clapped her hands to signal the two to get into the car. My apologies, gentlemen, for almost subjecting you to this unwarranted disaster. Zhang Guan said apologetically once inside. Zhuochuanxiu, now sober, replied leisurely, responsibility lies with him. His disdain extends not only to you, but to us as well. Frankly, I too wish to deliver him a beating, but alas, my body would not permit it. The conversation then shifted as he smiled, inquiring, "What do you think of my disciple?" "Master, what kind of question is that?" Cheng Lixue's face flushed crimson, though the poor lighting in the vehicle obscured it. Strangely, an unexpected sense of anticipation bubbled within her. What on earth? Zhang Guan's instincts heightened. It was no trivial matter for an elderly man to pose such a question in front of a young woman. Observing the 2 young individuals lost in contemplation, Zhuochuanxiu intentionally paused for a few seconds before adding, "I meant her skills." He then erupted into laughter, his mirth laced with teasing. Indeed, she is a skilled practitioner. Zhang Guan internally exhaled in relief and smoothly navigated the conversation. That kick from a shui earlier, it was straight and elongated. I meant stable and precise. She must have dedicated considerable effort to her training. Absolutely. This young lady has inherited her master's true teachings. Ordinary individuals dare not approach her. Zhuochuanxiu remarked with evident pride. Upon hearing the topic change, Cheng Lixue also felt a sense of relief, though an inexplicable hint of disappointment lingered. Your wife is also a master? Observing Zhuochuanxiu's self-satisfied demeanor, Zhang Guan pretended to lament. Then does that mean at home? Let us talk about your football instead. Zhang Guan, I must warn you to prepare yourself. Cheng Lixue interjected suddenly while driving, leaving Zhang Guan somewhat bewildered. Prepare for what? To return home and face a beating like your master? I meant, to confront your familial standing? Zhuochuanxiu, exasperated, kicked Zhang Guan, then clarified. A shui is right. The media will likely bombard you in the coming days. They are not as composed as a shui and I. Be ready. And do not let it interfere with your training. Such exaggeration is unwarranted. It is merely a secondary league. Moreover, after the last goal, there was hardly any significant commotion. Zhang Guan regarded this with a degree of indifference. Who knew you back then? The last goal seemed as sudden as a monkey leaping from a crevice in a rock. And given the limited attention on the secondary league, many domestic media outlets were unable to react in time. However, after a week of brewing interest, coupled with your recent brace in yesterday's match, the domestic media is surely unable to remain passive. If I am not mistaken, other newspapers will begin to reach out to you in the coming days. My predictions have always proved accurate. Master, please refrain from smoking in the car. Cheng Lixue detected a familiar scent. Without turning around, she knew it was the master's craving for a smoke. Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern. Maintain a calm demeanor. Be mindful in your communications, avoiding external influences, and most importantly, do not let it affect your training state. Zhuo Chuanxiu, having immersed himself in the football world for years, has witnessed too many fleeting talents, and he truly does not wish to see Zhang Guan, a gem of this professional system, lost in the frenzy of media adulation. Though Zhuo Chuanxiu spoke subtly, Zhang Guan comprehended his deeper meaning, nodding in agreement and responding. Rest assured, Uncle Zhuo, I will exercise discretion. However, I am contemplating whether this phase might be suitable for granting exclusive interview rights to a trustworthy individual. At this moment, Zhang Guan glanced at Cheng Lixue, who was attentively listening nearby. For instance, this diligent driver. Haha, I am indeed of the same mind. Zhuo Chuanxiu agreed. Then it is settled. As predicted by Zhuo Chuanxiu, upon Zhang Guan's arrival at the training ground the following day, a throng of reporters had already gathered outside. Upon spotting Zhang Guan, they surged forward, vying for advantageous positions for interviews. Mr. Zhang, you have scored a brace in 2 consecutive matches. What is your next objective? Mr. Zhang, I am a journalist from a newspaper. Could we discuss your journey in the Apennines in detail? I am from a publication. You have yet to play in the domestic professional league, but have already appeared in Series C. Do you feel the intensity of Series C is inferior to that of our domestic league? Faced with these rather uninspired inquiries, Zhang Guan was at a loss for words. Fortunately, a familiar figure emerged to diffuse the situation. The exclusive interview rights for Mr. Zhang have been entrusted to us. If you have any inquiries, please communicate with me. Let us allow him to proceed with his training. After all, tardiness in training incurs a penalty. Seeing Zhang Guan nod in acknowledgement, the reporters promptly followed Cheng Lixue. Hey, Guan, you have become a star player. How enviable, Goyas remarked to Zhang Guan in a playful tone on the training field. Are you envious of my being besieged? Would you care to exchange places? Perhaps not. Being hounded daily would surely hinder my evening escapades. Climbing walls at midnight while avoiding Coach Masa is already quite enough for me. Goyas noticed Masa approaching and swiftly leaped over a topic that could not be disclosed to him. But that girl is rather impressive, the one who came to your rescue, tall and graceful. I must say, my dear fellow, you are quite fortunate. The last girlfriend, and this one, old Goy, could hardly find such exquisite companions, even with a lantern in a nightclub. Oh dear, who kicked me? You should not be frequenting nightclubs. I told you that I recognized that fellow who climbed over the wall last time was you, yet you stubbornly deny it. Masa delivered a couple of swift kicks, sending Goyas sprinting far away. He then turned to Zhang Guan and advised, performing well will inevitably attract media attention. This is unavoidable. Moreover, properly managing media interactions is a requisite path to becoming a star. Maintain your composure and do not be swayed. Zhang Guan nodded in agreement. Quickly check online. Chu Bai was in the midst of writing a paper when the icon at the bottom right of her screen began to flicker. What's up, Yao Yao? I guess you were still unaware? Here are a few links for you to explore. In the dead of night, she mischievously sent over small URLs, excitedly urging her to take a look. As Chu Bai opened the links, bold headlines greeted her eyes. Incredible. The nameless young player scores twice in consecutive matches. Shocking. 90 of people are unaware of the nameless young player as 4 goals that rock the Apennines. The young Chinese player dominates the Serie B league. Why do they say he is the future of Asian strikers? The entire city of Pisa is enamored with him. He has gained the coach's trust. Is it really that exaggerated? It could only be more so. Just in these past days, some media outlets have come to the school for interviews. Old Wei is so delighted that he seems to be walking on air. He keeps proclaiming about our Zhang Guan, emphasizing holistic development in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects. One might think Zhang Guan is his prodigy. On the other end of the line, Tao Yao Yao is munching on ice cream, her face alight with mischief as she tapped away at the keyboard. That Zhang Nila is quite the character. always grinning ear to ear and telling everyone how my brother will surely succeed, as if he should tattoo Zhang Guan as my brother on his face. The other day, when he bumped into a reporter while shopping, he completely abandoned his shopping spree to chat away, probably revealing all of Zhang Guan's secrets. Imagining her friend across the ocean animatedly gesticulating, Chu Bai caught the scent of gossip. You two together? Shopping. Oh. It was as if she could see her friend's meaningful expression. Tao Yao Yao, a bit flustered, replied, no, that day just happened to coincide with, something. I guess you will say it was merely a chance encounter, or that he insisted on dragging you along. I understand. I'll keep your secret. You're impossible. After teasing her friend for a while longer, Chu Bai shut her laptop and climbed into bed, yet her mind was consumed with thoughts of Zhang Guan, making sleep impossible. In the following days, under Chu Bai's deliberate scrutiny, various reports about Zhang Guan flooded her phone. This piece claims he is exceptionally gifted. Sent to the Apennines with substantial investment by the school, could Old Wei truly possess such audacity? A certain enterprise sponsors the pizza team, with the condition that Zhang Guan must play as a starter. This narrative becomes even more absurd, portraying him as a fiercely independent character overlooked by his school, who later strives to excel abroad. Such an overly positive portrayal seems entirely disconnected from Zhang Guan's reality. Until I came across an article about the pizza team's weekend away match against Cremona, where it was anticipated that Zhang Guan would start. The dizzying tactical analysis presented in the article was swiftly bypassed by Chu Bai, who opened a map to locate Cremona, which, like Milan, is situated in the Lombardy region and not too far away. She planned to surprise him. Cremona is a formidable team vying for promotion to the top league. And as we are playing away, our strategy today must focus on defense and counterattacks. We will adopt a 4-5-1 formation. Forward Zhang Guan should seize opportunities on the field, while attacking midfielder Gu Yuz must ensure a connection between the midfield and Zhang Guan, with some defensive responsibilities as well. You're young, so run more. If your stamina runs low, I can substitute you at any time, instructed the defensive midfielder, He Shidi, from the center. While the two central midfielders were to support Masa as he delivered the final tactical brief in the locker room. Some players listened attentively, others engaged in prayer, and some arranged their protective gear. Only Gu Yuz, with a cunning glint in his eye, lamented to Zhang Guan, my friend, it's tough for me. We are both forwards, yet somehow I've become an attacking midfielder. This means I'm farther from the goal, making it harder to score. Zhang Guan smirked, got it. You don't really want to play, do you? This is easy to fix. I'll just inform the coach that you have concerns about his arrangement. He pretended to raise his hand to speak. Gu Yuz quickly grabbed him, whispering, oh my goodness, why are you so reckless? I've finally earned a chance to start. Don't ruin it for me. In truth, scoring isn't as difficult as it seems. You say that so easily. Do you think everyone can come off the bench like you and score twice? Gu Yuz countered. The opposing center backs are not particularly tall, so presumably heading is their weak point. Just ensure Vasily and the others keep an eye on my positioning for long passes. However, their defensive midfielder is quite tall. Probably solid defensively, but lacks your agility. At that moment, just find my position, and I'll leap over the smaller center back to win the header for you. You should maneuver cleverly to avoid their towering defensive midfielder, and if you find space, take the shot. Opportunities will abound. Gu Yu's face lit up with understanding. I get it. Is this what Sun Tzu's Art of War is about? No, this is more akin to the Tianshi horse racing strategy. What? Horse racing? Gu Yuz pondered the connection between football and horse racing, even as the coach summoned everyone to prepare for the entrance. Nonetheless, this clever tactic proved effective. Shortly after the match began, Gu Yuz capitalized on the weakness of the opposing defensive midfielder that Zhang Guan had analyzed before the game, executing a swift shot. Unfortunately, he struck the ball with his less adept left foot, nearly causing a concussion to a security guard standing by the sidelines. The exuberant Gu Yuz sprinted 20 meters to the guard, apologizing with a pat on the shoulder. Sorry. Next time, I'll aim for the goal. The guard responded. No, keep aiming for me. Displaying a commendable spirit of risking everything for victory. The somewhat naive Goyos bears a resemblance to Zhang Nila. The thought of his long-lost friend brings a flicker of joy to Zhang Guan's heart. He wonders how his old acquaintance is faring back home. Soon after, he recalls Chu Bai, who is still studying in Milan, as well as Julie, who accompanied him to Pisa, but whom he hasn't seen in ages. His reverie is abruptly interrupted by the crisp sound of the referee's whistle. What? A goal conceded? Just like in the previous two matches, Pisa finds itself trailing yet again, and the fans are eager for a repeat of the earlier narratives. However, the prowess of Cremona is evidently superior to that of Pisa, and shortly into the second half, the score expands to 2-0. Massa lets out a sigh. Compared to this promotion-seeking team, there is a discernible gap in overall strength and tactical acumen that cannot be bridged overnight or through a singular strategy. Observing the dynamics on the field, he gestures to several young players, instructing them to prepare for a taste of the professional league's intensity. As the match approaches the 60-minute mark, the players' stamina begins to wane, and their focus slightly dissipates, particularly among the Cremona players who enjoy a two-goal cushion. Zhang Guan astutely notices this shift. The intensity of the confrontations has noticeably diminished, and the defenders shadowing him seem to relax a fraction. He gestures encouragingly to the somewhat despondent Goyos, urging him to get moving. Goyos quickly comprehends and revitalizes his positioning up front. Observing Hecate struggling to pass the ball amidst the opposition's encirclement, Zhang Guan swiftly retreats to the midfield, providing Hecate with an alternative passing route. Hecate, catching a glimpse of Zhang Guan's positioning, manages to send the ball, but the pass lacks power due to defensive interference. At this moment, 2 or 3 opposing players are nearby. Chapter 65, Confrontation with Cremona, Part 2. Zhang Guan scans the defenders ahead, assessing their distance from the ball, while glancing back at the player closely marking him, and a plan forms in his mind. He quickly retreats a couple of steps towards the ball's direction, arriving within the control zone before the opposition. The defender shadowing him intensifies the pressure. He momentarily halts, executing a pronounced stop with his upper body, and upon seeing the defender mimic his stance, he deftly twists his ankle, transforming the intended stop into a feint that allows the ball to glide between himself and the defender's legs. He then swiftly pivots. The feint is executed so convincingly that when he breaks free, the opponent is caught off guard, resorting to a desperate grab in an attempt to impede him. But he effortlessly shakes them off and strides purposefully down the center. As he observes the defensive midfielder being compelled to advance and cover, Zhang Guan timely delivers a long pass with the outside of his right foot, guiding Goyos along the trajectory of the ball to break through towards the goal line. The technique employed by Zhang Guan in executing a long pass with the outside of his foot is remarkably sophisticated. Initially, the trajectory of the ball is direct and swift, yet the pronounced external spin causes it to decelerate slightly upon landing, while its flight path veers outward. This allows Goyos, who is sprinting at full speed, to catch up with the ball. After making a couple of adjustments and observations near the baseline, he effortlessly delivers a back pass. At this moment, Zhang Guan, having galloped forward, arrives at the penalty spot and executes a right-footed shot. The angle is not particularly intricate, yet the power is considerable. Although the goalkeeper swiftly dives and makes contact with the ball, he is ultimately powerless to prevent it from finding the net. In the stands, Chubai, adorned with a cap, is utterly delighted. Gold will shine no matter where it is, be it in campus leagues or professional matches. His brilliance has not waned with the increasing difficulty of the games. Rather, it shines even brighter. Once again, it is Zhang Guan. In a situation where the team is trailing and the circumstances are unfavorable, he rises to the occasion, initiating a swift counterattack from midfield, flawlessly executing a series of movements, retreating, breaking through, delivering a long pass, and making a supporting run. It appears that this young player has become the backbone of Pisa in times of adversity. The home commentator generously bestows praise upon this adversary. Well done. Although I did not score, securing an assist is still commendable. Let's celebrate with an extra drink tonight, Goyos exclaims, leaping onto Zhang Guan's back. As the celebrations among teammates begin to wane, Zhang Guan seizes a moment amidst their return to their positions to share with Goyos. Just now, the opponent was marking me closely, and I utilized a feint to turn and break through. In the remainder of the match, the opposing center back might be wary of my turning ability, which could grant me half a step of space to exploit. However, this is a double-edged sword. As long as they do not apply tight marking, I will have opportunities to receive the ball with my back to the goal. Do you remember what I said before the match? I will feign an attack, and you should position yourself around me to contest for the second ball. You truly possess 1,000 cunning thoughts, which I appreciate, haha. As the match progresses, Zhang Guan's predictions come to fruition. The center back, wary of Zhang Guan's speed, concedes a fraction of space in defense, thereby granting Zhang Guan greater room for maneuvering. Vasily sends a direct pass from the back, and Zhang Guan comfortably controls the ball, allowing his midfield teammates to make forward runs. Upon Blakity drawing near, Zhang Guan plays a short pass to him and then immediately makes a forward run. Blakity, displaying remarkable synergy, delivers a precise pass, but unfortunately, the opposing center back, having anticipated the space left, intercepts the ball. I cannot retreat too much now. My position needs to be deeper to pose a greater threat. If you keep an eye on my position, consider delivering some long passes. Observing that the opponents are deliberately targeting him, Zhang Guan realizes that this retreating style of play is ineffective, given the distance from the goal. More complex maneuvers are required to threaten the net. So he instructs Blakity to relay to their teammates to adopt a more straightforward approach to passing, essentially, long and aerial balls. Unthinking simplicity is merely simplistic. But simplicity derived from careful consideration becomes notably robust. Indeed, the deeper positioning rendered the opponent's defensive strategy passive, allowing Zhang Guan to swiftly capitalize on their vulnerabilities. With the opposing center-back lacking in height, the talented Vasily delivered a perfectly executed long pass from the backfield, skillfully bypassing the defensive midfielder and arriving at the edge of the penalty area. Zhang Guan, hovering near the landing spot, noticed that Goyos had already positioned himself behind the defensive midfielder, preparing to make his run. With a powerful leap, Zhang Guan deftly flicked the ball to the top of the penalty arc. Goyos' movement was equally astute. He initially concealed himself behind the defensive midfielder, and as a gap emerged, he abruptly darted in front, enticing the midfielder to step forward in an attempt to reclaim his position. Just as the midfielder adjusted to defend, Goyos swiftly changed direction and surged toward the back post. This series of feints and shifts left the tall, imposing midfielder struggling to keep pace, ultimately resulting in a half-step disadvantage. It was this slender margin that afforded Goyos an opportunity to shoot from the arc's edge. Witnessing this familiar scene, the security guard instinctively shielded his face. However, he underestimated the situation. With the goalkeeper's desperate dive, the ball rolled into the net, equalized. As Goyos finally witnessed the long-awaited debut goal, his exhilaration was palpable. You truly are remarkable, Guan. The art of war has been mastered by you. From tomorrow onward, I shall call you grandson, he exclaimed, joyously lifting Zhang Guan in celebration. Oh, there's no need for that. I would rather you call me father, Fac. Amidst the jubilant teammates rushing to celebrate, Goyos declared with fervor, tonight's festivities are on me. Goyos will foot the bill. Observing the young players embracing in celebration, Massa exchanged knowing smiles with Carlson. Although a few key players had been removed, these fledgling talents exhibited an even greater fighting spirit. Their unity and passion undoubtedly infused this youthful team with a competitive edge distinct from before. Subsequently, neither side managed to alter the score again, and a 2-2 draw was more than satisfactory for the Pisa team. In the stands, Chu Bai let out a sigh of relief. The match had been quite tense, with the intensity of the confrontation surpassing those of previous games. Yet, the 1-goal and 1-assist performance reaffirmed the familiar prowess of Zhang Guan. The post-match media interviews were imminent. Chu Bai discreetly mingled among a throng of reporters, seeking to approach Zhang Guan and surprise him. What would his reaction be? Would he be ecstatic, or would he be rendered speechless? As she pondered Zhang Guan's potential response, she edged closer to the player's bench, step by step. However, the slowly advancing reporters suddenly halted. Chapter 66. Practicing back-to-the-goal play. Everyone has witnessed the challenges of today's match. I encourage you to inform me of any questions you wish to pose, and I will incorporate them into my exclusive interview with Zhang Guan. I will share the interview with you shortly. Thank you for your cooperation. Who is that? Chu Bai quietly inquired of a nearby reporter. It has been said that Cheng Lixue, the journalist who specializes in Zhang Guan, serves as his exclusive media outlet, providing first-hand information about him. We all rely on her for insights into Zhang Guan's life. One cannot help but wonder how she managed to establish such a connection. Perhaps her fair complexion, beauty, and long legs have something to do with it. After all, athletes often have a penchant for such attributes, another individual remarked with a knowing glance. Regarding this perspective, Chu Bai was somewhat skeptical. The media, after all, has a penchant for sensationalism, especially when it comes to personal lives, which are often the focal point of gossip. Otherwise, what would be the allure? Excuse me, young lady, which media outlet do you represent? You seem unfamiliar, a voice inquired. Is there something I can assist you with? As the crowd dispersed, only Chu Bai remained, scanning the surroundings, when Cheng Lixue naturally took notice of her. While contemplating how to engage, Zhang Guan emerged from the shadows and enveloped Chu Bai in his arms, planting a kiss on her. After waiting for so long, I finally managed to send the reporters away. I wondered why I felt so confident on the field today. It turns out you were in the stands. With you here, it feels like a home game. Chu Bai's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not attempt to break free. I suppose my timing is off, Chung Lishu adjusted, preparing to leave. No, your timing is impeccable, Zhang Guan called her back, introducing. This is my childhood sweetheart. Chu Bai thought. We've only known each other for less than a year. Is that considered childhood sweethearts? And this is Ashu, whom I invited to help me handle the interviews. Ashu, your demeanor is truly admirable, and you are quite beautiful. The reporters were all praising you earlier, envious of your charm. You are the epitome of natural beauty. Zhang Guan is indeed fortunate. Enough of the flattery, ladies. Ashu, I must be off to a date. The media matters are in your capable hands. As for the interview, feel free to fabricate something, as long as it showcases my brilliance and charm. After all, I have a solid foundation. This should not be too challenging. Apologies for interrupting your time with your lovely colleague, esteemed football star. No need for apologies. Just embrace me. Do not think you can evade the truth. You need to provide a thorough account. Zhang Guan, somewhat overwhelmed, decided to be forthright. We have not held hands, nor embraced, and certainly have not kissed. That is the extent of my confession. Well, you did not have to be so blunt. You know me. I have always preferred candidness, directness, and a straightforward approach. Stop right there. When Zhang Guan returned to the players' dormitory, it was already midday on the third day. Upon entering the room, he found Gu Yu still soundly asleep. What is going on? Why is he still in slumber? He is not usually one to indulge in late mornings. Zhang Guan approached and noticed the lipstick marks on Gu Yu's face and shoulders, suddenly understanding the situation. Gu handsome, awaken. Let us engage in another battle of 300 rounds. Zhang Guan teased, adopting an exaggerated tone that would send chills down anyone's spine. Gu Yu instinctively sprang upright, his eyes a bit dazed but resolutely responding, battle. Oh, Guan, you're back. Where's my comrade? The struggle is relentless. Training resumes this afternoon. Just look at your face. If the coach sees it, you'll surely face repercussions. At least clean up the battlefield after your escapades. How can you even criticize me? I engage in combat alongside a rotating group of comrades, while you are paired with the same partners. The circumstances are quite similar. Just the other day, I serendipitously encountered a female companion at a nightclub. Her physique, beauty, and prowess left one utterly captivated. Goyo smacked his lips, reminiscing about the passionate days of late. You, my friend, will inevitably find yourself undone by your romantic entanglements. That is indeed my lifelong aspiration. Sincerity is, after all, the ultimate weapon. Zhang Guan slapped his forehead, left speechless. Although he secured points in the match against Cremona, the confrontation with formidable teams illuminated areas for improvement, notably his ability to maneuver with his back to the opponent. In such positions, he must find ways to engage and create opportunities for turning and breaking through, skills he has honed and successfully executed. However, once drawn into a static battle, opportunities for dynamic maneuvers dwindle, necessitating stability and positioning, receiving the ball with his back turned, and engaging in physical confrontation. While Zhang Guan excels at this, he recognizes it is still insufficient, especially considering that towering defenders, standing at 190 centimeters, will become the norm for elite teams in the coming years. He believes proactive preparation is essential. Standing at 183 centimeters and weighing 78 kilograms, Zhang Guan perceives this as an ideal combination, capable of blending athleticism with explosive power and agility. While gaining an inch in height or adding weight could significantly enhance his physical confrontational prowess, it would simultaneously diminish his explosiveness and flexibility, a scenario he wishes to avoid. Reflecting on the bulk of Fat Luo and the muscle of Iroh, he shuddered at the thought and dismissed both options. Zhang Guan. Height cannot be altered at will. With height fixed and a reluctance to gain weight, he must resort to technical refinement. First and foremost, foundational confrontational ability must be assured. Thus, strength training for both upper and lower body in the gym is imperative, with particular emphasis on solid lower body strength. Secondly, positioning is a technical skill, even in back-to-back situations. The requirements differ across various zones: the center, flanks, top of the arc, and center circle. Understanding which direction to position oneself, how to lean, and how to exert force must be meticulously considered. Then, during practice, these concepts should be repeatedly tested and refined in actual combat to ultimately establish muscle memory. Thirdly, Once he can maintain his position and effectively hold his ground, ball control becomes crucial. While exerting force against a rear confrontation, his ankles must remain relaxed to master the ball. Decisions regarding whether to stop the ball further away or closer, slightly left or right, cannot be generalized. They depend on the opponent's positioning and teammates' movements, necessitating a constantly alert mind to read the situation on the field. After Zhang Guan shared his thoughts with Masa, Masa internally praised him for not being preoccupied with his strengths and actively working to improve his weaknesses, drawing upon his extensive experience in leading teams. He assisted Zhang in refining his ideas and eventually arranged for Ericsson to focus on Zhang during training. This focus entailed high-intensity, closely monitored practice, adhering to the standards of a formal competition. Chapter 67. Facing Adversity. Standing at 193 centimeters tall and weighing 88 kilograms, Ericsson, with a mournful expression, consulted Masa, "Coach, Zhang Guan is far too fast. Can we switch someone else in? I think Vasily would be a suitable choice." He was genuinely reluctant to match up against someone as swift, strong, and physically capable as Zhang, having already faced difficulties in the youth team. "That sounds good." Masa agreed readily, and Ericsson felt a wave of relief wash over him, albeit with a hint of confusion regarding Masa's unusually accommodating demeanor. Was it possible that he looked particularly handsome today? "Go call Vasily over, and you need tea come tomorrow." "What about the day after?" Ericsson inquired cautiously. "Not then either." "Wait, this isn't even the weekend yet. Why are you giving me a 2-day break, Coach?" Ericsson sensed something amiss. "You won't be coming back at all," Masa stated nonchalantly. "Just report back to the youth team and see if they can better accommodate your bargaining style." This was it. Masa had remained unchanged. Ericsson quickly backtracked. "But how could that be? Vasily isn't as strong as I am. It's far more appropriate for me to practice with Zhang Guan. We've trained together many times in the youth team. I have experience. Let me ramp up the intensity for Zhang Guan. Not forcing it. Absolutely not forcing it," Ericsson declared firmly. Goyas, observing the situation from a distance, whispered to Vasily, "I bet Ericsson is about to face another setback." "Huh? How do you know?" Vasily asked. "Just a hunch. Yesterday, the day before, and the day before that, when Masa was tough on me, his expression was exactly like that." Despite the banter, they did not take training lightly. Ericsson engaged earnestly in a physical contest with Zhang Guan, often pushing him to the point of losing his footing. Zhang Guan momentarily wondered whether Ericsson was venting frustration or genuinely committed to the practice. However, this intensity was precisely what Masa and Zhang desired. Otherwise, what significance would there be in lackluster confrontations? Ericsson's rationale was straightforward. The coach was watching from below, and if Zhang Guan gained the upper hand in their physical exchanges, he would likely be dispatched back to the youth team. How would he explain that to his fellow teammates? What would become of his reputation as their captain? "Did you request Ericsson to assist you with back-to-the-basket drills?" After another day of training, Goyas asked Zhang Guan, who was still panting and recovering. "Yes. Why put yourself through this? As a speed-oriented forward, wouldn't it suffice to practice explosive bursts? Why seek the arduous route? One cannot remain ensconced in the comfort zone indefinitely. Moreover, who claims that I am merely swift? I am undoubtedly a versatile player. What if I encounter someone as fast as I am? Thus, my aspiration is to be stronger than those who are quicker than me, to be more precise in my shooting than those who are more robust, to excel in heading over those who are more accurate, and to be more charming than those who are superior in heading. Haha. After all, I am a roommate of Goyo's. It seems that self-admiration is contagious, doesn't it?" Vasily teased. "Regardless of whether he is narcissistic or not, it has certainly put me in a predicament." Ericsson lamented, "I used to have a leisurely training routine daily. But as you have seen these past few days, this fellow has been relentlessly challenging me. At first, I felt quite at ease, but as time has progressed, I have found it increasingly difficult to gain the upper hand. You, my friend, have a solid foundation and impressive lower body strength. If you refine your back-to-goal skills further, it will be truly remarkable." Goyos, grinning foolishly for a long moment, finally realized he was indeed one of the competitors. Through half a month of intensive training during the off-season, Zhang Guan felt that his back-to-goal skills had markedly improved, a sentiment echoed by both Ericsson and Vasily. He was eagerly anticipating the evening's match. It was rumored that the opposing team, Pescara, featured a central defender, Balzano, who stood at 192 centimeters and weighed 85 kilograms. Having played several years in Serie A, thus making him a seasoned adversary against whom to test his mettle, despite Eriksson having already increased the training intensity. It was only upon facing the opponent in a real match that Zhang Guan realized the intensity would be even greater, partly due to the formidable skills of his rival. For instance, just moments ago, although Zhang Guan had firmly established his stance, as he prepared to control the ball, Bolzano suddenly thrust forward with force. Though Zhang Guan adjusted his center of gravity and managed to maintain his position, he miscalculated the strength required to control the ball, causing it to veer 3 meters away. Then, earlier still, while contending for a high ball dispatched from the backfield, Zhang Guan endeavored to press against the opponent's defense to claim the first touch. However, just as the ball approached his control, Bolzano took 2 deliberate steps back, what is colloquially known as pulling the chair, which caused Zhang Guan, who was exerting force in the contest, to lose his balance and consequently the ball. In yet another instance, after a series of confrontations, Zhang Guan finally managed to precariously stop the ball under his foot while facing away from the goal. However, as he contemplated his next move, Bolzano seized the opportunity, deftly poking the ball away from beneath him. One need not elaborate further. Such performance in the first half was, naturally, unremarkable. During halftime, Zhang Guan said to Masa, "I feel that my errors in back-to-goal play during the first half could easily fill a highlights reel. I've even thought of a title for it, the compilation of back-to-goal mistakes, haha." The ability to jest at oneself demonstrates that one's mindset remains intact. Masa sighed in relief. He had been concerned about dampening Zhang Guan's enthusiasm and had intentionally downplayed the situation. Seeing Zhang Guan confront a plethora of mistakes with composure reassured him. Maintain a balanced mindset. Bolzano is a seasoned veteran and not easily dealt with. It is of no consequence. One simply needs to strive harder. I hope the camera captured my earlier blunder. I shall meticulously review it later. Masa nodded, but soon felt a sense of discontent. Why are you arranging things for me? Who exactly is the coach here? Bolzano was pleased with the team's performance in the first half, particularly with the player named Zhang Guan. He had heard of Zhang's impressive statistics from earlier matches. Yet upon seeing him today, he realized the reality did not match the reputation. He had anticipated encountering a promising talent, but it appeared that Zhang was merely another fleeting young star. After all, could one truly expect a rose to bloom in the desert of football? Having witnessed many rising stars fade throughout his career, Bolzano did not dwell on it. In the second half, Zhang Guan endeavored to apply some concepts he had accumulated during training into actual gameplay, but the results remained less than ideal. However, he was unconcerned, as the day's objective was to discern the gap between training and real competition, with the camera still rolling, after all. It was not until the match reached the 60-minute mark that Zhang began to gain insights after experimenting with various techniques and movements he typically practiced in training. Even when positioned disadvantageously, he realized that one could not solely rely on physical strength to challenge a towering center back standing at 190 centimeters. Instead, he needed to be more agile, employing feints and a blend of authenticity and deception, rendering his opponent unable to predict his actions and hesitant to exert full force in confrontation. When contesting for position, he lowered his center of gravity, anchoring his feet strategically beneath his opponent's center of mass, while simultaneously using his upper body to generate upward force, thereby gradually pushing his opponent back. Upon receiving the ball, he would angle his body slightly, aligning himself, the ball, and the opponent in a straight line, obstructing the opponent's line of sight. Even if he could not entirely block their view, he aimed to sever their connection to the ball, thereby minimizing the chances of disruption. Chapter 68. Late Night Review. The on-field summary concluded here. It was time to take control of the game in a manner he excelled at. Bolzano suddenly noticed that Zhang Guan's movements had significantly expanded. Yet he did not pay it much mind, considering that this inexperienced forward, who had been intercepted by him over a dozen times in 60 minutes, posed little threat. He followed Zhang Guan to the junction of the center back and the defensive midfielder's zone, just as he prepared to communicate with the midfielder for a defensive switch. Goyos timely delivered a short pass to Zhang Guan. Leaning against Bolzano, Zhang made a diagonal run for a few meters before halting, as if to receive the ball. Noticing Bolzano had slowed his pace, he feigned to the left with a shoulder shimmy. Bolzano scoffed, thinking to himself that he had witnessed countless such rudimentary maneuvers. This was merely a feigned stop leading to a genuine sprint. He anticipated the play, ready to pivot and intercept the ball seamlessly. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. After the shoulder shimmy, Zhang Guan perceived Bolzano's shift in weight, and instead of executing a turn to break through, he pivoted to the right, twisting his ankle as he nudged the ball toward the direction of his advance. Although Bolzano miscalculated his prediction, he reacted swiftly, turning his body and tugging at Zhang Guan to prevent him from accelerating. Zhang Guan, though shorter in stature, exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly evading Bolzano's defense with a swift turn that took only 2 or 3 steps. The opposing goalkeeper, who had been largely inactive throughout the match, advanced a couple of steps to broaden his defensive coverage. It must be noted that these 2 steps were pivotal, effectively obstructing Zhang Guan's diagonal pass into the penalty area and simultaneously narrowing the angle for a long-range shot. However, this posed no challenge for Zhang Guan, whose shooting techniques were diverse and refined. As the goalkeeper advanced, Zhang Guan executed a clever maneuver. Instead of a powerful strike, he delicately flicked the ball from its base, sending it on a high parabolic arc that soared over the goalkeeper's desperate reach before plummeting into the net. Such artistry. The closest player, Goyos, exuberantly celebrated by exclaiming, "Your arsenal of skills is truly comprehensive." He playfully added that he merely assisted by passing the ball to Zhang Guan and then stood by, watching as the assist seemed to fall from the heavens. "Come on, guys, don't misinterpret my actions. I was fervently praying after the pass. But Goyos, you will settle the tab tonight at the nightclub." Bolzano, feeling a twinge of frustration, pondered how a seemingly mediocre player suddenly excelled. Could it be that he had been feigning incompetence all along, waiting for this moment? He resolved to scrutinize Zhang Guan more closely in the next match. However, much to his dismay, Zhang Guan was promptly substituted for Massa to rest after scoring. "Well, see you next time. I look forward to gauging your true capabilities. And I sincerely hope you avoid relegation. Come on, Guan, let us go celebrate." This splendid weekend is on Goyos. Upon returning to the training facility, Goyos changed attire and prepared to head out with a few teammates. "No, you all go ahead. I have several videos to analyze from today's match. I must strike while the iron is hot." Look at Goyos as Zhang Guan's roommate. "What are you doing while he is busy? Aren't you embarrassed?" Came the voice of Haiti. "Hey, Haiti, what's so remarkable about a few videos? I watch them regularly too." "Oh, I believe that. But I wager you're watching those types of videos that can be performed by just 2 people, filled with countless interjections? Ha ha ha. It seems you indulge in them as well. Who would have thought that the sharp-eyed Haiti had such interests?" After bidding farewell to his playful teammates, Zhang Guan inserted his card reader, locating the footage of his confrontation with Bolzano, and meticulously analyzed it frame by frame, taking notes based on his on-field experiences. Zhang Guan possessed a unique talent for summarizing and reviewing, a skill that had served him well during his previous tenure as a planning director. At the 17-minute mark of the match, had there been a greater force applied in leaning back and the supporting leg extended an additional 20 to 30 centimeters, the ball would not have been intercepted by Bolzano. At the 22-minute mark, had a feint been employed prior to receiving the ball to distract Bolzano's attention, the ball might have been successfully controlled. At the 31-minute mark, it would have been prudent to observe the field more keenly. Goyos had already slipped into a subtle opening that warranted a direct pass. Furthermore, instead of halting the ball completely, it should have been seamlessly guided forward. The night had deepened, and the training facility was devoid of the day's clamor. It was unlikely anyone could fathom that in a secluded corner, one soul remained, diligently reviewing the match footage, accompanied only by the moonlight. No one can rely solely on innate talent to succeed in football. One might argue that introspection and analysis represent another facet of talent. Zhang Guan stood, stretching languidly and exhaling deeply. Unbeknownst to him, it was already 2 a.m. Yet the insights garnered from the repeated video analysis rendered him wide awake. Thus, he decided to push open the door and meander through the training base under the bright moonlight. In the early spring, a slight chill lingered in the air. Having been abroad for several months, he pondered the well-being of Zhang Nila and the others. Had they found success in their romantic pursuits? The houses by Spring Equinox Lake were likely nearing completion. It seemed an opportune moment to consider selling them, once the funds returned. Perhaps Zhang Nila could explore investment opportunities domestically, while he managed affairs from afar in the Apennines, striving to establish a commercial empire. With Julie studying finance at the University of Pisa, upon her graduation, the 3 brothers could unite. He wondered if that little girl, Chu Bai, had fallen asleep yet. Achoo! Zhang Guan wrapped his thin pajamas around him, rubbing his reddened nose, and hurried back to his dormitory for a deep slumber. Ding ding ding. Hello. After a prolonged struggle, Zhang Guan extricated his hand from the covers, grasping his phone on the table, barely opening his eyes, and instinctively pressed the answer key. Zhang Guan, why are you still asleep? Didn't we agree to go to your uncle's house today? Zhang Guan mumbled sleepily, gradually rousing himself. Oh, right. I believe he mentioned we would have lunch at my uncle's today. I stayed up too late watching videos yesterday and completely forgot. I stayed up too late watching videos, Zhang Guan admitted groggily. Watching videos? What kind of videos could keep you up all night? Wait. It wouldn't be the ones I warned you about, would it? The ones with just 2 or 3 people acting. What are you thinking? Regardless of what you watched, I will pick you up at the training base entrance in half an hour. You must rise immediately, tidy yourself up, and be ready. Chapter 69. Contract Renewal. Su Dingfang's residence was a 2-story villa in the city of Pisa, adorned with light-colored walls and a dark roof. A low fence enclosed a reasonably sized yard, with a Mercedes parked outside, creating a distinctly homely atmosphere. Uncle, we have arrived. Su Dingfang opened the door to find his niece, whose smile radiated like a blooming flower, accompanied by Zhang Guan, who was burdened with an array of gift boxes. Please, come in. Why bring gifts when visiting your aunt? She said with a welcoming smile as she ushered them into the house. I did mention it wasn't necessary. But he insisted on buying something, Zhang Guan replied. When I visit my uncle's home, I can forego gifts, but how could you visit your superior empty-handed? What superior? In the club, my uncle is the director, and I am merely a player. We stand on equal ground. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? More or less. Su Dingfang responded casually, inwardly reflecting, this mischievous brat sure knows how to spin tales. As the competition director, my role is to oversee players like you, and yet you speak of equality? Can a rabbit truly stand on equal footing with a tiger? What would you like to eat for lunch? Your aunt will cook for you, he asked. How kind of you, aunt? Let me think. Zhang Guan should avoid overly sweet dishes. So let us consider braised pork, sweet and sour tenderloin, caramelized bananas, and cola chicken wings, perhaps? Chu Bai pondered aloud. Let us go all out on the sweetness. Just as Su Dingfang intended to praise Chu Bai for her thoughtfulness towards Zhang Guan's dietary restrictions, he refrained from voicing it. Uncle, and aunt seem quite close, Zhang Guan remarked, watching as Chu Bai joined her aunt in the kitchen. Indeed. This little girl has loved staying with us since childhood, Su Dingfang responded, retrieving a box of cigars from the cabinet and offering one to Zhang Guan. For Zhang Guan, this was not a novel experience. In his previous life, he had relished the sensation of smoke filling his mouth. He accepted the cigar, inhaling its aroma before expertly trimming the cap with a nearby cutter. How is everything at the team? Su Dingfang inquired while toasting the end of his cigar, pushing a lighter toward Zhang Guan. Quite smoothly, Zhang Guan replied, adjusting the flame to a lower setting, carefully rotating the cigar for even combustion. Masa is an excellent coach, strict yet fair, with a keen tactical mind. Carlson, as his assistant, is comprehensive. He handles tactics and conditioning well and is adept at sensing and addressing the team's emotional dynamics promptly. The teammates are young and spirited. We get along splendidly. After saying this, he took a gentle puff from the now fully ignited cigar, allowing the familiar smoke to envelop his mouth. Observing Zhang Guan's enjoyment, Su Dingfang was filled with curiosity. Why was he so adept at smoking cigars, exhibiting such professionalism? Furthermore, though his assessment of the team was quite fair, there lingered an odd tone, as if he were observing from a divine perspective. I have worked alongside Masa and Carlson for 5 or 6 years. They indeed make a formidable duo. Tasked with an urgent mission, they garnered 11 points in 6 matches, elevating the team from the bottom to 5th place from last. Significantly clarifying our relegation situation, the club is already preparing to offer them permanent positions. However, they requested that we secure your contract first, Su Dingfang said, pulling a contract from the drawer and placing it before Zhang Guan. Does this mean I should secure my position ahead of them? It seems my 6 goals have made quite an impact. Zhang Guan responded with a playful grin. It's 7, Su Dingfang corrected him. Oh, close enough. Where's the signature? Zhang Guan glanced at the densely packed contract filled with legal jargon, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Aren't you going to take a closer look? What's there to see? My uncle wouldn't try to deceive me, would he? Nevertheless, if you could lend me a hand to review this contract clause, I would appreciate it. Su Dingfang slapped his forehead, thinking to himself how thick-skinned this guy was. The contract's effective date is from March 6, 2005 to March 5, 2010, totaling 5 years. The annual salary for the first 2 years is 300,000 euros, while it rises to 400,000 euros for the 3rd to 5th years. Goal bonuses, 10. €0,000 per goal in the top league, 5,000 euros per goal in the second tier, and 3,000 euros per goal in cup matches. Additionally, there is a 20,000 euro attendance bonus for a full season. Good heavens, Zhang Guan, your remuneration is skyrocketing. Why isn't there a Champions League goal bonus? Zhang Guan inquired curiously. Su Dingfang was somewhat speechless. Come on, let us not even mention the Champions League. Even the Europa League is something Pisa should be concerned about. Hey, I just thought of something. Are there any bonuses for the 6 or 7 goals I scored before? Su Dingfang pointed silently at the contract's effective date. Damn, so that means they were for nothing. Su Dingfang rolled his eyes. For nothing? If you hadn't scored, would you even be seeing this contract? Uncle, can we negotiate to move the date up by a day? That way, I could receive the bonus for my goal yesterday, which is 5,000 euros. Are we haggling at a market? This contract was hard-won from the club, and you've certainly earned it. Just look at your teammates. They might have to wait until the end of the season for their contracts. Watching Zhang Guan swiftly sign his name on the contract, Su Dingfang felt a sense of satisfaction as he retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet. Uncle, Zhang Guan is an athlete. How can you be letting him smoke and drink? On such a joyous occasion, what's wrong with a little relaxation? From the time I entered the Apennine football scene until now, I've signed nearly 80 players, and now I finally have a Chinese player, who happens to be my nephew-in-law. Isn't that worth a proper celebration? With that, disregarding the slightly flushed Chu Bai, Su Dingfang turned to Zhang Guan. Your treatment has reached a level suitable for a key rotation player. Remember, we are in the second division, which doesn't compare to those extravagant first division teams. However, I can promise you that if you maintain this performance for another year, your salary will double, and many first division teams will come knocking. As Zhang Guan opened his mouth to say something, Su Dingfang raised a hand to stop him. You don't need to say those sentimental things about sacrificing better opportunities for the team. As long as you wear this jersey with pride, you can confidently pursue greater heights. The club won't hold you back nor hinder your development. Actually, I just wanted to say that the food is getting cold. Stop rambling and let us eat. Come on, pour some more. Cheers. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Su Dingfang occasionally recounted the amusing anecdotes of Chu Bai's childhood, while at other times he reminisced about his past adventures in the Apennines. Unbeknownst to them, they had consumed several drinks. Zhang Guan, seasoned from the battlefield, engaged in various forms of entertainment, creating an atmosphere where both men were evenly matched in their revelry. Although Su Dingfang was technically Chu Bai's uncle, being merely in his mid-30s, he was slightly younger than Zhang Guan, leading to many shared perspectives, which fostered an increasingly lively conversation as they continued to drink. Chapter 70. The Counterattack of Cores. As for me, Zhang, my purpose in the Apennines this time is solely to play football and, moreover, to address the detrimental influences abroad. Oh, what kind of influence? The kind that wishes to see us fail. How do you intend to tackle it? I'll deal with any foul play on the field during the game, and any shenanigans off the field will be handled as well. What gives you the right? This pair of legs does. Strong. Brother, I raise my glass to you. Cheers. I want them to realize that even in a desert of football, towering trees can grow. Stop boasting and eat some food. Observing that their conversation was becoming increasingly absurd and that they were starting to sway, Chu Bai and her aunt quickly assisted them to their respective beds for rest. It seems your uncle is indeed quite happy today. It is rare to see him indulge so freely in drink. He has always been a devoted football fan, and witnessing a Chinese player rise to prominence, especially one he personally nurtured, is undoubtedly a source of joy. When Zhang Guan awoke, the sun had already dipped low, and the soft moonlight was gradually spreading across the courtyard outside the window. Awake now? Chu Bai, reading at a nearby desk, brought over a glass of water. Do you recall how much you drank with Uncle at noon? Cuban rum, a rarity indeed. This was worth it. Zhang Guan rubbed his eyes and made his way to the living room. Upon exiting, he unexpectedly collided with the still drowsy Su Dingfang, leaving both men momentarily stunned. Should I call you uncle or brother? Zhang Guan hesitated. Su Dingfang appeared equally perplexed. Fortunately, Chu Bai's timely appearance broke the tension. Oh, are you two here sizing each other up? You've had your drinks and embraced. Let's not be so formal anymore. All right, we'll each keep to our own. You may call me uncle, while you can refer to me as brother in a professional context. Looking for old Su? All right, just a moment. Auntie approached, handing the phone in her hand to Su Dingfang. Hello? Oh, Laozhua, are you craving my rum again? What kind of talk is this? Do you think I, a grown man, would covet your liquor? But be sure to save that fragrant rum for me. I'll trade you something for it. In that case, come to my house. I'll introduce you to a little friend, our team's rising star, Zhang Guan. Zhang Guan, at your house right now? That is splendid. The matter I wanted to discuss with you happens to involve him. I'll be at your place in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Su Dingfang looked at Zhang Guan with curiosity. Do you know Zhuo Chunyu? As Zhang Guan listened to Su Dingfang refer to the person on the other end of the line as Old Zhua, he surmised that the individual was most likely Zhuo Chunyu. After all, both were prominent figures in the football circle of Pisa, and it was perfectly reasonable for Zhuo Chunyu to be acquainted with Su Dingfang, especially given the rarity of individuals with the surname Zhua. Indeed, my brother, we haven't known each other for long. I have entrusted them with my interview rights and have also authorized them to manage interactions with other media on my behalf. Zhang Guan remarked. Ah, that is indeed a commendable choice, Su Dingfang nodded. Old Zhua's character and professionalism are well respected within the industry. He is renowned for his appreciation of talent. Having him handle the media for you will undoubtedly alleviate a significant burden. He resides just in the neighboring block. We often meet to drink and fish together. Come, let us wait for him at the entrance. Barely had they settled in the courtyard when Zhuo Chunyu strolled in. Carrying a small bag. Old Zhua, over here. Su Dingfang called out, rising to wave at Zhuo Chunyu. Ah, what brings you two together? Let me hazard a guess. Club executives meeting with the team's rising star, perhaps to discuss a contract? Zhuo Chunyu seated himself, amiably offering a cigarette. Not entirely a contract discussion. Zhang Guan is my niece's husband, Su Dingfang responded. Oh, Zhang Guan, you certainly have hidden depths. I have met old Su's niece. She is quite the charming young lady. Hello, Uncle Zhua. Weren't you running low on cigarettes? How is it that your pocket resembles that of Doraemon, always producing more? Haha. Truly, I have very few left, less than 3 cartons. Zhuo Chunyu laughed heartily before continuing. It's fortuitous that you two are together, as it simplifies matters for me. I have both good news and bad news to share. Zhang Guan, you have garnered significant attention. Today, the Pisa Sports Gossip publication featured your story on the front page, sparking considerable discussion within the industry. Oh, and what is the good news? You consider this the bad news? Allow me to amend my previous statement. I bring you a piece of bad news and an even worse piece of news. Do not keep us in suspense, old Su. Our readers will tire of your verbosity. The worst news is that your headline status stems from negative publicity. With that, Zhuo Chunyu handed the newspaper to the two. Upon observing Zhang Guan perusing the article without displaying any surprise or anger, Zhuo Chunyu remarked appreciatively, you must be quite incensed by the newspaper's fabrications. Yet I see no emotional upheaval in you. Truly, you are as unflappable as a mountain in the face of adversity, a promising student indeed. Zhang Guan lifted his head and humbly waved his hand. I simply do not comprehend it. Zhuo Chunyu, astonished, replied, your spoken Italian is quite proficient. I have witnessed your interactions with teammates without any hindrance. Hee, I am rather embarrassed. I only studied Italian intensively for 3 months. I can speak and understand, but I cannot read or write. I am what one might call an illiterate in the Apennines. While Zhuo Chunyu marveled at Zhang Guan's exceptional talent, he translated the headline, Pisa team player assaulting a woman and an elderly man on the street, causing injuries to several bystanders who intervened. The essence of the article suggested that you were bullying the vulnerable on the street, and a group of passers-by attempted to intervene but were injured in the process, ultimately leading to your shameful retreat amid public outcry. What follows is a lengthy denunciation directed at you, reiterating that the Apennines do not welcome thugs. Regardless of how swiftly you may rise to prominence, you must be made to retreat. Such sentiments lack novelty. Su Dingfang swiftly perused the entire article, fixating on several accompanying images in the newspaper for an extended period, and inquired with curiosity, the elderly gentleman mentioned in the article who was bullied, could it be you? Old Zhua? Indeed, it is I, Zhuo Chunyu replied with a chuckle. How do I appear? The person who captured the photograph is truly mischievous, as they have portrayed me quite unflatteringly. Su Dingfang glanced at the image of Zhuo Chunyu, adorned in a riot of colors, his face embellished with vibrant prints, complemented by a Mediterranean hairstyle and a rotund beer belly. He burst into laughter, given your attire at that moment. It seems rather challenging for the photographer to capture you in a dignified manner. Since you were present, what transpired? It was merely a week or 2 ago. There was a match between Pisa and Palermo, and my outfit was specifically chosen for the occasion. Zhuo Chunyu recounted the events in detail. including how player Corres instigated discrimination on the field and provoked confrontations outside of it. Upon concluding his account, Zhuochuanxiu seized a beer from the table and took a couple of swigs, adding, "Clearly, Corres suffered a setback on the pitch and was dealt a blow off it. Now he seeks to sully my reputation with his nefarious tactics. This is intolerable." "Oh, what do you intend to do about this intolerable situation?" Su Dingfang queried. "On the field and off, my old man is powerless, yet when it comes to media and publicity, I pride myself on my capabilities. I have already instructed a Shui to retrieve surveillance footage from the vicinity and am organizing a team to collect evidence of Corres' past misdeeds both on and off the field. Within days, I shall pen an article myself. Let this young man witness the might of our Eastern quill." With Zhuochuanxiu taking the lead, Su Dingfang felt reassured and shifted the conversation, saying, "Old as Hua, I bear both a bad and a worse piece of news for you. The bad news is that the rum you coveted has been consumed by Zhang Guan and me." Could there be worse news than this? "The Cuban cigar has also been smoked. Such a lack of decorum. To bully a 50-year-old comrade." Chapter 71, Evading Battle. This week features a doubleheader, with the starting players for the match against Pescara today primarily focusing on recovery training, while those who did not start engage in regular training. After a brief briefing, Carlson called Zhang Guan aside. "Regarding the descriptions in the newspaper, can you simplify it for me? Is it true or false?" Carlson inquired with concern. "I did strike the opponent. That is true, but the rest is false. The instigator you are familiar with is none other than Corres." Zhang Guan summarized the situation for Massa and Carlson. Upon witnessing Zhang Guan being called aside for questioning by the coaches, Goyos stealthily followed behind. Upon hearing this information, Goyos could not contain his indignation, exclaiming, "This jerk not only seeks trouble on the field, but now aims to tarnish Zhang Guan's reputation off it. Truly outrageous. The next time I see him, I shall ensure he receives a proper reckoning." It appears that this Coles has quite the knack for stirring the pot, managing to create such a significant uproar with the aid of sensational tabloids. Massa glanced at Carlson with a look of concern and remarked, "Many fans have already been misled. They've heard that our team harbors such scoundrels who engage in harassment and assault, and they are indignant, demanding an explanation from the club. In fact, a group already gathered earlier, vehemently blocking the entrance to the facility, insisting that the club rid itself of these bad apples. The officials, skilled in the art of persuasion, managed to disperse them, but I must admit they are quite adept at it. However, with tonight's match, a larger congregation of fans is expected, and that situation may prove rather precarious, especially given the deep-seated prejudices some extreme fans hold against individuals of Eastern descent. Thus, from a standpoint of player protection, I suggest that Zhang Guan should not participate in the match against Ascoli tonight, and we can address the matter once the club has clarified the facts." As Carlson observed Zhang Guan's reaction, he inquired, "Guan, what are your thoughts?" "Thank you for your concern, coach, but these petty individuals cannot stir any significant turmoil. If I were to withdraw voluntarily, wouldn't that play directly into their hands?" Zhang Guan shook his head. "Moreover, regrettably, I do not comprehend the source of their biases against us. We Easterners have never been fond of ostentation, yet we have never easily yielded. If they do not welcome me, I do not depend on their approval. Our cups are only raised high for friends. But I have yet to enjoy the exquisite offerings of Goyos," he interjected. Next time for sure. Our bar will ensure you indulge until you are thoroughly satisfied. The aromatic and rich flavors, the various types of rice wine, and an array of delectable dishes such as sweet and sour pork, kung pao chicken, squirrel fish, and Westlake vinegar fish are truly endless topics to discuss for 3 days and nights. Goyos smacked his lips, his face alight with anticipation. "We must agree on this. Next time I visit, I shall have to sample all of these delights. Consider it my treat. By the way, do you prefer your dishes sweet or spicy? Are we talking about a lady or gourmet food?" Fact. As they resumed their training amidst playful banter, Carlson and Massa exchanged glances. Have they completely disregarded this matter? This lad indeed possesses a remarkable capacity for psychological endurance, exhibiting a maturity atypical of someone his age. Yet, I do harbor some concerns. Excessive rigidity may lead to a break. Do you believe this lad is too rigid? I see him as someone who adeptly navigates both strength and subtlety on the field, quite cunning indeed. At the home ground of the Pisa team, the Anconatani Stadium, which accommodates 170,000 spectators, nearly every seat was filled. Have you heard? That young man, who has been scoring relentlessly, has gotten himself into trouble off the field. Indeed, it is said he even sent a few good Samaritans to the hospital. Scum like this should not be allowed in the club. What are those officials doing? Do they not conduct due diligence before making acquisitions? Can just anyone be brought into the team? I must admit, I harbor some doubts. After all, this is merely a gossip column's report, and it may not be entirely reliable. The newspaper reported that he was simultaneously teasing others while angrily berating an elderly man nearby, and even managed to throw a punch at several burly men standing aside. I wonder how you all perceive this. As for me, I certainly lack such prowess. He must possess some remarkable skills. I am indifferent to the off-field gossip. The team acquired him to play football, and as long as he can score, that suffices. Clearly, the fans have divided into three factions. One, a radical group, blindly believes the newspaper's reports and vehemently condemns Zhang Guan's shameless behavior. Another, more conservative faction, harbors doubts about the claims, while the third remains neutral, focusing solely on his performance on the pitch. The discussions in the stands were lively and boisterous. When Zhang Guan entered the field alongside his teammates as a starter, a smattering of boos echoed throughout the stadium. When the announcer read the starting lineup and uttered Zhang Guan's name, thousands of radical fans erupted in a chorus of derisive jeers, creating a formidable atmosphere. What a bunch of fools. Why not just go support Ascoli instead? Goyos muttered quietly, listening to the jeers from the stands. Zhang Guan, however, remained composed, as if the jeers had no bearing on him. Ascoli employed a 3-4-3 formation, with Brasco, Miguel, and Pacino occupying the three central defender positions from left to right. Ahead of them were the two holding midfielders, Cavian and Elemer. Potini and Gazzoini were positioned on the flanks, while the attacking midfielder, Ninkovic, and the left winger, Bartis, formed an attacking trident with the center forward, Maichi. Upon learning of the opposing lineup, Zhang Guan had already begun to brainstorm. The 3-4-3 strategy demands high mobility from the flanks, but since Bartis predominantly attacks down the left, Potini's positioning might be rather conservative, leaving the left side offensive autonomy to Bartis. Correspondingly, Gazzoini on the right side would likely engage more in the attack to create a two-wing offensive. Otherwise, the attack would lack dimensionality. The two holding midfielders, Cavian and Elemer, would primarily focus on defense to cover the gaps left by the advancing wingbacks, ensuring the integrity and layered structure of the defense. However, after playing for a little over 10 minutes, Zhang Guan discovered that reality deviated significantly from his predictions. Potini exhibited a strong desire to attack, frequently penetrating deep into Pisa's territory in search of opportunities. Conversely, Gazzoini steadfastly maintained his position as a fullback, rarely pushing forward, while both holding midfielders were aggressively advancing. Fortunately, he refrained from sharing his predictions with Goyos, or else that fellow would have mocked him. Nonetheless, Zhang Guan found himself rather fond of the opponent's style of play, especially when left-back Potini and the two holding midfielders, Cavian and Elemer, actively surged forward, creating vast gaps in Ascoli's defensive territory. The notions of balanced and dimensional wing play, and the integrity and layering of defense, were non-existent. Watching Potini and Bartis alternately assault George's defensive zone, and seeing Cavian and Elemer contend with vassalage alongside Maichi, Zhang Guan silently wished them luck while drawing closer to Goyos, advising, "Let us capitalize on the gaps between their central defenders and the holding midfielders, as well as the space left by the advancing left back. We should make good use of these areas and interchange positions to exploit these two zones." Chapter 72. The truth revealed as the conversation unfolded, a defensive clearance found its way near Goyos. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Guan pivoted and darted towards the vacant space along the flank, and Goyos, understanding his intent, deftly passed the ball to him. Like a galloping steed, Zhang Guan suddenly recalled the phrase. In the expansive void of several meters, with the ball at his feet and confronted by a towering defender forced to retreat, Zhang Guan contemplated 9 different strategies to resolve the situation. He ultimately opted for the one most familiar to him, lowering his center of gravity. He executed a series of feints with both feet before surging forward. Brusco, completely bewildered by Zhang Guan's array of deceptive maneuvers, found himself compelled to make a desperate flying tackle, hoping to take down both man and ball. Yet, his actions came a fraction too late, leaving him to watch helplessly as Zhang Guan, gliding into the penalty area, deftly lobbed the ball into the net just ahead of Miguel's intervention. "Oh ho, brothers. Just tell me, was that assist not exquisite? Was the vision not superb?" exclaimed the fiery Haikatai. "Well done, Zhang Guan. Show those bird brains in the stands what for." "Indeed, a bunch of gullible fools. If one did not know better, they would think they were planted here by the opposition to stir up trouble. The stands erupted with fervor as the radicals jeered at the celebrating Zhang Guan, instantly drawing the ire of the conservatives and moderates. Hey, are you fans of Ascoli? Your eyesight must be poor. Can't you see it was Pisa that scored? How dare you boo? If you can't comprehend the game, then get out of here. You are just annoying us. What's so impressive about scoring a goal? I'll boo if I want to. Noticing the growing division among the spectators, Zhang Guan quickly suggested to his teammates, "It seems a quarrel has broken out among the fans. We should intervene." Goyos replied, "You're usually the instigator. It's rare to see you play peacemaker. Will no one commend my assist?" Zhang Guan approached the section where the argument was most heated, first bowing slightly to the supporters of the conservatives and moderates in gratitude, earning a round of applause. He then turned to the vociferous radicals and placed his index finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. "Bloody hell, is that your idea of mediation?" The radicals, taken aback by the foreigner's bluntness and audacity, momentarily stunned, responded with an even louder chorus of boos and unrestrained insults. Vasily quickly pulled Zhang Guan away. "Have you lost your mind? They are fans after all. You can't be so blunt." Zhang Guan shrugged dismissively. Those easily swayed by such news are either foolish or malicious. Silencing them is a favor to them. In truth, there was another sentiment Zhang Guan refrained from expressing. Their propensity to believe such sensationalism likely stemmed from a deep-seated xenophobia, particularly against Easterners. Had the player involved been local, they might have possessed a far greater capacity for discerning right from wrong. From that moment on, every action by Zhang Guan on the field would be scrutinized by both factions, alternating between boos and applause as the stands buzzed with excitement. The situation had turned the Pisa team into something resembling a visiting squad, finally allowing Kaviang to exploit a momentary lapse in the defense and score an equalizer. The crowd, at last, reached a consensus, erupting into a frenzy of boos. However, while some directed their disdain at the opponents, others reserved their jeers for Zhang Guan. At halftime, Vasily complained to the coach, "Are the fans being ridiculous? Whose side are they on? You see, you're still naive. Look at how unaffected Zhang Guan remains amidst the swirling chaos," the coach responded. "But honestly, Zhang Guan, is this really sustainable? Should you consider taking a breather in the second half?" "Absolutely not. I'm eager to score again and silence them. The louder they cheer, the more liberated I feel." The youthful exuberance of seeking revenge was indeed understandable. Yet, as they relished this match, had they contemplated the next one? Then let us keep scoring. Keep silencing them until they concede. Zhang Guan exuded confidence. One must admit that Ascoli's open style of play was remarkably suited for a striker like Zhang Guan, who thrived on counterattacks. However, despite Zhang Guan's reluctance to acknowledge it, the cacophony from the stands did affect his performance on the field. For instance, during a recent attempt to break through on the flank, he had a clear opportunity but, due to his impatience, launched the ball skyward, much to the delight of the more radical fans, who immediately showered him with a barrage of taunts. Watching the glee on the faces of those in the stands, Zhang Guan stomped the turf in frustration, as if wishing to bury them beneath it. In such moments, maintaining composure was essential. He took several deep breaths to calm himself. Wasn't he an opportunity presenting itself? Goyos had stumbled down the flank, navigating through the space left by Pittini's assist, and after a series of feints against the recovering center back, he passed the ball to Zhang Guan in the center. Zhang Guan, with his back to the defender, cleverly nudged the ball through the defender's legs with his heel, pivoting swiftly to surge into the penalty area, where he unleashed a beautifully arched shot past the goalkeeper. The commentator, with astonishing vocal power, erupted in exhilaration. One must acknowledge that Zhang Guan was indeed a player with a heart of steel, managing to score twice under such pressure, a feat not typical of someone his age. Breaking free from the jubilant throng, Zhang Guan strolled towards the stands, his demeanor reminiscent of a commander inspecting his troops. The conservative and neutral fans offered generous applause, while the radical faction could only muster a sparse chorus of boos and jeers. Unfazed, Zhang Guan raised his palms to his ears, closing his eyes in a provocative gesture of feigned listening. Oddly, the anticipated crescendo of boos did not materialize. The stadium, with over 10,000 spectators, fell into an unexpected silence. All eyes were drawn to the large screen, which was now broadcasting footage of Cole's provocative actions against Chung Lixua, culminating in his subsequent thrashing. After the video concluded, Zhuochunxiu spoke earnestly from the screen. "How is it that a victim is unjustly vilified as an assailant? Is there no sense of justice left in this world? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Damn, that tabloid has misled me. I shall never purchase it again. See, I told you not to trust that gossip rag. Indeed, it nearly wronged an innocent person. Come on, you were the loudest in booing just moments ago. Justice may be delayed, but it ultimately arrives. The previously radical individuals now bore expressions of shame and spontaneously rose to offer Zhang Guan a round of applause, which he graciously acknowledged by bowing deeply in all four directions, subtly indicating his stance. Had Zhuo Chuanxiu been present, he surely would have delivered an appropriate remark. On the sidelines, Masa chuckled, stroking his newly grown beard and nodding in satisfaction. The club had handled the situation admirably. Could there be a more perfect resolution? Chapter 73. The establishment of the company. The match against Ascoli marked Zhang Guan's 10th game since joining Serie B. In these 10 matches, he scored 14 goals and provided 5 assists, leading Pisa to 6 victories, 2 draws, and 2 defeats, accumulating a total of 20 points in the league. Pisa's ranking soared from 20th at the winter break to 13th, significantly improving their relegation prospects. Next was the international match day, with the league pausing for 2 weeks. Zhang Guan, shall we take a vacation? Chu Bai suggested, linking her arm with his. I'm afraid not. I need to return home to handle some matters. As I mentioned before, I purchased 5 properties by Spring Equinox Lake, and with the current market thriving and transactions booming, I recently entrusted someone to assist in selling them. Now that I have potential buyers, I must go finalize the paperwork. 5 properties? I didn't realize you were quite the affluent one. What did you intend to do with so many houses? Keep a secret, lover. Well, since my uncle and the others are also heading back, we can go together. Recently, Li Su, now the manager at the sales office, almost mistook an overseas call for a scam. Upon realizing it was the young man who had once bought 5 properties from him, he immediately agreed to help sell these listings when informed of the request. As for the commission Zhang Guan mentioned over the phone, Li Su didn't take it to heart. What a joke. Without this young man's timely assistance back then, I might have been kicked out long ago. How could I have persevered to see the bright side today? The properties are far more sought after now than they were then. Over the past 6 months, the real estate market has been as fervent as boiling hot pot. Binhu Guanlan has continuously launched 3 phases with over 500 units, each priced higher than the last, yet the market enthusiasm remains unyielding, with every unit sold out. Properties that were once overlooked 2 or 3 years ago are now in high demand. Truly, the tides of fortune shift dramatically over the years. Mr. Zhang, welcome, welcome. As Li Su saw Zhang Guan enter, he waved away these thoughts and approached. This is my girlfriend. Though you may perceive my words as mere flattery, I must express that your discernment is truly exceptional. Your 5 properties have all found new owners, with unit prices hovering around 5,000. A figure that reflects a relatively transparent market. After deducting various taxes and fees, you stand to gain over 160,000, with profits amounting to 120,000. If you so desire, the contracts can be finalized today. Observing Zhang Guan skillfully signing his name on the 5 contracts, Li Su could not help but reflect on the reasons the affluent remain prosperous. It is simply due to their keen insight, investment acumen, and decisive nature. In just a few strokes of the pen, over 1 million is secured, a truly enviable feat. Look at how effortlessly the wealthy pedal their bicycles. Zhang Guan, riding his bicycle with Chu Bai, circled Chuanfen Lake several times, immersed in the bustling crowd and the languorous essence of spring, reveling in an indescribable comfort. Chu Bai tightly wrapped her arms around Zhang Guan's waist, resting her face against his back, comfortably perched as if on the verge of slumber. Zhang Guan then pedaled toward the restaurant where he had arranged to dine with Zhang Nila, Zhu Li, Tao Yaoyao, and even the somewhat out-of-order Su Dingfang. Before we indulge in libations, let us discuss pertinent matters. Otherwise, words may escape us once we have partaken. Zhang Guan cleared his throat, gesturing for Zhang Nila to pause in pouring the drinks. Through my comparative analysis of urban development both domestically and abroad, I have uncovered a significant business opportunity. While foreign urbanization rates often exceed 60 or 70%, ours remains below 40, yet our growth rate consistently surpasses 5%. Get to the point, I'm starving. I understand your urgency, but please allow me to elaborate. Zhang Guan signaled for Zhang Nila to remain patient. My assertion is that our nation is on the brink of rapid urbanization, a monumental endeavor potentially worth trillions. Those who seize the opportunity to enter this fast lane will not only contribute to urban development, but also achieve personal fulfillment. Having concluded his thoughts, he inquired who was in agreement and who was opposed. The well-informed Su Dingfang nodded, acknowledging, That is the essence of it. Do you have specific plans? Rubbing his hands together with excitement, Zhang Guan replied, Since you've asked, I shall be candid. I intend to establish a real estate development company to facilitate urbanization and enhance the living conditions for the populace. Speak plainly. There is a plot of land in the western suburbs, nearly 100 acres, available for a mere 30 to 40,000 per acre. A bargain indeed. I plan to acquire this land for my real estate venture. The western suburbs? That desolate place? Even free land is not worth taking. Indeed, besides, who truly understands the intricacies of real estate? Well, it seems you two have become quite the harmonious pair in the months since we last met. And you claimed all was well? Chu Bai teased, noticing the synchronized banter between Tao Yaoyao and Zhang Nila. Let us not be hasty, Zhang Guan interjected. Listen to me. 2 years ago, Chuanfen Lake was a neglected spot, was it not? And what is it now? Therefore, we must observe the world with a vision for development. Moreover, I possess insider information. Plans are underway for the establishment of a subway in the western suburbs, and both junior and senior high schools are set to relocate there. In the future, the western suburbs will become the educational hub of our area. What do you think? Where did you acquire such inside information? I cannot disclose that. Zhang Guan pondered. Surely I cannot admit that it is a memory from a past life, can I? I have indeed heard such theories from acquaintances. If that is the case, it might be worth exploring. However, the question remains, where will the funds come from? Su Dingfang hit the nail on the head. This is precisely what we need to discuss. My plan is to acquire the land and hold on to it until favorable news emerges, at which point we can simply sell it off. Alternatively, we could collaborate with a company skilled in development, learning from them while working together. And once we secure a project, we can navigate the process with ease. Thus, it appears that substantial funds may not be necessary. Zhang Guan calculated silently and proposed a figure. I estimate that around 6 million would suffice. Simon, Guan good. Have you become so accustomed to spending euros that you no longer regard money? 6 million is merely a starting point. Hold on, let me explain. I can contribute 250,000. The remainder will need to come from everyone else. After much contemplation, Su Dingfang deemed the venture feasible, concluding that even if we did not engage in development, selling the land later would not result in a loss. He then expressed his willingness to contribute 250,000 as well. Look at that. We've already secured a substantial portion. Lao Zhu. Shall we not take our leave? This place is overwhelming. A pile of 250,000 has my legs trembling. Tao Yaoyao urged Nila to quiet down. Since Uncle Su has such confidence, I will contribute 50,000 as well. Chu Bai quickly followed suit. Then I shall take the remaining 50,000. Is that all? Lao Zhu, does this mean we have no part in this? Well, it was never our affair to begin with. Why? Do you wish to be involved? Who said it's not your concern? You both are crucial to us. My uncle and I are engaged in the Apennines, and our ventures in sports naturally diverge from real estate, making it challenging to juggle both. And Lao Zhu are studying finance and operations, respectively, precisely the talents our company requires, though they remain untapped potential. Nila and Yao Yao, at this moment, your roles are paramount. You both can intern at a real estate firm and learn the ropes. Indeed, there is merit in that. In terms of company equity distribution, we can consider everyone's focus and strengths. For instance, since Zhang Guan and I cannot possibly engage in management, it is prudent to allocate a portion of our share to others. After a thorough and intricate discussion, they ultimately reached a consensus. Zhang Guan and Su Dingfang would each hold 35, while Chu Bai and Tao Yaoyao would each hold 10, and Nila and Zhu Li would each hold 5. Through an introduction from Zhu Li's uncle, who works in the construction sector, Tao Yaoyao and Nila secured internships at one real estate company, hopeful for an early start in their careers. Cheers. Today, Zhang Guan was particularly elated. After more than 2 years of arduous effort and meticulous planning, he was finally witnessing the realization of the grand objective he had set for himself upon his rebirth. In Chapter 74, Breaking the Impasse, Part 1, Su Dingfang, after downing his drink alongside Zhang Guan, remarked, "Don't you feel like something is still missing? Missing something? You can't possibly mean a lack of young ladies, can you?" Zhang Guan observed the group of women around them with keen discretion, wisely choosing not to respond. "Your career is gradually finding its footing. It's high time you sought a proper agent," Su Dingfang suggested. "Oh, is that what it is?" Zhang Guan sighed in relief. "Does uncle have anyone suitable in mind?" "Indeed, Chen Jifeng," Su Dingfang replied without hesitation. "I've known old Chun for many years. I trust him completely. You should be quite familiar with him as well. His character is beyond reproach, and his professional skills are exceptional. Coach Chun understands the game. He would be an excellent choice, but he is currently doing quite well as a coach. Would he even agree to this? He once trained with the national youth team in Europe for half a year, and now he has settled for being a middle school PE teacher, which seems rather beneath his talents. I know him well. Despite his outward contentment, he harbors a sense of unfulfillment, Su Dingfang said, flicking the ash from his cigarette. If you have no objections, we shall proceed with this plan. I'll persuade him tomorrow. True to his word, Su Dingfang approached Qin Jifeng the following afternoon. Old Su has spoken to me at length, transitioning from ideals to reality and back to ideals. I must concede that his eloquence is impressive. Yet I have never acted as an agent before. This is my inaugural venture as a professional player, Zhang Guan interrupted. Then let us strive together, learning as we go. Qin responded. Thus, as Zhang Guan and his companions boarded the flight back to the Apennines, their party had expanded by one. Old Su, the apartment you found for me is rather nice, Zhang Guan commented. Though it is compact, it is well equipped with a kitchen, dining area, living room, and bedroom, small but complete. Upon arrival, Su Dingfang led Qin Jifeng to the newly rented apartment. It's a bit small, but it's conveniently located near your training facility. For now, make do here, and we can find a more suitable place later. One must be cautious with expenses. After all, the currency here is lira and euros, flowing like water. Qin Jifeng replied. Moreover, I have neglected my English and Italian for several years. I'll need some time to reacquaint myself. We shall not delve into how Qin Jifeng organized his living space or acclimated to his surroundings, for the next round of the league was fast approaching. Tonight's opponent, Frosinone, ranked 4th in the league, was a formidable contender. They employed a 3-5-2 formation featuring 3 tough and versatile center backs, Capuano, Briganti, and Arioto. Their double pivot, Mayello and Castanos, exhibited remarkable mobility and extensive defensive coverage. Flanking them were the energetic wingbacks, Delia and Salvi, who excelled in both attack and defense. Up front, their pair of forwards, Chano and Novakovic, combined height and speed, providing both striking power and support. Their playing style was highly refined, presenting a challenging adversary indeed. Assistant coach Carlson stood before the tactical board, delivering his final instructions to the players. Coach, I am as tall and swift as Zhang Guan, aren't I? Vasily is as robust as a dog, and then there's Hishidi, fierce and relentless. We are certainly not easy prey. The familiar voice of Goyos echoed, revealing his bravado. Carlson nodded, thinking that Goyos perhaps possessed a unique mindset, exuding an air of invincibility before every match. However, this did not warrant underestimating their opponents. The rival team S3-5-2 formation was indeed formidable, showcasing exceptional stamina and a penchant for suffocating their adversaries, so everyone must be prepared for a grueling battle. Carlson's assessment was astute. The physical prowess of the opposing team indicated a challenging contest ahead. Their 3-5-2 formation mirrored their own, and Massa, providing the final remarks before the match, hoped that no one would be the piece sacrificed in the tactical exchanges. As Massa noted, Pisa also fielded a 3-5-2 lineup today, with Vasily and Eriksson starting, partnering with former teammate Caracolo to form a trio of central defenders. Jorza and Hishidi occupied the left and right wing-back positions, while Gur, Davidis, and Sadamo formed a central midfield trio. The forward line comprised Goyos and Zhang Guan. Observing the starting players motivating each other in preparation for battle, Massa felt a sense of pride. After a series of matches, the young talents promoted from the second team had seamlessly integrated into the squad, proving to be pivotal in an increasing number of games. This development had certainly surprised some individuals within the club who harbored ulterior motives, as there had been considerable opposition when he had initially demoted several mainstays from the first team. He was confident that by the end of the season, these young players would secure commendable contracts, much like Zhang Guan had already done. However, this was not the time for such daydreams. On the field, Pisa found themselves in a rather passive position. Wingbacks Jorza and Hishidi struggled against the aggressive tactics of the opposing wingbacks, often requiring support from the defensive midfielders to stifle the oncoming attacks. The defensive midfielders, tasked not only with assisting the flanks, but also with maintaining solidity in front of the central defenders, found themselves unable to engage in offensive maneuvers. This predicament placed Goyos in a challenging position, as he faced 2 or 3 defenders each time he received the ball, leaving behind the pre-match bravado. It must be said that Frosinone indeed possessed superior strength and experience, upon realizing that their pre-match tactics had faltered yet still managed to impose their dominance over Pisa. They quickly unified their strategy. They adapted, dividing the pitch into smaller zones, establishing advantages in each area, effectively suffocating their opponents. The situation was dire. Their tactical approach clashed entirely with that of the opposition, leading to a one-on-one exchange of pieces across the field, which was now fragmented into several small territories where individual skills were paramount. When it came to personal ability, the young players of Pisa found it challenging to compete with the seasoned veterans of Frosinone. Zhang Guan observed his teammates in disarray and gradually pinpointed the underlying issue. As he watched Massa pacing along the sidelines, the head coach of Frosinone, Pauletta, chuckled with delight. He mused that all the intricate tactics of passing and movement, the fanciful combinations of wing and center play, had been overshadowed by the undeniable truth that sheer strength was the most effective strategy. What is the matter? You can't support him? Wish to break the deadlock? You must have the right person to connect the fragmented areas. This individual needs to hold their ground in confrontations, maintain possession under pressure, and adeptly transition the ball amidst relentless pursuit. Is that too much to ask? Certainly not an easy task. Yet, his amusement quickly faded. Chapter 75. Breaking the Deadlock, Part 2. He soon witnessed Zhang Guan frequently retreating to collect the ball, skillfully maneuvering past the defenders behind him. And while advancing along the flanks, he astutely monitored the situation in the center, distributing the ball at opportune moments. Gradually, this side of the field became interlinked through Zhang Guan's successive breakthroughs and passes, providing Pisa's attack with a newfound anchor. Capiati, Maelo? What on earth are you doing? Allowing him to receive the ball and penetrate our defense so effortlessly? If you don't wish to play, then get off the field. Pauletta shouted furiously at the players. Maelo and Capiati found themselves at a loss for words. Despite Zhang Guan's seemingly unimposing physique, his strength was substantial, and his lower body was remarkably solid. His foundational skills and back-to-goal situations were exceptional once he established position. He consistently utilized various body angles to obscure the defender's sightlines to the ball, subsequently bulldozing them back a few steps before executing a sudden turn. He was indeed a formidable opponent. If one challenged him in physicality, he seized the opportunity to pivot. If one matched him in agility, he would abruptly halt and change direction. If one competed in speed, he would exploit the space to accelerate in a straight line. And if one contested him in aerial duels, he would manipulate positioning to prevent them from contesting possession. This fellow was cunning. Seeing their frustrated expressions, Zhang Guan remained unperturbed. I stand at 184 centimeters. Am I foolish enough to engage in a brute force contest with you two towering giants at 190? That would be an unwise trade. My game is about exploiting mismatches, much like the tale of Tianji's horse racing. You are tall, so I shall compete with you in speed. If you possess speed, I will challenge you in physicality. If you excel in strength, I will outmaneuver you in agility. And if you are nimble, I will then contest you in elevation. As Zhang Guan once again advanced with the ball along the flank, the supporting defender Maelo sensed impending danger and joined forces with Capiati to attempt a closing defense, aiming to thwart Zhang Guan's dribble. However, they underestimated his explosiveness and ability to withstand pressure. In the moment of their encirclement, Zhang Guan unleashed his full power, pushing past Maelo and forcing his way through the gap between them. Game over. Capiati exclaimed in shock, realizing that once Zhang Guan broke through, recovering ground at such speed would be nearly impossible. In desperation, he extended his arm to try and pull Zhang Guan down. But upon considering the risk of receiving a yellow card, he refrained, placing his hopes on the central defender Brigitte at the back. In truth, Brigitte felt a heightened sense of anxiety. This tall central defender remained unfazed by aerial assaults, yet he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by rapid breakthroughs. He endeavored to lower his center of gravity and focused intently on avoiding Zhang Guan's feints, but Zhang Guan did not feint at all. With a simple maneuver around the hips followed by a few explosive strides, he left Brigitte in his wake. This one-on-one confrontation was a scenario Zhang Guan had rehearsed countless times during training, whether it be a bicycle kick into a sudden change of direction, a hip twist followed by an explosive charge, or a series of toe drags culminating in a burst. He was intimately familiar with each technique. Confronted with the goalkeeper post-breakthrough, Zhang Guan could effortlessly conjure up 9 different methods to send the ball into the net. The pendulum style of Ronaldo, the bicycle kick of Owen, the continuous hip twists of Ronaldinho, the violin-style toe drag of Suker, the fried meatballs of Professor Liang, and the precise shot of Ito aimed at the goalkeeper's side. Oh dear. Witnessing Zhang Guan celebrate with outstretched arms towards the stands, Kapawati sensed impending trouble. Indeed. The coach's wrath followed swiftly. Mayerlo. Kapawati, is it too much to ask for basic defensive skills? Do you need to return to the youth team for some fundamental training? Damn it. Mayerlo grimaced, lamenting, Coach, please, it's not my fault. This fellow is both strong and swift, and he possesses a cunning mind. He's difficult to defend against. Exactly, his footwork is exceptionally solid, alternating between feints and genuine moves, making it indeed troublesome. Kapawati chimed in. 3 defenders allowed 1 player to effortlessly break through. Yet they spoke of the difficulty in managing the situation. Pauletta, with a muddled expression, remarked, Come on, let it be. He scored a goal worthy of a star. There is truly no remedy for such talent. Can anyone procure us a star player as well? All eyes turned to the twin forwards, Novakovic and Chano. Please don't look at us like that. How can the pressure from the goals conceded by the defenders and goalkeeper shift to us forwards? Chano, the tall striker, replied, I do have some confidence. Just feed me high balls, as the opposing central defenders are somewhat inexperienced. The ensuing match saw Vasily and Eriksson unfortunate in their endeavors. The opposition unleashed a barrage of high balls directed towards the center, with Chano leveraging his physicality and experience to either head the ball or assist, causing considerable chaos for Vasily and Eriksson. Meanwhile, Novakovic darted around Chano, vying for the second ball. The double pivots, Mayerlo and Castanos, took turns surging forward to seize opportunities. Ultimately, they could not withstand the pressure. Delia delivered a long pass from the flank, but the ball was slightly too forceful, sailing over Eriksson's head in the center. Just as Eriksson began to relax, Chano circled behind him, gauging the ball's trajectory while maneuvering into a side position, ultimately managing to flick the ball back near the penalty spot ahead of Vasily. Novakovic poised to strike as the ball approached, sensed Eriksson shifting to block the shot angle, and cleverly allowed the ball to slip through to the onrushing Mayerlo behind him. It must be said that although Novakovic did not touch the ball, his feint completely drew away Eriksson and Caracallo, leaving a clear path for Mayerlo, who was poised to shoot. Overjoyed, Mayerlo adjusted his steps and delivered a low drive with his right foot, the ball finding the net with a satisfying thud. Excitedly, Mayerlo waved his arms and leaped onto the back of his assister, Chano. What do you think? Does this count as a star moment for the buddies? Chano, exhilarated, carried Mayerlo in a joyful sprint towards the bench, celebrating with high fives from his teammates. Indeed, this felt like the right spirit. Pisa was merely a relegation team. A few more goals could turn the tide of the match. Polita lightly patted Mayerlo's head, encouraging him to keep striving. Meanwhile, the Pisa bench appeared somewhat disheartened. What can we do, coach? Chano is tall and strong, and Novakovic is nimble. These two are quite difficult to defend against, Vasily lamented, gasping for breath. Difficult to defend? Do you need a break? Noticing the squint in Mass's eyes, Eriksson quickly covered Vasily's mouth and answered for him. A break? Only those who are of no use to the team need a break. We still have plenty of energy to expend. It is only natural that you find it challenging against a strong opponent. However, in professional matches, there is no such thing as easy. If you can play, continue playing. If not, step aside for a substitute. Just like rowing against the current, if you do not advance, you will fall back. Lying in the comfort zone and playing easy matches may seem pleasant, but it yields no real progress. Do you understand? I get the logic, but it is indeed quite difficult. Huh, what are you saying? I said it's all trivial. Zhang Guan wholeheartedly agreed with Mass's statement. Compared to playing in favorable or balanced situations, the pressure of playing against the tide is far greater, and the training value is naturally stronger. It is not an exaggeration to say that the benefits of excelling in a challenging match may surpass those of playing 5 balanced games. Chapter 76, Breaking the Deadlock, Part 2. Zhang Guan relished the opportunity for rapid growth that such challenging matches provided. So did Goyos. Initially, Goyos struggled to adapt to this rhythm, but as the match progressed, the opposing team's performance increasingly stimulated his rebellious nature. The more he failed, the more he was compelled to make attempts, driven by a determination to compete with the defenders. Suddenly, his right foot came into play. Zhang Guan timely reminded him. Goyos, quick-witted, immediately realized that the left wing-back he was up against, Delia, favored his left foot, often positioning himself with his right foot forward during defense, making it easier to pivot towards the sideline. If he burst in from the right side, Delia would find it awkward to turn, thus increasing the chances of a successful breakthrough. Zhang Guan's observations were indeed meticulous. Goyo's wasted no time and began his attempts. Delia felt the pressure intensify. Although he was a rookie, adept at defending against outside breakthroughs, he found it perplexing that Goyo's suddenly began to fiercely attack the inside. Fortunately, with the protection and support from the defensive midfielders, the opposing side had not yet posed a substantial threat. Could Zhang Guan, the foremost opportunist, possibly overlook the slight openings that arise during personnel rotations on the defensive line? Certainly not. He adeptly exploited the chaos during Goyo's breakthrough, stealthily slipping into the penalty area from the weaker side as the center back and defensive midfielder coordinated their efforts. Goyo's, with a keen sense of timing, noticed his run and deftly nudged the ball with his toes into a small diagonal path, where it intersected perfectly with Zhang Guan's trajectory just at the edge of the penalty area. It was an opportunity, albeit not an ideal one. Before receiving the ball, Zhang Guan had meticulously observed the positioning of both the defender and the goalkeeper, discerning that while he could shoot, the angle was not particularly favorable. Goyo's, having recognized the same issue, continued his run, infiltrating the penalty area from the opposite flank. Upon noticing Goyo's movement, Zhang Guan executed a feigned shot followed by a genuine stop, enticing the opposing center back to close in, before delivering a precise short pass along Goyo's advancing path. With explosive speed, Goyo's managed to nick the ball into the net just before the on-rushing goalkeeper could intervene. A splendid collaboration. These two displayed exceptional synergy as they maneuvered at the edge of the penalty area, observing each other's movements while creating space through their interplay of breakthroughs and passes, arriving at the ball simultaneously with the opening that emerged. The commentator, brimming with excitement, animatedly narrated the unfolding drama, while the audience, though not grasping every detail, contributed to the electrifying atmosphere. Poletta marveled inwardly at Goyo's. This lad possesses the ability to hold his ground, break through defenses, observe, and pass. He had just created a shooting opportunity yet remained composed enough to set up a better positioned teammate. Where did that gem come from? While Poletta's admiration was evident, he did not hold back in his vocal encouragement to the players on the field. Frosinone, with their superior overall strength, quickly equalized through Chano's aerial bombardment and, just before the end of the match, Novakovic capitalized on Chano's header to score, completing the comeback. Well done, Massa. It's truly hard to believe this is the same team that was languishing at the bottom of the table just 6 months ago. As the referee blew the final whistle, Poletta exchanged pleasantries with Massa, congratulating him on securing 3 vital points for promotion. The tactic of employing a central striker truly proves effective. Oh, is there a hint of reluctance in your tone? Poletta, evidently familiar with Massa, teased him. Don't act coy. Honestly, how much trouble has Zhang Guan saved you? I'd trade you a central striker for him. Would you? Sure, for 50 million euros, no discounts. Ah, Massa, your head is filled with shrewd thoughts. No wonder you don't grow your hair long. Guan, are you going out for drinks later? Goyo's asked, donned in casual attire after his shower. Not interested. And I advise you to skip it too. What benefits does that hold for a professional player? Goyo's chuckled, pointing at the bottles of beer on Zhang Guan's bedside table. How can you say that to me? Zhang Guan retorted. I merely chose to spend my time drinking beer instead of at the bar. Zhang Guan smiled, suddenly reminded of something. Hey, how about I take you to my friend's house to sample some Chinese cuisine? Upon hearing Chinese cuisine, Guyus immediately became intrigued. That sounds great. I've been hearing you rave about how delicious it is. At last, I'll get to experience it myself. The friend Zhang Guan referred to was none other than Chen Jifeng, who had recently transitioned into a managerial role. Guyus was on the verge of signing a contract, and he still lacked an agent. He called Chen Jifeng and then took Guyus on a stroll through the supermarket, where they procured a plethora of ingredients. Wait, is this called carp? Can it even be eaten? I don't think I've ever tried this kind of fish. And you bought pork? Aren't we advised against eating pork? Guyus exclaimed, noticing something peculiar. What is this? It looks so extravagant. Are you sure it's edible? Zhang Guan glanced helplessly at the incessantly chattering Guyus. If you wish to savor the exquisite flavors of Chinese cuisine, kindly keep quiet. Guyus promptly obeyed. Old Chen, this is my roommate, Guyus, who joined the first team around the same time as I did. Zhang Guan introduced them briefly. Guyus, this is Chen Jifeng, my agent. He then handed the shopping bag over to Chen Jifeng. Garlic stir-fried carp, braised pork, and spicy stir-fried intestines. I hope it's not too much trouble for you. Chen Jifeng warmly welcomed the two into his home and handed Zhang Guan a mound of glistening garlic. Please peel the garlic. An hour later, When several dishes were laid out on the table, Guyus was completely mesmerized. Wow, I never knew carp could be prepared like this. And it's even tastier than salmon. It's incredibly fragrant. What is this block of meat? He exclaimed, popping a piece into his mouth and immediately praising. Sweet, sticky, tender, and utterly delightful. This final dish must also be delicious, right? It smells a bit off. I take back my words. It's spicy and aromatic. Absolutely thrilling. How do you like my agent's culinary skills? Zhang Guan tactfully guided the conversation. Of course, I want more. Guyus responded eagerly. If that is the case, why not have him be your agent? You need one, after all. This way, you can legitimately come over for meals often. Let me finish this bowl of rice first. Thus, after a satisfying meal, Guyus became the second player under Chen Jifeng's management. Chapter 77. Against Salernitana, this doesn't bode well, Carlson. Observing the troubled expression on Mass's face, Carlson felt perplexed. What is amiss? We're nearly 10 points clear of the relegation zone. Everything seems splendid. That is not what I meant. Some teams are approaching us to poach players. Oh, it's that issue. Let me guess, which troublesome lad is it? It can't be Zhang Guan, can it? It wasn't he difficult to guess. With 15 goals in 11 matches and still not yet 18, had he been a local talent, scouts would have already besieged the club. Indeed, it's him. Pauletta S. Frosinone has already made a move, and I've heard reading from the championship is also in discussions with the club. My old comrade, this is entirely expected. You and I both know that Zhang Guan is not one to remain in a stagnant pool, and his departure is merely a matter of time. As long as he can focus on performing well in every match for the team, isn't that what truly matters? Chen Jifeng has been exceedingly busy these past few days. First, scouts from Frosinone came to visit, followed closely by representatives from Reading, and finally, Southampton from the Premier League. Were it not for Chen Jifeng's extensive overseas experience, which has equipped him with valuable skills in communicating with foreigners, he might have found it quite overwhelming. Zhang Guan, just look at this, after several days of discussions. He has nearly turned into a coffee connoisseur. Chen Jifeng handed Zhang Guan a sheet of paper and explained, Frosinone was the first to make an approach. In fact, their scouts sought me out immediately after your last league match. They are offering an annual salary of 600,000, which is a full doubling of your current pay. The goal bonuses, however, remain consistent with what you have now. As for Reading, being a British team, they offer weekly wages, which translates to just over 500,000 annually. Southampton, although they contacted us the latest, presents the most lucrative offer at 800,000. Wow, Guan, are you already this sought after? Exclaimed Guyus, who was listening in as a fellow player under the same agent. What do you think, old Chen? I believe Frosinone's sincerity is the strongest. As for the price, I am confident I can negotiate it higher. The key question is, are you willing to engage in talks? I think it's best to hold off for now. Oh, why? Chen Jifeng looked surprised. I initially thought you would have some interest in the Premier League teams. Zhang Guan recalled clearly that Southampton had been relegated to the championship following this season, and both Reading and Frosinone had ultimately failed in their promotion efforts. Moving from one second-tier league to another seemed rather unnecessary. Although Southampton resides in one of the top 5 leagues, their current league standing is dire. Reading and Frosinone are both still second-tier teams. I believe transitioning between second-tier teams holds little merit. Let's wait for an opportunity to enter one of the top 5 leagues instead. Chen Jifeng nodded. That makes sense. You have only just begun your professional career. Securing consistent playing time before seeking advancement is a prudent approach. I suggest aiming for the Serie B Golden Boot before making any moves, Guyus chimed in. The Serie B Golden Boot, you say? That doesn't sound impossible. Just 10 more goals should suffice. Guyus looked taken aback. Goodness, 10 goals in the remaining 7 matches? Is that truly feasible? Undeterred by the external rumors, Zhang Guan maintained an exceptional level of focus during training, diligently honing his dribbling skills alongside his regular practice. In the art of dribbling, the seamless alternation of left and right foot pulls, the rhythmic deceleration and acceleration while in motion, and the intricate combination of feints and turns, all demonstrate the profound mastery Zhang Guan possesses. He diligently practices the nuances of touch, the force applied by various parts of his foot, toe, instep, and arch, each affecting the trajectory of the ball with precision. His commitment to achieving impeccable muscle memory enables him to react instinctively to complex situations on the field, allowing him to focus more on reading the game. Salernitana employs a classic 4-4-2 formation, with center backs Aya and Jember. both embodying the agile and technically sound traits typical of South American defenders, albeit with some instability and aerial prowess. The fullbacks, Vesely and Casasola, represent the European style, robust yet somewhat unrefined, excelling in physical confrontations and stamina. The double pivot, Schiavone and Di Tejo, epitomizes the versatile Italian midfield archetype, while the wingers, Ciccarelli and Cupeyes, possess commendable attacking capabilities. Up front, Juric stands out as a prominent striker in Serie B, though his partner Titino, while lesser known, is a formidable winger with remarkable speed and dribbling skills. As Carlsen closed the tactical notebook, he signaled to Massa that his introduction was complete. Massa surveyed the players poised for action, ready to speak, when he noticed Jean Guan and Goyos engaged in hushed conversation. He remarked, "Jean Guan, I trust you are sharing insights about the match. Why not share with everyone?" Goyos felt a sense of foreboding, as such remarks from the coach often carried an air of discontent. However, Jean Guan responded earnestly, "Indeed, I do have some observations. Salernitana's 4-4-2 formation, while seemingly conventional, possesses a rather postmodern twist with center-backs standing at 183 and 182 centimeters, while the fullbacks approach 190 centimeters. Should we consider exploiting the flanks, employing rapid assaults, followed by crosses into the center for aerial dominance?" Massa nodded in approval. "While I am not entirely supportive of your private discussions with Goyos, your point aligns with what I intended to express. If their fullbacks are tall, let us exploit that. If their center-backs are agile, we shall not engage in finesse, but rather utilize powerful headers against them. Jean Guan, you will operate on the wings, freely switching positions. Our forwards, Masucci and Marconi, both towering at 190 centimeters, shall anchor the penalty area, delivering powerful headers." He affirmed, "Yes, I believe this will be effective." Marconi, standing at 191 centimeters, naturally earns the nickname Big Horse, while Masucci, a mere centimeter shorter, is affectionately referred to as Little Horse. Yet, as the match commenced, the reality diverged from expectations. Jimber proved to be no ordinary defender, exhibiting speed that rivaled that of Bale. Moreover, Aya's leaping ability was astonishing. He could contest headers equally with Big Horse, creating a competitive dynamic unforeseen in their game plan. There is something intriguing about this. No wonder they dared to employ two shorter center-backs. After several confrontations, Jean Guan has begun to discern a pattern. Although the younger Ma brothers possess a height advantage, they found no favor against the explosively athletic and seasoned defenders, Zenbayer and Aya, particularly in the face of the distinctly South American defensive maneuvers employed by these two. The Ma brothers struggled to keep up with the tactics. What defines South American style? One need only ask the Ma brothers. Pushing, shoving, colliding, tugging, and pulling, an array of subtle yet incessant fouls, executed just beyond the referee's line of sight. In Chapter 78, The Goal Frenzy, Part 1, the defense Jean Guan encountered was entirely of a different nature. The two fullbacks embodied a purely European style. They would assert their physical presence as soon as the ball arrived, resulting in genuine collisions, shoving, kicking, hooking, and tripping, an onslaught aimed at overwhelming Jean Guan. Such defense can be a calamity for conventional speedsters, yet Jean Guan is anything but conventional. As Jean Guan advanced down the right flank, he faced the aggressively lateral assault of Weiserly. He firmly planted his supporting leg, concentrating all his might into his shoulder, bracing himself for a lateral collision with Weiserly. Seeing the seemingly unassuming Jean Guan make this choice, Weiserly felt a surge of confidence, a speed-oriented forward engaging in a physical contest with him. It was akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom. He envisioned himself triumphantly executing a tackle and orchestrating a counterattack. However, the reality was that Weiserly staggered under the impact, nearly losing his balance, while Jean Guan remained largely unaffected, swiftly accelerating toward the gap. What the hell just happened? Weiserly, who barely managed to maintain his footing, hastily pursued Jean Guan along his path, but the distance only widened, leaving him to rely on the defensive midfielder, Schiavone, to intervene. Yet, confronting a high-speed breakthrough was not Schiavone's forte. In fact, it is a scene that strikes fear into the hearts of all defenders. Consider the plight of one of the world's finest center-backs, Vidic, when faced with Tognu's rapid advance. Schiavone's predicament was no less dire. After executing 3 feigned hip movements, Jean Guan noticed that Schiavone was becoming disoriented. Thus, he transformed the 4th feint into a deft touch, changing direction and completing the breakthrough along the sideline. Observing the Ma brothers engaged in a tussle with the South American center-backs in the center, Zhang Guan sensed this was not the optimal moment. He shifted his gaze backward and spotted the industrious Haikidi, who was striving to exploit the gap left by Schiavone's defensive efforts. This was it, my friend. Zhang Guan slightly reduced his speed, adjusting his rhythm after the explosive dash, while simultaneously awaiting Haikidi's arrival. Moments later, he elegantly delivered a low, triangular pass. Haikidi, perfectly positioned, struck the ball near the penalty spot. The shot, while not particularly angled, was swift and skimming the ground, leaving the goalkeeper helpless to do anything but watch as the ball rolled into the net. Yet again, it was Zhang Guan. It is no longer clear how many times this has occurred, but this emerging talent has undeniably become the linchpin of the Pisa team, their offensive cornerstone. This time, he utilized a breakthrough down the flank, delivering a deft inverted triangle assist to his teammate for a goal. One cannot help but envy Pisa for discovering such a remarkably gifted player. The commentator for the home team, Salernitana, spoke with a tinge of regret. "Oh, brothers. It's my turn to score now. What a thrill." The exuberance of Hecate, who netted his first professional goal, was palpable as he danced with joy. "We are all adults. Let's keep it simple. Let's hit the bar tonight, and it's on you, my friend." Goyos, who had sprinted from the bench, leaped onto Hecate in a frenzy of celebration. "No matter who organizes today, my partner and I will certainly back you up." Carlson, observing the jubilant players on the field, turned to Massa with a satisfied smile. "These rascals have quite the camaraderie, don't you think, Baldy?" Massa, puffing on his freshly acquired pipe, found himself unable to light it after several attempts, resignedly returning it to his pocket to switch to a Marlboro. Once lit, he elegantly exhaled. "Weren't we just like this back in the day? It's a pity we all drifted apart." He added with a playful tone, "And by the way, if your baldness counts as a hairstyle, I owe you an apology." However, Vesely was somewhat indignant, asserting, "I must have slipped. It's clear this patch of ground needs some work. Don't blame me." When the match resumed, Zhang Guan once again maneuvered into Vesely's defensive zone. Vesely quickly closed in, attempting to gain position with a lateral shove against Zhang Guan. But unexpectedly, Zhang Guan matched his strength, leaving Vesely at a disadvantage. Unyielding, Vesely charged at Zhang Guan again, seeking control of the ball, but Zhang Guan steadfastly shielded it, ultimately passing it away. "This kid has some skill. He's powerful in the upper body and solid on his feet. I misjudged him before." Vesely assessed Zhang Guan closely, setting aside his earlier disdain. As a team seasoned in Serie B's challenges, Salernitana would not remain passive. Under the coach's directive, forward Yuri dropped back, while the double pivots tirelessly pressed forward, and the two wide midfielders converged into the center, swiftly establishing a numerical advantage in midfield, thus gaining control of the game. He who controls the midfield controls the game. And Salernitana's patient ball circulation bore fruit. Wide midfielder Ciccarelli, upon noticing Pisa's defensive focus had shifted, promptly transferred the ball to the other side, where Cupis awaited. Cupis, in turn, passed it to winger Tutino, who made an incisive run, drawing Pisa's fullback Giorza towards the center, thereby creating an opportunity for Tutino to deliver a cross. But how to deliver it? With a crowded center, where towering figures loomed, Tutino suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling Pisa's earlier goal. He noticed Durick beckoning to him near the edge of the penalty area and, without a moment's hesitation, sent the ball his way. As a seasoned striker renowned in Serie B, Durick delicately arched the ball with the instep of his foot, evading the outstretched arms of the goalkeeper and slipping through the narrow gap between the goalkeeper's hands and the post. Astonishingly, this goal bore a striking resemblance to the earlier goal scored by Pisa. Both featured a cross from the flank, a reverse triangle pass, and a low strike into the net. The only difference was that the scorer was Durick of Salernitana. Once again, he had equalized for his team when they were trailing, marking his 17th goal of the season and maintaining his lead atop the scoring charts. As for the margin over the second-place contender, let me check. The commentator, brimming with excitement at the home team's equalizer, eagerly consulted his notes. "Ah, here it is, an unsurprising figure and a surprisingly remarkable name, leading the second by 2 goals. Zhang Guan, having played only half a season, quietly climbed to the second spot in the scoring list, a testament to his immense potential." Chapter 79, The Goal Fest, Part 2. Salernitana's midfielders contracted their formation, particularly the wingers who drew inward, successfully stifling Pisa's midfield in the short term and swiftly leveling the score. However, the drawbacks of this unconventional tactic were conspicuously evident. Should Pisa manage to transfer the ball effectively from the midfield to the forward line, the situation could drastically change. Although challenging, Zhang Guan excelled in such scenarios. It was merely a matter of dropping back to receive the ball and finding a way to break past the advancing wingers. Especially since the opposing wingers had vacated their positions. Zhang Guan retraced his steps to the back line, and his teammates, understanding his intent, passed the ball to him. Before he could even receive it, the opposing left winger, Cicerelli, and the defensive midfielder, Di Taggio, had already closed in on him. Taking 2 swift steps forward, Zhang Guan seized control of the ball just ahead of the 2 defenders, deftly maneuvering it a couple of steps toward Di Taggio's side. Observing this, both Cicerelli and Di Taggio quickly adjusted their positions, but Zhang Guan capitalized on their momentary disarray, using his body to obscure Cicerelli's line of sight. With a deft flick of his heel, he nudged the ball through Cicerelli's legs and pivoted, accelerating to attempt an overtaking maneuver on Cicerelli's flank. Cicerelli, tall and evidently not adept at quick pivots or accelerations, found himself outpaced by Zhang Guan's burst of speed. In desperation, he resorted to pulling Zhang Guan down, earning himself a yellow card. Brushing off the grass clinging to him, Zhang Guan rose to his feet. A yellow card, is it? Next time, I'll come at you again. Let us see if you dare to reach out. Naturally, Cicerelli would think twice. When Zhang Guan once more drifted towards Cicerelli's side to receive the ball, it was apparent that Cicerelli was now somewhat hesitant, his pressure tactics noticeably slowed. It was this fleeting moment that provided Zhang Guan with the opportunity he had been waiting for. Initially, with his back to the play, he executed a series of feigned movements, skillfully deceiving Di Taggio and causing him to lose his balance. Seizing the moment, he completed a swift turn as he accelerated. Ciccarelli had only just arrived. Zhang Guan capitalized on the gap between Ciccarelli and Di Taggio, navigating through them with a deft change of direction. Ciccarelli, not particularly adept at sprinting, hesitated when he attempted to reach out again, ultimately lacking the courage to incur what would have been an inevitable yellow card. It was once more Zhang Guan. Having successfully broken through, he now faced only the defenders of Salernitana. I truly hope that the 2 defensive midfielders and the wide midfielders could have responded more swiftly. But for the moment, the reliance was solely on the 4 defenders. Pisa's 2 forwards, Big and Little Ma, were strategically pulling wide to draw the center backs out of position, thereby creating space in the middle for the ball-carrying Zhang Guan. However, the defenders maintained their positioning well, with the 2 fullbacks closely marking the forwards. And center backs Aya and Jinbei held their ground, resulting in an acceptable defensive posture. The commentator stood up, his tension palpable, yet his words flowed with unwavering clarity. Zhang Guan was advancing with the ball, the defenders retreating while remaining vigilant, creating an atmosphere thick with suspense. At that moment, little Masucci unexpectedly shifted towards the middle, which caused Aya to hesitate. Should he focus on defending Masucci or leave him to the full-back? A dilemma indeed. Zhang Guan made his pass, but instead of delivering the ball to the onrushing Masucci on the flank, he opted for Big Ma Marconi, who was already positioned at the edge of the penalty area. Without a moment's pause, Marconi executed a feigned shot before cutting the ball back to the center. Zhang Guan surged forth from behind Jinbei, and with a deft poke, he altered the score once more. Although I am a commentator for Salernitana, I must admit that the movement of these 3 players in the attacking third was nothing short of brilliant. Big and Little Ma's coordinated runs from the center flanked the 2 center backs, causing them to lower their guard. Subsequently, Masucci's intelligent return run left center back Aya in a quandary, and the synchronicity of Zhang Guan's movement post-pass with Marconi's final delivery was exquisite. As for the concluding shot, there was little more to say. Everything flowed seamlessly. Zhang Guan's total goals have now reached 16, and Curry's lead is reduced to just 1 goal. Come on, Curry. A seasoned warrior, Curry remained undeterred by the opponent's renewed lead, nor did he succumb to the commentator's fervent encouragement. He maintained his characteristic calm demeanor, directing the runs of his teammates while seeking out opportunities. When winger Ditino once again reached the baseline to deliver a cross, Curry gained the upper hand in his physical duel with Eriksson, accurately predicting the ball's descent. He soared high in the penalty area, executing a powerful header that thudded into the net with authority. It was indeed your doing. The golden boot is the golden boot. A forceful header once again enabled Salernitana to equalize. The teams returned to level footing. Yet this did not hinder Curry from further extending his advantage atop the scoring charts. The tense situation persisted until nearly the 70th minute, when Massa observed the visibly fatigued Marconi on the field and signaled for Goyos, who had been warming up for several minutes, to prepare for substitution. Guan, the coach stated, We need to adjust our positions. Although I am substituting for Dama, you will take over his central role while I will occupy your position on the wing. Xiao Ma's position remains unchanged. Upon entering the field, Goyos swiftly jogged to the side of Xiao Ma and Zhang Guan, promptly relaying Ma's directives. To engage in wing play and dribble is what I desire. To shoot more frequently while closer to the goal is also my wish. However, one cannot attain both. Thus we shall forsake the wing for the center. Zhang Guan, while adept at dribbling, preferred not to confine himself to the flanks, but rather to position himself where he could pose a direct threat to the goal. After all, it is in such positions that breakthroughs become more challenging yet significantly more rewarding. For instance, on this occasion, Zhang Guan positioned himself near the edge of the penalty area, receiving Xiao Ma's headed pass while shielding himself from Jinbei. He then executed a Cruyff turn with the inside of his foot. Jinbei, true to his name, managed to stay close to Zhang Guan despite a delayed reaction, preventing Zhang Guan from taking a shot. However, Zhang Guan did not rely solely on speed. His rhythm while advancing and his ability to stop and pivot were the concealed skills behind his velocity. Suddenly, as he dribbled at high speed, he made a slight inward cut, prompting Jinbei to adjust his steps in preparation for a block. In that split second, Zhang Guan seized the opportunity created by Jinbei's large stride and, with the tip of his foot, executed a deft flick shot. The ball darted between Jinbei's legs towards the goal. Although the angle of the flick was not particularly tricky, the speed was impressive, and the goalkeeper was obstructed by the defenders in front of him. By the time he noticed the ball emerging from amidst a tangle of legs and attempted a save, it was already too late. This exemplifies the potency of breakthroughs when one is closer to the goal. It is incomparable to the mere scratching of an itch from the wing. In Chapter 80, The Goal Fest, Part 2, Pisa once again surged ahead in the score thanks to Zhang Guan's goal, narrowing the gap in the top scorer chart to a mere single goal. This was a breakthrough within the penalty area, and I can only say, this young man, the commentators seemed to be at a loss for words. Yet, Pisa's defense in the midfield and back line remained somewhat inexperienced, and the resilient Salernitana team, after several probing attempts in the front, saw Curic assist Tutino with a headed pass to level the score once more. The score stood at 3-3, with little time remaining. It was truly unexpected that these two teams, neither threatened by relegation nor vying for promotion, could offer such an exhilarating display of goals for the spectators. I believe it is perhaps this serene mindset, coupled with the excellent form of both teams' leading scorers, that has culminated in this feast of goals. The match was far from over, as Pisa launched yet another attack. Goyos advanced the ball toward the penalty area, while Masucci's diagonal run drew the center-back away, allowing Goyos to deliver a diagonal pass to Zhang Guan's side. Zhang Guan skillfully controlled the ball with his right foot, bringing it to his left side. Already within shooting range, was he about to take a shot? Indeed, he prepared to shoot with his left foot, hoping that Aya could block his attempt. Oh no! His shot was merely a feint. He did not strike the ball, but delicately nudged it towards the center. Poor Aya, his blocking leg could not retract in time, and he tripped Zhang Guan, right within the penalty area. The referee pointed to the penalty spot. I must say, despite the cacophony of my fellow fan shouts accusing him of diving, this foul, in my view, undoubtedly warrants a penalty. Aya should have exercised greater caution. Should Zhang Guan take this penalty, I have no doubt that his current form would see him score, thus allowing him to level with the league's top scorer, Girisi. Though this may not bring joy to the Salernitana supporters, it would certainly be intriguing to witness the emergence of a new star striker. The commentator observed the unfolding scene, suddenly raising his voice. However, it seems Zhang Guan has relinquished his right to take the penalty, gesturing for defender Vasily to step up. I am uncertain if this is part of Pisa's pre-match strategy, but voluntarily foregoing the chance for a hat-trick and the top position on the scoring chart. I cannot decide if this is noble or foolish. I hope Zhang Guan can forgive my candor. Vasily took possession of the ball, using the moment to steady his breath. After 90 minutes of play, fatigue was evident, and the pressure of taking a penalty at this juncture was considerable. Yet, as the designated first-choice penalty taker appointed by Masachin, Vasily's composure was commendable. He began his run while observing the goalkeeper's positioning, and upon seeing the keeper prematurely move to one side, he calmly directed the ball into the opposite corner. Oh ho, brothers, he has scored too. Now, it seems only the unfortunate Eriksson remains in distress, doesn't he? Indeed. What about that unfortunate soul? Seizing the moment, the unfortunate one delivered a harsh kick to Vasily. Don't run. I know it was you, you wretched soul. Just wait. Tonight at the bar, you shall have no allies. 4-3. The match concluded, and congratulations to Pisa for their victory. Let us also remember the young man who voluntarily relinquished his chance for a hat-trick and the top scorer title just before the match's end. I have witnessed the rise of a new star, and he is not far from Serie A. Jean-Guan and Pisa, we shall meet again next season. I mean, if Pisa can keep you, that is. Carlson turned to Massa, exclaiming in exasperation, is it common for commentators to be so blunt these days? As the celebrating teammates dispersed, Vasily embraced the tardy Jean-Guan, expressing his gratitude while perplexedly asking, you could have taken that penalty, after all. It was a golden opportunity for a hat-trick and to top the scoring chart. I believe even if you had missed, the coach would not have been harsh. But why didn't you take it? Why disrupt the coach's established rules? As for reaching the top of the scoring chart, there will be other opportunities. It's only a matter of time. In the locker room, Massa offered lavish praise for the team's performance. Gentlemen, what a splendid match we have witnessed, have we not? Moreover, we have secured 3 points. Allow me to share some delightful news. Due to our relegation rivals failing to win this round, we now only need to earn a single point in the next match to guarantee our safety in the league, with 5 rounds remaining. Observing the jubilant players, Carlson found himself in a daze. Just 4 or 5 months ago, this team was mired in the relegation zone. Yet now, bolstered by a cadre of young talents promoted from the second team and previously overlooked role players, we are on the brink of ensuring our survival. Those seasoned players who were demoted to the second team by Massa must be taken aback at this moment. Once the 2 coaches departed, the locker room erupted into the exuberant chatter characteristic of youth. Come on, brothers, hurry and change. Let us go out and enjoy ourselves. It's already 10 o'clock. What are we still celebrating for? I've told you to learn from us more. It's only 10. The beautiful nightlife has just begun, hasn't he it? So many nightclubs await our patronage. Hey, Black and Vaz, you 2 generous souls, hurry up. Today, everyone can run except for you 2. Your wallets are being safeguarded by yours truly. Goyo sidled up to Jean-Guan and seized him by the arm. Jean-Guan, don't run off. If you don't experience the warmth of the local girls, what was the point of coming? Don't pull me, don't pull me. I'll go, all right? That's the spirit. Goyos beamed with a smile that suggested he was a teachable lad. Dragging someone into mischief is indeed a source of great joy, especially when it involves a bit of trouble. With a boisterous group of over 10, they stormed into a bar, arriving at the peak of its popularity. The prime spots were already occupied, so they settled for a corner table. Goyos raised his glass, gulping down a couple of swigs before setting off to pursue his target. Those who appear alluring in the dim light might not hold the same charm once the makeup is removed. The fiery outfits of the ladies could leave one regretting the words spoken the night before. In such an environment where individuals of differing desires indulge in the cover of darkness and intoxication, Jean-Guan found little interest. However, one must revel in life as triumphs. And with so many companions, including teammates equally unfamiliar with such escapades, they began to converse animatedly, toasting repeatedly, and thus, the drinks flowed abundantly. Before they knew it, they had consumed quite a bit. Supporting each other, they returned to their hotel, each retreating to their rooms to collapse into deep slumber. Chapter 81. Scandals. It was not until the sun reached its zenith the following day that they groggily meandered to the dining hall, ready for lunch, for shortly after, they would board the team bus back to Pisa. Chicken breast, steak, pasta, accompanied by a glass of milk. This was Jean-Guan's lunch. While solely consuming meat could suffice, he felt something was amiss without a touch of carbohydrates. A dash of Laogan Ma would have made the meal even more delightful. Once Hitty settled next to Jean-Guan with her lunch, she pulled out a stack of newspapers from beneath her arm. Come, let me see how today's papers report on my old Black's goal. Heidi spread out the newspaper and sought the sports section, sifting through the headlines. Bicycle race. Volleyball match. What the heck? Is football's ranking so low? Old Black. It's not that football is ranked low. It's that Serie B is ranked low. If you score in Serie A, you'll certainly make the headlines. Goyos rummaged through the remaining paper. As for me, it's different. Since I'll never make the front page, I might as well just read the entertainment section. Why don't you buy Playboy? That is quite thrilling. After a lengthy search, he finally located the entertainment section, perusing it with keen interest. When reading a newspaper, one must indulge in the entertainment section, especially the illustrated ones. Yet today seems devoid of sensational news. There's only the League's rising star meets the adult film star, which is somewhat intriguing, though the title lacks a certain allure. The woman in the accompanying photo is dressed rather conservatively, whereas the allure in that. However, this rising star seems a tad familiar. Goyos scrutinized the small photo on the paper for a while before exclaiming, "Damn, this rising star looks like Zhang Guan." Upon hearing this, Heidi tossed aside the sports section and snatched Goyo's entertainment section, scrutinizing it before shoving it in front of Zhang Guan. "It's definitely you." The article states you're the leading scorer for Pisa, ranked second in the league's scoring chart. Zhang Guan, somewhat taken aback, swallowed his food and retorted, "Hold on. I've always maintained my integrity. When did I ever meet with an adult film star?" Goyos was the first to connect the dots. "That's not right. I remember now. She was my companion from the bar last night. I brought her to greet you all, and this photo must have been taken then. Look. My hand is still on her shoulder. But who was the cad that captured the shot without including me? The star of the night should have been me. I've missed my chance at fame." Vasily patted his shoulder in consolation. "Stop overthinking. What I mean is, if you were the star, there wouldn't be any news." "Exactly. The star is the rising star, the team's top scorer, and second in the scoring chart. What do you have in that regard?" Although that sounds a bit harsh, I genuinely find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. But who took the photo? What a coincidence that it captured Zhang Guan. And then, what a coincidence that I know Zhang Guan. And how coincidental that a reporter was nearby, so eager to publish the news. A voice interjected. What else could it be but coincidence? To be honest, I wondered why that woman was so skilled. It turns out she is a professional. Goyos casually replied. But when he turned to see the bald head of the questioner, he flinched and quickly waved his hands. Old Black led the way. "It has nothing to do with me. Moreover, it was merely a friendly exchange, purely platonic, nothing more profound." Ignoring Goyo's feeble attempts to deflect, Massa remarked, "There are not so many coincidences in this world. I am inclined to make a conjecture. This once celebrated starlet, whose career has been on a steady decline, likely glimpsed the meteoric rise of a promising rookie at a bar and sought to exploit this opportunity for a crossover, yet found herself at a loss for a strategy. At this moment, the rookie's foolish teammate unwittingly approached her, and she readily accepted, seizing the chance to draw near, allowing an eager reporter to capture the moment and swiftly publish an article. Suddenly, the public seemed to comprehend. This narrative indeed holds a semblance of reason. No wonder that imbecile, Goyos, was so quick to succeed. It appears he was merely a pawn in her game. Is the entertainment industry truly this chaotic? One might ponder whether it is possible that the foolish lad enchanted the starlet with his allure. Goyos' attempts at justification were soon drowned out by the cacophony of public discourse. On the return bus, Goyos tirelessly expounded his views, asserting that mutual affection could not be deemed deceitful. Can matters of the heart truly be classified as deception? He then proceeded to utter perplexing phrases, such as old roots intertwining and a monkey stealing peaches, which elicited laughter from the crowd, filling the bus with an atmosphere of joviality. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, Zhang Guan opened his computer, and a flurry of messages erupted in the group chat. The news of a young athlete and a once famous starlet was indeed sensational. "Can you handle this, Toothpick?" came a retort from Zhang Naila, who was known for her sharp tongue. "You think you can do better?" shot back Tao Yao, another member of the group. "You don't even know," Zhang Naila added with a shy emoji. "Get lost." The revelation seemed to hint at a story, igniting a commotion among the group. After hastily skimming through the chat, Zhang Guan felt a sense of foreboding and quickly browsed the Apennine news portal. After a lengthy search, he found only brief mentions in the entertainment section, which alleviated some of his anxiety. However, upon perusing domestic news outlets, his heart sank completely. Just as he gains fame, he succumbs to the allure of women. Can he truly bear the weight of the national team? On the field, he scored twice. But does he perform just as well in the nightlife? This individual, a glaring oversight in the realm of moral, intellectual, physical, artistic, and labor education, must not become a sports role model. Can scoring both on and off the field be considered a contribution to national glory? Reading these sarcastic headlines, Zhang Guan thought to himself that he had brought shame back to his homeland. He hurriedly replied in the group chat, "The media writes nonsense. They report my goals but ignore the facts. Someone is riding my coattails while they sensationalize my plight. I didn't even touch her hand." "You're claiming you're innocent because you didn't touch her hand?" Zhang Naila, the national champion of quarreling, quickly seized upon this point. "Indeed, that is not the case. Who even wants to touch her hand? I'm asserting that the media is completely wrong. But did you touch anyone else? No more explanations. I believe you. Chubai interjected at just the right moment. Though few words were exchanged, the unspoken understanding across the distance deeply moved Zhang Guan. Let us sidestep this topic. How are your internships, Yao Yao and Nila? Is everything going smoothly? Inquired the composed Su Dingfang. Not particularly well. I cannot comprehend what they are discussing. Concepts like cash flow, return rates, and positive cycles leave me utterly perplexed, replied Zhang Nila swiftly. You were advised to read more. Yet you insist on tending to pigs. Did I not procure a plethora of books on finance and trading for your perusal? It would indeed be easier to tend to pigs than to engage with this, my friend. Is making money truly so difficult? Consider the prospect of earning a six-figure salary upon graduation, securing a prestigious position, and marrying a wealthy beauty. Do you still consider these trivial matters challenging? By then, you might find that even 3 kidneys would not suffice. Julie encouraged him gently. Ah, old Zhu, you understand me. I am suddenly invigorated. However, you might have kept that last remark to yourself. After exchanging a few more light-hearted words, Zhang Guan shut down his computer and reclined on his bed. Sending Zhang Nila for an internship felt somewhat akin to forcing a duck to fly. Zhang Guan recalled vividly that in his previous life, this close friend barely managed to attend university as a sports student, only to meander aimlessly after graduation. Eventually, he succumbed to the pressures of life and returned to his hometown, learning to repair motorcycles from relatives to make ends meet. His life, while not destitute, was far from ideal. Time had dulled his once defiant spirit, replacing it with a mundane and timid existence. Reflecting on this, Zhang Guan felt assured in his choices. A child of an ordinary family cannot rely on connections or background. Only relentless effort will suffice. Enduring hardships in youth, provided the direction is correct, will yield significant rewards. Onward with this nourishing broth of wisdom. Chapter 82. The Hat Trick, Part 1. In the fifth-to-last round of the league, Pisa faced off against Cittadella away from home. Cittadella ranked slightly higher than us, positioned in the upper mid-table. They employed a traditional 4-4-2 formation, with left-back Amadeo and left center-back Davide exhibiting strong individual defensive skills, while right-back Luca and right center-back Romano were comparatively weaker. Goyos, you are to disrupt their left flank as much as possible, creating chaos. This will allow Zhang Guan to more effectively exploit the comparatively weaker right flank, thereby increasing efficiency. Their midfield comprises 4 players arranged in a diamond formation, with Captain Manuel stationed as the central defensive midfielder, adept at controlling the rhythm of both attack and defense. However, his advanced age may hinder his coverage as a sole pivot. Does everyone understand my assessment? Understood, let us tackle them. Observing Zhang Guan's astuteness, Carlson nodded in satisfaction and continued. Although the left and right midfielders, Blanca and Vida, occupy wide positions, they possess a more central midfielder style, demonstrating strong stamina for back-and-forth movement, but lacking lateral coverage to fully compensate for the veteran Captain Manuel's deficiencies. The attacking midfielder, Bilso, possesses decent organizational and shooting skills, though his stamina leaves much to be desired. The 2 forwards, Marco and Frank, one tall and the other swift, complement each other's styles. Yet their overall abilities align merely with the team's average strength, lacking any remarkable highlights. After listening to his old partner's introduction of the opponent's stylistic characteristics, Massa cleared his throat and succinctly stated, the opponent's midfield coverage, particularly their lateral coverage, is somewhat deficient, and the defensive line on the right side is relatively weak. These are points we can exploit. Let us give it our all, gentlemen. As Carlson had analyzed, the fulcrum of Cittadella's offense and defense is Manuel, from whom every transition or shift in attacking direction originates. Press him. Zhang Guanchong signaled to Goyos and Hecate. The 2 quickly understood, and as Manuel received a pass from the defender in the backfield, they suddenly sprang into action, forming a tight encirclement around him. Faced with the oncoming pressure, Manuel remained composed. He first shielded the ball from Goyos on his right, nudging it to the side farther from him. As Hecate stepped forward, ready to intercept, Manuel deftly pulled the ball back within his control. Noticing Hecate shift his weight forward in pursuit, Manuel quickly pushed the ball ahead, causing Hecate to miss, and effortlessly evaded the encirclement. He then delivered a precise long pass to the unobserved Blanca, who had quietly advanced into the left flank. This long pass was both flat and swift. Upon its arrival, Blanca did not pause to control the ball but instead struck it directly, sending it soaring toward the center, where the towering Marco and the swift Frank awaited. Marco, positioned at the edge of the 6-yard box, effectively pinned Vasily behind him, yet in doing so, He found himself equally constrained, struggling to turn, as he contemplated how to execute a direct shot from Blanca's cross. He heard a familiar voice calling out to him, "Penalty spot, penalty spot." Without hesitation, he deftly flicked the ball with his head toward the penalty spot. The voice belonged to the attacking midfielder, Burso, and the penalty spot was indeed his favored shooting area. Marco's header was perfectly placed, and Burso arrived precisely at the vacant space in front of the center back, effortlessly executing a volley with his right foot, as smooth as they had practiced countless times on the training ground. Melikov, the goalkeeper for Pisa, sensed the impending danger upon Bursu's arrival. Despite instinctively reacting to make a save, he was powerless against such a close-range shot, merely watching as the ball seemingly flashed into the net. The entire sequence, from the long pass that evaded the back line, through the cross from the wing, to the center forward's deft flick and the attacking midfielder's decisive strike, unfolded in a mere 5 seconds, a display of brilliance. In my opinion, the pivotal moment of this goal lay in the ease with which the veteran captain, Manuel, handled the pressure of the encirclement, smoothly escaping before accelerating the play with a pinpoint long pass, which in turn amplified the team's offensive momentum, leading to the well-deserved goal. Observing the opposing players huddled together and the home fans singing and dancing in the stands, Goyos turned to Zhang Guan with a shrug, as if to say, "You let us press, idol." No wonder he dares to play as a central defensive midfielder. His control, physicality, and rhythm in passing and receiving the ball are indeed masterful. He glides effortlessly when evading opponents, and his technical skills are quite solid. While maneuvering, he has already observed the positioning of his teammates in the distance, demonstrating an impressive tactical awareness. Truly remarkable. Even as an opponent, Zhang Guan genuinely admires him. "Hey, with such praise, you're making me lose face," Zhang Guan retorted. "The one who got past you was me, after all. No worries. If he evades you, just go at him and reclaim your dignity." "Can I really do that?" "But he seems exceptionally skilled," Goyos replied, a hint of doubt in his voice. "Use the same charm you employ at nightclubs. Be direct, engage him, and then go straight for the goal," Zhang Guan advised earnestly. As the referee signaled for both teams to return to their positions for the kickoff, Goyos walked away, still muttering, "I suspect you're leading me astray, but I have no evidence." Nonetheless, he decided to heed Zhang Guan's suggestion. Upon receiving the ball, Goyos faced Manuel's defense without making any adjustments and launched into a powerful sprint. The ball passed, but Goyos found himself positioned behind by a swift turn from Manuel. The ball was not successfully dribbled past. "Let us try again." Goyos approached Manuel's territory once more, still opting for the straightforward sprint. This time, he managed to get past the man but not the ball, as Manuel accurately anticipated the trajectory and intercepted it. "Zhang Guan, your advice isn't working," Goyos complained during a dead ball situation. "I told you to be direct, but you came in without any subtlety, leaving me completely exposed. If this works, it would truly be a miracle. Playing well is like cooking a delicate dish. One must pay attention to the balance. Next time, let me demonstrate live." Zhang Guan dismissed him with a wave, suggesting he take a step back. Manuel executed 2 exquisite defensive maneuvers in succession, only to discover that the player now facing him was even younger than the previous one. However, it mattered little. Such youthful players typically charge in recklessly. Facing Manuel's defense, Zhang Guan employed a series of quick touches with his right foot, keeping the ball just within Manuel's reach yet out of his striking distance. He then exaggeratedly swayed his shoulders from side to side, while his left foot performed a feigned maneuver around his hips. Noticing Manuel striving to lower his center of gravity to predict Zhang Guan's dribbling direction, Zhang Guan pretended to make a play for the ball with his right foot, only to sweep his foot over the ball before executing another bicycle kick. The continuous feints caused Manuel, who struggled defensively, to falter slightly, his retreat becoming disorganized. Zhang Guan awaited this very opening. He seized the moment when Manuel's balance wavered, deftly maneuvering the ball with his left foot around his hips before pushing it forward with his right foot, swiftly bypassing Manuel. Confronted by the accelerating Zhang Guan, center back Romano and fullback Luca hesitated to close in for an interception, opting instead to retreat, maintaining a distance of about 2 steps to avoid being forcefully bypassed, while simultaneously shifting laterally to expand their coverage area. "Since you're not coming at me, I shall not hold back." As Zhang Guan observed the opposing goalkeeper positioned slightly forward, he decided to reduce his speed, gracefully shifting his leg to strike the ball's underside with his toes. Romano, perceiving Zhang Guan's deceleration as a signal for a shot, swiftly advanced a step, positioning his body to maximize his blocking area. However, his attempt at a block was undoubtedly futile, for as he fell, he witnessed the ball soaring high into the sky. Failure is failure, he thought. With such a lofty trajectory, it should surely sail beyond the goal line. Yet, this was not the belief of Citadella's goalkeeper, Monero. The moment the ball left Zhang Guan's foot, he sensed impending disaster. It was clearly a delicate chip shot. He awkwardly turned his body and retreated quickly, aiming to intercept the ball's parabolic arc, but all he could do was watch as the ball grazed his fingertips and nestled into the net. A chip shot? What a brilliant execution. If the key to Citadella's earlier goal lay in Manuel's years of seasoned experience, Zhang Guan's goal undoubtedly epitomized the youthful exuberance of unrestrained creativity. This goal also bore additional significance, as Zhang Guan had leveled the score with Zurich, ascending to the pinnacle of the top scorer list. The commentator on site was evidently taken aback by Zhang Guan's finesse, expressing his astonishment. The fans in the stands were equally stunned, their reactions no less fervent than that of the commentator. What an extraordinary maneuver. Scoring a goal with such artistry? Is the defense made of paper? This Eastern player is quite formidable. No wonder that Starlet has taken a liking to him. Zhang Guan, you truly outdid yourself. Who would have thought of such an approach? This chip shot is something special. Indeed. With the same breakthrough, just look at Zhang Guan, and then at someone else. Oh, someone, with a hint of confusion, remarked. You seem to break through effortlessly. Why can't I do the same? Zhang Guan patiently elucidated. After all, he's a seasoned veteran with years of battle experience. A few feints are merely a sign of respect. You can't just barge in without any prelude. Do you think you're Usain Bolt? You must understand. Your strength lies in your agility. Goyos appeared contemplative. As the match resumed, Citadella's flank midfielders, Blanca and Vida, were evidently more cautious. No longer daring to surge forward recklessly, but rather consolidating their positions beside the veteran captain to maintain defensive width. While this stabilized their defensive posture, it proved burdensome for the attacking midfielder, Burso. Confronted with the disconnection between the midfielders and the forward line, Burso had no choice but to frequently withdraw for support, repeatedly attempting to turn forcefully upon receiving the ball, only to be thwarted time and again by Pisa's double pivot, Hecate or Jorza. This approach was untenable. The formation was too disjointed, and the front trio was engaged in futile efforts. Manuel quickly identified the issue and summoned Blanco aside to convey, while defense is crucial, appropriate pressure is also a form of defense. Look for opportunities to push forward, just like in the first goal. He then addressed the forward. Frank, you and Marco should alternate in retreating, coordinating with Burso, striving to utilize tight combinations to circulate the ball in the opponent's half, with the midfielders pressing forward, the forwards retreating, and Burso in position. Citadella's ball movement gradually began to flow more smoothly. Observing Manuel as he deftly distributed the ball in all directions like a dealer shuffling cards, both Goyos and Zhang Guan simultaneously entertained a singular thought. He must be intercepted. Yet, Manuel had anticipated the duo's encirclement. Calmly, he tucked the ball to his side and, as Zhang Guan and Goyos approached, feigned a long pass. Upon noticing Goyos preparing to block, he cleverly flicked the ball with his heel in the opposite direction, then, with a gentle touch using the outside of his foot, maneuvered the ball between Zhang Guan's legs, effortlessly escaping the situation. Having shed his pursuers, Manuel pressed forward, with Zhang Guan trailing behind him. Spotting Burso making a deliberate diagonal run, which pulled the defensive midfielder away from the center back. He aimed for the gap between the center back and the fullback and delivered a delicate lob. The tall striker, Marco, anticipated the landing, took 2 steps back, and leapt ahead of center back Eriksson to redirect the ball to a vacant spot at the arc of the penalty area. Frank, circling in from the flank, lifted his left foot as if to execute a volley, prompting Vasily to rush in with the intent to block. Little did he know, Frank merely eased the ball to his right side, and after a brief adjustment, launched a powerful shot. The goalkeeper Melikov of Pisa found himself in a dire predicament. This shot, akin to the previous goal, pierced through the defense like a cannonball, leaving him to instinctively attempt to save. The outcome, needless to say, was all too predictable. The methodology mirrored that of the first goal. While Xingya had cautioned against reusing the same strategy, I now find myself thinking, Xingya, do not deceive me any longer. With the veteran captain's evasion and precise passing, coupled with the striker's deft touch and central shot, it appears this tactic has been meticulously rehearsed countless times, allowing it to succeed for a second time within the same match. Goyos found himself once again relegated to the sidelines, feeling rather helpless. Conversely, Zhang Guan maintained a positive demeanor. After all, both of them were offensive players, not particularly adept in defense. Each had their own expertise. What does it mean to have your own expertise? Goyos inquired, puzzled. It means I am specifically skilled in attacking, Zhang Guan replied, unable to articulate the explanation in Italian. Opting for a casual response instead, Goyos nodded in sudden understanding, thinking it wise to follow Zhang Guan. Playing football could indeed be an opportunity for learning. This phrase would surely come in handy at the bar, a perfect line to use while flirting with the ladies, exuding charm. Stop daydreaming and go do what you excel at. Disrupt from the left flank. Goyos was indeed skilled at causing chaos, although he lacked the explosive power of Zhang Guan. His agility, while not superior, was nonetheless quicker than that of the opposing defenders. Coupled with the distinctive footwork of South American players and the cunning honed from the streets of South America, he posed a challenge for Amadeo, the left back of Cittadella, and David, the left center back, who hesitated to press forward in support, wary that this lad might emerge from some obscure corner to create a threat. Chapter 84. The Hat Trick, Part 2. In stark contrast, Zhang Guan remained withdrawn near the midfield, seemingly disinterested in engaging in offensive maneuvers along the flanks, which left the vigilant right back Luca and right center back Romano feeling somewhat idle. Let us see how long you can restrain yourself. The left flank was restrained by Goyos' interference, making it reluctant to support the attack, while the right side languished, necessitating some initiative to contribute offensively. Otherwise, would all four defenders simply huddle at the back and play mahjong? This was Zhang Guan's clever ruse, feigning weakness to lure the opponent out. As time progressed, right back Luca gradually became more involved in the attack, pushing forward, while Zhang Guan subtly shifted his position towards the flank. The synergy between Haixitai and Zhang Guan was palpable. Upon witnessing their defender successfully intercept the ball, Haixitai immediately targeted Zhang Guan's position. When the defender passed the ball, he made no adjustments and directly delivered a swift pass to the flank, allowing Zhang Guan to sprint into the vacant space created by Luca's advance. Midfielder Vida hurriedly moved to provide support, recognizing it as a 50-50 opportunity. Zhang Guan, however, did not slow his pace. He swiftly extended his foot to pull the ball inward, executing a rapid 90-degree turn, transforming his trajectory from a flank breakthrough to lateral dribbling. This sudden maneuver caught Vida off guard. Towering in stature, he could not match Zhang Guan's agility. By the time he turned, Zhang Guan had already carried the ball several meters ahead. Fortunately, as it was lateral dribbling, a direct shot was not comfortable. Vida consoled himself in this regard. At that moment, Goyos made a lateral run from the left flank to the right, aligning almost parallel to Zhang Guan's path of advancement. Zhang Guan timely angled the ball to Goyos, who had reached the right side of the Cittadella penalty area, positioning himself side-on to the goal. It was challenging to pivot and face the goal due to the pass. If he were to stop the ball within the penalty area to make a play, he would risk being encircled by defenders. It seemed that only by continuing to push the ball towards the flank could he ensure control. However, Goyos opted not to follow this approach. He did not halt the ball, but instead flicked it with his heel towards the central zone of the penalty area behind him. This was a tactic he and Zhang Guan had practiced during training. When Zhang Guan found himself outside the penalty area, unable to face the goal directly and only capable of lateral dribbling, Goyos would run across from the opposite side, positioning himself at the rib area. At that moment, Zhang Guan would deliver an angled pass, allowing Goyos to seamlessly turn and advance into the penalty area, with Goyos' task being to return the ball near the penalty spot. This tactical maneuver was evidently successful. With Goyos' cooperation, Zhang Guan gained a favorable opportunity to face the goal directly. From this distance and angle, Zhang Guan's shooting motion had become muscle memory, and with a powerful strike, he sent the ball soaring into the upper corner of the net. Yet again, it was a shot from near the penalty spot. This marked the third such instance in the match. It was as if both teams had conspired to create every conceivable opportunity for shots around the penalty area, ultimately leading to goals. Was this mere coincidence? Or was it the emergence of a burgeoning new tactic? During the post-match interview, we intend to inquire of both coaches should such an opportunity arise. Amidst the ceaseless commentary of the announcer, the players on the field are reveling in celebration. I successfully executed the routine I practiced with Zhang Guan. Let us cheer for our goal, brothers. Indeed, it is quite delightful, flowing like water. With a slight flick of my wrist, I delivered an assist, brothers. How splendid is my heel assist. It is indeed impressive, yet it pales in comparison to Zhang Guan's majestic turn. Especially that final explosive shot, absolutely breathtaking. In the stands, a middle-aged man, slightly out of shape, fiddles with his camera before retrieving his phone to dial a number. Hello, Roberto. I truly recommend that you come to the site and scout this young lad. Trust me, even if you already possess the equally swift Martins, you can never have too many gifted youngsters. Ivan, I believe he possesses ample talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have caught your attention. Your presence at the match signifies our club's eagerness for young prodigies. However, my old friend, you can't expect me to accompany you to every match, can you? Our league season isn't even concluded yet. You make a valid point, Roberto. Once the game concludes, I shall return, and we can discuss while watching the footage I recorded. Knowing you, I am certain you will find him exceedingly intriguing. As he ended the call, Roberto chuckled and shook his head. This old friend, having retired many years ago, still exhibited that impatient demeanor. As for the young talent, there is indeed potential. But it hardly warrants a visit from the head coach of a prestigious club like Inter Milan. Roberto Mancini, at that time the head coach of the Serie A giant, had just spoken with his old acquaintance, Ivan, who had recently been recruited by Mancini as a club scout. Ivan, known more widely by the moniker Terrifying Ivan, is Ivan Zamorano. As Zamorano hung up, memories of his illustrious days on the pitch flooded his mind. Such reflections are perhaps inevitable post-retirement. Though merely a few years have passed, they inexplicably resurface unbidden. Suddenly, the announcer's elevated tone interrupted his reverie. Behold this play. Goyos with a through ball. Zhang Guan charges into the box and unleashes a powerful shot, the ball zipping past the goalkeeper and into the net. A hat trick, marking his 20th goal of the season. If memory serves, this should be his first hat trick, and he now stands alone atop the scoring chart. In less than half a season, 20 league goals. One wonders if Pisa can retain him come the imminent summer transfer window. With less than 10 minutes remaining in the match, Mazet opted to substitute Zhang Guan, allowing him to receive the accolades of his teammates and the visiting fans. Welcome our newly crowned Golden Boot winner, Carlson jested. Not yet. Not yet. Zhang Guan humbly waved his hand. That explosive shot of yours was absolutely spectacular. And the first goal, that exquisite lob, was your imagination running wild? I momentarily lost focus and missed witnessing a goal. Fortunately, my device recorded everything. Zamorano activated the playback function and adjusted the footage to 10 seconds prior. Zhang Guan executed a wall pass with Goyos in the midfield, skillfully evading the challenge from the defensive midfielder. After delivering the ball to Goyos, he swiftly dashed into the gap between the center back and the full back. Goyos delivered a timely through ball, and amidst a tussle with the center back, Zhang Guan gained a slight positional advantage. With the center back pushing against him, he surged into the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot into the near corner. This physical prowess is remarkable. His agility, explosiveness, and resilience are exceptional. Goodness. He is akin to a healthier version of Ronaldo. After the match, I must return to Milan to discuss this with Roberto. Wait, Zhang Guan was substituted? What am I waiting for? I must return to Milan immediately. Chapter 85. The olive branch of the elite in contrast to Zamorano's impatience, a middle-aged man in a cap, seated in another section of the stands before a recording device, patiently watched the entire match and dispatched a message. Mr. Chairman, although I am presently quite composed, I fear you cannot fathom the joy within me. This joy has not surfaced since I personally recruited Raul from Atletico's youth team until just now. Soon, a reply arrived. My old partner, Baldano, it seems you have made significant gains, have you not? I have always had unwavering faith in your judgment. In any case, I would be delighted to join you for lunch tomorrow. Ivan, the match has only just concluded. Did you not dine at Cittadella? There is a French restaurant outside the stadium, and the food is rather exquisite. Mancini speculated, noticing Zamorano's hurried entrance, presuming that this impetuous character had not eaten dinner. I have already arranged for the restaurant to prepare a late-night snack for me. It will arrive shortly, Zamorano stated, adding 3 portions. My friend, it is already past 10. Consuming 3 portions is not good for your health. I trust one of those portions isn't for me, is it? You're not planning on keeping me up all night, are you? Let me guess, who is the unfortunate soul you've dragged along with you? Just then, the late-night snack entered the room alongside Blanc. I am that unfortunate soul, Roberto. I had already planned to head home to sleep, Marco Blanc, Inter Milan's transfer manager, remarked, pointing at Zamorano with exasperation. But this fellow insisted that I would regret missing out. I am unsure whether he meant the snack or a particular player. Samorano inserted the memory card into the large screen in the office, operating it while hastily shoving a piece of pizza into his mouth, mumbling. There must have been scouts at the stadium today. We must act swiftly. Look at this lad. He possesses vision, explosiveness, resilience, and technical skill, an absolutely promising prospect. Mancini poured a glass of champagne for Blanc, took a sip, and turned to Samorano. He is merely a somewhat talented young man. Is he truly as extraordinary as you claim? Roberto, no one understands talent better than I do. He possesses a gift far superior to ours. As Zamorano fast-forwards, the highlights of Zhang Guan's matches unfold before Mancini and Blanc. Upon witnessing Zhang Guan's exquisite lob, they instinctively exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Soon, the second and third goals were also showcased, and Mancini's gaze grew increasingly fervent. Well, my old friends, I hope I haven't wasted your time, Zamorano remarked, pride evident in his voice. If this is considered a waste of time, I wish you would come to do so every day, Mancini jested, looking towards Blanc and inquiring. I concur with Ivan's view. This young man possesses remarkable talent, distinctive traits, and no apparent weaknesses, truly exceptional. What do you think, Marco? You are in charge of the transfer. After all, Blanc remained silent, clinking his champagne flute with Zamorano and Mancini before raising it to his lips in a single gulp. Baldano, my old comrade. It seems you've had quite the exhausting round, haven't you? Continuous flights, evaluations, and more flights can be quite taxing for us. No longer in our youth, he noted. Indeed. However, it has been rewarding, and significantly so. This young man, Zhang Guan, had previously been reported to me by scouts, who claimed his speed, physicality, technique, and psychological qualities were all top tier for his age, likening him to Ronaldo, and the praises were extravagant. Yet, upon witnessing him in person, I did find some semblance to Ronaldo, albeit excluding the weight. Baldano, the transfer head of Real Madrid, handed over a report while simultaneously elaborating and cutting a piece of steak to savor. This steak is a bit tough. We've grown old. Our teeth can't handle it anymore, much like our Galaxy fleet. It's time for a refresh. Florentino, the president of Real Madrid, perused the documents at hand, occasionally posing questions to Baldano. You manage the technical aspects. Does he possess any special commercial value? This delves into my area of ignorance. I can only say that he enjoys considerable popularity at the club. Judging by his image, there seems to be potential for commercial exploitation comparable to my own early days. So, do you recommend securing this young talent? Yes, this aligns with the consensus of our transfer department. Then what are we waiting for? Let's proceed, my friend, and rejuvenate our Galaxy fleet, setting sail once again. Ding ding ding. Zhang Guan picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. Shui, what is the hurry? I'm having dinner with Lao Chun. Are you coming too? Great, let us discuss it when we meet. He turned to Chen Jifeng, who was busy in the kitchen, and called out, Cheng Lixue is coming over. Lao Chun, add another dish. As Zhang Guan's appointed media liaison, Cheng Lixue had met his agent Chen Jifeng a few times. Being fellow townsfolk in a foreign land, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Zhang Guan, you still have the leisure to hide away here for a meal. As soon as Cheng Lixue entered the room, she began to chatter. Upon noticing Guyus, she greeted him casually before continuing. You have no idea how chaotic the news industry has become. Oh, braised pork. It seems I have come at the right time. Old Chen specially had extra dishes prepared for you, knowing your fondness for this. Zhang Guan handed her a pair of chopsticks and inquired, what has got you so flustered? Did you know that the transfer managers from Inter Milan and Real Madrid arrived in Pisa yesterday afternoon? The reporters in the city are going absolutely mad, trying to interview you. I can barely keep up, she exclaimed, savoring the aroma of the meat. Old Chen's culinary skills are truly unmatched. It's a waste for him to be just Zhang Guan's agent. Why would they want to interview me? Do you think these two prestigious clubs are here for any other reason than to seek you out? Cheng Lixue remarked, popping a piece of meat into her mouth and gesturing towards Guyus. Could it be they're here for him? Guyus replied, are you being polite? Naturally. They have club representatives to attend to them. Why the rush? Here, have some fish. Old Chen has done a splendid job with it, even better than his football. How many people have been chasing me for information? Yet, I know just as little as they do. Don't you think I should share a bit more with your press liaison? Chen Jifeng exchanged a glance with Zhang Guan, who subtly nodded, prompting Chen Jifeng to say, both Inter and Real have spoken to me. Inter is willing to offer a transfer fee of 10 million euros with an annual salary of 1 million euros. Real Madrid's transfer fee is set at 9 million, but they propose a salary of 1.5 million. Both parties wish to sign a 5-year contract, and I have advised them to negotiate with the club first. Guyus, having spent considerable time with Zhang Guan and being under Chen Jifeng's management, had learned some Chinese and joined the conversation with a somewhat awkward accent. Wow. If this deal goes through, you'll be the top player, under 18. Let us not call it that, Cheng Lishua interjected. Let us maintain decorum. Guyus, pass me the spoon. Cheng Lishua served herself a bowl of fish soup and took a couple of sips, exclaiming, wow, this soup is truly delightful. How do you wish for me to communicate with the media and guide public sentiment? Remain silent. Let the club handle the negotiations, Zhang Guan replied, engrossed in his meal. Cheng Lishua, slightly confused, asked, aren't we supposed to capitalize on the current buzz? Just waiting idly? You've often speculated that some media outlets enjoy sensationalizing stories. Haven't you? Let us take a step back and observe who fabricates tales for traffic. We can then dismiss them. Public sentiment is like a river. It can both carry a boat and capsize it. No, it can also overturn a boat. We must maintain firm control over it. Chapter 86. An early holiday, a star and a scout. This young man truly knows how to play both on the field and in romance. Inter and real flourish. Pisa's star striker is quite busy. 6 months of experience in Serie B, a crucial lesson in the pursuit of grassroots strikers by 2 European giants. Coach Massa. It's rumored that both Inter and Real have dispatched transfer officials to negotiate with the club. Are you aware of this? I am not. Ah, now you are aware. May I inquire whom they have come for? I am uncertain. Ah, now you know. They have come for Zhang Guan. This evening, we shall face Cosenza in a home league match. Might this influence your tactical arrangements? Confronted with the imposing microphone almost pressed against his face, Massa rolled his eyes, suppressing an expletive that nearly escaped his lips, and chuckled. The question you pose, well, it indeed is a question. So how do we resolve it? The key lies in identifying the crux of the issue. Do you understand what I mean? Without waiting for the reporters to respond, he swiftly departed. The reporters stood in stunned silence for several seconds, evidently caught off guard by this stream of nonsensical rhetoric. After mumbling a few words, they spotted assistant coach Carlson emerging from the door and hurriedly approached him. Assistant coach Carlson. There are rumors that both Inter Milan and Real Madrid have sent transfer officials to negotiate with the club. Are you aware of this? In contrast to Massa's dismissive demeanor, Carlson's attitude was exceedingly cordial. Ah, hello, that sounds quite promising. The question you pose, well, it indeed is a question. So how do we address it? The key lies in identifying the crux of the issue. And how do we find the crux? That is the most critical step in problem solving. Very well, assistant coach Carlson. You may attend to your duties. This evening's opponent, Cosenza, employs a 3-4-3 formation, which is quite rare. Their left winger, Baez, possesses formidable skills, while left back Breen has allocated all his skill points to offense. Although their attack is commendable, their defense leaves much to be desired. If we can withstand their flanks, we are likely to reap rewards by exploiting Breen's vulnerabilities. Go warm up, lads. In an hour, I wish to see you brimming with vitality. Today's analysis of the opponent is rather straightforward, Goyos whispered to Zhang Guan. Zhang Guan, come with me. Zhang Guan followed Massa to the office upstairs, where he observed Su Dingfang gazing out the window with a cup of coffee in hand. Upon hearing the door open, Su Dingfang turned around and greeted them. I apologize for interrupting your pre-match preparations, but I believe our discussion can be concluded within 10 minutes. You are likely already aware that Inter Milan and Real Madrid are here to discuss Zhang Guan's transfer. For the club, a transfer fee exceeding 10 million euros is a figure that is difficult to decline. This is not a reflection of the club's satisfaction with your work. In fact, it is quite the opposite, representing the club's recognition of your efforts. Now, let us confront the matter directly. For Zhang Guan, Real Madrid is willing to offer up to 13 million euros, while Inter Milan is prepared to increase that by an additional 2 million. I say, Sue, can't we wait until the end of the season? After all, the transfer window has yet to open. I can wait, but the bank cannot. By the end of May, the club has a debt maturing, and both Inter and Real have agreed to pay half of the transfer fee before that deadline. Massa opened his mouth, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. In recent years, many clubs in Serie A have faced considerable operational challenges, not to mention those in the second division, where operating on debt has become commonplace, and bankruptcy and relegation are all too frequent. The club is indeed struggling, and Zhang Guan, notably, does not belong in the second division. He turned his head to glance at Zhang Guan, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Su Dingfang was an astute individual, as was Masa, and Zhang Guan was undoubtedly perceptive as well. The communication among discerning minds flowed with remarkable efficiency, concluding in a remarkably brief time, even utilizing merely half of Su Dingfang's anticipated duration. Zhang Guan, there are still 4 rounds left in the league. I remind you, rest assured, coach. I will approach each day with diligence and not allow transfer rumors to dampen my enthusiasm, he assured. What I mean is, when you step onto the pitch, do rein it in a bit. We wouldn't want an injury to jeopardize the club's potential earnings. Though the coach advises caution, the opponent today is not one to tread lightly against. Observing the left-back brain of Kazinsa creating a gaping void reminiscent of the East African rift after an assist, Zhang Guan instinctively surged forward, receiving Hishidi's pass, deftly maneuvering past the center-back, and then striking into the box to score with a precise shot. A splendid evasion and a magnificent strike. Zhang Guan netted his 21st goal, further extending his lead atop the scoring chart. It appeared the myriad of external news had not impacted the striker's form. He continued to exhibit a fiery touch that had flourished over the past 6 months. The golden boot of the league seemed firmly within his grasp. Despite securing their position in the league, Kazinsa remained focused on offense, with Breen persistently stationed in Pisa's half, effectively assuming the role of Kazinsa's de facto left winger. The relentless pressure he exerted placed immense strain on Pisa's right back, Jorza, allowing Kazinsa's left winger, Bays, to seize an opportunity to equalize. At halftime, Masa replaced Zhang Guan. He understood that compared to the substantial transfer fee exceeding 10 million that Zhang Guan was poised to bring to the club, the significance of the ongoing match paled in comparison. Zhang Guan being substituted? This was not a common occurrence in the past half-season, and it seemed the rumors held weight. I could almost sense the air thickening with the scent of a transfer. Accompanied by the commentators' speculations, the fans in the stands began to stir restlessly. What? The transfer rumors are true? Real Madrid and Inter Milan are vying for him? This lad is disloyal, just as he has made a name for himself. He is looking to join the big leagues, using us as a stepping stone? It's not quite fair to say that, with his current performance. A relegation-threatened team in the 2nd division would likely struggle to retain him. Don't act so self-righteous, you fool. Shut up, Zhang Guan. Goodness. I haven't even left yet, and I'm already being booed, Zhang Guan mused, recalling the recent Coles incident, where a multitude of fans, oblivious yet eager to join the mockery, had derided him. These mindless idiots, he muttered quietly, accepting the 2-week holiday Masa granted him, to return for the team's season finale. During these 2 weeks, he naturally dedicated his time to Chubai, as they enjoyed their summer break from Milan University, indulging in Europe's numerous vacation destinations. Have you decided to join Inter Milan? On the coast of Sardinia, Chubai held Zhang Guan's hand, barefoot on the soft sand as they strolled. You little one, you know the answer already. Zhang Guan swiftly discerned Chubai's subtle intentions. If you are unwelcome, I can choose to go to Iberia. There must be a grand welcome. I have heard that the fans in Pisa seem to have some grievances against you. Those who support me will always do so. Those who oppose me will dissent at any time. I value the support, while I dismiss the opposition as mere noise. And what of those who neither support nor oppose? Let us compel them to support through our actions, uniting all possible forces, while ignoring the small faction of irrational extremists. It felt reminiscent of a history lesson on the War of Resistance. Speaking of which, Zhang Guan recalled an acquaintance deeply connected to that era. Chapter 87. Zhang Guan and Li Dai Nanyun Zhong embraced the blonde beauty beside him, savoring a delightful sip of beer before stretching languidly. Stirring the water tank was indeed a laborious task, quite exhausting. Those days spent within were truly dark and terrifying, surrounded by burly men with watchful eyes. Even with his father managing affairs outside, he could not escape the robust exchanges of camaraderie from those giants. Alas, it was his own misfortune that had drawn them into the fray, though he had regained his freedom over a year ago. Nanyun Zhong occasionally awoke in a panic from his dreams, struggling to find restful sleep. Moreover, as life in his hometown became unbearable, he had no choice but to flee from the loathed city, seeking a fresh start in an entirely unfamiliar place. Sardinia, a splendid locale. In this haven for the affluent, Nanyun Zhong reveled in nights filled with song and laughter, shedding the nightmares of the past, while his long-lost confidence and audacity gradually returned, even more vibrant than before. Humming a cheerful tune, Nanyun Zhong kept his hands busy, eliciting playful protests from Pris, the Czechoslovakian beauty. Suddenly, his movement ceased. The blonde beauty, curious, followed his gaze and spotted a pair of young Eastern faces. Zhang Guan. Whether in confinement or freedom, Nan Yunzhong was perpetually consumed by thoughts of vengeance. He had initially believed his quest for revenge to be futile, yet here, in this desolate place, an opportunity had presented itself. It seemed he could finally unleash his plans. As for the girl beside him, she would undoubtedly make for a splendid prize. He rose and waved to the nearby hulking figures, who immediately clustered around him. Zhang Guan had long noticed him, and, maintaining a composed demeanor, took a half-step forward, subtly shielding Chu Bai. Sensing the shift, Chu Bai removed her sunglasses, gathering her wind-tossed hair behind her ears, and discreetly texted a message. "Oh, is that the great star Zhang Guan? Long time no see." Nan Yunzhong approached with a grin that did not reach his eyes. "Indeed, it had been a while. The place you ventured to is inaccessible to ordinary folks. How long has it been? I heard it was over a year." Zhang Guan's words struck a nerve with Nan Yunzhong, whose expression darkened instantly. "All thanks to you, my brother. I have been eager to find an opportunity to properly express my gratitude." "What is this called again?" South Yunzhong instinctively turned to look behind him, only to realize that these individuals could not comprehend Chinese, thus they would never come forth to support him. He continued, "All right. This is what we call perseverance yielding rewards. What you have here is merely a tadpole seeking its father." "Hello there, little tadpole." South Yunzhong, caught up in his own words, suddenly recognized the inappropriateness of his statement. "Why am I even correcting you? I truly hope that in 10 minutes you can still articulate so well." "Oh, what do you intend to do?" he asked. "My brothers behind me will ensure you are well taken care of. Rest assured, your life will not be in jeopardy, but I must warn you, they are not gentle in their approach." As South Yunzhong gritted his teeth, he feigned a friendly concern. "As for this young lady, fret not. I will personally attend to her. You know how it is." Before he could finish his laughter, Chu Bai smashed the beer bottle directly onto his face. Zhang Guan, adhering to the principle of capturing the ringleader first, did not wait for the crowd to react. He stepped forward, seized South Yunzhong, and delivered a kick to his abdomen. The indulgent South Yunzhong was no match for the force of that kick and fell to the ground with a thud. Zhang Guan pointed at the crowd behind South Yunzhong, declaring, "If there is a grievance, let it be settled with the one responsible. I shall only deal with him. For those who wish to contest, I will attend to you shortly." The crowd, merely drawn by South Yunzhong's wealth, hesitated in the face of Zhang Guan's formidable presence, none daring to stand up for him. Zhang Guan pressed down on South Yunzhong's chest, raising his hand to deliver a powerful slap to his face. "So many prominent entrepreneurs have never flaunted their power as you do, even abroad. You remain so arrogant and domineering. How many have you bullied during your time at school? Last time, you even dared to draw a blade and wound old Zhu. This slap is for old Zhu. The next is for Yi, and as for the last one, I do not even know for whom it is." With each strike, Zhang Guan delivered 4 or 5 resounding slaps, exacerbating the wound from the beer bottle that was bleeding, causing South Yunzhong's eyes to swell, and blood to pour from his nostrils, resembling a vibrant dye factory with red, black, and purple hues erupting. South Yunzhong felt pain in his head, face, nose, and abdomen. Every part of him ached, and he could only mumble in a plea for mercy, "Bro, take it easy, my health is not great." Fearing that he might seriously injure this young master, Zhang Guan stepped back, crouching beside him as he softly remarked, "Why do you never learn? It's quite difficult for me not to retaliate against someone as fierce as you." Two individuals, emerging from the scant onlookers, nodded slightly to Chu Bai before stepping forward to drag South Yunzhong away like a lifeless dog. No, don't pull me away. Haven't I already been beaten?" South Yunzhong flailed his arms in a futile attempt to resist, and through his hazy vision, he caught sight of Chu Bai, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. "Miss Chu? It's a misunderstanding. We actually know each other. A few years ago, I visited your home with my father. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was covered, and he was dragged further away." Chu Bai stepped forward, taking Zhang Guan's hand as they strolled along the beach, seemingly unaffected by the earlier incident. "Miss Chu," Zhang Guan teased, mimicking the tone of Nan Yunzhong. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Bai replied, "I recalled that he indeed visited my home previously. Yet with someone like him, it hardly makes a difference whether I remember or not. He wouldn't be proposing, would he?" Zhang Guan remarked half-jokingly. "As if he would dare." Chu Bai scoffed, casting a disdainful glance in the direction where Nan Yunzhong had been taken away. "So, you are that frightening? No wonder that bottle was thrown with such precision." Chu Bai kicked playfully, then added seriously, my father is named Li Dai. Li Dai? Goodness. The wealthy magnate from the neighboring province. Zhang Guan realized that Chu Bai's family background was indeed remarkable, as they could easily book a table at Yojiao private kitchen for several thousand yuan, and could even spend hundreds of thousands without a blink. I would be delighted if you could refrain from exclamatory remarks in the middle of your sentences. Your father is named Li Dai? I am Zhang Guan. Zhang Guan Li Dai? Ha! It seems I am quite fated with my future father-in-law, as ordained by heaven. Zhang Guan exclaimed exuberantly. Chu Bai looked at the childish Zhang Guan with a hint of exasperation, responding, who said he was your father-in-law? However, if you knew what Yao Yao's father was called, you would find it even more amusing. Oh, Jiang. Tao Jiang. That name is rather ordinary. Are you implying Li Dai Tao Jiang? Zhang Guan pondered, Li Dai Tao Jiang? Are we playing a nested-doll game here? By the way, Zhang Guan, I have not mentioned this to you before, and I hope you don't mind? Of course I do, and quite significantly. With a father-in-law so affluent, why wasn't I introduced to him sooner? How many years of effort could I have spared? Go away. Chapter 88. Where did the sandstorm come from? Zhang Guan, you seem to have tanned quite a bit in the 2 weeks since we last met. Not just tanned, but also thinner. Be careful not to overexert yourself. You wouldn't understand. Having a beautiful companion naturally makes one revel in life. With a smile, Zhang Guan greeted his teammates before arriving at Mass's office. Have you finalized your communication with the club? Which team did you choose? Inter Milan. Zhang Guan replied as he took a seat. I am grateful for your guidance, coach. Massa waved his hand, still holding a half-burnt cigarette. Interrupting him, the primary reason for your success lies in your own talent and diligence. The support and assistance from others are negligible. Save your flowery thanks for when you win the Ballon d'Or. Enjoy a few drinks at tonight's celebration, and we shall meet again in the future, during the match. Every time the camera focused on the bench where Zhang Guan sat, the stands erupted in piercing boos. As the match approached the 70-minute mark, Massa approached Zhang Guan. Prepare to take the field, Zhang Guan. No matter what, it is time to bid farewell to your first professional journey. The boos crescendoed as Zhang Guan stepped onto the pitch. Engaging in transfers during the season, do you truly deserve our support? Traitor, return to your hometown. We do not need you. Or do we truly not need you? Let us revisit the performance of this seemingly unnecessary individual. The commentator's deep, resonant voice emanates from the broadcast. Please look at the screen. Before the winter break, the team languished at the bottom of the rankings, aptly described as a dispirited squad with little hope of survival. In the first match following the winter hiatus, the team faced Brescia away from home. When the team fell behind, he was called upon to substitute, embarking on a long sprint that culminated in a deceptive shot leading to 2 splendid goals, allowing the fans to witness a turnaround that closed the gap with the team in second-to-last place. Was he not, at that moment, the individual we needed most? In the subsequent match against Palermo, he executed 2 remarkable long-range shots following deft feints, once again netting a brace that propelled the team to victory, elevating their standing to second-to-last. Was he not, at that moment, the individual we needed most? Against Cremonese, his exquisite assist following a back pass and a textbook header resulted in a goal, securing a crucial point for the team amidst a 0-2 deficit. Was he not, at that moment, the individual we needed most? The large screen continuously displayed highlights from the past half-season and the gradual ascent in league standings, accompanied by the commentator's engaging narration, creating a powerful emotional resonance. The fans in the stands fixated on the screen, gradually recalling the moments when they relied on Zhang Guan to escape relegation, and the chorus of jeers and insults began to subside. Against Pescara, his nimble chip shot after a solo breakthrough added another point to the team's tally. Was he not, at that moment, the individual we needed most? Then came the match against Ascoli, once again on this very pitch. The stands erupted with the same jeers as today, but the outcome remains etched in memory. Allow me to refresh your recollection. The jeers were as unfounded as those of today, spreading unchecked throughout the stadium. Under pressure, he rose to the occasion, scoring twice, yet was met with an even greater chorus of boos. Frankly, I have never witnessed such a situation. Fortunately, the stadium's large screen, much like today, revealed the truth, and he received the hero's welcome he deserved. Was he not, at that moment, the individual we needed most? In the stands, some began to feel moved. As the images on the screen unfolded, whispers of realization began to emerge. Yes. Yes. Oh my, how we misjudged him at that time. The murmurs grew bolder, emboldening those around them who were also lost in contemplation, and the voices swelled, akin to grains of sand accumulating into a mound. Against Frosinone, he once again contributed a goal and an assist. Alas, this time he could not single-handedly salvage the situation as he had in the past. Yet perhaps it was his repeated bravery that drew the attention of numerous elite clubs, leading to the predicament he faces today. But was he not, at that moment, the individual we needed most? Perhaps so. I believe so. Yes. The chorus of affirmation grew increasingly resolute. In the match against Salernitana, he showcased his remarkable skills once again. Knitting a brace. Forgive me, for I have lost count of how many times I have used this term. The team emerged victorious once more, effectively securing their place in the league. At that moment, was he not the individual we most desperately needed? Indeed. Lastly, let us reflect on the match against Cittadella, where he achieved a hat-trick. Do you remember that exquisite lob, which epitomized boundless imagination? He revealed to me that a lob could indeed be so breathtaking. I found myself pondering whether such creativity truly belonged to the second division. In retrospect, perhaps it was this very match that solidified the resolve of both Inter Milan and Real Madrid. Yet I ask, was he not the person we needed the most at that time? Absolutely. Over 10,000 fans in attendance united in a resounding chorus. My apologies. Please allow me a few moments to calm the excitement stirring within me. Now, the club's management will continue the discussion. I am Sutting Fang, the head of the club's transfer department. I must candidly express that the successful relegation of the team has not entirely alleviated the operational pressures faced by the club. Therefore, even before the season's conclusion, the club has preemptively agreed to the purchasing intentions of two prestigious teams to ease financial strain. I must emphasize that throughout this process, the player himself has not expressed any desire to leave, yet regrettably, we require our players to assist the club off the field as they have done on it. A transfer fee of $15 million can secure the club's normal operations for over a year. I feel disheartened by the misunderstandings surrounding this situation. However, as a member of the club, I cannot allow any player to depart unjustly, especially one of such merit. If blame must be assigned, perhaps it lies with us for not managing the club effectively, which resulted in our inability to retain a player who brings joy to the fans. Nevertheless, he deserves the sincerest blessings and farewells from the people of Pisa. Even if our story is shorter than the gentle summer breeze, and our journey is destined to diverge this summer, I beseech you all to preserve the intense resonance we experienced together deep within your hearts, and to learn to bid farewell with grace, shall we? After a brief silence, the stands erupted once more in fervent cheers. From 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, and from 3 to the multitude, until the entire stadium was filled with sound. Indeed, many teams in the top division still struggle, let alone the relegation teams in our second division. Zhangguan, please forgive my impetuosity. Thank you for your contributions. I must express my apologies for my misunderstandings twice. Though it is with great reluctance, the club is correct. You deserve our farewell. Despite believing himself to be impervious to joy and sorrow, Zhang Guan's eyes glimmered with emotion, yet he bravely stated, "What wind and sand? They have merely clouded my vision." Chapter 89. The Seer Brother Guan, you are quite remarkable. The domestic media coverage is overwhelming. Reporters flock to the school daily, eager to uncover the stories of your untold past before fame. I shall provide you with a few links to explore. Breaking news. Zhang Guan signs with Inter Milan. Transfer fee reaches $15 million exclusive. The first Chinese player to join a European traditional powerhouse deal finalized. Zhang Guan joins the Serie A giant. Hey, health check completed. The new Serie B Golden Boot joins the elite. Anticipation for next season's Serie A soars. Zhang Guan opened the link sent by Zhang Nila, glanced at a few headlines, and casually closed it. The domestic media had already received secondhand news from Chung Lixue. After all, in this era, the channels for information in Italy are still not well established for domestic newspapers. Brother Guan, I'm not exaggerating. It's incredibly challenging to intern at the company. Skipping the transfer news, Zhang Nila began to vent. Their meetings last all morning, with various speeches leaving me utterly perplexed. It's truly difficult to manage. Difficult? Then don't manage it. Huh? Really? You should enjoy your time at school. In a few years, when Yao Yao is flourishing in our company, you'll just watch her drift further away from you, until you become two completely different worlds. At that time, you certainly won't regret today as wasted youth, nor will you feel ashamed of your mediocrity. Wow, Brother Guan, your words sound familiar. I just remembered how the steel was tempered. You still Haven T returned it to me. Please focus on the key points. All right, I got it. More nagging than my mother. Zhang shut down the computer, adjusted his attire, and opened the door. He was to arrive at Inter Milan's training base by 10 o'clock to sign the contract and attend the new player press conference. Let us hurry, Zhang. You're not the only new signing today. I hear there are big names as well. As the youngest among us, we mustn't be late. Chen Jifeng urged. Zhang was well aware of the big names. In 2006, Inter Milan made significant acquisitions in the transfer market, laying the foundation for their 5 consecutive league titles. Gabriel, hello? I believe any journalist witnessing the signings today would be profoundly impressed. And this is all thanks to your efforts. Chen Jifeng greeted Inter Milan's transfer consultant, Gabriel Oriani, warmly. Haha, thank you for your kind words. Today features not just well-established stars, but also investments for the future, isn't that right? Oriani responded with a smile, glancing at Zhang and saying, keep it up. Young man, you are our future. Please take your seats. We will begin shortly. At the podium, Oriani surveyed the fully occupied press area with satisfaction and addressed everyone. I know you've all been eagerly waiting. Now, let me introduce today's main characters. First, we have the young talent Zhang, whose youth is almost enviable. Please forgive my frankness, but having secured the Serie B Golden Boot in just half a season, I suspect his label is not merely young. Next, we have Maxwell, the Brazilian lad from Ajax, accompanied by his compatriot Maicon, who played for Monaco last season. One can only hope they will form our formidable twin wings. Sitting beside them is Dakota, a player who caused us considerable grief during his time at Roma. Also contributing to our misfortunes was Vieira, whom we similarly acquired from Juventus. Believe me, the thrill of poaching such talent is simply exhilarating. As the new season approaches, I am filled with anticipation for their midfield partnership. Up front, we welcome Ibrahimovic, the towering striker from the Scandinavian peninsula, who will partner with the already confirmed Hern N. Crespo, leading our attack against rival defenses. The renowned former defensive midfielder Vieira and the resplendent striker Ibrahimovic have become the focal point of the press conference, with microphones and flashlights converging on these two imposing stars. Their transfer from arch-rival Juventus has only heightened the journalists' eagerness to uncover sensational stories. Names that resonated through the previous season, Vieira, Ibrahimovic, Maicon, Maxwell, Dakota, are now indelibly etched alongside my own within the illustrious ranks of Inter Milan, stirring a wave of excitement within me. Hey, Zhang, I've seen your goal. That lob was magnificent. Maxwell opened the conversation. You can call me Maxwell Andrade, and this rather daft-looking fellow beside me is my compatriot Maicon Douglas. Hey, that's not daft, it's coffee-colored, got it? Alright, let me rephrase. This rather daft-looking, coffee-colored chap. At that moment, Maicon playfully stepped on his foot beneath the table. In fact, many fans back home affectionately refer to you as Coffee. Zhang chuckled in response. Oh, there are fans of this so-called chicken in the distant east? Maicon inquired with curiosity. Maxwell retorted, I am undeniably handsome, you know? Oh, the handsome chicken. You will have your admirers in due time, Douglas, perhaps even more. But beware of a Welshman who resembles a monkey. Maicon scratched his head, puzzled. Oh, pray tell? This left Zhang momentarily at a loss for words. How could he elaborate? Should he mention how, post-2010, the once celebrated right-back was outshone by the youthful Gareth Bale? And how does one define the best right-back? By his quintuple triumphs, thunderous strikes following consecutive juggles, or perhaps his pinpoint shots from impossible angles in World Cup matches? Zhang resorted to a mock mystical explanation. Have you heard of fortune-telling? After some effort, he finally managed to distract the inquisitive Maicon. Meanwhile, Dakota, who had been quietly listening, perked up. Come on, Zhang, do a reading for me too. For you. Zhang racked his brain for the wise gestures he had seen on television, carefully mimicking while counting on his fingers, eating grapes without spitting the skins. Not eating grapes, yet still spitting the skins. You must be cautious of injuries and temper. This lad possesses a certain flair. Dackett was taken aback, then sighed, reflecting on how injuries often stealthily crept upon him, while his temper remained as unruly as ever. In his heyday, he had effortlessly dealt with the likes of Vieira, Ibrahimovic, and Totti. Yet now, he pondered, could he still hold his own against them? It's my turn, he thought, as he observed Maxwell's skeptical reaction, who joined in the commotion. Meanwhile, Ibrahimovic, amidst a throng of journalists, felt the rising noise and glanced over in irritation. Upon recognizing Maxwell as the source of the disturbance, he suppressed his displeasure and continued to address the reporters. Time, If it had feelings, would grow weary. Merely satiated would be just right, Zhang Guan mumbled, shaking his head as he recited an obscure incantation resembling a mystic. Chapter 9. Training Coach Sa, Coach Ku, Commander Kan. Santo, Stan, Gardner, what an honor it is to meet you, Zhang Guan exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he greeted the star players he had only seen on television. Isn't it customary for Easterners to be rather reserved? Mancini observed the overly familiar young man with curiosity, clearing his throat softly. Zhang Guan suddenly realized, in his fervor, he had neglected the head coach and promptly extended his hand to Mancini in apology. Forgive me, I was overly exhilarated. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. And I firmly believe that under your guidance, we shall secure not 2, but 3 league championships. If only this lad's skills matched his loquacity, Mancini mused, humorously waiting for Zhang Guan to finish his ramblings before playfully nudging him to return to the team. Zhang Guan pretended to stumble and rolled on the ground, clutching his leg for dramatic effect, before laughingly getting up and brandishing an imaginary yellow card high in the air. Goodness, is there more to this? A talent indeed. An athlete and a referee in one. What a pity you aren't with Juventus. Your flair is wasted here as we have no penalties to award. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Ibrahimovic scoffed. It seems we have yet another untalented sycophant. Just then, Maxwell leaned in and remarked, Zlatan, I must say this kid is quite intriguing. The plethora of words he spoke at yesterday's press conference was both enigmatic and amusing, even though I barely understood it. Ibrahimovic interrupted, You mustn't be swayed by his charms, Andrade. Zlatan, if it's not too much trouble, please call me Coffee. Zhang Guan mentioned that my Eastern fans refer to me as such. Not bad. This name certainly has more flair than Andrade. Indeed. Zhang Guan's antics transformed what could have been a mundane introduction into an entertaining affair, ensuring that these illustrious figures would remember this amusing young man. Subsequently, Zhang Guan's performance on the training field only solidified their impressions of him. He clocked a remarkable 10.9 seconds in the 100 meters, just behind Adriano's 10.7. Ad gazed at the stopwatch held by assistant coach Mihailovic, harboring a hint of skepticism. Could this slender figure truly sprint under 11 seconds? I too sensed something was amiss. Let us have another go. Zhang Guan understood that in dealing with these proud and fierce warriors, humor merely served as an entry point. To truly integrate, one must demonstrate tangible prowess. Ad, would you care to race? He proposed. When it comes to speed, my old self has never faltered. Ad readily accepted the challenge. With the prospect of excitement, the teammates naturally gathered to watch. Moreover, Mancini typically did not discourage such healthy competition that could ignite a winning spirit among the players. As was his habit, Zhang Guan took a few deep breaths, crouched down, placing his hands on the ground slightly wider than shoulder width, his center of gravity leaning forward. Upon hearing Mikhail's starting signal, he swiftly pushed off the ground, his arms swinging powerfully back and forth, employing a compact stride with an impressive frequency that propelled his center of gravity upward, leaping forward 3 or 4 steps in an instant. Having flawlessly executed the initial phase, Zhang Guan maintained an upright posture, relaxed his shoulders to allow for a more liberated and powerful arm swing, tightened his core, and propelled his hips while lifting his knees, striving to lengthen his stride to accelerate swiftly. The 30-meter acceleration phase quickly passed. Ad, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Guan, was somewhat astonished to find his rival slightly ahead. Zhang Guan continued to keep his body upright, striving for balance and minimizing unnecessary movement while regulating his breathing, advancing step by step toward the finish line. Although Zhang Guan's speed remained impressive, the observant Mancini noted that Ad, with his height and long legs, was significantly narrowing the gap with each stride. His cadence was roughly equivalent to Zhang Guan's, yet his stride exceeded it by nearly 10 centimeters, enabling him to surge ahead by half a body length as they approached the finish. Feeling the pressure from his opponent during the final sprint of 20 to 30 meters, both Zhang Guan and Ad concentrated all their strength below the knees, fervently lifting their knees and using their feet to push off the ground for momentum. Ultimately, after crossing the line, the two slowed their pace with a few light jogs, gasping for air to calm their racing hearts. How many seconds? The composed and steady Sa, intrigued by the newcomer, approached to check Mikhail's timer. No need to time it, Mikhail remarked. They both crossed simultaneously. Ad, panting heavily, looked at Zhang Guan, who was also bent over, catching his breath, and said, You have some skills. For someone of your slight stature, Your speed is quite remarkable. Come on, I'm 185 meters tall. That's hardly insignificant, Zhang Guan retorted. Yet, he couldn't help but feel somewhat diminutive in the presence of Ad's 190-meter, 90-kilogram frame. Mancini gently applauded the two and whispered to Mikhail, "It seems the scout report was indeed accurate. In comparison to Ade, he exhibits superior reaction speed and explosive power, granting him an advantage during the initial acceleration phases. However, his performance during the middle stages is slightly less impressive, although his sprinting speed is remarkable. This implies that he is better suited for shorter bursts of acceleration and sprinting, theoretically speaking. Shall we test him over 50 meters?" To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Guan completed the 50 meters in a remarkable time of 6.7 seconds, equaling the record set by the recently departed Martins, thus achieving one of the fastest times in the club's history. "He's incredibly fast," Maxwell remarked to Ibrahimovic, who stood beside him. "Speed is merely a foundation, not the entirety," Ibrahimovic retorted. "Come on, Zlatan, you understand just how crucial that foundation is." Ibrahimovic was left speechless. During the afternoon training session, Zhang Guan was naturally assigned to the substitute group, partnering with guarding crews on the front line to challenge the rotating center backs formed by Berdisso and Andreoli. The internal training matches primarily aimed to restore fitness and rehearse tactics. Thus, the intensity of the competition was not excessively high. Nevertheless, Zhang Guan exerted himself fully against these skilled players. He deliberately showcased his fundamental skills in passing, stopping, and shooting, while also demonstrating his ability to receive and distribute the ball as a central striker. Though he was not particularly adept at it, he managed to execute it with competence. The training intensity at Inter Milan far surpassed that of Pisa. By the end of the session, Zhang Guan felt utterly fatigued, succumbing to slumber in the therapy room. Had it not been for Coach Sa's arrival to rouse him before the end of the day, he might well have spent the night there. Mornings were devoted to stamina and strength training, while afternoons focused on tactical drills and coordination, a routine that persisted for several days, with increasing intensity. Fortunately, due to Zhang Guan's exceptional physical condition, he managed to keep pace with the demanding rhythm through sheer determination. Chapter 91. Facing Bayern due to the World Cup. The players returned to the team later than usual, prompting the club to arrange only one warm-up match before the league commenced, a home game against Bayern Munich. Bayern, affectionately referred to as Old Iron by the Nerazzurri, faced economic difficulties in their early years and had to sell players. Other clubs attempted to capitalize on their plight by offering low bids, but only Inter Milan presented a substantial offer, marking the beginning of a friendship between the two clubs. The player involved in this transaction was none other than the Ballon d'Or winner at the time, Rummenigge, who later returned to Bayern as their president. As Bayern encountered financial strain again, players such as Mathis, Bremer, and Klinsmann subsequently joined Inter, further solidifying this camaraderie. In the first half, both teams tactically deployed their main lineups to rehearse strategies and enhance combat effectiveness, while in the second half, they introduced younger players to assess and develop their skills in real-game scenarios. Zhang Guan was substituted onto the field in the 55th minute of the second half, alongside the Brazilian duo of newcomers. Ladies and gentlemen, even for a prestigious club like Inter, investing 15 million in a 17-year-old is no trivial matter. I am sure we all eagerly anticipate Zhang Guan's performance. The true weight of the Golden Boot remains a mystery. Today, I seek the assistance of my Bayern comrades to verify this enigma. Naturally, the youthful Maxwell and Maicon are also present. Upon Zhang Guan's entrance onto the field, the commentator at the Miazza Stadium, Tremonti, was immediately filled with enthusiasm. Despite being merely a friendly match, the iconic venue, which accommodates 80,000 spectators, boasted a turnout of approximately half its capacity. The crowd united in harmonious song, waving their scarves high, reveling in the visual spectacle the match provided. Fear not, young man. Showcase your talents. It is but a warm-up, and the outcome is of little consequence. Mihajlovic, ever empathetic, offered words of encouragement to alleviate any pressure Zhang Guan might feel in front of a sea of thousands. Thank you, Coach Mahaj, Zhang Guan replied, silently sighing, acknowledging Mihajlovic's kindness during training sessions. Bayern's head coach also fielded a plethora of young talents, including Christian Lell, Andreas Girilitz, and Roque Santa Cruz, which led to a more dynamic and open style of play. Once Bayern's mainstay defenders Lucio and Van Buyten departed, their defensive fortitude noticeably waned. Meanwhile, Lam had yet to evolve into the formidable wingback he is known to be, allowing Maicon and Maxwell to seize opportunities, continuously delivering crosses from the flanks. In the center, the robust Cruz, though lacking a holy title compared to opposing forwards, showcased his towering presence and refined techniques that enabled him to dominate Bayern's substitute defense. As Cruz withstood the challenge from the pursuing center-back, he adeptly controlled a pass from the backfield with his chest and spotted Zhang Guan making a forward run towards the edge of the penalty area. With a deft flick, he sent the ball in Zhang Guan's direction. However, the pass had slightly too much pace, causing the ball to roll toward Bayern's holding midfielder, Hargreaves. Zhang Guan, known for his tenacity, would never concede such a half-chance. Concentrating his entire strength in his calves and feet, he propelled himself forward in a matter of strides and managed to poke the ball just before Hargreaves could intervene. Hargreaves, a midfield talent who had been part of the England national team since 2001, was plagued by injuries throughout his career. While he took pride in his ability to control the tempo of the game, he was wary of sprinting against this eager young opponent. Risking injury in a friendly match was hardly worthwhile. Thus, Zhang Guan skillfully maneuvered past the not-so-speedy Hargreaves and executed a feint against the French centre-back, Valrain Ismail. When Ismail remained unmoved, Zhang Guan opted for a direct approach, transitioning from the feint to a decisive dribble. At 31 years of age, Ismail had recently helped Bayern secure domestic double titles, embodying a player whose prowess surpassed his fame. With a wealth of experience, he observed Zhang Guan's feint with the thought that such antics would not deceive him. However, as Zhang Guan committed to his dribble, Ismail began to stride forward to intercept. Standing over 9 meters tall, Ismail could not afford to move with small, quick steps. His long strides inadvertently exposed a gap. Zhang Guan was poised, waiting for precisely this moment. After deftly maneuvering the ball, he swiftly adjusted his footing. Upon observing Ismail begin to move laterally, he accurately targeted the gap and executed a quick toe poke with his right foot. Although the toe poke is notoriously difficult to control in terms of both power and angle, its primary advantage lies in its lack of required wind-up, lending it a strong element of surprise. Thus, it was not until the ball darted through Ismail's legs and headed straight for the goal that the young substitute goalkeeper, Lunsing, instinctively attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch as the ball found its way into the net at a rather unremarkable angle. Zhang Guan, exhilarated, sprinted from the penalty area and leaped onto his assisting teammate, Cruz. "Oh, Julio, what a perfect assist." Cruz suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia. This sensation was eerily familiar. Once young and equally swift, he had experienced similar moments countless times over the past 2 or 3 seasons. Though today a scene lacked a somersault performance and featured a player slightly fairer in complexion, yet heftier. His name was Obafemi Martins, a lad brimming with passion for football and fervor for Inter Milan. Alas, he was now on the other side of the English Channel in Newcastle. Such is the nature of professional football. Throughout history, beauty and prowess seldom coexist in the twilight years. Fortunately, the young man now on his back was equally intriguing. The goal did not keep the fans waiting long. The prolific gardener, Cruz, provided the assist, enabling newcomer Zhang Guan to score his maiden goal. Though merely a warm-up match, the explosive force and fundamental skills displayed in this goal should suffice to reassure Inter Milan that the $15 million investment would prove worthwhile. However, Ismail and Lunsing on the opposite side would do well to remain vigilant. They might just find themselves as the symbolic backdrop to the rise of the next generation of superstars. Haha, of course, I jest. I hope everyone enjoys a bright future. Earlier, after reviewing the scouting report on Zhang Guan provided by the scouting system, Mancini initially felt a sense of reluctance. The absence of youth training experience raised doubts about his foundational skills. A blank professional history indicated a severe lack of accumulated experience at various youth levels. His on-field disputes and off-field controversies. Was it wise for Inter Milan to take a risk on a mere 17-year-old? Yet, after staying up late to watch the recorded match footage of Samorano, the situation transformed dramatically. Despite lacking youth training, his foundational skills were surprisingly solid. His blank professional history allowed for a unique imagination and perspective in handling the ball. His on-field disputes demonstrated his tenacity, while his off-field controversies, well, one must remember that envy is the lot of the mediocre. Chapter 92. Serie A debut. The Eastern Golden Boy scores on his debut. Substantial investment begins to show promise. Can the same formula replicate the success of the Pisa era? Is he destined to be the fifth forward? His actions wind up the four main strikers. Mancini chuckled as he glanced at the somewhat exaggerated headlines in the newspaper, tossing it aside before adding Zhang Guan's name to the squad list for the league's opening match. Beside him, the assistant Giuseppe Barisi had long since become accustomed to it. The strategic reintegration of young talents had become a hallmark of Mancini's approach. It was indeed peculiar if this promising youth, acquired by the club for a staggering sum of 15 million euros, was not utilized. In 2006, during an era when the internet was not as widespread, domestic fans had to navigate various channels to glean valuable snippets from foreign media reports. Yet those morsels were sufficient to ignite fervent discussions across forums. Did you hear Zhang Guan performed admirably in the warm-up match? Yes, I heard he scored a goal. But alas, I cannot find the video file. What a pity. What a pity. I believe it was merely a stroke of luck. After all, Inter Milan is merely eyeing the domestic market. Perhaps a sponsor insisted on his inclusion. Otherwise, how could such a prestigious European club consider signing him? Are you joking? Do you think the Serie B top scorer is a mere fabrication? Indeed, 15 million euros. Which sponsor could afford that? Ah, you do not understand. It's the kind of covert sponsorship you wouldn't comprehend. In any case, he cannot be there purely on merit. Oh, so you are the wise one, are you? The only one who understands in the world? Is it perhaps your sponsorship fee? Humph, I want to waste more breath with you. I hereby declare that if he scores more than 5 goals this season, I will eat a pound of dong. Screenshots taken. I hope this post remains when that time comes. Zhang Nila adeptly maneuvered in front of his computer, engaging with various ill-intentioned posters. The keyboard clattering as he expressed his frustration. I simply cannot fathom it. Clearly, this is a positive development, yet a faction of malicious individuals emerges online to disparage it. Beside him, Tao Yaohao remained unfazed. There is no shortage of cynical keyboard warriors at any time. Why bother with them? By the way, have you completed the operational plan that the company requested? A trivial matter, I finished it long ago. Did you pick up the wrong script? Shouldn't you be saying, oh, I'm not quite sure about that, or something of that sort? It takes 3 days to recognize progress. I, old Zhang, am capable of improvement. You know? Welcome, everyone, to the Miazza Stadium once again after a 3-month hiatus. Following the enhancements made during the summer transfer period, today we embark anew with the team, aiming to challenge for the Serie A title in the 2006 to 2007 season. Our first adversary is Fiorentina, a formidable opponent that cannot be underestimated, yet one that must be overcome in our quest for glory. Let us observe how Mancini and his players will respond. The live commentator Tremonti was not mistaken. Fiorentina's strength is indeed formidable, boasting a lineup filled with robust players. Goalkeeper Fry, a former Inter player, has consistently delivered commendable performances. Center-backs Wifalusi, 1.85 and Dainelli, 1.91 possess the caliber to rotate in elite clubs at their peak. Left-back Pasquale and right-back Kroldrup are fringe internationals for Italy and Denmark, respectively, while the double pivot of Blasi, 1.78 and Liverani, 1.75 have transitioned from the formidable Juventus and Lazio. The attacking quartet in the forefront dazzles with brilliance. Denmark's midfield maestro Martin J. Regensen, Serie A's best newcomer Gianpaolo Pizzini, Romania's lethal striker Adrian Mutu, and the newly crowned dual Golden Boot winner from both Europe and Serie A, Luca Toni. As a forward, Zhang Guan consciously disregarded Fiorentina's attacking ensemble, directing his focus instead towards the opponent's midfield and defense. Center-back Wifalusi possesses considerable physical strength, yet can he surpass Adriano in robustness? The lateral defenders appear relatively mediocre, and both defensive midfielders fall short of 1.8 meters in height, potentially presenting exploitable weaknesses. Mancini has deployed towering forwards Ade and Ibrahimovic, while on the sidelines, Crespo and Cruz also embody the archetype of formidable center forwards. When it comes to height on the attacking front, Serie A seems unparalleled. The central defenders are indeed enduring a torrid time, Zhang Guan murmured. Oh, why do you say that? Cruz, favorably inclined towards this swift young man akin to Martins, inquired with curiosity. These forwards on the pitch must surely be the strongest in Serie A, right? All gathered for this encounter. What fortune can the central defenders expect? Cruz glanced at Ade, Ibrahimovic, and their adversaries Toni and Mutu, nodding in agreement. Isn't Luca also a World Cup veteran like me? How come he is still in such fine form? After another desperate block, Materazzi rose and looked at Toni, lamenting to his partner Samuel. Don't even mention the World Cup. Samuel retorted succinctly, quite fittingly embodying his nickname. On the opposing side, Dainelli and Wifalusi fared no better. One is tall, strong, and quick, while the other is both tall and slender, a daunting challenge to contend with. Shall we arrange for a substitution? After executing a header clearance, Dainelli joked with his partner. Wifalusi waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, Crespo and Cruz are no pushovers either. The match swiftly morphed into a goal fest, with the central defenders lamenting their plight as both forward lines reveled in their prowess. By the 70-minute mark, the score had escalated to 3-2. It was evident that the World Cup had left its mark on the players, as both Ade and Ibrahimovic seemed to be nursing minor injuries, while Tony's movements appeared increasingly labored. Inter's bench had begun warming up some substitutes, including Crespo, Cruz, Recoba, and the young Zhang. It was rumored that Recoba's lingering injury had yet to heal, suggesting that his warm-up was merely a smokescreen, as the commentator Tremonti elaborated. With the starting duo of center forwards set to exit, another pair was prepared to take their place, leaving one to envy Mancini's wealth of options. However, it seemed that young Zhang would likely miss his opportunity for this match. Oh, is that so? Mancini chuckled at the commentary. Inter once again requested a substitution, with Zhang standing at the sidelines. The moment of truth arrived so swiftly? He was set to replace the Brazilian Caesar, indicating a shift to a wider position. Yet, based on past records, it appeared Zhang had no history of playing on the flanks. As Tremonti flipped through the materials in his hands, a look of confusion crossed his face. Zhang quickly dashed to the side of Cruz and Crespo, relaying the coach's instructions. Hernan, the coach wants you to continue pressuring the opposing center back from the striker position. Julio, drop back to receive the ball. And you? The coach has instructed me to run more, circling around the two of you. Mancini's intentions were unmistakable, with merely 10 minutes remaining. The opposing team would undoubtedly gamble everything in a desperate attempt to equalize. On the foundation of solid defense from the remaining players, Cruz, boasting commendable technical skills, would retreat to alleviate defensive pressure, while Crespo remained forward to maintain a threat. The connection between them would be facilitated by Zhang speed and bursts of acceleration. Jorgensen from Florenia was growing anxious. Striker Tony was running out of steam, Piccini was a poacher unskilled in ball control, and Mutu was performing below par. It seemed he would have to take on the challenge alone. After receiving the ball on the flank, he maneuvered sideways, evading Stankovic's defense, and surged past Cambiasso to unleash a powerful long-range shot just outside the penalty area. Although the ball was struck with considerable force, it lacked the necessary angle and was comfortably gathered by Toldo. With a relaxed motion, Toldo tossed the ball over half the field, landing it at Cruz's feet. Having already assessed Zhang positioning, Cruz shielded against the opponent's defense and distributed the ball to the flanks. The pass was perfectly weighted, allowing Zhang to maintain his speed as he charged towards Florenia's full-back, Pasquale. Noticing Pasquale's stance, feet staggered, Zhang feigned left and right, skillfully executing 2 consecutive touches to maneuver around him, then directed the ball towards the foot that was positioned further forward. Pasquale thought to himself that this was not good. Despite his youth, Zhang was cunning, and if he were to be bypassed, the 2 central defenders would be left vulnerable. Consequently, after clumsily completing his turn, Pasquale resorted to a desperate sliding tackle, striving to widen his defensive coverage. However, as Zhang deftly slipped past him, Pasquale could only stretch his body in vain. Attempting to hook Zhang supporting foot, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Referee, it was not a tackle from behind. I executed a single-footed challenge. My leg was close to the ground, Pasquale protested, knowing that evading a yellow card was unlikely. He clasped his hands behind his back, fervently explaining himself to avoid a red card at this tense moment. Zhang first touch had led to an exquisite breakthrough, compelling Pasquale to take a risky foul, resulting in a yellow card and a free kick, a favorable outcome indeed. Still seated on the ground, Zhang rubbed his ankle. The foul had evidently taken its toll, but he needed to quickly acclimate to such intensity. After all, welcome to Serie A. Chapter 93, A Subtle Smile. He has earned the coach's trust in just 10 minutes of his debut. With a few successful breakthroughs that led to a yellow card, the team emerged victorious. While his performance may not have been spectacular, it was certainly satisfactory. The second round awaited, as they prepared to face Sampdoria at home. At this moment, although Sampdoria no longer embodies the formidable spirit of the Mancini and Vialli era, it remains one of the prominent forces in Serie A. Within the squad, The likes of Castellazzi, Maggio, Falcone, Palombo, and Flacci are all renowned players of Italian football. The head coach, Novellino, deployed a traditional 4-4-2 formation, mirroring Mancini's strategy, albeit with a change in the starting center forward. The previous match's duo of Adebayor and Ibrahimovic was replaced by the dynamic partnership of Crespo and Cruz. Mancini's hand is richly adorned with talent. The starting center forward and the two wings from the last match sat on the bench, replaced by Crespo, Cruz, Maicon, and Grosso, with Captain Zanetti positioned as a wide midfielder. Despite the substantial rotation, it is unlikely that anyone would perceive a diminishment in the potency of this lineup. The commentator Tremonti barely completed the announcement of the starting lineup before the unfolding events on the pitch interrupted him. Observing the initial offensive play, Cambiaso intercepted the ball, and after Stankovic received it, he executed a sweeping pass. Maicon surged towards the byline, deftly pulling the ball back before delivering a perfectly weighted cutback pass, allowing Crespo to volley it into the net. Inter Milan took the lead within just 3 minutes of the match, prompting an enthusiastic shout of "efficient Hernan" from the crowd. On the substitutes bench, Jean-Guan sprang to his feet and sprinted over to his celebrating teammates, leaping onto Maicon's back and joyfully singing a segment of a popular chant, joining in the celebration with the goalscorer, Hernan Crespo. There is no excess in celebrating a goal. It serves as an excellent means of fostering camaraderie and strengthening bonds among teammates, particularly for a young player like Jean-Guan, who should avoid merely posing as a stylish onlooker. Maicon clearly understands this well, as he hoisted Jean-Guan onto his shoulders, pulling Crespo along as they clumsily danced a samba, swaying as if reveling in a nightclub atmosphere. The score of 1-0 persisted until the 70th minute of the second half, when Mancini substituted Jean-Guan for Crespo. In keeping with his previous match's strategy, he replaced the scorer with another player, a rather curious tactic. Perhaps Crespo was nursing an injury? Regardless, the audience was encouraged to applaud in farewell to the goal-scoring hero while welcoming the young Jean-Guan onto the field. As Tremonti noted, Mancini's substitution strategy is indeed peculiar. Neither Adebayor nor Ibrahimovic, who scored in the last match, were afforded playing time, leaving the crowd puzzled. Mancini refers to this as managing the forwards' appearances to maintain their hunger, whereas many online commentators succinctly label it as arbitrary substitutions. Upon entering the game, Jean-Guan was notably energetic, first seizing the ball in midfield, executing a forceful turn only to be brought down, earning a free kick. He was then fouled again while attempting to evade defenders in a lateral move, resulting in another free kick and a yellow card. Subsequently, he sprinted down the flank, cut inside, and delivered a cross that struck a defender's arm, leading to yet another free kick. As the final whistle blew, Jean-Guan gazed at the 1-0 scoreline, feeling a sense of frustration. After all, this is Serie A, where the intensity of the contest is high, and defenders do not afford the same latitude as in Serie B. While the strategies of evasion and breakthrough remain effective, subsequent handling must be more concise and efficient. Otherwise, the outcome will resemble today's thunderous noise, yet scant rainfall. As if perceiving Jean-Guan's inner thoughts, Barisi approached to offer guidance. Your performance today has been quite vibrant, generating 6 free kicks and compelling the opposition to incur a yellow card. Quite commendable. Jean-Guan smiled, about to respond when he felt something leap onto his back. Speaking in an Italian accent infused with a South American lilt, "Let this lad ride on me during the match." Barisi, observing the playful antics of Maicon and Jean-Guan, reminded them to be cautious of injuries before departing with a smile. In the third round of the league, Inter Milan visited the Olympic Stadium in Rome to face the Roma team led by Totti. Mancini's starting striker this time was Crespo, partnered with Ibrahimovic, while Maicon gradually solidified his position as the right back. Captain Zanetti was shifted to play as a winger, and the center-back duo comprised the seasoned partners Materazzi and Cordoba. Mancini began to entertain the audience once more, with 4 players replaced in the starting lineup compared to the previous match. In the lengthy season, rotations are essential. Yet is such a substantial change necessary so early in the season? On the Roma side, however, the right flank partnership of Perrotta and Panucci remained a focal point of attack, with Totti undoubtedly the team's absolute core. Seated on the sidelines, Jean-Guan was elated to watch Crespo play. Crespo's style is characterized by succinct technique, with movements that are unadorned yet remarkably effective and practical, precisely what Jean-Guan aimed to learn and improve upon. Crespo, seemingly aware of the onlookers, was in excellent form and remarkably active, diverging from his usual role as a penalty area assassin by frequently retreating to provide support and even attempting several breakthroughs. Ultimately, after successfully maneuvering past Mexes, he scored a goal. This was an atypical goal for Crespo's style, yet it imparted to Zhang Guan a crucial understanding: the importance of swift movement transitions. Otherwise, one risks becoming ensnared in defensive traps. This swiftness relies not solely on explosive power, but also on the ability to read and anticipate defensive formations. "Another goal, my friend," Zhang Guan exclaimed as he dashed onto the field, fueled by joy not only from the goal but also from the team's lead and the spectacle he had longed to witness. As the match reached the 70th minute, Mancini gestured to Zhang Guan, signaling him to prepare to substitute for Stankovic. "Go challenge Mexes and Panucci. I sense they are fatigued. And your speed will surely instill fear in them," Stankovic whispered while exchanging high-fives with Zhang Guan. "Just watch, my brother." Upon entering the match, Zhang Guan took his position on the right flank, directly opposing the renowned Serie A player Panucci. He could be considered Zhang Guan's most formidable adversary. Despite his somewhat obstinate nature, Panucci's character had not hindered his service to prestigious clubs such as Milan, Real Madrid, and Inter Milan, where he secured titles in both Serie A and La Liga, as well as triumph in the UEFA Champions League. Dackett observed Zhang Guan's eager demeanor and, following a successful steal, passed the ball to him. Confronted by Roma's midfielder Pizarro, Zhang Guan made a symbolic attempt to evade the challenge, lightly nudging the ball with the back of his foot before deftly maneuvering past the defender. He then controlled the ball within 6 or 7 meters of the sideline, initiating his breakthrough, swiftly entering the territory of Panucci. Zhang Guan reduced his speed, employing short, frequent touches with the inside of his foot, his shoulders swaying rhythmically in an effort to mislead Panucci's defense. When he detected a slight hesitation in Panucci's movements, he promptly pushed the ball forward to the side and prepared to accelerate. Just as Zhang Guan believed he could successfully penetrate, Panucci anticipated his move, stepping in front to block his path. Zhang Guan attempted to circumvent him, but Panucci maintained his position, and the two tumbled to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Given Panucci's advantageous positioning, the referee swiftly called an offensive foul. Indeed, the reputation of Panucci was well-deserved. He was a formidable opponent. Observing the seasoned defender, Zhang Guan could not help but marvel at his resilience. However, the prior encounter solidified Zhang Guan's resolve to penetrate inward. A slight increase in pace would suffice to break through. If he could successfully cut inside, the possibilities would be endless. Once again, Zhang Guan found himself in Panucci's domain. This time, he once more slowed his pace, skillfully alternating touches with the inside of both feet. Noticing a slight shift in Panucci's center of gravity, he quickly twisted his ankle, transforming the inside touch into an outside flick, sending the ball in the opposite direction. Panucci hurriedly turned to position himself, but upon realizing that Zhang Guan had already claimed the advantageous position, he could only hasten his efforts to seek an opportunity to block. The ball soon approached the edge of the penalty area, and Mexes, seeing Panucci had lost his footing, rushed forward to fill the gap. Mexes, a French international, was another notable figure on the field. However, open play was a nightmare for this robust central defender, as evidenced by Crespo's goal in the first half. As Zhang Guan sprinted at full speed, he executed a couple of quick bicycle kicks. Observing Mexes' footwork falter, he discerned that Mexes had a penchant for pressing forward but was susceptible to feints. Thus, in the midst of his stride, Zhang Guan feigned a shot, raising his thigh high, prompting Mexes to lower his center of gravity in preparation to block. Subsequently, Zhang Guan gently flicked the ball to the side, slipping past Mexes and into the penalty area. Taken by surprise, Mexes quickly adjusted his weight and accelerated, yet Zhang Guan's body had already established itself firmly in front. Inching further into the box with each step, it was over. He was poised to shoot. As Zhang Guan entered the perilous zone and prepared to unleash his strike, Mexes, in a moment of desperation, grasped Zhang Guan and brought him crashing to the ground. The referee's whistle sounded promptly, a penalty, accompanied by a yellow card. Watching the young man celebrate with his teammates, Mexes felt a mix of frustration and resignation. It was indeed a clear foul. A splendid breakthrough. May it lead to an assist. Ducote stepped forward and pulled Zhang Guan up. Ibrahimovic stood at the penalty spot. At that moment, Ibrahimovic had yet to tie his hair into a bun. His short hair gave him a remarkably refined and capable appearance. Surely, he himself never imagined that one day he would appear on the field with the visage of a somewhat greasy uncle. He began his run. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, bang. Ibrahimovic struck the penalty with tremendous force, yet it crashed heavily against the crossbar and then ricocheted out of play. Ducote, holding his forehead, expressed his exasperation, saying, "I was too eager too soon." If he had closely observed Zhang Guan beside him, he would have noticed him muttering to himself, "Indeed, our Chinese netizens are quite talented." Ibrahimovic's antics are truly remarkable. An average of 1 card every 15 minutes. The young Chinese talent has transformed into a maestro of the Serie A. A yellow card from a penalty. Guan merely smiled slightly, for he had already won the trust of the coach. Gazing at the explosive headlines online, Zhang Guan nearly spewed his cola onto the screen. "When it comes to stirring the pot, you all excel," Zhang Guan mused silently, hurriedly tossing all his caps into his suitcase. What a joke. What if one day he whimsically wore a cap while seated on the bench, and the team happened to achieve a great victory? Would he not be the one to take the blame? Zhang Guan wearing a cap, triumphing over their rivals? Chapter 94, the Milan Derby. In the 4th round, at home against Chievo, Zhang Guan again came on as a substitute after 70 minutes. Once more breaking through on the flank during a counterattack to earn a yellow card. In the 5th round, they traveled to Sardinia to face Cagliari. The familiar timing for substitutions and the usual card creation. The maestro of cards smiles slightly, an average of 1 yellow per match. Do the opponents not tremble? The Emperor once again creates a yellow card. He has successfully established himself in Serie A. Successful? I have merely begun my journey. Zhang Guan disregarded the new moniker bestowed upon him by domestic netizens and promptly closed the national news website, opting instead for the sports side of the Apennines. Unlike the light-hearted banter of domestic netizens, the local fans of the Apennines were far less amicable. After spending so much money on players, to come away empty-handed after 5 matches? What Serie B golden boot? It seems purely coincidental. This fellow is no easy task. I've heard he often finds himself embroiled in fights and scandals in Serie B, stirring up trouble. Damn it, have we truly brought back a washed-up player? Scouting incompetence. How could they choose the least talented among the likes of Robinho, Torres, and others? Let us be honest. Could it be that Zhang Guan is several years younger than them? Is it possible that he simply has yet to showcase his potential? Give him a chance. Your typing is quite nimble. I've attended university too. You trolls are truly amusing, always spewing vitriol online. Unlike you, I openly critique. In the past, I had no choice. Now I wish to choose Robinho. As he scrolled down the comments, pages and pages of opinions passed before Zhang Guan's eyes. No wonder that over the past decade, it has been challenging for newcomers at Inter Milan to flourish, and even well-known recruits struggle to realize their potential, leading to the team being dubbed a black hole for stars. This prevailing sentiment offers a glimpse into the situation. Fans have been unreasonably harsh on a young player who has yet to turn 18, forgetting that Messi was only just beginning to make his mark at that age. Zhang Guan shook his head, closed the webpage, and opened the pre-recorded match footage, occasionally fast-forwarding or pausing to analyze. Ultimately, it is performance that speaks volumes. Only through exceptional displays can one silence the critics, particularly those who inherently view the world through a tinted lens. In the 6th round, the team transitioned from Sardinia to Sicily, facing Catania away. Zhang Guan remained on the bench for the entire match. Fortunately, the team emerged victorious. Otherwise, one could only imagine the uproar online. In the 7th round, back in Milan, the league's highlight was the Milan Derby. The atmosphere in the city had already shifted a day before the match, with the Miazza Stadium adorned with scarves and flags from both teams. Various media outlets were fervently amplifying the rivalry, and lottery shops were bustling with activity without the need for any promotion. From noon on match day, the subway began transporting thousands of spectators from various districts of Milan to the Miazza. As the team bus made its way to the locker room, fans gathered in droves, waving their scarves and jerseys while shouting the names of their favorite players, eager for interaction. Hernan, Pampa's Eagles, I love you. De Jong, a real man. Of course. It would be even more manly if you could sign my shirt. Zlatan, Captain, just sign this, and I promise you'll get my embrace. However, when Zhang Guan emerged, the fervent atmosphere shifted slightly. Let us see who this is. Isn't that Zhang Guan? If you hadn't been on the bench for a few minutes, I almost wouldn't have recognized you. Was Sardinia and Sicily fun? Enjoying your paid vacation? A man in sunglasses unleashed a barrage of taunts. Zhang Guan shrugged and replied, "It was quite enjoyable. I even had a couple of drinks. I highly recommend you go if you ever get the chance for a paid trip. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you need my signature?" Seeing the man in sunglasses still staring at him with ill intent, He took the initiative to ask. The man tightened his grip on the jersey he held. I'd rather not waste my shirt. No worries, I can write on your face instead. I don't have a pen. The man tucked a pen into his pocket. I have a knife. I could carve it into your face. How about Zhang Guan was here? As Zhang Guan reached for his pocket, he glanced back and asked, Hey, Sa, how do you say was here in Italian? This kid is something else. Sa chuckled silently while smiling at the man in sunglasses, then pulled Zhang Guan towards the locker room. That was a bit cheeky, Sa said as they reached the entrance to the locker room, noticing they had distanced themselves from the fans. But we do need the support of our fans. He supports me once, and I support him twice. He mocks me once, and I mock him twice. Such is the fairness of it all. I suppose this means I've blended in with the fans, Zhang Guan replied with a playful grin, just as Zanetti was about to speak again. The rarely engaged Ibrahimovi chimed in. There's nothing wrong with that. It's indeed fair. Looking at these two young men beside him, Zanetti felt a moment of disorientation. Is this truly the manner in which the next generation of football stars and fans interact? Well, let us hope you don't actually become too chummy. Ibrahimovi nudged Zhang Guan with his shoulder. Hey, do you really have a knife in your pocket? To his surprise, the big man's focus was rather unconventional. Zhang Guan decided to tease him. I do. But what? Ibrahimovi, puzzled, pondered for a few seconds without grasping the meaning. Just as he was about to probe further, he noticed Zhang Guan's mischievous grin and suddenly understood, prompting him to pull Zhang Guan under his arm and jest. You rascal, are you trying to mock me? Spare me, great hero. Manini, observing the relaxed banter in the locker room, cleared his throat a couple of times to gather everyone. If we were to choose a top scout, it would undoubtedly be the Milan Derby. This city boasts over 30 league trophies and 8 Champions League titles, along with a rich football history and profound heritage. Coach, no need for embellishments. Let us get straight to the point. Cesar, a close ally of Manini, interjected teasingly. Exactly. Don't let the author take the opportunity to pad the word count, added Stankovi, another close associate. Though unsure of what padding the word count meant, Zhang Guan felt they had a valid point. Manini, seeing the wisdom in their words, decided to comply. Today, they opted for a conventional 4-4-2 formation instead of the usual 4-3-2-1, with Maldini and Nesta partnering in central defense, and Cafu and Colazza positioned on the flanks. As Manini called out one resounding name after another, Zhang Guan's excitement could barely be contained. His thoughts had already soared to the pitch. Milan Derby, here I come. Chapter 95. The Milan Derby at the Miazza Stadium, which accommodates 80,000 fans. Every seat was filled, with supporters waving colorful ribbons and scarves in support of their teams, showcasing impressive banners crafted by both sides. As the acrid scent of fireworks began to dissipate from the air, the referee blew the whistle to commence the match. Despite having coached Inter Milan for several years, Manini couldn't shake off the nerves surrounding the Milan Derby. After all, the success of 5 league matches could not outweigh the disgrace of losing a single derby. Just then, strange voices emerged from behind him. Kak is quite handsome. Inzaghi isn't as handsome as expected. Pirlo's long pass is so elegant. Gorkov seems a bit soft. Seedorf has quite a large backside. Shut up. Manini shot a glare at the incessantly chattering Zhang Guan, inwardly bemused. How is this young man so carefree and relaxed? On the field, after an initial phase of cautious exploration, both sides unleashed their full intensity. First, Materazzi delivered a fierce tackle on Gilardino, taking both man and ball down, imparting a lesson to the young player. Then, Jankulovski unleashed a powerful strike from 30 meters, causing Toldo to break into a cold sweat. Following that, Adriano's header, overpowering Nesta, forced Dida into an extraordinary save. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense. This time, Kak, possessing the ball in the center, deftly evaded pressure with a quick turn. After advancing past the halfway line and facing Samuel's defense, he executed 3 rapid stops and shifts within mere meters. Samuel, fully focused, managed to shift his weight in response to each of Kak's changes. However, as Samuel prepared to adjust for Kak's 4th significant maneuver, his fragile knee seemed unable to withstand the strain of his twisting body, and he felt a sharp pain before collapsing, clutching his knee. Kak, seizing the opportunity, broke through and passed the ball into the vast space behind Samuel, anticipating that someone would be there in time. Indeed, the clinical finisher Inzaghi emerged from the flank, directed the ball towards his path, and, eyeing Toldo's positioning, unleashed a shot towards the far corner. Faced with such a close-range strike, Even the formidable Toldo could only watch in dismay as the ball found the net. Kak's incisive breakthrough assisted Inzaghi in opening the scoring, bringing the tally to 0-1. Setting the score aside, let us first examine Samuel's injury situation. The team doctor approached Samuel, and after a brief exchange and diagnosis, signaled to Mancini that a substitution was necessary. It appeared that the resilient Samuel could no longer continue. Commentator Tremonti lamented, noting that Inter Milan seemed to experience a momentary lapse, allowing the resurgent Milan side to capitalize on another opportunity from a corner. Gilardino gained the upper hand in a duel with newly substituted Berdisso, heading the ball into the net's dead angle. Within mere minutes, enduring significant blows, it seemed Mancini was in deep trouble. Thankfully, the halftime whistle blew, providing Mancini the chance to regroup. In the Inter Milan locker room, assistant coach Baresi sought to reassure the players, encouraging them to relax while casting glances at Mancini. Sitting nearby, Mancini fixated on the tactical board, biting his lip in silence. After what felt like an eternity, as if resolved, he turned and presented the tactical board to the players. Time was of the essence. He spoke plainly. In the second half, we shall switch to a 3 center-back formation, freeing up a position for a forward. Materazzi occupied the central defensive position, with Berdisso to his right and Cambiasso retreating to play as a left center-back. It is imperative to leverage your advantages in ball circulation and agility during offensive maneuvers. Positions can be advanced slightly to facilitate organization. Zanetti and Grosso were assigned as wingbacks, and they must tirelessly surge up and down the flanks. I want to see your presence along both sidelines. Vieira and Decourt formed a double pivot in midfield, while Adriano and Ibrahimovic took up the dual striker roles, with Jean-Guan stepping in as a third forward, emphasizing breakthroughs along the flanks and through the channels. There is no need for surprise. We have practiced this formation in training, and this peculiar situation is precisely where it can be applied. A score of 0-2 and 0-3 bears no substantial difference, yet I aspire for a victory of 3-2. Should it prove insufficient, I can deploy 4 forwards. Sensing the coach's unwavering determination for victory, the players nodded in agreement, ready to fight. As the second half commenced, the seasoned Maldini quickly sensed something amiss. Zanetti and Grosso threw themselves into relentless attacks on the wings, while the two towering strikers stifled both themselves and Nesta within the penalty area, with a young player tirelessly sprinting in the periphery. What on earth? Has the opposing team abandoned their defense? This approach indeed left Inter's backline exposed, but fortunately, Vieira and Decourt were in excellent form, darting left and right to fill the gaps. After intercepting the ball at the back, Cambiasso lifted his head to see Jean-Guan already retreating to the vicinity of the center circle, and without hesitation, he passed the ball, feeling Pirlo's close marking behind him. Jean-Guan took a step forward to block Pirlo's turning direction, then deftly flicked the ball through Pirlo's legs with his heel. As Milan's orchestrator, Pirlo was not overly concerned about defensive lapses, for he was backed by numerous stalwart defenders. Faced with the stationary position of Seedorf, Jean-Guan lowered his center of gravity, skillfully touching the ball repeatedly to keep Seedorf guessing about his direction of attack before dribbling diagonally towards the center. As Seedorf adjusted his body to accelerate in response, Jean-Guan deftly pulled the ball back to the center with his right foot. Seedorf quickly shifted again to intercept, but Jean-Guan deftly nudged the ball back toward the center once more. The ball, amidst a series of deft touches and pulls, slightly distanced itself from Jean-Guan. He awaited this opportunity. Seedorf, elated, lifted his foot to complete the interception. Jean-Guan had anticipated this moment. It was the bait he had set. Observing Seedorf fall for it, Jean-Guan deftly nudged the ball past him, accelerating past the defender. Ibrahimovic actively retreated to the edge of the penalty area, drawing Nesta out. And Jean-Guan, understanding the cue, delivered a precise diagonal pass, then surged forward along the channel. Grosso, positioned on the flank, had simultaneously advanced, leaving the right-back Cafu with no choice but to mark him, reluctant to assist in the central area. Ibrahimovic held Nesta at bay, and as the ball approached, he gently caressed it with the instep of his foot, allowing it to slow slightly before following it alongside Nesta into the penalty area with Jean-Guan. Dida, unwilling to lose a moment, launched a swift counterattack, while Cafu finally resolved to abandon the flanks and shift his focus to the central area, effectively sealing off the space in front and beside Jean-Guan. However, this did not pose a challenge for Jean-Guan. He feigned a powerful strike, causing Dida to lower his center of gravity in preparation for a dive, but instead, He delicately flicked the ball's underside. The ball arced in a modest parabola, soaring over Daida, who was attempting to regain his footing but found it too late, and gradually descended into the net behind him. The young Zhang Guan did not betray Mancini's trust. He withstood the pressure and netted his inaugural goal in the Milan Derby. Now the deficit was reduced to a single goal, and Mancini's gamble seemed to be bearing fruit. Tremonti finally found an outlet for his emotions, unleashing his signature long howl. What a splendid pass, Zlatan! Zhang Guan retrieved the ball from the net, and, as he sprinted towards the midfield, exchanged a knowing glance with Ibrahimovic. Of course. That is only natural. I hail from the attacking midfield. Ibrahimovic wore a smug expression. Chapter 96. Milan Derby. Do you still wish to select Robinho? It's merely one goal. Let us see if he can net 3 or 5 more. Do you think this is a market for buying groceries? Quiet down. You've been bickering since the last match. When will it end? Look, he's coming. He's charging in with the ball. The squabbling among the fans in the stands evidently did not distract Zhang Guan, who was again driving towards the opponent's back line. When is the best moment to score? After the previous goal. This was a catchphrase of Chen Jifeng. Even the world's most renowned defense might feel disheartened after conceding a goal to an unknown player. It seemed Zhang Guan, now in possession again, had stirred some ire in Seedorf. This kid had just shown off. Let us see how I deal with him this time. Zhang Guan could almost sense Seedorf's thoughts. A star of such caliber would certainly not take this lightly, perhaps even eager to ramp up the intensity. You wish to increase the intensity? I shall engage you in speed. Zhang Guan deftly maneuvered the ball sideways, evading the poised Seedorf, and executed a swift 90-degree turn, charging towards the flank. Seedorf's lateral mobility was somewhat lacking, but with Cafu stationed on the side, it was unlikely there would be any gaps. Upon entering Cafu's territory, Zhang Guan did not recklessly advance. His peripheral vision caught sight of Grosso making a rapid inward cut from behind. With a subtle flick of his ankle, he deftly passed the ball to Grosso. The tall wingback, who had recently shone on the World Cup stage, may not have possessed extraordinary speed, but his impact was formidable. Cafu, not daring to be complacent, kept pace, while remaining vigilant of Zhang Guan lurking on the flank. At this moment, Ibrahimovic had retreated to just outside the penalty area. It seemed the plan was to pass to Ibrahimovic, who would act as a pivot to set up Grosso advancing along the flank. Cafu quickly deduced the strategy. Indeed, after receiving the ball from Grosso, Ibrahimovic, withstanding the close interference from the center back, managed to pass it out. Indeed, it is the script. Cafu smiled slightly, stepping forward to intercept Grosso's path. Unexpectedly, Grosso did not receive the ball but took a large stride, letting it slip past him. Zhang Guan had already dashed in from the flank, and faced with Cafu's hasty adjustment, he delicately delivered a high cross. Ade watched as the ball sailed over the heads of Maldini and Nesta. Retreating a few steps, he leapt high in a confrontation with Colazza, powerfully directing his header towards the goal. Daida, fully focused, shifted his body while assessing the incoming ball, leaping into action to graze it with his fingertips. Clang! The ball struck the crossbar and rebounded into the penalty area. Curse that crossbar! The fans in the stands buried their heads in despair. At that moment, Ibrahimovic, who had just surged into the box, soared to meet the ball with a header, reigniting hope among the supporters. The central defenders had lost their positions, and Daida, still on the ground from his previous save, was it possible this ball would equalize? However, the fallen Daida refused to concede defeat. He quickly crouched and exerted himself, making a lateral dive to deny the ball once more. Just as the fans, poised to celebrate, were about to be disappointed again, a blue-black figure appeared in the small box. It was Zhang Guan. After delivering the cross, he had stealthily slipped into the penalty area. Observing his positioning as Ade and Ibrahimovic took their shots, following Ibrahimovic's header, he anticipated the play, surged forward, and seized the ball that Daida had parried. What followed was simple. He turned his body, lifted his thigh, and with a flat ankle, guided the ball into the net. The fans, who had raised their arms for so long, finally lowered them no more, erupting in fervent cheers. Well done. To the one who wanted Robinho, step forward. Spare us this charade. It's clearly you. Is it? I seem to have forgotten. Commentator Tremonti, invoking his signature cheer, excitedly remarked. This goal stemmed from Zhang Guan's orchestration after receiving the ball, followed by Grosso's diagonal run, Ibrahimovic's support, and Grosso's feint, all executed seamlessly. Zhang Guan's subsequent cross created chaos in the box, culminating in 2 successive header attempts before the orchestrator himself, Zhang Guan, completed the finish. I must say, what is meant to happen will always come. The Milan players were protesting to the referee about offside. Let's examine the replay after Zhang Guan's cross. He had already made a diagonal entry into the box. At the moment Ade took a shot, Zhang Guan glanced at the defender's position. And it was evident he was not offside. As Dida parried the ball, Zhang Guan had slightly retreated, and while Ibrahimovi's follow-up shot took place, Zhang Guan again observed the defenders, aligning closely with Maldini. After the save, he surged forward again to score. It is now clear there was no offside. Zhang Guan meticulously observed the defensive line before each positioning, maintaining such composure under pressure. This young man's future is indeed promising. And what of Zhang Guan? Tremonti searched the field for quite some time, yet found nothing. It is no wonder, for he was surrounded by muscular giants like Ibrahimovi and De Grosso, making it difficult to discern one from the other. After the celebration, the players of Inter Milan collectively turned their gaze towards the sidelines. Indeed, they had equalized. Should they continue to engage in reckless, daring attacks as before, or adopt a more balanced approach and gradually seek opportunities? Understanding the players' uncertainty, Mancini pondered for a moment before decisively gesturing. Attack. The morale was high, and if they could seize the moment to turn the tide and inflict upon their opponents a defeat reminiscent of Istanbul, it would be splendid. Of course, this carried a degree of risk, but the worst outcome of such a gamble would merely be to concede a counterattack and lose the match. But so what? Just 20 minutes ago, they were in a seemingly hopeless situation. Besides, could they truly afford to play it safe? To be frank, the players, caught up in the fervor of the game, were somewhat apprehensive that the coach might call for a halt. However, upon seeing the coach's signal, they became invigorated. The players of Milan, on the other hand, were momentarily bewildered. This feeling was somewhat familiar. Seeing the head coach urging them to continue their offensive, the already excited fans in the stands grew even more restless. Incredible. To equalize and then continue to press forward. I have never found this man so admirable. Trailing by 2 goals only to be drawn level, they might very well be turned over. I am well acquainted with the sensation of seeing a significant lead evaporate or be overturned. I may not be well educated, but surely there can't be a match where a 3-goal deficit is overturned. Look at your naive expression. Have you heard of Istanbul? If you mention that, I cannot remain indifferent. Regardless of who speaks of a comeback, I, La Cara A, shall rally to support. Chapter 97. The Milan Derby. Come on, lads. Let us lift our spirits. It is merely a draw at this point. Let us return to the starting line as if nothing has transpired and begin anew. Maldini clapped his hands vigorously, motivating his somewhat dazed teammates. Shall we return to the beginning and start afresh? Inzaghi touched his nose, feeling that this sentiment was somewhat familiar. Last night, amidst the rain, Fontana or Mantascia, or perhaps someone else, had remarked similarly. Yet, ultimately, he had succumbed to inebriation alongside Saradova. 2 bottles of wine. That girl could truly drink. Have you consumed rodent excrement? Why are you grinning like a fool? Gattuso slapped Inzaghi on the forehead. Inzaghi responded with a raised middle finger. On the side of Inter Milan, I have come to realize that the opposing team is nearly at their limit. Let us muster all our strength and push forward to scatter them, Jean proclaimed without reservation. Ade glanced at a certain veteran on the team, stifling a laugh behind his hand, but said nothing. It is time for these old limbs to pave the way for the youth, Jean muttered, only to be met with 2 dry coughs. Looking up, he suddenly found Squadra gazing intently at him, while nearby, Ade, Maicon, and others struggled to suppress their laughter. Please do not misunderstand me. Captain Sa, I am not targeting you. Zhang Guan quickly waved his hand and smirked at the others across the field. I am referring to those over there. Observing the flamboyant young man before him, Captain Sa felt a sense of nostalgia. The youth of the new era were indeed vastly different from his own generation. When we first joined the team, who would dare to jest with the veterans like this? I remember when I first entered the professional squad, I spent an entire month enduring the old captain's relentless training. As the game resumed, both Ade and Ibrahimovi, following Zhang Guan's suggestion, launched direct assaults on the opposing midfielders and center backs. The ball frequently soared over the heads of the aging defenders, rendering the match increasingly straightforward and fiercely competitive. After once again battling with the robust Ade to clear the ball from the penalty area, Kaladza bent down, gasping for breath. Nesta approached, patting his old teammate's back in a gesture of concern, to which Kaladza smiled and nodded, indicating he was fine. This did not escape the keen eyes of the cunning Zhang Guan. Recognizing Kaladza's fatigue, he decided to exploit it. On the next offensive play, Grosso converged towards the center with the ball, while Zhang Guan darted straight into the middle. Ade, positioned in the center, understood the cue and made a diagonal run towards the flank, creating a cross pattern in their movements. Grosso's inward cut drew Pirlo's defensive attention, while Ade's diagonal run distracted Gattuso in the center, leaving Zhang Guan with only Ambrosini to contend with. Zhang Guan called out to Grosso a few times, and the ball was swiftly sent from Grosso's feet. As Zhang Guan watched the approaching ball, he leaned against Ambrosini, pushing back against him for a step or two. Sensing Ambrosini exerting force in their tussle, he executed a left turn, then quickly lowered his center of gravity to pivot right, gently flicking the ball with his heel, surpassing Ambrosini's defensive reach. This sequence of feints and dribbles had become Zhang Guan's forte, and his explosive power combined with a deliberate obstruction of sight left Ambrosini feeling alarmed. A foul. This was perilously close to the penalty area, posing a significant threat for a free kick. Perhaps it would be wise to persist, as there were still defenders ahead. Ambrosini opted for a conservative approach, turning to stay close, hoping to stifle the attack with the support of his teammates. However, Zhang Guan had already anticipated his next move before turning. The flick of his heel was executed with the precise force and direction he had envisioned. The ball not only evaded Ambrosini but also found its way to Kaladza. Kaladza felt a sense of dilemma. The distance was tantalizing, an opportunity to disrupt the play with a well-placed kick. Yet it was also within reach for the opponent to intercept. Ultimately, he decided against taking the risk and chose to remain close to his adversary. Seeing Kaladza refrain from making a rash move, Zhang Guan felt a twinge of disappointment. This distance was precisely what he had meticulously practiced, providing the defender with an opportunity to intervene, enticing him to act, while he, in truth, maintained the upper hand. A skilled hunter often presents itself in the guise of its prey. However, the vigilance of the seasoned veteran allowed Kaladza to narrowly escape disaster. The angle for a direct shot was completely blocked, while Adriano was on the flank and Ibrahimovic was closely marked by a center back, making it difficult to pass. What about passing to Cambiaso beside him? His shooting angle was also obstructed, rendering it equally challenging. Zhang Guan lifted his head and spotted a familiar figure making a swift run forward. This was the moment. Zhang Guan executed a lateral dribble to further draw the attention of the opposing defense, then gently pushed the ball to the rapidly advancing Zanetti on the other side. The Milan defense quickly spread apart. The fullback stepped out to prevent Zanetti from cutting inside, while the center back retreated a few steps to maintain the integrity of the defense. Upon receiving the ball, Zanetti deftly sidestepped the fullback, glanced up, and sent the ball back near the penalty spot. "Oh, my old captain, please do not misplace the pass." After distributing the ball, Zhang Guan quietly advanced to the vicinity of the penalty spot, silently praying. Zanetti's characteristics were well known. He could dribble like Messi and pass like Hesketh. Even nearing retirement, he could still charge forward, dribbling past several opponents, truly dribbling like Messi. Then he would either pass or shoot, sending the ball into the stands, truly reminiscent of Hesketh. Fortunately, this time the pass was relatively accurate, and the ball reached Zhang Guan unobstructed. A shooting opportunity had arisen, but the penalty area was crowded with players. What to do? Zhang Guan took a step toward the ball, forcing the Milan defense to advance in an attempt to cover. Then he spotted a sliver of space, twisting his ankle to deliver a precise push shot. With so many bodies in front of the goal, sheer power would yield no miracles. Instead, as long as the shooting action was discreet and the trajectory accurate, excessive strength was unnecessary. A gentle push along the ground, leveraging the force of the pass, would suffice. At that moment, Dida was growing increasingly anxious. Nesta was entangled with Ibrahimovic, and if one overlooked their fierce expressions, one might mistake them for a couple in a tender embrace. Maicon was nearby, providing assistance. There was an odd dissonance as Cafu was being drawn toward the flank by Adriano. Kaladza stood in front, and Ambrosini was tracking back. But where was the ball? Knowing full well that a shot had been taken from the penalty spot, he still could not see where the ball was. Who can understand this feeling? Dida could only attempt to lower his center of gravity, continuously scanning left and right through the crowd for the ball. At this moment, he could only pray that the young opponent would recklessly send a half-high ball, either blocked by the mass of bodies in front or fortuitously intercepted by his instinctive reach. But please, let it not be a low shot. As feared, when Dida finally spotted the ball again, it was skimming the grass toward the far corner. Too late to react, and the next instant, the ball was spinning wildly in the net. Oh, could it be a comeback from 2-3? This magical night was destined to be etched in the annals of history, and I speak not only of this match but also of the rising star. Tremonti waved his hands from the commentary booth. In this globally renowned Apennine Derby, the 18-year-old prodigy made headlines by securing a hat trick in such a remarkable manner that the world shall remember his name. I find myself at a loss for words. Chapter 98, the Milan Derby. What was it you just mentioned? Ah yes, this young man. Goodness, this young man. Allow me to jog your memory. You just expressed a desire for Robinho, did you not? Surely, that cannot be true. Such words could never escape my lips. With the victory now seemingly out of reach, someone among the crowd gazed vacantly at the shards in his hand, muttering to himself. On the pitch, Zhang Guan was exuberantly celebrating, sprinting several meters to the north stand. Gliding across the grass with remarkable flair, his arms raised in jubilation, the name on his back standing out vibrantly. That kid is quite the spectacle, Gattuso remarked with a mix of disbelief and frustration. It is indeed surprising how such a talent has emerged from nowhere. While new blood is a welcome addition, one can only hope it is not merely a fleeting moment of brilliance. Maldini, accompanied by a few veteran teammates, returned to the locker room, their spirits dampened by the reversal of a 2-goal lead. His subdued demeanor reflected the utmost restraint he could muster. In his prime, he would have surely unleashed a torrent of curses. However, surrounded by longtime comrades, how could he bring himself to utter such words? Observing the jubilant youth on the opposing side, Maldini sighed softly. I must admit, I envy them a bit. Perhaps it is time for us to consider rejuvenation. As he exited the field, Zhang Guan noticed a somewhat familiar face. Guan, would you mind signing my jersey? If not, my face will suffice. Just please refrain from using a knife. Ah, it's you, my friend. Where are your sunglasses? Momentarily taken aback, he recognized the man who had mocked him prior to the match. Before the other could respond, Zhang Guan took the pin from his hand and inscribed his name on the jersey. Call me Richarlison, if it's convenient. Of course, it's all convenient. Zhang Guan observed the intricate tattoos on Richarlison's arm, pondering whether he might indulge in the local delights. Thus, with a flourish, he pinned in Chinese on the jersey, wishing my good friend Richarlison good health, abundant feasts, and success in the arenas of sports, gambling, and love. Concerned that Richarlison might not comprehend, he thoughtfully transcribed it once more in Italian. The entire jersey soon became a canvas adorned with Zhang Guan's bold strokes. Richarlison eagerly accepted the jersey, showcasing it to his surrounding friends with excitement. Witnessing this, Zhang Guan decided to go the extra mile. He removed his thermal pants and handed them over. Observing Richarlison's incredulous expression, he explained, my shirt was forcibly taken by a rather enthusiastic and kind-hearted fan. If you don't mind, consider this a memento of our special encounter. Richarlison quickly clutched the pants, his gaze scanning Zhang Guan from head to toe, seemingly in search of another prize. Curse it all. I'm really running out of patience, Zhang Guan exclaimed with a chuckle, and both parties shared a knowing laugh while waving goodbye. Cheng Lixue was on the verge of an explosion. The lackluster performances in the previous rounds had left the domestic media, which had been eagerly preparing to build momentum, rather disappointed, as they awaited a sensational highlight that never came. Some media outlets, harboring unkind intentions, began to prepare to cast aspersions. Yet, in such a highly anticipated match, securing a hat trick and leading the team to a thrilling comeback against their city rivals was an unexpected turn of events. Moreover, it was astonishing. Scoring a goal in one of the top 5 leagues was akin to celebrating a festival for Asian players, but Zhang Guan had achieved a hat trick, making it feel like a celebration of 3 such festivals, and even in prosperous times. Cheng Lixue's phone was inundated with calls from various media outlets seeking to arrange exclusive interviews with Zhang Guan. Mr. Li, I apologize, but due to the player's focus on training, he is not available for interviews at this time. Hello, Chief Zhang. I sincerely apologize. Boss Zhou hung up one call after another from industry giants, leaving Cheng Lixue in a daze. Just a month ago, securing an appointment with the editors and chief editors of major newspapers and magazines required considerable effort, yet now they were all proactively reaching out to meet. Chen Jifeng was also on the verge of a meltdown. I apologize, but Zhang Guan has just joined the club and currently has no plans for a transfer. I understand your eagerness for profit. However, I must regretfully inform you that I have a promising young lad, just 21, who plays as a forward and possesses qualities remarkably similar to Zhang Guan. We can arrange a trial soon. It's a firm agreement. Apologies, but we presently have no transfer plans. Endorsement? Which brand? All right, We will give it thorough consideration. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over just one match? Zhang Guan remarked nonchalantly while savoring a lamb chop. Just one match? It's the Milan Derby, my friend. Rarely has an Asian player graced such a high-level game. And here you are, scoring a hat-trick. Chen Lixue shot him a glance, continuing to enjoy her meal. Old Chen, your leg. I'm referring to the lamb leg you roasted. Wow. It rivals the quality of your football skills. Chen Jifeng placed the final dish on the table, removed his apron, and draped it over a chair, raising his wine glass. He declared, "You should stop pretending not to understand. You know better than anyone whether this is a big deal. Come, let us celebrate our fortunate double happiness." "Oh, and what is the second joy?" Cheng Lixue inquired. "Ahem, allow me to announce it personally. I have successfully passed the trial with Fiorentina, and I am set to compete in Serie A." Go Yus, who had been quiet until now, stated earnestly. "Old Go, impressive. Old Chen, impressive. By the way, how much is Zhang Guan's endorsement fee? Still under negotiation, aiming for 500,000 a year. Is that all? How trivial. Old Chen, impressive. What product is it for? Underwear. Can we not secure endorsements for products that require us to compromise our dignity, something related to food and drink? There are indeed options for food and drink. Such as? Dog food. Damn. What about the interview? How much for that? Have you lost your mind over money? It is not that Zhang Guan has become obsessed with wealth. Rather, he recalls that according to the previous timeline, the domestic real estate market is on the verge of adjustment, and a new wave of opportunity is silently approaching. The chance to profit is imminent, yet prior to that, substantial funds are required to initiate real estate projects, which are notoriously capital-intensive endeavors. However, Zhang Guan did not divulge these matters to his associates. In his view, the ideal solution to financial concerns is through cash flow. If that proves unfeasible, leveraging land as collateral for financing or selling off portions of land to secure funds are acceptable alternatives. After all, there is wealth to be shared. Chapter 99, Home Match against Udinese. In the 8th round of the league, they faced Udinese at home. At this juncture, Udinese had shed its former image as a weak team. In recent seasons, they had garnered experience in both the UEFA Cup and the Champions League. Their roster included the illustrious Di Natale and Iaquinta, who would later become renowned players, particularly Di Natale, who had emerged as a representative of grassroots football talent. The 3-4-3 formation is intriguing. The center backs are Felipe, Natalie, and Zapata, possessing enough defensive solidity, yet lacking in lateral movement and coverage capability. The midfield comprises D'Agostino, Monari, Pizarro, and Zanoni, all of whom are attacking midfielders, with no specifically defensive anchor present. The attacking line featuring Iaquinta, Di Natale, and Barreto stands as a source of pride for Udinese. Their strength lies in attack, yet their defense is notably vulnerable, especially on the flanks. As Zhang Guan scrutinized the opponent's starting lineup and formation, he devised a strategy in his mind. However, all calculations proved futile, for Mancini had not included him in the starting 11. This was not a cause for grievance, as the starting forwards were Ibrahimovic and Crespo. Facing such a formidable duo, it would be hard for anyone to voice discontent about being benched, even after having just scored a hat-trick in the previous match. On the sidelines, there were also the formidable Adriano and Cruz, both of whom were formidable players. One cannot help but commend the harmonious atmosphere within the Inter Milan dressing room. After Ibrahimovic skillfully sent another one-on-one opportunity soaring into the sky, the substitutes erupted in laughter. "Come on, everyone, ante up. I told you he would miss at least one clear chance." Ricoba, in frustration, placed a dollar bill into Zhang Guan's hand while exclaiming, "I suspect he did it on purpose. He was spot on during training. Isn't that the truth?" Solari scoffed, likewise contributing a dollar. "You still don't understand Zlatan." Maxwell, with a grin, took a dollar from Zhang Guan and cryptically remarked, "His one-on-ones, TSK, even worse than my grandmother's." While I cannot attest to your grandmother's one-on-one skills, I can assure you that if Zlatan were to hear such a statement, he would undoubtedly retaliate. When it comes to one-on-one situations, Ibrahimovic certainly has much to learn from his partner, Crespo. Not long after, in a nearly identical one-on-one opportunity, Crespo, unlike Ibrahimovic's forceful approach, slowed his pace, held off the pursuing defender, and delicately chipped the ball over the onrushing goalkeeper, sending it into the net. Oh, now that is what one would expect from a true striker. The forward-turned coach Mancini nodded slightly. Ibrahimovic, a towering figure endowed with strength, agility, and commendable speed, possesses exceptional technical skills, excelling in passing and ball control. Yet, when it comes to shooting, his performance is frustratingly inconsistent. Everything seems perfect, but the most crucial skill falters at times, causing considerable exasperation. Ibrahimovic, too, felt a twinge of frustration. He clearly aimed for the upper corner. Yet the ball soared high above the target. Nevertheless, aside from his shooting, his overall performance was commendable. He dropped back to receive passes, held off defenders, distributed the ball adeptly, and even showcased his dribbling prowess in midfield, evading challenges with finesse. Ah, the familiar Ibrahimovic. Zhang nodded, realizing that it may take some time before Ibrahimovic fully masters his shooting, perhaps not until he dons the colors of another Milan team in 4 years' time. As Zhang jogged during warm-ups, the once calm crowd began to stir with excitement. Zhang is here. Look, that's the one who scored a hat trick. They say his abilities are exceptional. Are you sure it's not a fluke? Why don't you try scoring a hat trick yourself? Richarlison shot a glare back. This kid is only 18 and cost over 10 million. I said at the time that the club made a brilliant investment, securing a future star. Oh please. You clearly said the club was wasting money. Did I? I don't recall that. He's on the field now, partnering with Ibrahimovic? That's intriguing. According to Mancini's strategy, the duo of Zhang and Ibrahimovic was meant to create a dynamic of height and speed, continuously pressuring the opposing defense. Unexpectedly, Ibrahimovic frequently dropped back, drifting to the flanks and leaving Zhang isolated in the penalty area, resulting in a unique interpretation of height and speed. Zhang stood at 184 meters, while Ibrahimovic towered at 191 meters. Ibrahimovic remained true to form, preferring to avoid physical confrontations. Fortunately, I've trained in center-forward skills, Zhang thought as he maneuvered in front of the opposing center-backs, waiting for the opportune moment to position himself. Seeing the situation unfold, Ibrahimovic delivered the ball perfectly. Zhang lowered his center of gravity, pushing against the center-back before deftly using his heel to flick the ball to the advancing Ibrahimovic. Without pausing to control it, Ibrahimovic, gaining momentum, unleashed a powerful shot. In the early to mid-stages of his career, Ibrahimovic's finesse and shooting was somewhat lacking, yet his power was unparalleled. The ball, spinning little, surged past the goalkeeper De Sanctis and into the net. Zhang caught up to Ibrahimovic, who was running towards the sidelines, and, playfully tugging at his long hair, teased. When shooting, aim for the net. A strong shot makes scoring easy, doesn't it? Do I need you to teach me? Just give me my assist back. Zhang relished these moments, finding joy in jesting with the self-proclaimed giant, for in a war of wits, who could rival Ibrahimovic? After Ibrahimovic scored, the positioning of the two players swiftly returned to normal, with Ibrahimovic standing firm and Zhang roaming. As the match neared its conclusion, with a 2-goal deficit, the defenders inevitably became somewhat distracted, compounded by fatigue. Consequently, the pressure on Zhang who received the ball in the attacking third, diminished significantly. Retrieving the ball in midfield, he effortlessly executed a turn, noticing Ibrahimovic had secured advantageous positioning against the center-back Zapata. With a deft flick of his ankle, he delivered a delicate lob pass. Ibrahimovic, understanding the intent, steadied himself and controlled the ball with his chest, using Zapata's aggressive approach to his advantage while slightly retreating. Observing that Zapata had followed him closely by 2 or 3 meters, a defensive gap emerged between him and Felipe, which Zhang swiftly exploited. Ibrahimovic, having anticipated Zhang run, nudged the ball with his heel, sending it rolling between Zapata's legs into the penalty area. The 3 center-backs were left behind by the advancing Zhang, but the goalkeeper still had the cover of Moro. Zhang chose not to stop the ball. Instead, he deftly lifted his right foot to shoot. Moro, firmly positioned, blocked most of the shooting angles. However, Zhang did not strike the ball. He gently guided it to the side of Moro, significantly widening the shooting angle. Moro, unable to allow Zhang to find a shooting opportunity, rushed forward, attempting to close the gap. Yet, taking advantage of Moro's lunge, Zhang executed a feigned shot with his left foot, pulling the ball back to his right foot before advancing it a step. At this moment, Moro completely lost his defensive stance. Zhang, assessing the goalkeeper's positioning, pushed the ball toward the near post with his right foot. De Sanctis, as a fringe international player for Italy, found himself utterly helpless against such a close-range shot. His instinctive save failed to intercept the ball, which found its way into the net. Here's your assist back. Ibrahimovic leapt onto Zhang shoulders, returning the favor in kind. Come on, look how beautiful this goal is. The pass, the control, and the shot, all in one fluid motion. You just nudged me for an assist, so you owe me next time. Zhang Guan felt the weight of Ibrahimovi's expectations. How is it that I assisted you? Yet I owe you even more? Ibrahimovi was momentarily at a loss. I'll say this fairly, Maxwell chimed in from the side. Old Zhang has done nothing wrong. In the 100th chapter, the barbecue gang, with a score of 3-0, they secured the match without breaking a sweat. After hastily concluding the routine post-match press conference, Zanetti approached Zhang Guan. Kid, what are your plans for the weekend? Coach, what's on your agenda? Of course, it's time for our Pampas traditional event. Oh, the prairie folk? Singing and dancing? What are you thinking? I'm talking about a barbecue. If it's free, I must participate. The Pampas barbecue is renowned far and wide. Indeed, those who enjoy barbecuing have even been whimsically dubbed the barbecue gang by certain media outlets. The esteemed leader, Zanetti, the executive vice leader, Cambiasso, the deputy leader, Cordoba, and the senior members, Samuel, Verdisso, and Cruz, along with the newly inducted member, Solari, and the honorary elder, Stankovic, Materazzi, and Caesar, were all present. Zhang Guan had always scoffed at this gathering, but upon arrival, he was taken aback by the striking resemblance of the attendees to the rumors circulating outside. Guan, welcome. This is your first time participating in this event, and I assure you, you will fall in love with it. Cambiasso warmly invited as he busied himself with a leg of lamb. Sit over there by Walter. I'll have it ready shortly. Zhang Guan nodded, casually retrieving a bottle of beer from the ground, effortlessly popping it open with his teeth, and downing half of it before sauntering over to Cambiasso. Esteban, this method of roasting one do, you need to add some seasoning, he remarked after observing the proceedings for a moment. Where's the chili? The cumin? The sweet vinegar? You're just grilling the meat? What is the point of that? I've already marinated this meat beforehand, and everyone has said it's good, Cambiasso replied, puzzled. No one understands grilling better than I do. Just wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Guan hurried out from the dining area, arms laden with an assortment of spices. Fortunately, the kitchen was well stocked. He distributed the items to his fellow grillers. Here, Sam, could you wash and chop the onions? Esteban, sprinkle some cumin on. It will taste absolutely delightful. Deputy, you can't just stand there. Take this bunch of garlic and get peeling. Verdisso, here are these skewers for you to chop and skewer the meat. Cambiasso playfully kicked him from behind, chiding. You're giving us orders now? Don't worry, no one knows grilling better than I do. Esteban, why don't you go help Verdisso? Leave the grilling to me, he added, grabbing a handful of cumin and chili powder to sprinkle over the meat. Some seasoning accidentally fell into the flames of the grill, creating a billow of smoke and a pungent aroma that filled the air. Cough, cough. Cambiasso retreated from the grill, shielding his eyes. Zhang Guan swiftly turned the leg of lamb on the grill, deftly scoring it with a knife, applying a layer of oil, and then lightly seasoning it, before casually sprinkling the onions that Zanetti had just chopped onto the meat. Indeed, it does seem different from what we typically grill, Zanetti remarked, inhaling the fragrant mixture of spices and grilled meat, quietly speaking to Cambiasso. Does this kid truly possess some skill? Does he even know how to grill? Cambiasso was equally astonished. Esteban, are your meat skewers ready? Zhang Guan waved a hand fan to disperse the smoke gathering at the grill, simultaneously intensifying the charcoal flames. His stance reminiscent of a vendor at a domestic barbecue stall. Here they come. Naturally, this task was not to be undertaken by the executive vice leader. The quick-witted Verdisso promptly presented the freshly skewered meat. As the meat skewers danced in Zhang Guan's hands, the cumin and chili were liberally sprinkled, and the incessant sizzling of oil dripping onto the charcoal intensified the mouth-watering aroma of the grilled meat. You glutton, how can you indulge alone? Upon seeing Zhang Guan sneak a bite, Cordoba had just muttered a complaint when Zhang Guan casually stuffed a skewer of meat into his mouth, saying, Vice Captain, lend me a hand with the flavor, while also popping a clove of garlic into his mouth. The scalding heat caused Cordoba to roll the meat around in his mouth, trying to mitigate the burn. However, the flavor was irresistible. The savory saltiness of the cumin, along with the spiciness of the chili and garlic, beautifully balanced the inherent greasiness of the meat, accentuating its delectable taste. Unconcerned about the beads of sweat trickling down his nose, whether due to the heat or the spice, Cordoba gave Zhang Guan a thumbs up. Come on everyone, don't be shy. Dig in. The crowd surged forward, each person clutching a skewer while eagerly feeding themselves. The air was soon filled with exclamations of sizzling, spicy, scalding, and various other expressions of delight. Don't just eat. This sweet vinegar is our secret weapon. Dipping it makes everything even better. Indeed, they exclaimed. As the dark concoction turned out to be tangy and sweet, enhancing the meat's deliciousness even further. You truly are a talent. You know your craft. While they sang praises, Zhang Guan continued to savor the skewers, slicing the nearly cooked leg of lamb on the grill into pieces and plating them. By the time everyone finished their skewers, several plates of lamb were already arranged on the table. Observing the lamb leg, adorned with a colorful medley of onion shreds, chili strips, garlic cloves, and lettuce, everyone couldn't help but dig in with gusto. Zhang Guan, lighting a cigarette beside the grill, settled into a chair with a plate of meat, taking a bite, sipping wine, and enjoying a smoke, pure bliss. Zhang, this meat is remarkably well cooked. I didn't expect you to possess such skills, exclaimed Zanetti, plopping down beside him. Of course. When it comes to cooking, we are professionals. Come on, Zanetti, let us toast. No, it's still the season. I want tea drink. And you should moderate as well. Zanetti raised his bottle of mineral water to clink with Zhang Guan's and downed it in one go. He then pointed at the cigarette but in Zhang Guan's hand. This is another thing to avoid. You're still young, so take it easy. Zanetti truly exemplified discipline, a paragon of professionalism. In response, Zhang Guan playfully shoved 2 cloves of garlic and some chili strips into Zanetti's mouth. As Zanetti chewed the meat, he was overwhelmed by the complex flavors, but the spiciness hit him first, visibly reddening his face. He hurriedly stood up, searching for a water cup, but found none. Just in time, Zhang Guan offered him a bottle of ice-cold beer. Zanetti hesitated momentarily, but the spiciness in his mouth became unbearable, prompting him to raise the beer bottle and gulp down nearly half in one go. The fiery sensation in his mouth was instantly subdued by the refreshing beer, and he let out a belch mingled with the aroma of meat and alcohol, feeling quite satisfied. Zanetti, how does it feel? Observing Zhang Guan's mischievous grin, Zanetti sighed. While it is indeed pleasurable, as a professional athlete, one must exercise restraint. You've ensured that I will have to run an additional 2 kilometers tonight. Goodness. It's no surprise that you are the kind of person who maintains a rigorous training regimen even on your wedding day. Since neither of us is drinking, where shall we put all this exquisite wine?